Introduction. The crimson grasslands are stained with the blood that courses through the intricate patterns of Blackfyre, as Daemon Blackfyre's roar is silenced by poisoned arrows. This rebel, who ignited the schism among the Seven Kingdoms, awakens on Dragonstone a century later. In the skies of 97 AC, true dragons still soar, and the blood dragon's wild dance has yet to ignite. He has become a mere footnote in the Targaryen lineage, the orphan of Prince Aemon, mother unknown. The black dragon's sigil sears his shoulder like a coal, resonating with the growls of the devourer deep within the dragon's lair. The ancestors before him are as vivid as blades. The purple eyes of Queen, without a crown Rhaenys conceal unquenched ambition. The sword of the rogue Prince Daemon Targaryen reflects youthful arrogance. The cough of King Jaehaerys the Old carries the weight of the Iron Throne. Once a black dragon attempting to overthrow the Targaryens, he now must ride the most ferocious wild dragon, the Devourer, and dance with his namesake grandfather across the heavens. As the remnants of Blackfyre intertwine with the dragon flames of the Devourer above King's Landing, he realizes that the fate that spans a century is not merely a repetition of a bloody rebellion, but rather a moment to inquire of those ancestors sharing his bloodline. The glory you named blood and fire, should it ignite as a torch of redemption or a wildfire of destruction? Ashes from the crimson grasslands drift into the sulphurous mist of Dragonstone, where a black dragon from the future, with rebellious claws, pries at the most vulnerable nexus of the Targaryen dynasty. Chapter 1. The Last Echo of the Black Dragon. In the year 197 AC, 197 years after the conquest, an unknown wilderness on the continent of Westeros is poised for what could be the bloodiest cold weapon war since the disappearance of the Targaryen dragons. This nameless expanse will soon be known to future generations as the Redgrass Lands. Pikes stand like a forest of steel upon this terrain, the atmosphere thick with tension. A heavy shield wall looms like a mountain across the battlefield, while a torrential rain of arrows pours down from the already yellowed sky, obscuring vision and rendering the world dim. Dust kicked up by warhorses swirls, the western wind howls, and the blood upon the battlefield is swiftly dried, leaving a stench upon the soil. The sounds of clashing steel and the anguished cries of soldiers echo across the vast wilderness, as if they may never fade. Thousands of lives hastily extinguish, while countless survivors tread upon the mountain of corpses, resolutely pressing onward. War unveils its most brutal visage, mercilessly demonstrating its consuming power. On the distant low hills, the red and black dragon banner flutters like a struggling flame. Beneath it, the reborn conqueror rests for a moment, aided by his attendants in unfastening his armor. Beneath silken golden hair, deep purple eyes blaze with intensity, and the muscular lines of his broad shoulders render ancient Greek sculptures pale in comparison. It is well known that when Daemon Blackfyre grasps his namesake sword, Blackfyre, the warrior's essence, descends upon the mortal realm. I am Daemon Blackfyre, true king of the Seven Kingdoms. The Blackfyre sword cleaves through smoke, pointing skyward, those who stand against me. The declaration is abruptly interrupted by the metallic shriek echoing in his memory. Just half an hour prior, as Daemon tore through the earth in warrior form, the sword had sent the valley's eagles plummeting. He first pierced the moon door knights of House Arryn with a wedge of heavy cavalry. As the blue and white eagle banner of Duke Donner tilted amidst the chaos, Daemon plunged alone into the heart of the enemy ranks. Daemon's heavy cavalry sliced through the moon door knights like a hot knife through butter, their blue and white eagle banners snapping under the pressure. Madman Will Waywood's doom was laced with mockery. As his axe cleaved through the shield wall of Blackfyre's forces, Daemon sent him flying from behind. Even as Waywood fell from his horse, he continued to laugh, his bloodied teeth biting into the earth. His silvered battle axe spun through the air 7 times before striking the skull of his own herald. A knight of the Starfall tried to ensnare the black dragon's throat with a morning star, but the Blackfyre sword slithered like a viper into the chain's gap, nailing knight and weapon alike to the Duke of Arryn's flagpole. The bloodied star and moon sigil dripped with gore, sliding down the banner. In Duke Donner Arryn's dying moments, time seemed to slow. Daemon's sword tip was but half an inch from the Duke's throat when a sword of crystalline ice suddenly blocked Blackfyre. Lady of Silence is here. Galwyn Coberry's voice was colder than the blade. The surviving Valley Knights could only see the Kingsguard's pure white cloak soaked in blood and mud, yet the hand that gripped the sword remained as steady as a rock. The clash of 2 swords heralded a death song. Each swing of Blackfyre unleashed waves of molten heat, distorting the air around it. In contrast, the Lady of Silence was like a polar wind, her blade leaving frost in its wake. When the two Valyrian steel blades collided, it was as if not sparks but azure ghost flames erupted, as if the dragon souls imprisoned within the steel during the forging by Dragonfire were now howling. The fierce battle gradually morphed into a brutal dance of metal. On the 30th clash, Daemon spun and shattered Coberys' greaves, embedding iron shards into his leg bone like crushed diamonds set in agate. On the 105th clash, the Lady of Silence severed the decorative dragon head from Blackfyre's shoulder armor, the broken silver dragon head flying into the knight's eye, causing distant archers to scream in horror. On the 143rd clash, the Blackfyre sword cleaved through the white, enameled helm, the hot blood from Coberys' eyes and cheeks sizzling upon the dragon-scaled patterns of the blade. When Daemon's sword tip pressed against the throat of the Kingsguard, he beheld a surreal vision reflected in his opponent's pupils. Not the blood-red grasslands and smoke, but the memory of a 7-year-old Daemon placing a wooden sword against the neck of 10-year-old Galwyn in the training yard of King's Landing 20 years prior, as the boys collapse in laughter at the tale of conqueror Aegon battling the last dragon rider. Do you yield, future White Knight? The silver-haired boy from memory grinned, exposing his gap-toothed smile. In the present, Daemon abruptly withdrew his sword, striking his blinded and injured old friend with the hilt to protect him as the royalist remnants retreated. Take him away, Red Tooth. If this noble fool dies, I shall drink from your skull. As Red Tooth dragged Coberys back into the smoke, Daemon's Blackfyre sword etched a deep scar into the earth. This crack would nurture the fantasies of future wandering bards. Yet none would know it was the true dragon's futile struggle against fate. As Daemon collected his thoughts and rested momentarily, he turned to face the new onslaught of death. His Blackfyre sword glimmered dark red under the dim sun, as though it were a living entity satiated with blood. The first wave of arrows surged forth like venomous bees. He spun and swung his sword, the Valyrian steel's piercing shriek overshadowing the sound of arrows whistling through the air. 7 arrows were cleaved into 14 fragments, while another 3 grazed his dragon-scale armor, sparking fire upon his shoulder plate. The second wave of knights charged forth, dozens of Valley knights wielding their sharp swords. Daemon smiled, his laughter reminiscent of conqueror Aegon setting her Renhal ablaze, the dragon flames illuminating the sky. Come, he bellowed as he surged forward. The Blackfyre sword transformed into a deadly arc. The front hooves of the first warhorse were severed at the knees, the steed's mournful cry flinging its rider into the wall of pikes. The second sword pierced through the joint of the plate armor, the sword tip emerging from the knight's back, skewering a beating heart. The third knight's kite shield, along with his right arm, flew skyward, blood raining down upon the horrified visors of his companions. As the last knight reined in his horse to flee, Daemon leaped, grasping the mane and flipping onto the steed's back. The Blackfyre sword pierced upward through the knight's jaw, the sound of shattering skull echoing like a ripe fruit dropping to the ground. The surviving warhorse galloped away, dragging its headless rider, leaving a trail of entrails in its wake. But the true threat now revealed its fangs. The banner of Bloodraven Brynden rivers rose upon the distant ridge, the crow-feathered cloak swirling in the wind as if alive. 300 crow's teeth archers emerged from the flanks, their poisoned arrowheads glinting with an eerie blue in the shadows. Black Dragon, I have arrived. The shout pierced the battlefield. Fight for the true dragon. Daemon's supporters emerged from the heap of corpses, the crimson banner of House Blackwood and the golden castle of House Peak converging amidst the smoke of battle, the battered shield wall rising once more. But the rain of arrows was swifter than loyalty. As the arrows pierced flesh, the boy holding the Black Dragon banner, merely 12 years of age, was Daemon's eldest son, Aegon. He fell to his knees, yet the flag remained clutched tightly in his bloodied palm, his silver hair and crimson dragon sigil intertwining in the wind like a dirge, the fluttering black dragon kissing the earth. Daemon beheld Oswell Peak pinned to the scorched earth by 3 spears, still battling with a broken sword against the legs of horses. He saw Gavin Peak's gilded armor crumpled like scrap metal, spewing his innards as he charged into the enemy lines. In the end, loyalty could never outrun the footsteps of death. The Blackfyre sword emitted a resonant roar, Daemon cleaving through 2 of House Royce's runic knights, stepping over their convulsing bodies as he leapt onto a boulder. An arrow grazed his neck, leaving a burn-like gash. He looked toward the hilltop, where the blood-red eye of Brynden stared down the battlefield. For Brynden knew that as long as that child drew breath, Daemon would never abandon him. The final charge commenced, yet it concluded just as swiftly. The rain of arrows paused, as if beckoned by the blood crows. In a moment of silent communion, Daemon's lips formed words amidst the crimson foam. Brynden. His lips moved soundlessly, the tip of his sword pointing toward the mountain peak. The final charge transformed into a silver flash. The instant Daemon leapt from the rocky outcrop. His silver hair chain snapped suddenly, and 300 poisoned arrows descended like a flock of crows. The first arrow pierced his knee, and he heard Aegon's cries morph into a dragon's roar. The second arrow tore through his lungs, and in his hallucination, a pitch-black dragon spewed forth black flames. When the third arrow impaled his chest in a triangular formation, the Blackfyre sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself into the scorched earth like the fallen bones of a dragon. In his dying moments, the smoky haze of the red grasslands twisted and spiraled, transforming into the shadow of a colossal black dragon soaring through the sky. It was absurd, yet undeniably a cruel reality. The warrior wielding the Blackfyre sword, descended from the dragon, ignited a war that had divided the 7 kingdoms for nearly a year, compelling half a nation to fight for him. Daemon Blackfyre fell beneath the rain of arrows from his half-brother Brynden Rivers. Chapter 2. The Prisoner of Dragonstone. Year 97 AC, Dragonstone. A suffocating sensation constricted his throat, as if the smoke of the red grasslands had crystallized into a tangible form. Daemon Blackfyre abruptly opened his eyes, the sulphurous breath scorching his throat like molten shards of glass lodged in his windpipe, each labored breath bringing searing pain. Beneath him lay not blood-soaked earth, but the cold, hard surface of Dragonstone, glimmering with an eerie green luminescence. Beneath the jet-black stone, sinuous patterns flowed like solidified venom, silently coursing through the absolute darkness. 7 hells. He attempted to curse, but his voice emerged shattered, like a rusty saw scraping against decaying wood. A violent headache gripped him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to his chest, where the 3 poisoned arrows once pierced his lungs, ending his life, had vanished. What he touched was the frail, rapid heartbeat of a youthful chest, the weakness of this body inducing a wave of nausea. "I'm not dead. My hands." Daemon gasped in astonishment, spreading his fingers wide. They were not the hands of a seasoned warrior, calloused and scarred from years of battle, but delicate, youthful palms. He immediately abandoned the notion of being mortally wounded and captured by Brynden Rivers. The blood crows would only imprison him in the deepest dungeon of the Red Keep, slowly eroding his spirit with chains and humiliation, not in this unique Dragonstone prison, imbued with ancient magic. Unless memories struck him like poisoned arrows, laden with the cold despair of the red grasslands. Brynden's arrow that had torn through his knee, Aegon's blood-stained silver hair falling beneath the black dragon banner, the Blackfyre sword's thunderous clatter against the ground as it slipped from his grasp, echoing the death knell of a dying dragon. Daemon clenched his right fist tightly, the pain in his palm not from the hilt of his sword, but from the remnants of a broken silver hair chain. The cold metallic edge bore dark red, dried specks of mud, the soil of the red grasslands, the final mark of his life's end. Prince Baelor coughed blood again last night. The guards outside conversed in a dull murmur, their voices reverberating hollowly in the volcanic passage, breaking the silence. The servants say the spittoon is full of clots, soaked through the dragon-patterned robe of the prince. Some say he is lovesick for Princess Alicent, heartbroken to the point of illness. Others claim it is due to his brutal vengeance against Prince Aemon, a divine punishment for the bloodshed of the Myronese. But if you ask me, it's this damned Dragonstone. The dampness gnaws at the bones like maggots consuming the lungs. Better than King's Landing. Another voice interjected, laced with a hint of barely perceptible fear. Last year, the grayscale outbreak there claimed even Princess Magda. She arrived in Old Town seeking treatment and, alas, the poor flower bloomed only to wither. Daemon's pupils constricted suddenly, as if bitten by a venomous snake. Baelor? Alicent? Aemon? Magda? These names crashed over him like a bucket of ice water poured atop his head, freezing his limbs instantaneously. They were the ghosts rotting in the dust of history from a century past, names he had read on the yellowed parchment in the library of the Red Keep. An absurd chill coursed up his spine. He staggered toward the cold iron bars, attempting to glimpse more through the gaps. Outside the iron bars, the dark stone walls of the passage bore veins of dragonstone, flickering in response to his hurried steps. The eerie green light revealing strange shadows, the smoke of the red grasslands intertwining with the shadow of enormous dragon wings, the cold, blood-red eye of Brindan rivers distorting and elongating in the illusion, ultimately transforming into a dragon's eye ablaze with magical flame. The rain of arrows poured down, morphing into a sweeping tide of pitch-black dragon fire in the warped light. The dragon is not dead, Daemon murmured unconsciously, his fingertips trembling as they brushed against the rough stone wall. Beneath his touch lay a deep groove carved into the Dragonstone, Rubsma, blood and fire. Ancient Valyrian inscriptions, exuding a primal ferocity and curse. Clearly, this was etched with his nails during a state of unconsciousness or delirium. Just then, the sound of his stirring finally alerted the guards outside. "Hey, the little brat from Lys has awakened." The clattering of chains echoed as the heavy cell door swung open, two guards clad in crude leather armor blocking the entrance, followed by a burly, imposing figure. This man bore a clear seahorse emblem, the sigil of House Velaryon, emblazoned on his leather armor. A curved dagger hung at his waist, its sheath inlaid with the iridescent pearl of Driftmark. Pirate scum? Or a smuggler? The Velaryon guard spat out the sour grass he was chewing, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the frail, silver-haired youth in the cell. "No need to waste your breath answering me, kid. Lord Corlys of the Sea Snake will be here tomorrow to interrogate you. As for you two," he turned to the guards, "give him some water and hard bread. Don't let this little brat rot in." His words were abruptly cut off, just as the Velaryon guard reached in, seemingly intending to grab him by the collar. Daemon's body moved faster than his thoughts. The honed skills of a seasoned killer awakened within this youthful form. He struck like lightning, seizing the guard's outstretched wrist like a viper, precisely twisting the thumb at an impossible angle. The agonizing pain compelled the guard to instinctively double over, as Daemon's other hand clamped down on his throat like a vice, exerting every ounce of strength to smash his head against the frigid dragon crystal iron bars. With a resounding thud that echoed through the corridor, the guard's towering form crumpled to the ground. The mother-of-pearl curved dagger slipped from his grasp, only to be deftly seized by Daemon in one fluid motion. "Daemon, kill him!" The remaining two guards, stricken with terror, hastily drew their swords. Memories dominated this vessel. Daemon sidestepped a vicious slash, and the reclaimed dagger traced a lethal arc in his hand, reminiscent of the fierce trajectory of the Blackfyre sword he once wielded. The blade plunged accurately into the gap between the second guard's leather armor and iron rings, a familiar, visceral sensation of tearing flesh coursing through him, transporting him back to the savage thrill of piercing an enemy's beating heart on the Crimson Plains, as if a century had evaporated in an instant. Daemon, his brand is glowing on his shoulder. The last remaining guard, paralyzed with fear, shrieked as he stumbled backward, trembling finger directed at Daemon's right shoulder. Instinctively, Daemon cast his gaze downward. On his right shoulder, the ancient brand, whose existence he had been unaware of until now, radiated a dim crimson light. More bizarrely, the shape of the brand was unmistakably that of a vivid black, three-headed dragon. It seemed to pulse and writhe beneath his flesh, each throb eliciting deep, distant dragon roars that resonated not from the outside world, but directly within his skull. The clamor and clash of combat from the upper dungeon finally attracted more guards, their chaotic footsteps and the clanging of metal quickly approaching from the stairwell. Without hesitation, Daemon, like a beast freed from a snare, harnessed his ingrained combat instincts and the bloody dagger in hand, carving a bloody path through the oncoming guards, bursting forth from the upper dungeon. A dense, acrid fog of sulfur enveloped him, shrouding the grim fortress of Dragonstone Island, constructed from jagged black stone. He sprinted along the steep edge of the castle, halting abruptly at the precipice. Amidst the sulphurous haze, the stone dragon atop the castle tower appeared to flutter its wings in the setting sun, while a true shadow tore through the clouds before him. Chapter 3: The Ripples of Fate. Looking down, he beheld a pitch-black bay, where tumultuous waves crashed against jagged rocks, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Above Daemon Blackfyre's head, the twilight clouds were torn asunder by a violent force. A colossal beast unfurled its vast, crimson wings, the swirling currents akin to a hurricane, instantly ruffling Daemon's disheveled silver hair. A bold, exuberant laugh, brimming with youthful vitality, cascaded down from the cliff with the sea breeze. "Faster, you lazy bones. The herring schools of tidal all are slipping away." At that moment, Daemon's blood felt as if it had turned to ice. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to see a young knight, commanding the Scarlet Dragon, with silver gold hair dancing wildly in the tempest, and deep violet eyes sparkling like morning stars in the twilight. That form, that hair color, that gaze, if not for the youthful, spirited visage bearing a hint of rebelliousness. It was an unmistakable reflection of Daemon Blackfyre at the tender age of 16. Daemon Targaryen. The name of the Crimson Dragon, Caraxes, echoed in his ears like thunder, transforming the cold, historical name into vibrant flesh and blood before his very eyes. This scene brutally overlapped with the fleeting image of the dragon he had glimpsed in his near-death experience. He was there. Seize him. The furious shouts of pursuers and the clashing of blades drew ever closer, severing his escape route. In despair, Daemon cast a backward glance at the surging sea, only to witness another figure commanding a scarlet dragon, diving homeward like a burning meteor from the horizon. The dragon's fiery breath painted the evening clouds with a tumultuous wave of crimson. Before him loomed the unknown ancestor, soaring with the crimson dragon, while behind him, the relentless pursuit of armed foes blocked every avenue of escape. In the depths of this dire predicament, the madness and resolve within Daemon ignited completely. He hesitated no longer. Leaping into the abyss of the ink-black, tumultuous sea below, the howling wind filled his ears, and the sensation of weightlessness as he plummeted was achingly familiar, as if Bryndon's lethal arrows were once more tearing through the air towards him. The remnants of a silver braid clasp he gripped in his palm suddenly felt as scorching as a red-hot iron. The icy, brine-laden sea enveloped him in an instant, piercing through to his very marrow like countless icy needles. The black, three-headed dragon's sigil emblazoned on his right shoulder erupted in a more blinding dark red glow upon contact with the seawater, searing hot enough to make the surrounding waters hiss, rising in wisps of eerie white steam. Just as his consciousness began to blur and the salty sea water choked his lungs, a voice, urgent and powerful, pierced through the roar of the waves. "Grab my hand." A slender yet strong hand seized his flailing arm in the water. A tremendous force yanked him from the frigid depths. His soaked body crashed heavily onto a hard, warm, scaly surface, the back of the scarlet dragon. Daemon coughed violently, expelling the seawater that had invaded his lungs, and his blurred vision gradually sharpened. The dark-haired beauty who had just rescued him now knelt before him, her damp tresses clinging to her cheeks, her light purple eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity, tinged with an indescribable tremor. The colossal dragon beneath her merely emitted a low, rumbling sound, its massive form hovering steadily above the ocean's surface, showing no signs of rejection or anger at the presence of an unfamiliar rider upon its back. "What is your name?" The dark-haired maiden's voice possessed a peculiar clarity, cutting through the sea breeze and reaching Daemon's ears with striking precision. Daemon gripped the blood-stained mother-of-pearl curved dagger he had clutched all along, its chilling touch forcing his chaotic thoughts into a semblance of coherence. Memories of the descriptions of his family's dragon from the tomes of old Valyria flashed through his mind. The crimson dragon beneath him was undoubtedly that of the Red Queen, Moriathis, and this woman before him, though dark-haired, bore the unmistakable Valyrian bloodline with her light purple eyes, revealing her identity with startling clarity. He gasped, the name etched into his very soul escaping his lips. Daemon Blackfyre. His voice was hoarse yet remarkably clear. "Daemon Blackfyre?" Rhaenys Targaryen's finely arched brows knitted slightly, her light purple gaze deepening with confusion. "Are you certain you do not bear the name Valerion?" As she spoke, she reached out, gently but insistently brushing aside the wet, sea-soaked silver strands that clung to Daemon's forehead, scrutinizing his pallid yet undeniably handsome visage, particularly his deep purple eyes. Why did his countenance seem so familiar? Come to think of it, it was on that day when Moriathis and I discovered you amidst the crevices of the rocky shore. Rhaenys continued, her gaze sharp as she examined every subtle expression that flitted across his face. You were burning with fever, unconscious, and upon your shoulder was this. Her fingertips brushed against the faintly glowing black, three-headed dragon sigil imprinted on Daemon's right shoulder, and the mark seemed to pulse weakly at her touch. I never anticipated that Corlys, that scoundrel, would imprison you in the lower Dragonstone dungeons. Her tone held a barely perceptible hint of ire. It is a name bestowed upon me by my father, Daemon blurted out almost instinctively. Perhaps it was the warmth of her touch amidst the frigid seawater, or the long-lost concern and scrutiny reflected in her gaze, or perhaps the remnants of instinct lingering within his youthful form that compelled him, amidst fatigue and confusion, to deliver this vague yet perilous answer. The moment the words left his lips, he realized his folly, but it was too late. Rhaenys' movements froze in place. "Father." The sheer silver of his hair and the violet of his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the youthful portrait of her father, Aemon. The instinctual restraint he exhibited when he had countered with the blade at the cliff's edge sent a shiver of familiarity through her. A terrifying thought, both exhilarating and fearsome, struck her mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be? Could you be? At that moment, Daemon coughed violently from swallowing seawater, unconsciously muttering in Old Valyrian. Mortals are destined to die. Though his voice was soft, it was unmistakably audible. The whispered words struck Rhaenys' heart like a hammer. She remembered. She vividly recalled. As a young child, her father, Prince Aemon, had imparted this ancient adage to her, teaching her the weight of life. This was not something an ordinary thief or pirate from Lys could possibly know. Shock, confusion, sorrow, and a nearly absurd hope intermingled fiercely in her eyes. Meraxes beneath her seemed to sense her tumultuous emotions, emitting a deep, soothing rumble. This dragon, known for her fierce temperament, displayed an unprecedented tolerance towards the suddenly appearing boy, who radiated a peculiar bloodline aura. The silhouette of Dragonstone Castle loomed in the twilight, casting immense shadows, while the waves crashed against the cliffs, producing an eternal sigh. Rhaenys took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the turmoil within, and solemnly introduced herself with a complex blend of emotions. I am Rhaenys Targaryen. Her gaze locked onto Daemon's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his very shell to uncover the truth buried deep within his soul. Now, tell me, who are you? Or rather, whose child are you? The sea breeze tousled her drenched black hair, and the vast shadow of Dragonstone enveloped them, as the gears of fate turned heavily and unfamiliar in the salty wind. Chapter 4. The dragon's Mark Meraxes' colossal form glided past the towering spires of Dragonstone, casting shadows like giant hands sweeping over the menacing castle of black stone below. The scent of sulfur mingled with the briny sea air, growing ever stronger. Instead of heading directly to the keep, Rhaenys guided her crimson dragon to a more secluded and heavily guarded courtyard near the eastern wing of the castle. This location was closer to Prince Balon's residence and less exposed to prying eyes. Hold on. Rhaenys' voice rang with remarkable calm amidst the sea breeze as she gracefully slid down from the dragon's back. Daemon followed closely, his soaked garments clinging to his slender frame, bringing a biting chill. Yet the black, three-headed dragon sigil seared into his right shoulder radiated an unusual warmth, akin to a pulsating ember embedded in flesh. Meraxes let out a low growl, her massive head turning towards Daemon, the scorching dragon breath washing over his face, infused with scents of sulfur and blood. Her molten gold slit pupils scrutinized him for a moment, revealing no hint of aggression, merely a flick of impatience as she swished her tail, expelling a small puff of fiery breath. The guards in the courtyard had already been alerted, clad in black armor bearing the Targaryen sigil, wielding long pikes. Their expressions a blend of vigilance and astonishment. They clearly recognized Princess Rhaenys, but their eyes were fixed on the unfamiliar boy behind her, drenched, tattered, wielding a blood-stained curved dagger, yet possessing striking silver hair and deep purple eyes. Your Highness. The captain of the guard stepped forward to bow, his gaze sweeping over Daemon. This is the one I brought, Rhaenys' voice commanded with undeniable authority, cutting off the guard's inquiries. She did not even cast a glance at the captain, but firmly grasped Daemon's cold wrist, the force of her grip causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Where's Uncle Balon? I must see him at once. The prince is in the Dragonfire Hall's warm chamber, having just concluded a meeting with the scholar, and is currently resting. The captain of the guard responded with a troubled expression. Then awaken him at once. It is of utmost importance. Rhaenys' tone was resolute, laced with an unusual urgency. She pulled Daemon along, disregarding the guard's hesitant gazes, striding purposefully across the courtyard and pushing open the heavy black oak door to enter the castle. Inside Dragonstone Castle, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than Daemon had anticipated. The corridors were narrow and winding, the walls constructed from roughly hewn black stone, with scarcely any windows, relying solely on the flickering light of torches wedged into crevices for illumination. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine, sulfur, and a deeper, chilling essence reminiscent of stone and sea. Daemon observed that the walls were adorned with countless coiling dragon reliefs, their hollow eye sockets seemingly watching him, the intruder. In the dim light, the brand upon his shoulder pulsed with each step, its throb becoming more pronounced, each beat accompanied by a faint sting and a deep, resonant dragon's roar echoing within his skull. With each pulse, it felt as though it resonated in eerie harmony with the heavy heartbeat of the colossal volcano beneath Dragonstone Island. Eventually, they arrived before a colossal stone door intricately carved with the image of a fire-breathing dragon. Two more elite guards, draped in black cloaks adorned with red dragon sigils, stood resolutely at either side. They were Prince Balon's personal protectors, Upon seeing Rhaenys and Daemon approach, their hands instinctively moved to their sword hilts. Their gaze as sharp as an eagle's. "Open the door," Rhaenys commanded, her voice echoing through the vast stone corridor. The guards hesitated momentarily, then ultimately pushed open the heavy stone door. A stronger, acrid scent of medicine mixed with the warmth of the hearth rushed forth to greet them. Inside lay a spacious yet poorly lit hall, its walls adorned with immense tapestries depicting conqueror Aegon riding Balerion as he incinerated Harrenhal. In the center of the hall blazed a large stone fire pit, dispelling the characteristic damp chill of Dragonstone. Beside the fire pit reclined a man, half leaning, half lounging on a broad chair draped in thick furs and velvet. He was Prince Daemon Targaryen of Dragonstone, Hand of the King, the brave Prince of Dawn. The room was suffused with the distinctive scent of maritime parchment, ink, and a hint of sea salt. The spaciousness of the room was accentuated by a massive wall adorned with a detailed nautical map depicting the coastlines of Westeros and Essos. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, dispelling the characteristic chill of Dragonstone. In the center of the room stood a grand black stone table, cluttered with documents and nautical charts. Daemon Targaryen turned at the sound, his stature still tall and imposing in his prime. Clad in a fitted deep purple velvet cloak embroidered with golden three-headed dragon motifs. His silver hair was meticulously styled, and a carefully trimmed short beard adorned his chin. The deep violet of his sharp eyes remained piercing, though a subtle trace of fatigue and melancholy seemed to linger in his brow, not born of illness, but rather a weighty sense of responsibility and a hidden anxiety. His movements, though somewhat stiff from prolonged sitting, still exuded the grace and authority befitting a prince of Dragonstone. Rhaenys Velaryon observed her niece's drenched appearance and hurried demeanor, furrowing her brow slightly before her gaze swiftly fixed upon Daemon, who stood behind Rhaenys. Those keen violet eyes, akin to a hawk's, pierced through Daemon's disarray, resting on his pure silver hair, deep purple irises, and his youthful yet strikingly handsome visage. The expression on his face momentarily froze, a flicker of indescribable shock and deep scrutiny passing through his eyes. "Uncle," Rhaenys urged Daemon forward a few steps. Halting a short distance from the table, "Myself and Melias discovered this child by the seaside. He was unconscious among the rocks, burning with fever, marked by a black, three-headed dragon brand upon his shoulder." Her voice was clear and powerful, meeting the scrutiny of Velaryon with unwavering confidence. Velaryon did not respond immediately. His gaze acted as a cold probe, meticulously traversing Daemon's face as if seeking any hint of artifice or suspicion. Daemon forced himself to stand tall, confronting that oppressive gaze. This pressure was unlike the sharpness of battle. It was a chilling examination stemming from ancestral bloodlines, as if it sought to unearth the secrets of his soul that did not belong to this era. Despite the apparent lack of grave illness, that intangible pressure was far more unsettling than the blood crows of the red grasslands. "The black three-headed dragon brand?" Velaryon finally spoke, his voice low and steady, devoid of discernible emotion. "Melias?" Melias accepted him without hesitation, Rhaenys promptly replied, her tone resolute. Moreover, during his unconsciousness and just moments ago when he choked on water, he unconsciously recited the ancient Valyrian proverb my father taught me. Velaryon's pupils imperceptibly constricted, and his fingers, resting on the edge of the armchair, tightened slightly. The room fell into a brief, suffocating silence. The fireplace crackled as the sea breeze slipped through the window's crevice, rustling the papers atop the table. "Child." Velaryon's gaze refocused on Daemon's face, his voice slowing, yet the probing intensity remained undiminished. "Tell me your name, and how you came to be on Dragonstone." He did not directly question the mother, yet the inquiry pierced to the heart of the matter. Daemon felt his throat dry. How should he respond? With lies? A chasm that required countless falsehoods to bridge? Or with silence? He took a deep breath, prepared to speak when, "His name is Daemon." Rhaenys interjected once more, her voice low, yet imbued with an unwavering, undeniable strength, as solid as the black stone of Dragonstone itself. She even stepped forward slightly, subtly shielding Daemon behind her. "As for how he came to be here, that is of little consequence, uncle. It is of utmost importance that the family crest adorns him. It is Melias who has lifted him from the depths of the sea. It is the blood that flows in his veins, a lineage shared with us, and the wisdom imparted by our father." She gazed steadfastly into Balon's eyes, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "Whoever he may be, wherever he hails from, his bloodline is indisputable. Even if he is a bastard, he is still of Targaryen blood. He is my brother, acknowledged by Rhaenys Targaryen." Chapter 5. Blood Oath surges. Rhaenys' proclamation reverberated like thunder, resounding within the dragon's flame hall, thick with the scents of medicinal herbs and charcoal. Each word bore the decisive strength to sever all hesitation, as searing and irresistible as Melia's dragonfire. She stood tall, her dark hair clinging wetly to her cheek. Her pale violet eyes ablaze with the unwavering light characteristic of House Targaryen, akin to dragonfire itself. She firmly sheltered Daemon, the silver-haired youth, drenched and disheveled, his shoulder marked with an ominous, pulsating black sigil, half shielded behind her, as if she were a bastion confronting the scrutiny of the Prince of Dragonstone. The air thickened. The crackling of the charcoal in the hearth and the mournful lament of the sea breeze seeping through the window crevices were magnified in the profound stillness. The bachelor standing in the corner dropped his pestle into the copper basin with a clang, while the maid stifled a gasp, her eyes wide with incredulity and terror. The hand of Prince Balon's personal guard pressed firmly against the hilt of his sword, the knuckles whitening from exertion, muscles beneath the armor taut as iron. Prince Daemon Targaryen's expression, at the moment of Rhaenys' declaration, surged like ripples in a deep pool disturbed by a stone. The initial shock crashed over him like icy waves, swiftly followed by a rising tide of offended anger at Rhaenys' audacity to so boldly challenge his authority, advocating for one of uncertain origin. Yet beneath this fury lay a deeper disbelief and a sharp pang of anguish regarding his elder brother, Aemon. Could it truly be? His piercing, deep violet gaze remained fixed upon Daemon's face, as if striving to penetrate the beautiful facade to unearth the soul concealed beneath. Silver hair, violet eyes, impeccable. And there, illuminated by the flickering firelight in the dragon's flame hall, the black, three-headed dragon sigil on Daemon's right shoulder pulsed with a slow, eerie rhythm, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering creature. Balon's gaze lingered upon that sigil for an extended moment, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. This was no ordinary mark. It exuded an ancient and unsettling aura. Finally, Rhaenys spoke, her voice resonating with the depth of thunder rumbling beneath the earth, each word laden with gravity. Do you comprehend the implications of what you have just uttered? He endeavored to suppress the tumult in his tone. Yet the tremor of touched pain and the sudden intensification of a dull ache beneath his right ribcage rendered his voice somewhat harsh. His hand resting on the armrest of the chair displayed knuckles that were slightly pale. I know. Rhaenys showed no signs of retreat. Her voice rose even higher than before, imbued with a resolute fervor akin to a scorched earth policy. I am more aware than anyone. The blood of my father courses through his veins. The sigil of Dragonstone is emblazoned upon him. Melisandre has acknowledged him. This is irrefutable evidence. Uncle, behold him. Observe this silver hair, these violet eyes. This mark. His very presence here signifies the continuation of the Targaryen bloodline. Her words struck like a volley of arrows, piercing directly to the heart of the matter, leaving no room for doubt. Balron's breath grew noticeably labored. When Rhaenys mentioned the continuation of the Targaryen bloodline, it was akin to a poisoned dagger, accurately piercing the deepest wounds of his heart. The visage of his elder brother suddenly materialized before him, intertwining the fury of a treacherous assassination on Tarth Island with the sorrow of losing a beloved kin, causing a suffocating pain in his chest. The irritating sharpness beneath his right ribcage seemed to ignite with this intense emotion, becoming all the more pronounced and acute, as if a heated needle were stirring within him. Instinctively, he raised his left hand, pressing heavily on that spot, his brow furrowing into a deep frown, a flicker of undeniable agony crossing his steely countenance. Your Highness. The scholar immediately tensed, preparing to step forward. Stay back. Balron sharply raised his hand to halt him, his voice laced with suppressed irritation. He took several deep breaths, attempting to quell the sudden, searing pain and the tumult of his blood. Beads of cold sweat formed at his temples. He cast another scrutinizing glance at Daemon, his gaze now tinged with deeper shadows of suspicion, exacerbated by his physical distress and Rhaenys' unyielding stance. A nephew bearing an ominous mark, certified by Rhaenys in such an intense manner, appearing at this sensitive moment, still echoing with the bloody reverberations of the mill-blood feud, reeked of conspiracy. Was it a slow-acting poison? Or a more insidious taint to the bloodline? A scheme to undermine its very foundation? He unconsciously pressed harder against his ribcage. At that moment, the pulsating black, three-headed dragon tattoo on Daemon's right shoulder trembled violently, without warning. A surge of pain, far sharper than before, erupted as if a searing brand were being pressed directly into his flesh. Daemon gasped, caught off guard, his body convulsing as he clutched his right shoulder tightly. The black dragon symbol seemingly coming to life, dark crimson glimmers writhing beneath his skin, struggling to break free. Cold sweat instantly drenched his pale forehead. The sudden upheaval startled everyone present. Daemon, Rhaenys exclaimed, swiftly turning to support his swaying figure. Belryn's gaze pierced like an icicle, fixating on Daemon's contorted expression of agony and the unusually animated tattoo. Doubt spread like ink in clear water, swiftly permeating the atmosphere. This reaction was exceedingly bizarre. However, what truly rattled Daemon's spirit more than the agonizing pain in his shoulder was the terrifying voice that subsequently erupted in his mind. It was not external, but resonated deep within his skull, reverberating through his very soul. A single word echoed, as if emanating from the abyss of hell. A colossal dragon's wail echoed, steeped in endless agony and the stench of decay. This sound was imbued with the despair of impending death, the fury of being forgotten, and a bone-chilling cold that sent shivers through the very essence of one's soul. It resembled the mournful cry of a behemoth's remains, slowly rotting in eternal darkness. As invisible forces brutally tore apart its bones and stripped away its rusted scales, releasing an ultimate lament filled with endless malice and the icy breath of death. The sound struck directly at his psyche, causing his eardrums to throb painfully and his vision to blur, as if the cold breath of death were crawling up his spine, enveloping him entirely. He staggered backward, his back colliding heavily against the frigid black stone wall, the chilling touch jolting him into a semblance of awareness, preventing him from collapsing. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding like a war drum, the horrific wail echoing in his mind, inducing waves of dizziness and nausea. He lifted his gaze, scanning over the bewildered expressions of those around him, instinctively looking towards the narrow window of the dragon flame hall that faced deeper into the castle, towards the towering dragon's lair. Outside, only a dense, inescapable fog of sulfur and the weighty twilight pressed down. What was that? An illusion? Or some ominous omen emerging from the depths of the dragon's lair? Daemon leaned against the icy stone wall, his damp garments clinging to his skin, the brand on his shoulder burning like a smoldering ember, the echoes of the wail still reverberating in his skull. He observed Prince Aemon, who was grimacing in pain while pressing a hand against his ribs, and he noted the worried yet resolute expression in Rhaenyra's eyes. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere that permeated the depths of this ancient castle alongside the dragon's roar that seemed to originate from the very depths of hell. The immense shadow of Dragonstone had never felt as burdensome upon his shoulders as it did in that moment. Beneath the calm facade, the venom of revenge may have silently seeped in, while the decayed lament from the ancient dragon's lair tolled like a funeral bell. The wheel of fate, amidst Rhaenyra's declaration, Valen's concealed pain, and Daemon's auditory hallucinations, had undeniably begun to spin with irreversible acceleration. Just then, a somewhat urgent yet steady cadence of footsteps approached, shattering the heavy silence within the dragon flame hall. The figure of a guard appeared at the entrance, respectfully yet with a hint of tension, reporting, "Your Highness, Your Grace. Lord Valerion, the Sea Snake, has just docked his flagship in the harbor, and he requests an immediate audience. He claims to bring the latest intelligence regarding malaise and vital clues about this morning's dungeon turmoil." The Sea Snake has arrived. Valerion, the Lord of Driftmark, one of the 9 great navigators, a man renowned across the 7 seas for his wisdom, power, and iron-fisted approach. The very name bore the weight of the ocean's waves and the chilling aura of his formidable might. His arrival would undoubtedly cast an even larger stone into the already turbulent waters of Dragonstone. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Prince Aemon's eyes, akin to a cold lightning bolt piercing through a gap in dark clouds. He slowly lowered the hand that had pressed against his ribs, as if temporarily submerging all his pain and doubts beneath the unfathomable mask of a politician. In an instant, only the undeniable, stern authority belonging to the Prince of Dragonstone and the king remained on his face, despite the lingering weariness and hidden agony in his brow. He cast a deep glance at Daemon, who was supported by Rhaenys and appeared pale as parchment, then at his resolute niece, and spoke in a deep voice, "Understood. Please have Lord Valerion come directly here." His voice regained its steadiness, yet it bore an unmistakable tone of command. The eye of the storm suddenly became more perilous and unpredictable. Daemon Blackfyre, this descendant of the Black Dragon from a century hence, now stood at the precipice of the Targaryen family's power and secrets, with unfathomable undercurrents ahead and the lingering echoes of Dragon's lament behind him. Chapter 6. The isolated black dragon. The stone-vaulted ceiling of the Dragon Flame Hall seemed to tremble slightly under the footsteps of Valerion. The sea serpent's cloak still bore the salt frost of distant voyages, and upon the deep green and silvery satin, the Valerion family's seahorse emblem shimmered with iridescence in the torchlight, reminiscent of the unique sheen of the mother of pearl from Driftmark. Yet it was frozen in the chill of his gaze. As he stepped onto the obsidian floor, His eyes ensnared Daemon, who lurked behind Rhaenys. His silver hair and violet eyes glowing like phosphorescence in the shadows, prompting Corlys to instinctively grasp the pearl-embedded dagger at his waist. "It seems my lady is swifter than the crow," he remarked, his voice tinged with the salty rasp typical of sailors. His gaze gliding over the fleeting brand upon Daemon's shoulder before settling on the damp tips of Rhaenys' hair. "Even Melias's Dragonfire could not dry your obstinacy, could it?" Rhaenys offered no reply, merely pulling Daemon back a fraction of an inch. This subtle movement pierced through the final layer of decorum between the couple like a needle. The muscles at the corner of Corlys' eye twitched as he turned to Balon, a familiar political curve gracing his lips. "Your Highness. The intelligence from Myr is worse than anticipated. The Guild of Silk Weavers is colluding with the nascent Trio's alliance, claiming that our taxation on the Stepstones is akin to the piratical actions of Dragonfire." He deliberately emphasized the word Dragonfire, yet his gaze, like a frigid anchor, remained fixed on Daemon's ashen face. "As for this boy, his name is Daemon," Rhaenys interjected suddenly, her voice as cold as the winter waves of Driftmark. "He is my father's blood, my brother." Corlys' hand clenched tightly around the silver clasp of his cloak, the edges of the mother of pearl biting into his palm. He should have anticipated Rhaenys' response. 3 days prior, when she burst into the cabin cradling the unconscious youth and pointed to the brand on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Look at this dragon mark," he realized that this storm was unavoidable. The bastard son of Aemon Targaryen? What a perfect lie. So flawless that it could compel all those wounded by claims to inheritance to willingly believe. Bloodline. The sea serpent chuckled softly, the taste of sea salt in his laughter suddenly sharp. "Rhaenys, have you forgotten how the blue priests of Old Town assessed bloodlines last year? They say that even Princess Magna's grayscale proves that the blood of true dragons can decay." He walked slowly towards Daemon. The sound of his boots striking the stone floor echoed like the measured footsteps of a hunter gauging the distance to its prey. The boy bore a brand that was seared upon him, not one that was innate. "I have witnessed slave traders and lists forge the Valyrian sigil with a branding iron, their craftsmanship far surpassing this by tenfold." Daemon suddenly lifted his head. In those deep violet eyes, there was none of the timidity expected of youth. Only a cold light of offense, reminiscent of his gaze when he cleaved through the shield wall of Duke Alan on the red grasslands. In that moment, Corlys felt a tightening in his throat, as if the sharp edge of Blackfyre was gliding close against his skin. This was not the gaze of an ordinary commoner, nor that of a bastard reliant upon the Targaryen bloodline for survival. "My lord sea snake." Daemon's voice still carried the clarity of youth, yet it was wrapped in frost. "The pearl-handled scabbard at your waist. The craftsman of Driftmark must have told you. The hardest iridescence comes from the deepest trenches of the sea." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Corlys' taut jaw. "Bloodlines too. Impudent." The Valyrian guards behind Corlys barked sternly, hands resting upon their sword hilts. Suddenly, Balon coughed, the sound hoarse and urgent, as if searing gravel was rolling within his lungs. He waved a hand to silence the guards, his knuckles whitening from the force. "Corlys." When Rhaenys found him upon Merryx's back, the boy was nearly drowned. "A dragon will not accept blood that does not belong to it." He glanced at the brand upon Daemon's shoulder. In the firelight, the black dragon emblem subtly rose and fell with the boy's breath. Moreover, this brand would surely stir the succession of the Iron Throne, would it not? Rhaenys' voice suddenly rose, shattering the silence like dragonfire cracking ice, reminiscent of how, in years past, they had given my rightful inheritance to my uncle simply because I was a woman. This statement struck the hall like a heavy hammer. Balon's coughing ceased abruptly, and Corlys' face darkened like the depths of the sea. Daemon astutely perceived the momentary stillness. Rhaenys' accusation concealed old wounds, while Corlys' silence harbored calculations. He suddenly understood why he had been cast into the Dragonstone prison, not because he was a pirate's scum, but because he stood upon the scales of inheritance. Albeit as a trivial counterweight, the Targaryen blood was both his talisman and his death warrant. Just then, a deep, resonant tremor emanated from within the dragon's hall. It was not the rumble of a volcano, but something sharper, as if a monstrous claw was rending stone. Following this, a long and furious dragon's roar echoed from the direction of the dragon pit on the western side of the castle. This sound was unlike the clarity of Merax's or the arrogance of Vagr. It was murky and hoarse, as if rust was scraping against the throat, imbued with a primal hunger that devoured all. Balon abruptly stood, fear flashing in his violet eyes. "It is the Devourer." Corlys' expression shifted entirely. The Devourer. The ancient dragon that had dwelt in the deepest lair of Dragonstone had seldom shown itself since King Jaehaerys' youth. It was rumored to feast upon the remains of other dragons, its scales as black as congealed blood. It had not emitted such a roar in 10 years. Suddenly, An intense pain erupted from Daemon's right shoulder. The black three-headed dragon tattoo seemed to come alive, its dark red glow surging wildly, as if something beneath his flesh were striving to break free from its shackles. He pressed firmly against his shoulder, cold sweat seeping between his fingers. As the wails from hell intertwined with the dragon's growls of the devourer echoed in his mind once more. It was it. In the twilight of the red grasslands, the shadow of the pitch-black dragon he had witnessed was indeed it. This child, Rhaenyra, noticed his distress and reached out to assist him, only to be abruptly pulled away by Corlys. He was taken to the Night's Watch Tower near the dragon's lair. Corlys' voice was as frigid as ice, commanding 10 men to guard him, forbidding him from approaching any dragon's nest, including Melisandre, without his orders. He cast a hard, unyielding glance at Balon, his eyes filled with undeniable authority. "Your Highness, keep him away from the dragons until we ascertain his true nature. The roar of the devourer is not a good omen, especially at this time." Balon gazed at Daemon's contorted face, then glanced at Rhaenyra's reddened eyes, ultimately wearily waving his hand. The piercing pain in his side intensified, as if dragon claws were stirring within. As Daemon was escorted away by the guards, he glanced back. Rhaenyra stood rooted, her dark hair cascading to conceal her expression, her tightly clenched fists betraying her fury. Corlys, with his back to her, murmured something to Balon, the shadow of his sea serpent cloak enveloping him like a beast poised to pounce. Outside the Dragonfire Hall, the growl of the devourer resonated once more, causing the torches to flicker violently, distorting and elongating the shadows of all present. The stone window of the Night's Watch Tower faced the direction of the dragon's lair. Daemon leaned against the cold wall, listening to the faint dragon roars echoing from afar. The brand on his right shoulder still burned, its heat merging with the temperature he had felt when the black flame sword cleaved through enemy lines on the red grasslands. He suddenly smiled, realizing that Corlys believed he could sever his connection to the dragons by locking him away, unaware that he was already entwined with the most ferocious black dragon by a force he could scarcely comprehend. Outside, a massive shadow darted through the sulphurous mist, crossing the silver glow of the full moon. The devourer circled in the night sky over Dragonstone, as if searching for something. Daemon touched the brand on his shoulder, feeling the searing heat radiate through his veins, resonating in eerie harmony with the distant heartbeat of the colossal dragon. He knew that soon he would encounter that legendary malevolent dragon, not as a prisoner, but as a kin. After all, they were both beings forgotten in the shadows by the Targaryen family, yearning for the moment to tear apart their cages. And when the devourer's massive claws gripped the stone eaves of the Night's Watch Tower, the fate of the Seven Kingdoms would never return to its original course. Chapter 7. The true dragon in the tower. As the iron gate of the Night's Watch Tower was illuminated by the moonlight for the third time, Daemon Targaryen's silver boots crushed the grape seeds on the ground. He cradled in his arms a tightly wrapped parcel of honeyed cherries, the hem of his cloak tinged with the distinct fragrance of Silk Street's powder, a remnant of his recent escapade in the kitchens of the Hall of Pleasure, where the innkeeper's crimson silk skirt had trailed behind her, cursing him down half the street. Do the guards of Khalees truly hoard even a sweet morsel? He slipped the oiled paper bundle through the iron bars, his violet eyes glinting mischievously in the torchlight. Or perhaps, the candied fruits of House Valyrian are deemed more precious than pearls? When Daemon Blackfyre caught the parcel, his fingertip brushed against the other's calloused skin. It was not the thick callus of a knight's sword practice, but rather the delicate marks of one who has long held dice and touched playing cards. He had encountered such details in the records of the Red Keep's library concerning the youth of this future roguish prince. The gambling tables of the flea market, the brothels of Silk Street, the black market by the docks, these were his playgrounds. Are you not afraid of being caught by Khalees? Daemon Blackfyre pinched a cherry, its sweet juice splattering at the corners of his mouth. This 12-year-old body had yet to fully acclimatize to hunger, his empty stomach aching. It would be fortuitous if we were discovered. The Targaryen boy kicked the iron bars, the heels of his boots ringing against the dragon-engraved ironwork, eager to see if the Prince of Dragonstone would consort with a dubious figure. He suddenly leaned closer, his voice lowered to a whisper, stating that the defiance in his eyes when he challenged him was fiercer than that of the most ruthless gambler in the flea market. I find it delightful. Daemon Blackfyre chewed on the cherry pit. For the first time since his arrival, someone had defined his existence with the word delight. The boy before him was more vivid than the record suggested. Silver hair tousled across his forehead, his cloak fastened askew, and at his waist, a modest steel sword, its scabbard bearing evident scars, clearly not the later Dark Sister, but rather a crude weapon suited for street brawls. I am called Daemon. He swallowed the pit, his voice possessing the characteristic rasp of youth. yet concealing the strength of one who wields a sword upon the red grasslands. Daemon Targaryen. The other raised an eyebrow, wrapping his fingers against his own silver hair, noting that their father had indeed exhibited a sense of humor when bestowing names upon them. Suddenly, he produced a crumpled parchment from his cloak, stolen from the library, the Chronicles of the Fires of Riverlands, detailing the strategies employed during the conquest of the Trident. You mentioned heavy cavalry wedges last time. The book even contains illustrations. Blackfyre unfurled the parchment. On the yellowed pages, the Lord of Riverlands sketched the cavalry charge in red ink, strikingly similar to his own tactics when he had torn through the Aegon shield wall. Yet then, he had led the Blackfyre rebels, whereas the banners depicted on the parchment bore the three-headed dragon sigil of House Targaryen. Do you comprehend this? Excitement shimmered in the Targaryen's eyes. The castle's instructors taught him only thrusting and parrying, preaching the honor of knighthood. Yet, I have witnessed in the flea market that the fiercest fights do not adhere to any rules. He lowered his voice suddenly, recalling an instance when he gambled dice with a thief at the docks. When he cheated, I seized a wine jug and struck him on the back of the head. It proved far more effective than a sword. Blackfyre gazed into his bright eyes, suddenly reminded of his own 12-year-old self. At that time, he had been in the yard of the Red Keep, practicing with a wooden sword against Brynden, believing that bloodlines could dictate everything. Only when I first set foot on the battlefield did I comprehend that rules hold no value before the specter of death. Warfare is no different. Blackfyre traced the formation on the parchment, his fingertip gliding over the cavalry's pointed position. The essence of the wedge formation lies not in a forceful charge, but in identifying the gaps within the shield wall. He paused, reminiscent of the narrow alleys of Silk Street. Likening it to a thief from the flea pit squeezing through a wall, one must strike only when the moment is right. Targaryen erupted into laughter, the sound rebounding off the stone walls, startling the crows roosting atop the tower. Indeed, you speak the truth. Those old scholars could never grasp this. He produced a tin flask from his cloak, passing it through the iron bars. This was malt liquor from the drunken maiden brothel. The proprietress claimed it emboldens the spirit. I pilfered 3 flasks, pursued in a chaotic dance around the docks. For the subsequent 6 nights, the Night's Watch Tower became a clandestine sanctuary for the 2 demons. The items Targaryen brought grew increasingly eclectic. Handkerchiefs embroidered by the prostitutes of Silk Street. He asserted they were softer than the coarse cloth within the castle. Ivory dice used by gamblers from the flea pit, filled with lead, ensuring victories. And rusted daggers scavenged from the black market of the docks, rumored to have tasted the blood of pirates. His tales became wilder. Of a courtesan who blinded a noble with a hairpin, of a gambler who swindled a merchant from Lannisport with counterfeit coin, and of a thief who infiltrated the Red Keep to steal the king's wine. Blackfyre recounted battlefield anecdotes, how the torrents of the Trident shattered infantry formations, how the passes of the Moonshadow Mountains lay ambushed, and how the snow-laden days of the north snapped bowstrings. He deliberately skirted the desolate expanse of the red grasslands, a nameless stretch buried in the dust between rivers, awaiting a century hence when his blood would stain its soil, earning a place in the annals of history. You surpassed the instructor by far. On the 7th night, Targaryen returned with a set of keys, a small bronze seahorse hanging from the iron ring, the sigil of Valyrian. Pilfered from Corlys' desk. Rhaenys had quarreled with Corlys for 3 days, insisting on bringing you to King's Landing to meet your grandfather. Yet Corlys insisted on verifying whether you were an impostor smuggled in by slave traders. He thrust the keys through the iron bars, informing me that Corlys intended to transfer you to the dungeons of Driftmark the following day. That place is deeper than the Dragonstone prison, surrounded on all sides by the sea. Blackfyre caught the keys, the iron ring chilling against his palm, causing a sharp discomfort. He gazed at Targaryen's profile illuminated by the moonlight, suddenly understanding why this youth would eventually become the roguish prince. Within his rebellion lay a disdain for rules and a yearning for freedom, akin to an unbridled stallion. Are you not afraid I might be a counterfeit? Blackfyre turned the key, the lock emitting a faint click. Can a counterfeit discern the gaps in a wedge formation? Targaryen raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the faint brand on Blackfyre's shoulder. Can it provoke a glutton to roar at you? He burst into laughter, joyous as a bear that has stolen honey, adding, I find myself growing fond of you, Daemon Blackfyre. Regardless of who you are far more intriguing than those fools in the castle who merely nod and bow. As the iron door creaked open, a plume of sulphurous mist billowed forth from the volcanic fissures, resembling white serpents. Blackfyre took his first step. His 12-year-old legs trembled slightly. Yet the warrior within his soul steadied him. Proceed east, through the 3rd volcanic crater. The voice of Targaryen was low and heavy. The guards there were familiar to me, having accepted 3 ivory dice from me. they would feign ignorance towards you. He paused momentarily before adding, beware of the Devourer. It has been circling near the volcano these days. The Dragon Guard claims it has gone mad. Blackfyre turned to glance at him. The moonlight fell upon the faces of two silver-haired youths, their violet eyes ablaze with restless fire. Thank you. As he traversed the volcanic fissures, the acrid scent of sulfur choked him into coughing fits. His 12-year-old lungs had yet to adapt to the air of Dragonstone. Yet the brand on his right shoulder burned fiercely, as if a fire were raging beneath his skin. He followed the sensation of heat until a vast cavern emerged before him, its walls embedded with luminous dragonstone, the ground carpeted in thick dragon scales. And at its center lay a mass far larger than Korlak's shadow. Chapter 8. The Fate of the Rebel. The Devourer's pitch-black head lifted, its green fire-like eyes fixated intently on Daemon Blackfyre. Saliva dripped from its jagged teeth, etching small pits into the dragonstone floor, emitting a hissing sound. Its scales were as dark as the starless night sky, and when its wings folded, they nearly obscured half the cavern. Stalactites hanging from the cave's ceiling were encrusted with sulfur crystals, trembling under the Devourer's breath, crumbling into powder that fell into Daemon Blackfyre's silver hair. Daemon Blackfyre stood his ground, his 12-year-old form appearing particularly frail in the shadow of the colossal dragon. Yet he remained as steadfast as a dragonstone pillar rooted in the earth's core. The brand on his right shoulder burned like a searing iron, the veins beneath his skin pulsating in a peculiar resonance with the deep rumble emanating from the Devourer's chest. Suddenly, he recalled the tremor when Blackfyre's sword pierced Lord Arryn's shield on the Red Plains. It was a clash of metal and will, and at that moment, he found himself engaged in the same struggle against this ferocious beast. Have you been locked away as well? Daemon Blackfyre whispered, his voice echoing through the cavern, imbued with a rasp that belied his age. He was unsure why he uttered those words. Perhaps it was because the Devourer's green fire-like pupils reflected a similar ferocity and defiance within him. A deep rumble emerged from the creature's throat. Akin to a beast stepped upon its tail. It lunged forward suddenly, its massive head hovering over Daemon Blackfyre, the sulfuric scent of its breath thick enough to solidify, searing his skin. Daemon Blackfyre could even discern the half-rotted dragon scale fragments lodged between its teeth, perhaps trophies from its kin it had devoured. At that moment, the red glow of the brand surged suddenly. The dark crimson light slithered up Daemon Blackfyre's neck and across his cheek, igniting two flickering flames in his deep violet eyes. The Devourer's pupils contracted sharply, as if it had glimpsed a familiar vision, and its massive form recoiled slightly. From deep within the cavern came the sound of crumbling stone. The dragon restlessly scraping its claws, carving deep gorges into the dragonstone floor, sparkling with shattered silver light. I know the taste of captivity. The voice of Daemon Blackfyre suddenly soared. The commanding presence urging the cavalry charge across the crimson grasslands broke through the constraints of the boy's throat. Bound by iron chains and labeled as a monster, he tore open his drenched collar, revealing the menacing black dragon tattoo upon his shoulder. Look, we all bear the mark. The Devourer emitted a deafening roar, this time devoid of fury, instead resonating with a note of anguish. Its enormous wings unfurled abruptly, sending a gust of wind that nearly toppled Daemon Blackfyre. Yet, just as he was about to fall, the beast clumsily hooked its foreclaw around his belt. Its movements reminiscent of a fledgling dragon learning to fly. The sharp talons grazed the fabric without inflicting harm. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Daemon leaped upward, his fingers delving into the soft scales at the creature's neck, where the remnants of old scars lingered, as if cleaved by some colossal weapon and healed over time. Roar! The Devourer raised its head sharply, attempting to throw off the diminutive human. Daemon clung fiercely to the dragon's neck, his nails embedding into the tender flesh of the scar. The excruciating pain blurring his vision, yet igniting a fierce resolve within him. He recalled the moment on the crimson grasslands when 3 poisoned arrows pierced his chest. How he gritted his teeth and drove the Blackfyre's sword into the scorched earth. The pain was never a reason to retreat, but rather a whetstone sharpening his will. The scarlet glow of the brand and the scar upon the Devourer's neck flared simultaneously, like 2 ignited flames of blood. Daemon felt a surge of searing power coursing through his arm, intertwining with the warrior's pride embedded in his soul. He was no longer Daemon Blackfyre, nor merely this 12-year-old body, but a will unshackled, merged with the essence of the black dragon. Fly! He roared into the creature's ear, his voice infused with the sharpness of the Blackfyre's sword cleaving through enemy lines. Let those who deem you a monster witness your might. The Devourer unleashed a roar that tore through the clouds, no longer a lament of a trapped beast, but a roar of liberation. It pushed off the ground with its powerful claws, its massive body shattering the rocks above, soaring skyward with Daemon Blackfyre. The sulphurous mist parted before the dragon's form, creating a swirling column of ash, as moonlight cascaded through the opening, illuminating the silver hair of Blackfyre and the inky scales of the devourer. At that moment, the roar of Caraxeu echoed from outside the cave. Daemon Targaryen, perched upon the back of a scarlet dragon, circled anxiously above the volcano's mouth. Upon witnessing the devourer burst forth from the cave, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Expecting carnage, he instead beheld the silver-haired youth steady upon the black dragon's neck. Right hand gripping a horn, left hand raised high as if orchestrating a tempest. Daemon Targaryen's call was a blend of astonishment and uncontainable exhilaration. He urged Caraxeu to accelerate. The red dragon understanding and pursuing the devourer soaring into the sky, their wing beats echoing the rhythm of Aemon's past flight. The two dragons embarked upon a chase amidst the night sky. The speed of Caraxes is akin to that of a meteor, a talent it has possessed since the inception of its moniker, Bloodraven. Aemon once rode it to set a record of completing 3 laps around Dragonstone in merely a quarter of an hour. The ferocity of the cannibal is astonishing. Each beat of its ebony wings produces a sound that rends the air, akin to a colossal axe cleaving through the night. Blackfyre, perched upon the cannibal's back, observed the crimson silhouette of Caraxes carving graceful arcs beneath the moonlight, and suddenly understood why the world had named this dragon Bloodraven. As it soared through the air, the red light reflecting off its scales indeed resembled a pool of flowing blood, swift and fervent. Uncle Aemon had remarked that Caraxes' tail could sweep down skylarks. The Targaryen's cry was carried away by the wind, and he abruptly lowered his body. Caraxes plunged like an arrow released from its bow, its tail brushing against the cannibal's wing, igniting a shower of sparks. Blackfyre laughed heartily, patting the cannibal's neck, proclaiming that he would show who the true king of the skies was. The cannibal suddenly rolled over, its massive form tracing a black arc in the sky, evading Caraxes' assault while simultaneously unleashing a stream of obsidian dragon fire. Though this flame lacked the dazzling brilliance of Caraxes' crimson fire, it bore a searing intensity that met a cloud, instantly igniting it into vapor. Caraxes traversed the billowing white mist, its claws lightly treading upon the cannibal's spine. As if acknowledging this duel that transcended life and death, Belron stood for a long time at the stone window of the Dragonfire Hall, his cloak dusted with sulfur ash drifting in from outside. He had just coughed violently, the opiate syrup offered by the apothecary having been swatted aside, the dark elixir spreading across the black stone floor like a pool of congealed blood. Yet at this moment, he forgot his cough, forgot the pain beneath his ribs, even forgot that he was the Prince of Dragonstone. His gaze was fixed intently upon the 2 intertwined colossal shadows in the night sky, his heart pounding within his chest like a drum, aggravating old wounds. Chapter 9. The Dance of 2 Dragons, each flap of Caraxes, the Bloodraven, echoed like a hammer striking upon his memories. And now, riding upon it was his own son, Daemon Targaryen. You have ultimately found a new master. Belron's fingertips traced the cold stone window, where remnants of the marks he and Aemon had etched remained, a crooked dragon shape, inscribed with Caraxes and Vagor, never falling. Aemon had often said that when he had a son, he would pass Caraxes down to the next generation, ensuring that the name Bloodraven would forever resonate in the skies. Yet now it had been bestowed upon his own son. Belron's knuckles rapped against the stone window of the Dragonfire Hall, producing a muted echo. The sulfur crystals condensed on the window sill trembled and fell, landing upon his deep purple velvet cloak like scattered fragments of diamonds. As a father, he certainly knew that Daemon had long since mounted Caraxes, a matter to which he had personally consented. 3 years prior, when 13-year-old Daemon timidly touched Caraxes' scales for the first time, Belron had stood in the shadows of the dragon's lair. 2 years had passed since the demise of Aemon, and Caraxes lay curled in the depths of his cave, his once glorious scales dulled, each breath escaping him like a mournful wail. This crimson behemoth was not the ruthless creature the world described. When Prince Aemon had been pierced through the throat by a crossbow, Caraxes had merely rested, unperturbed, after devouring 6 goats. Daemon, clutching a fresh piece of venison as if it were a precious treasure, cautiously approached the red dragon, his calves trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Yet he held his head high and declared, Uncle Aemon said that brave dragons favor brave knights. Baelor nearly laughed, yet he was also on the verge of tears. He watched as his son was toppled by Caraxes' exhalation, only to rise and wipe his face, continuing to offer the meat. He witnessed his son being flung against the rocky wall, clutching his arm, and claiming he had mispositioned himself. He recalled a morning when his son suddenly charged out of the dragon's lair atop Caraxes, startling the dragon riders into a frantic blow of their horns. While he himself feigned ignorance of the dragon's roar and the soldiers' cries outside the council chamber. "That was Aemon's dragon, and it ought to be yours," Baelor later said, his hand resting on his son's shoulder, feeling the protruding bones of his youthful scapula, remnants of countless tumbles. The moniker Blood Wyrm had been bestowed upon Caraxes by Aemon, who remarked that when it raged, it was like a venomous serpent coiling within the veins, suffocating its prey. Now, this once ferocious beast had been tamed by Daemon. Yet when it chased the Vagr through the night sky, it revealed the fierce spirit it had once exhibited under Aemon's command. Baelor's gaze shifted from Caraxes to the unfamiliar youth astride Vagr. Daemon's silver hair, kissed by the moonlight, glimmered coldly. His posture on the black dragon akin to a poised panther, exuding a fierce intensity that mirrored his flamboyant riding style. Vagr was astonishingly docile. The dragon, which had once bitten off the arms of 3 guards attempting to guard the wild dragon's lair and had snacked on the bones of countless hatchlings and dragon eggs, now permitted another boy to maneuver upon its back. Even as Caraxes approached, Vagr slowed deliberately, reminiscent of the bygone days of Vagr, who, during Daemon's inaugural ride, could have easily discarded him but instead had merely brushed his waist with its tail, as if to mock yet simultaneously shield him. In turn, Caraxes, facing Vagr, subdued his usual ferocity, the arc of his fiery breath imbued with restraint, as though acknowledging this black dragon as a companion rather than an adversary. The 2 dragons suddenly ascended simultaneously, unfurling their colossal wings beneath the full moon. The scarlet of Caraxes contrasted starkly with Vagr's ebony sheen in the moonlight. Yet they harmonized in a peculiar manner, resembling a canvas that had been torn and then reassembled. Baelor beheld Daemon Targaryen extend his hand from Caraxes' back towards another demon, watching as the 2 silver-haired youths exchanged a high-five in the sky. And he instinctively covered his mouth. The scene was hauntingly reminiscent of his own moments with Aemon. That year, he had just turned 18, soaring through the skies above Blackwater Bay upon their respective dragons. Aemon waved at him from atop Corilaxio, his silver hair disheveled and clinging to his sweat-drenched forehead. Calling to the sluggish knight of Vagharl, he laughed, urging Vagharl to accelerate, soaring alongside Corilaxio, their shadows interlacing over the sea like 2 entwined serpents. The wind at that moment was warm, carrying the briny scent of the narrow sea. The dragon flames were bright, illuminating their youthful faces. Aemon Balong's voice quivered, tears finally blurring his vision. He beheld Corilaxio suddenly emit a long, resonant dragon's roar, a sound imbued with a lamenting sorrow yet tinged with the joy of rebirth. As if proclaiming to the heavens, it had not forgotten its old master, yet had embraced a new rider. In the distance, towards Titlehead Island, the flagship of Colas Valerian had just anchored. The sea serpent stood at the bow, gazing at the intertwined flames in the night sky over Dragonstone. Fingers gripping the mother-of-pearl dagger at his waist, iridescence flickering in his eyes, as if calculating an impending storm. Deep within the dragon's lair, the aged Vagharl opened its murky eyes. Accustomed to darkness and solitude, it was roused by the familiar dragon's call in the night. When Corilaxio's voice resonated, this ancient dragon, witness to countless rises and falls, slowly raised its head, emitting a deep response that stirred the ashes at the cave's bottom, revealing beneath them a half-buried bone etched with dragon patterns, the hilt of the dagger that Aemon had dropped while feeding it on behalf of Balon. Daemon Blackfyre lay upon the back of the devourer, feeling the heartbeat of the colossal dragon beneath him synchronize with his own pulse. The brand on his right shoulder no longer seared but felt like a warm heart, resonating with Corilaxio's dragon song, the devourer's breath, and even Vagharl's distant reply. He gazed at his companion, Daemon Targaryen, watching the crimson flames of Corilaxio blossom in the night sky, suddenly realizing that this journey was perhaps never a matter of chance. The 2 dragons surged into the heights once more, engulfing the full moon in their interwoven flames. The echoes of Blackfyre and Targaryen laughter reverberated through the night sky, piercing the sulphurous mists, crossing Blackwater Bay, spreading to every corner of the 7 kingdoms. Henceforth, the sky would bear witness to 2 dragons, one as crimson as blood, inheriting the glory of its old master, the other as black as night, heralding the storms of the future. Their riders, both named Daemon, were astride the fateful dragons, carving their own trajectory across the annals of history. The 2 dragons suddenly ascended together, breaking through the mist, unfurling their massive wings beneath the full moon. The devourer let out a prolonged dragon's roar, no longer a violent bellow, but resonating with a declaration. Balon's fingers dug deep into the fringes of his cloak. He knew that the sky over Dragonstone would forever change from this night onward. Daemon Blackfyre looked down at the devourer beneath him and then raised his gaze to the crimson giant beside him. The dragon flames intertwined in the night sky, resembling two burning rivers. He understood that from this moment forth, the skies of the Seven Kingdoms would no longer belong solely to the Red Dragon of Targaryen. A black dragon from the future had already broken free from its confines. In the distant realm of King's Landing, the throne of King Jaehaerys trembled in the flickering candlelight, blissfully unaware that a century hence, rebels would rise in his time, riding the most ferocious of dragons. Chapter 10. Echoes of the Dragon's Lair. The dawn over Dragonstone Island was imbued with the mingled scents of sulfur and sea salt. The iron gates of the Night's Watch stood ajar, last night's key discarded on the ground, glistening with morning dew. The guards of House Velaryon, sent by the sea snake, huddled in the corners, none daring to touch the copper ring adorned with the seahorse emblem. All witnessed how, when the pitch-black shadow of the dragon swept over the tower's peak last night, its scales reflected the moonlight, warping the iron bars into twisted silver serpents. The sea snake decreed that news must be contained. A young guard, gnawing on hard bread, spoke with a trembling voice, "But listen. The fishermen in the harbor are already whispering of the black dragon's return." An older soldier spat out the chaff from his mouth and gazed toward the volcano. The sulphurous mist there was thicker than usual, and a low rumble echoed, reminiscent of thunder rolling beneath the earth. Contain it? Even the devourer has claimed a master. The gods are watching. On the stone table of the Hall of Dragonflame lay the document hastily drafted by Corlys Velaryon. The edges of the parchment were crumpled from his grip, ink splotches marred the section detailing the proposed actions, evidence of his repeated revisions. Deliver him to the Master of Laws in King's Landing. Corlys' voice was as unyielding as the rocks of Tide Spire. Let his majesty render judgment. The bastard son of Prince Aemon? I suspect it is merely a creature conjured by the sorcerers of Lys. Belron had just swallowed his third draught of dragon blood herbal concoction, its bitter taste causing him to furrow his brow. He set down the wooden bowl, his knuckles lightly tapping against the document. Your Majesty is already 63, Corlys. He scarcely sits upon the Iron Throne anymore. And you wish him to rise from the velvet seat of King's Landing to judge a dragon's choice? Even if my father, the king, is stern, my mother, Queen Alicent, would not stand idly by. The dragon's choice may not be wise. Corlys abruptly rose, the mother-of-pearl dagger at his waist clinking sharply. That is a devourer, a dragon that feeds upon its own kind. Binding it to that mysterious boy is akin to shoving wildfire into a haystack. What do you propose Demon should do? Rhaenys' voice called from the doorway. She had just returned from the dragon's lair, her skirts dusted with volcanic ash. A scarlet dragon's breath flower nestled in her hair, a plant unique to the vicinity of dragon nests, flourishing only in the land scorched by dragonfire. Shall we slay him like a fish, or cast him back into the Dragonstone prison, awaiting the devourer to dismantle the entire castle? Corlys' expression darkened. Rhaenys, you must comprehend what this entails. The title of Prince Aemon's bastard will fester upon the claim to the throne like mold. The blood of Laenor and Laenor is harder than obsidian. Rhaenys interjected, her pale violet eyes ablaze with indignation. There is no need to solidify our position by erasing an innocent. Moreover, he bears my father's blood. Dare you assert that last night, Corlys? Why did Caraxes show him such favor? Belron coughed, interrupting their heated exchange. He lifted the document and set it ablaze in the candlelight. As the parchment curled into ashes, he glimpsed a silvery red shadow darting outside the window. Two riders, demon mounted upon a dragon, soaring along the coastline. The scarlet of Caraxes and the inky blackness of the cannibal trailed behind them in the morning light. Let him remain, came Baelor's voice, raspy yet resolute from the potion that had catalyzed it. Bestow upon him a name, an identity, since the dragon acknowledges him. Let us regard this as a trial left to us by Aemon. Corlys clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. A trial? Your Highness, have you forgotten how the assassin from Myr aimed a crossbow at Prince Aemon? Allowing an unidentified individual to roam Dragonstone is akin to handing a blade to the enemy. He is not the enemy. Rhaenys approached the stone table, placing a Dragonstone pendant upon its surface, one she had retrieved from Daemon's cloak that had fallen days prior. The pendant bore the likeness of a half three-headed dragon, as if brutally cleaved in twain. He could not even recall his own past, save for the mark on his shoulder left by his father. Baelor picked up the pendant, the coldness of it spreading through his fingertips. He was reminded of Aemon in his youth, who had once discovered a similar stone within the Dragonstone mines. engraved with the twin dragon sigil, one he kept for himself, and the other he gifted to Rhaenys' mother, Jocelyn, upon their wedding. "Let us temporarily name him Demon Waters," Baelor declared, "to be sheltered near the dragon's lair at the Night's Watch, under the care of Daemon Targaryen. Inform the maesters to record him as the orphan son of Prince Aemon." "Mother unknown." Corlys' head snapped up, disbelief etched across his features. "You are mad. This is tantamount to acknowledging his bloodline. I only recognize the dragon's choice." Baelor gazed out the window, where the two youths commanded their dragon to dive for fish. The black mist exhaled by the cannibal intertwined with Caryx's flames upon the sea. Startling schools of silver fish. Moreover, he now counted Daemon as a friend. "Do you wish my son to confront a dragon he perceives as a brother? As for your notions, I acquiesce. Once we have dealt with the fleet of the three whores, we shall journey to King's Landing. Only the king possesses the right to acknowledge a legitimate bastard." Corlys was rendered speechless. He regarded Rhaenys' resolute gaze and Baelor's unwavering stance before emitting a heavy huff and turning away, sweeping his cloak behind him. The sea serpent's mantle brushed the stone table, toppling the bowl of unfinished potion, the dark liquid spilling into the ashes, resembling a pool of silent blood. Rhaenys retrieved the Dragonstone pendant, her fingertips tracing the fractured pattern. She recalled Corlys' words from the previous night in the cabin. "The blood of the Targaryens has never been a blessing, it is a curse." At that moment, she had dismissed it as mere anger, yet now she understood, certain bloodlines, even when buried, could erupt with world-altering power, much like the volcanoes of Dragonstone. Upon the stone walls of the Night's Watch, a new wooden sign had been hung, inscribed in charcoal, "Demon Waters." Daemon Blackfyre stood before the sign, gazing at the familiar surname, feeling the brand on his right shoulder warm slightly, until he was acknowledged by his father, Aegon IV, at the age of 12. He had always been called by this name. Waters was a surname often adopted by the bastards of the Crownlands. Daemon Targaryen tossed a jug of wine over his shoulder, and his father suggested they wait for news from grandfather before proceeding. He squinted, but I found Blackfyre to be far more impressive. Akin to the scales of a gluttonous beast, particularly with the Blackfyre sword. Blackfyre caught the jug and tilted it back, taking a hearty swig. The sharpness of the ale reminded him of the celebratory drinks before the Redgrass Fields. Though the companions he once shared those moments with had long since become mere dust of history. "Are you not afraid that I might truly be a deceiver?" he inquired. "Can a liar command the glutton?" Targaryen laughed heartily, gesturing toward the slumbering black dragon outside, which had overturned Corlys' flagship merely for the offense of a sailor's lingering gaze. Suddenly lowering his voice, he added, "Rhaenys mentioned that your dragon crystal pendant bears a striking resemblance to her mother's keepsake." Blackfyre's heart skipped a beat. He touched his chest, where he secretly hid a fragment of silver chain brought from the Redgrass Fields, a relic of his mother, Princess Dina, said to have been passed down from his great-grandmother, Queen Rhaenys. He usually used it merely to bind his hair, the breakage still marked by the scars of an arrow's flight. Contemplating this, Blackfyre glanced at his namesake brother, whose own great-grandfather he had never confided in. The inside of the silver chain bore an inscription in minuscule letters, "Blood and Fire," of the same source. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Blackfyre deftly diverted the conversation, instead gazing towards the dragon pit. The massive silhouette of Vhagar was faintly visible. The aged dragon seemed intrigued by the glutton, occasionally emitting a low call. Vhagar yearned to engage the glutton in battle. Targaryen followed his gaze, excitement shimmering in his eyes. "Once you've tamed the glutton, we could stage a dragon rider tournament. I wager that Corlys Velaryon will triumph." Blackfyre chuckled, recalling the tournament at King's Landing when he was 12, envisioning himself unseating 7 knights with his sword. At that time, he believed victory was all that mattered, only to realize before death that some bonds hold greater significance than a crown. The afternoon sun streamed through the dragon crystal window, casting vibrant spots of light upon the stone floor. Daemon Blackfyre sat by the window, observing Daemon Targaryen feeding the glutton, watching Rhaenys converse with Balon from a distance, and witnessing Corlys' flagship slowly depart the harbor, the seahorse banner fluttering in the breeze. He understood that the name Daemon Velaryon was merely a temporary facade. The black dragon markings upon his shoulder, the existence of the glutton, and even the fractured dragon crystal pendant all spoke of an undeniable truth that could not be buried. Blood and Fire, the entanglement of Blackfyre and Targaryen, had already begun its prologue upon the Redgrass Fields a century hence. In the distance, a long, resonant dragon's roar emanated from the dragon pit. Daemon Blackfyre rose, feeling the power within his veins awaken once more. He gazed out the window, where the ebony giant was staring skyward, its emerald eyes reflecting a serene blue. a tranquility never before experienced. Daemon Blackfyre tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, an old, rust-stained relic he had taken from the Night's Watch. He knew that his war had yet to commence, but this time, he would not be fighting alone. In the skies above Dragonstone, the drifting clouds unfurl like the wings of a colossal dragon. The laughter of 2 Targaryens dances on the sea breeze, mingling with the dragon's roar and the crashing waves, echoing through every fissure of the black stone castle. Meanwhile, in the distant halls of King's Landing, within King Jaehaerys' council chamber, reports of the Black Dragon Knight's emergence on Dragonstone lie buried beneath a pile of neglected documents, awaiting the moment when history shall turn the page. Chapter 11. The echoes of the 3-headed dragon. As the morning mist over the Stepstone Isles lingered, Vhagar's roar rent the heavens. Prince Daemon Targaryen grasped the ornately carved handrails of the dragon's saddle, inhaling the sulphurous air deeply. The old wound beneath his ribs throbbed in the turbulence. The bandages applied by the maester dampened with cold sweat. Yet, as he cast his gaze upon Vhagar's immense wingspan, broader than 3 warships aligned, glinting with a cold, greenish hue in the dawn light, all discomfort was subdued. "Father, are you certain you wish to engage in battle?" Daemon Targaryen, riding Caraxes, kept close behind, the red dragon's scales reflecting the rising sun like flowing blood. "The maester has concerns for your health." "What does the maester know?" Baelin's laughter, laced with breathlessness, resonated with an undeniable authority. "During the conquest of 83, I coughed worse than I do now, yet I still rode Vhagar to incinerate the Dornish fleet." He patted Vhagar's neck, the ancient dragon responding with a deep rumble, its breath stirring the waves below. "Today, the kingdom of the 3 daughters shall witness that Targaryen dragons are not mere ornaments." Daemon Blackfyre landed on the opposite side, his dark dragon and Vhagar, along with Caraxes, forming a triangular formation, their emerald eyes reflecting the fleet of the kingdom of the 3 daughters in the distance. "Your Highness," he addressed Baelon with deliberate formality, the brand on his right shoulder warming slightly in response to Vhagar's roar. "What is your strategy?" Just as in 83, Baelin's gaze swept over the dense array of enemy ships in the bay, the newly formed Tri-Cities alliance brimming with confidence. The silken sails of Lys, the iron-clad vessels of Myr, and the longships of Tyrosh flickered in the mist, resembling a flock of raucous seabirds. "Vhagar will break through their formation head-on with Dragonfire. Caraxes will flank and deal with those vessels attempting to flee. And you," he turned to Daemon Blackfyre, a complex glimmer in his eyes, "will eliminate their flagship. Aerys Interlocos. That old fool will undoubtedly be on the most conspicuous ship." As Blackfyre nodded, a prolonged roar issued from Vhagar. The sound was neither the brutality of the cannibal nor the sharpness of Caraxes, but rather imbued with a weight that transcended time, as if answering a distant summons. The pirates of the kingdom of the 3 daughters were clearly unprepared for the onslaught of 3 dragons. When Vhagar's verdant silhouette emerged from the mist, they were still on deck, casting dice and consuming inferior wine, until the first wave of dragonfire cascaded down like a golden waterfall upon the deck of the Myrish ironclad, prompting screams as they rushed for lifeboats. Just like that, Baelin's shout was swallowed by the roar of dragonfire. The breath of Vhagar radiated a molten heat. As the steel plates of the ironclad vessel warped and melted under the intense temperature, the anguished cries of the pirates enveloped in steam surged skyward. He maneuvered the old dragon in a dive and ascent, the dragonfire tracing a blazing arc across the sea. Wherever it passed, wooden ships became torches, and ironclads transformed into furnaces. This scene felt eerily familiar. An image from the coast of Dorne in the year 83 flashed before Baelon's eyes. He was merely 26 then, with his father, Jaehaerys, riding Vhagar at the forefront, his elder brother, Aemon, astride the young Caraxes on the left, and he himself mounted on Vhagar to the right. The flames of the 3 dragons had woven a fiery net before the Dornish fleet could land. Prince Maegor Martell's flagship was reduced to ashes before the landing craft could be deployed, consumed by the fire of Vhagar. The sea that day was also red, not with blood, but with the reflection of dragonfire. The wind was scorching, carrying the scent of Dornish sand and burning masts. His father laughed heartily in the dragon's saddle, claiming that even the conqueror Aegon had never enjoyed such exhilaration. Aemon clapped him on the shoulder, the heat of the dragon scales reddening his palm. "Father." To the left, a rogue Tyroshi galley. Daemon Targaryen's shout yanked him back to reality. As Baelon turned his head, he beheld Caraxes diving like an arrow released from its bow, the scarlet dragonfire sweeping across the sea, cleaving the galley, attempting a stealthy flank in 2. Daemon, atop the red dragon, maneuvered skillfully, his silver hair sticking to his sweat-drenched forehead, his profile reminiscent of the youthful Aemon, bold and heedless. Even the gestures guiding the dragon mirrored Aemon's. Meanwhile, on the other side, the black flames of the cannibal were precisely aimed at the flagship bearing the banner of the Triarchy. Daemon Blackfyre, steady as a rock upon the back of the black dragon, exuded a peculiar, fierce intensity that spoke of a Targaryen's mettle, calm as ice, yet fervent as fire. "Good lad," Balon whispered in admiration. When the cannibal's Dragonfire collided with the flagship's mainsail, he witnessed Daemon Blackfyre suddenly raise his hand, seemingly directing the great beast to adjust its angle. That split-second decision mirrored Aemon's decisiveness in evading the reefs during the Battle of Dorne. The shadows of the three dragons interwove and spiraled above the sea. Vhagar's greenish-blue giant form loomed like a moving mountain. Carrick's scarlet silhouette darted like an arrow through flames. And the cannibal's black outline resembled an axe cleaving the ocean. Dragonfire sparked in a dazzling display of gold and red, cascading onto the sea and conjuring vast clouds of white mist, enveloping the entire stepstones in a scorching haze. Corlys stood at the bow of the sea snake, mesmerized. He had witnessed Balon's youthful valor and Daemon's audacity, yet he had never seen such a spectacle. An aged green dragon, a vigorous red dragon, and a fierce black dragon tearing apart the dreaded fleet of the three daughters that had plagued the Seven Kingdoms for an entire year in a single morning. Even more alarming to him was the way Balon regarded Daemon Valerion. The initial scrutiny had transformed into a moment of acceptance. As the battle concluded, the morning sun had just crested the mast. The remnants of the fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters lay ablaze upon the ocean's surface. Aegon Targaryen was hoisted onto the deck of the sea serpent by the talons of the Devourer, his azure silk robe drenched in seawater and ash, trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Vagon had landed on a rocky outcrop jutting from the sea, and as Baelor dismounted from his dragon, his legs faltered, nearly causing him to tumble, only to be steadied by the approaching Daemon Targaryen. "Father, are you unharmed?" he inquired. "I am not dead," Baelor waved his hand dismissively, though his gaze drifted beyond his son, landing upon Daemon Blackfyre, who was descending from the back of the Devourer. The boy's silver hair, singed by Dragonfire, curled slightly, and the black dragon sigil on his right shoulder shimmered a deep crimson in the sunlight, akin to iron tempered by fire. "Your manner of riding a dragon bears a striking resemblance to Aemon," Baelor remarked. Daemon Blackfyre hesitated momentarily, fully aware of Aemon's identity. "Rhaenys' father, a hero of yore, and also the man mistakenly thought to be his progenitor. You have taught him well," he murmured, his fingertips still warm from the scales of the Devourer's neck. "The dragon recognizes you," Baelor chuckled, a rare lightness in his voice amidst the echoes of the Battle of Dorne in 83, Wormsoul, and the Coral Keep. Three dragons whose efforts concluded the war. "Today, we have achieved it as well," he observed, glancing at Vagon, then at Coral Keep and the Devourer. Chapter 12. The night feast at Tide's Head Keep. As Rhaenys welcomed the guests at the dock of Dragonstone, the petals of her gown, adorned with dragon's breath flowers, still glistened with morning dew. First, she steadied the pale-faced Baelor. Then her gaze fell upon Daemon Blackfyre. The boy's garment had inadvertently slipped from his shoulder, exposing the dragon's sigil etched upon his skin, more pronounced than ever, as if warmed by Dragonfire. "You three set the stone stepsills ablaze, such that not even the seabirds dare alight," she remarked with a hint of mirth, though her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her gown. "I had intended to accompany you. After all, Melisandre and I are not without our strengths." "You must remain to care for Laenor and Rhaenys," Baelor replied, taking the handkerchief she offered to dab at the corner of his mouth, his tone gentle with the wisdom of a guardian. The 6-year-old girl was insistent on learning the sword, while the 3-year-old boy was constantly venturing into the dragon's lair. It would be unwise for them to be without their mother. Rhaenys shot a reproachful glance at Corlys beside her. "It is he who insists that women should remain with the children, thereby confining me to Dragonstone." Daemon Blackfyre was intently examining a piece of loot, a gilded shield torn from the flagship of Tyrosh, when he lifted his head at her words. He had heard tales of Rhaenys' children, but had never laid eyes upon them. "Laenor is like me, braver than most boys," Rhaenys noted, her expression softening. Just the other day, she secretly climbed atop Melisandre's tail, declaring her desire to become a dragon rider. Rhaenys is more reserved, often found on the beach, sketching dragons in the sand with her seashells. She gestured towards the castle. "I shall summon them to meet you. They are your niece and nephew." Corlys stepped forward, presenting Baelor with a scroll of parchment. "The tally is complete. The fleet of the Three Daughters has suffered near total destruction, with 327 captives taken and 7 ships of plunder, including 12 chests of gold hidden in the hold by Aegon." He paused for a moment, casting a complex gaze towards Daemon Blackfyre. According to tradition, the Dragon Knights were entitled to 30% of the spoils. Yet, we would offer him 50%. Belron interjected, his voice brooking no argument, stating that the remainder should be allocated to the sailors and the garrison of Dragonstone. He turned to Rhaenys, instructing her to prepare. We would first retreat to Driftmark for 3 days, accompanied by Aegon and gold, before returning to King's Landing. Rhaenys' eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you taking him to meet his grandfather? The old man, Jaehaerys, often lamented that I had lingered too long on Dragonstone. Belron coughed lightly, yet a smile graced his lips, indicating it was time for him to see that Aemon's son had dragon-riding skills rivaling anyone else's. Daemon Blackfyre's heart skipped a beat. Belron had referred to Aemon's son rather than Daemon Valerion. This subtle shift in nomenclature rippled through his heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. 3 days later, the banquet hall at Driftmark was more vibrant than usual. Corlys had commanded the hanging of a magnificent tapestry in the center of the hall, depicting 3 dragons swirling above the steps of ash, Vhagar's greenish bulk on the left, Carax's crimson form on the right, and the dark silhouette of the cannibal at the center, their flames intertwining like a net that ensnared the remnants of the 3 daughters' fleet. In the corner of the tapestry, small lettering proclaimed, in the year of conquest 97, the 3-headed dragon triumphed once more. As the feast progressed, Rhaenys entered, leading her 2 children. 6-year-old Laenor donned a small leather armor, a toy sword tucked at his waist, his silver-gray eyes curiously fixed on Daemon Blackfyre. 3-year-old Laenor hid behind his mother, clutching a painted shell, peeking out shyly. This is Laenor, and this is Laenor, Rhaenys introduced, nudging the children forward to greet Uncle Daemon. Is Uncle riding the cannibal? Laenor inquired with a bright, clear voice. Father says it eats everything, even its own kind. Daemon Blackfyre could not suppress a laugh. From his pocket, he produced a shard of dragon glass that had fallen from the cannibal's shedding that morning, polished to a smooth sheen. It does not consume well-behaved children, only pirates, he said, handing the shard to Laenor. This is for you. It will make dragon fire burn even brighter. Laenor eagerly accepted it, cradling it like a treasure. Seeing this, Laenor timidly extended his hand, offering the shell to him. Draw a dragon. The shell bore a wobbly charcoal sketch of the 3-headed dragon, with 2 green dots in the center representing the cannibal's eyes. To the dragons of House Targaryen, Corlys proclaimed, raising his goblet. His smile now tinged with sincerity rather than calculation, to the victory at the steps of ash. Belron clinked his cup against his, the wine splattering onto his beard. He glanced toward Daemon Blackfyre, seated beside Rhaenys, as the young man patiently listened to Laenor recount her sword training plans, occasionally adjusting the shell that was nearly slipping from Laenor's grasp. The dragon's sigil on his right shoulder glimmered faintly beneath his pale shirt in the candlelight. This scene transported him back to the celebration following their triumph in 83, his father at the head of the table, he and Aemon seated on either side, their goblets clinking together, the warmth of dragon fire seemingly lingering at their fingertips. Young Daemon, Belron suddenly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the banquet hall. The tournament in King's Landing commences next month. Do you dare to compete against my demon? As Daemon Blackfyre lifted his gaze, he met Belron's expectant eyes, devoid of scrutiny or doubt, filled only with the pure anticipation of a warrior. He recalled the battles of his former life, the final dance upon the Crimson Plains, the 3-headed dragon at his side in this moment, and the blood coursing through his veins, akin to that of his ancestors before him. He resolutely disregarded Rhaenys' earlier remark about his tender age of 12. I do dare, Daemon Blackfyre declared as he rose to his feet, raising his goblet in salute. But I wager that the hunger will outpace Corlys Valerion. I am stronger than he. Daemon Targaryen burst into hearty laughter. Prepare to lose, brother. Corlys' speed rivals the wind. Suddenly, Laenor chimed in. I bet Uncle Daemon will win. Laenor nodded in agreement, his small hand tightly gripping a shell. Rhaenys, witnessing this scene, could only suppress her worries with a smile and a shake of her head, while Corlys' lips curved into a smile. The deep rumble of Vhagar's distant dragon roar intertwined with the response of the hunger, creating a battle hymn that transcended time. I do not speak of dragon combat. Young men, Belron remarked with a wry smile, feeling a slight alleviation of the pain beneath his ribs. The 3-headed dragon of 83 represented his forebears and himself. The one of 97 embodied him, his sons, and his nephews. History may not repeat itself, yet the strength of bloodlines and the choices of dragons perpetually endure in unforeseen ways. He understood that the road to King's Landing would not be smooth. The shadow of the Iron Throne concealed myriad schemes, and the disputes over succession had never truly ceased. However, at this moment, Observing the smiles in the banquet hall and listening to the distant dragon roars, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence, regardless of the storms ahead. As long as the flames of the three-headed dragon continued to blaze, the Targaryen banner would remain unyielding. And perhaps this black dragon, Daemon Blackfyre, hailing from the future, was not a curse, but rather a form of salvation bestowed upon the Targaryens by the gods. The night breeze swept through the towers of Driftmark, carrying with it the briny scent of the narrow sea. 3 flagship vessels, poised to set sail for King's Landing, awaited at the dock, their prows adorned with the three-headed dragon banner, fluttering in the moonlight. Everyone understood that this triumphant return, laden with spoils and captives, would inevitably stir new waves in King's Landing. Yet, in this moment, no one paid heed to those matters. They only remembered how the flames of the three-headed dragon had once illuminated the dawn upon the waters of the Stepstones, instilling in the pirates of the Triarchy the understanding that the Targaryen dragons had never truly slumbered. Chapter 13. The Dragon's Shadow in King's Landing. The ship sailing towards King's Landing glided smoothly over the narrow sea, the salty sea breeze brushing against the deck, infused with the distant clamor of the capital. Daemon Blackfyre stood at the railing, gazing at the white froth rising from the ship's wake, the black, three-headed dragon sigil on his right shoulder glimmering faintly with a red hue beneath the sunlight. "What occupies your thoughts?" Daemon Targaryen's voice came from behind, holding 2 apples in his hand, tossing one to Blackfyre. "Are you worried about those old fellows in King's Landing?" Blackfyre caught the apple and took a bite, the sweet juice spreading across his tongue. He pondered how many would believe him to be the son of Prince Aemon. "Fear not," Targaryen reassured him with a light pat on the shoulder, his tone casual. "With grandfather and father present, no one dares to speak ill. Besides, you returned riding the Devourer. The dragon's choice is the finest proof." He gestured towards the 3 colossal dragons soaring above the sea. "See, even Vhagar acknowledges you." Rhaenys approached, followed by the curious gazes of Laenor and Lena. "King's Landing is far more bustling than Dragonstone," she remarked with a smile, "though it is also considerably more complex. The eyes of those nobles are sharper than the sharks of the narrow sea. Even the slightest stir can fuel their gossip for days." She paused, her tone softening. "But you are a Targaryen, and that is sufficient." Corlys stood at the bow, gazing at the increasingly clear outline of King's Landing, his brow furrowed. He understood the upheaval that the unexpected arrival of Daemon Blackfyre would bring to the power dynamics of the 7 kingdoms. Yet, observing the harmonious interactions among the children on deck and the rare ease in Balon's eyes, he ultimately sighed gently. As the ship entered Blackwater Bay, the full splendor of King's Landing unfolded before them. The Red Keep loomed majestically atop the hills, its towers piercing the clouds, the 3-headed dragon banner snapping in the wind. The port was alive with a cacophony of voices, vessels of all sizes bustling about in a scene of prosperity. Upon disembarking, Daemon Blackfyre felt the weight of countless curious, probing, awestruck, and calculating gazes upon him. The royal carriage awaited at the shore, and the group climbed aboard, setting off towards the Red Keep. Inside the carriage, Balon whispered reassurances. "Before grandfather, there is no need to be nervous. Simply be yourself. He is a wise king who will see your true heart." Daemon nodded, his palms slightly damp with sweat. He was aware that he was about to meet one of the greatest kings of the Targaryen dynasty, the venerable King Jaehaerys I. The hall of the Red Keep was solemn and grand. Jaehaerys I sat upon the throne, his 63 years not dulling the sharpness of his gaze, which radiated regal authority. Beside him sat the kind Queen Alysanne, her eyes warm and loving. Flanking the throne stood members of the royal family and court officials. As Balon led the group into the hall, all eyes converged on Daemon Blackfyre. Jaehaerys I's gaze fell upon Daemon's face, his deep-set eyes widening in disbelief. He instinctively rose, his voice trembling with incredulity. "Aemon? Is it truly you?" The hall fell into an immediate silence, breaths seemingly suspended. Daemon's heart tightened, and just as he was about to speak, Jaehaerys sank back into his throne, sorrow etched upon his aged features. "No, it cannot be. Aemon perished long ago beneath the crossbow of the milksop." His voice was deep and hoarse, laden with infinite lament. At that moment, an elderly nobleman with hair as white as snow trembled as he stepped forward. In his youth, he had served the conqueror Aegon, and now, excitement flickered in his murky eyes. "Indeed, so strikingly similar. Your Majesty, observe his brow and demeanor. He is the very embodiment of the conqueror reborn. In comparison to Prince Aemon, he resembles Aegon even more." As these words were uttered, a murmur rippled through the hall. Those fortunate enough to have witnessed the conqueror Aegon nodded in agreement, their eyes alight with awe. King Jaehaerys I scrutinized Daemon Blackfyre for a long moment before he slowly spoke. Yes, there is a certain resemblance, child. Come closer, let me see you. Daemon stepped forward. Standing before the throne, Jaehaerys extended his hand, gently caressing the silver locks of the boy's hair, his gaze laden with complexity. Your name is Daemon, is it not? Aemon, that child, has always been such a comfort compared to Balon. I did not expect. He faltered, the sadness in his eyes deepening. Queen Alicent approached, tenderly taking Daemon's hand, her palm warm and soft. Child, you have endured much. From now on, this shall be your home, and we shall be your family. Her voice resonated with affection and empathy. Nearby, Princess Jaehaerys, the child of winter, shyly lowered her gaze, stealing glances at Daemon Blackfyre, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Balon's eldest son, Viserys, along with his wife, Aemma Arryn, also approached. Viserys spoke kindly, "Welcome, cousin. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Aemma nodded with a smile, her eyes brimming with kindness, her abdomen slightly rounded, nurturing the future Queen Rhaenyra, Daemon's great-grandmother. The handmaiden Alicent Hightower, serving beside Jaehaerys, stood at a distance, her heart racing as she beheld the striking youth with silver hair and purple eyes, feelings of youthful affection blossoming quietly within her. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy glow. King Jaehaerys' selection of Balon as his heir had created a subtle rift between the Rhaenys family and the royal household. Yet, Daemon Blackfyre's arrival acted as a balm, gently easing the tensions between the crown and the Velaryon family. Corlys observed Rhaenys engaging amicably with the royal members, his worries gradually dissipating. As evening descended, the Red Keep hosted a grand welcome banquet. The banquet hall shimmered with brilliance, and melodious tunes flowed through the air as the royal family gathered, the atmosphere warm and jubilant. Queen Alicent busily instructed the handmaidens to serve Daemon Blackfyre, showering him with care and attention as if to compensate for the years of missing affection. Though shy, Princess Jaehaerys occasionally stole glances at him, offering him a delicate pastry. Viserys and Aemma regaled him with tales of Dragonstone, their laughter echoing throughout the hall. Daemon Blackfyre, enveloped in this long-awaited familial warmth, felt a surge of comfort within him. In this 12-year-old body, he received more care and nurturing from his kin than he had ever experienced in his past life of rebellion. However, beneath this joyful and harmonious facade stirred the undercurrents of power struggles among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Noble gazes flickered over Blackfyre, glinting with schemes. They pondered the implications of this sudden appearance of the last scion of House Targaryen on the power dynamics among the Seven Kingdoms, contemplating how to secure the greatest advantage for their families in this new game. The lords at court feigned joviality while secretly whispering about Blackfyre's identity and the potential inheritance he might possess. Some nobles, distanced from the royal family, observed with cold indifference, biding their time for the tides of fortune to shift. King's Landing was home to numerous wild dragons. Yet only one had truly claimed the back of a giant. Daemon Blackfyre, holding a goblet, surveyed the scene before him, fully aware. He recognized that this calm was but a fleeting moment. With his arrival, the power chessboard of King's Landing had subtly shifted, and a new storm was brewing. Yet, in this instant, he chose to disregard such thoughts. He raised his goblet, signaling toward Jaehaerys and Alicent, then glanced at his family nearby, his face breaking into a genuine smile. At least for this moment, he was simply a child returned to the warmth of family, savoring this precious joy. As for the lurking undercurrents, he let them simmer in the shadows of the night. After all, he was Daemon Blackfyre, the black dragon riding atop the cannibal. No matter the tempest, he held confidence to confront it. Chapter 14. Undercurrents and nocturnes. The morning mist of King's Landing carried a faint scent of coal smoke, and the towers of the Red Keep loomed in the fog like a slumbering beast. Daemon Blackfyre was roused from his slumber by the roar of dragons outside. As the first light of dawn crept up the windowsill, he donned his garments and approached the window, witnessing Daemon Targaryen circling above the castle on Caraxes, the red dragon's scales shimmering with warmth amidst the mist. Not far off, the cannibal lay napping on a hillock outside the dragon pit, its dark wings casting shadows over the rocky terrain. This wild beast, accustomed to freedom, seemed reluctant to enter the pit, audaciously instigating disputes between the king and the queen. Ultimately, it was the queen who invoked the precedent of her elder sister, Princess Rhaenyra, and Dreamfire, which prompted the weary king to relent. At that moment, the cannibal raised its claw, swatting away a few small lizards, pets secretly fed by the children, now huddled in fright from the dragon's breath. Since being tamed by Daemon Blackfyre, the once feared Dragon King had unexpectedly become docile, inspiring awe and reverence among those who fantasized about dragons. "Awake, are we?" came the voice of Viserys at the door. Clad in indigo mourning robes, he carried 2 bowls of hot porridge, oatmeal prepared by Aemma, sweetened with honey and nuts. Daemon accepted the bowl, the warmth radiating through his fingertips. Viserys was gentler than anticipated, lacking the imposing demeanor of an elder brother, yet devoid of Daemon Targaryen's exuberance. Resembling the old oak in the Red Keep courtyard, silent yet dependable. "Thank you, cousin," Daemon replied. "Grandfather wishes for you to finish and proceed to the council chamber." Viserys ladled the porridge, his gaze sweeping over the mark upon Daemon's shoulder. The old nobles had certainly engaged in their gossip since yesterday, yet grandfather was well aware. As Daemon stirred the nuts within his porridge, he was suddenly reminded of the rumors that swirled around him before being acknowledged by Aegon IV at the age of 12. At that time, he responded with a longsword, yet now he clutches a bowl of warm porridge. The atmosphere in the council chamber is more solemn than yesterday. Jaehaerys sits upon an oak chair, a map of the 7 kingdoms spread before him. Queen Alicent sits beside him, weaving a crimson cloak, the color of House Targaryen. Vale, Rhaenys, Corlys, and several royal advisors occupy the flanks, as the faint aroma of dragon blood tea wafts through the air. News of the victory at Stepstones has spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Jaehaerys points to the narrow sea with his fingertip, but the remnants of his 3rd daughter are still in flight. The governor of Tyrosh is willing to hand them over, provided that their claim to the disputed island is acknowledged. He turns to Daemon. "What say you?" Daemon is momentarily taken aback. Recalling the moment when the greedy one tore apart enemy ships, Dragonfyre does not negotiate. It is either submission or incineration. A hush falls over the council chamber, only to be broken by a soft chuckle. A glimmer of approval flickers in Jaehaerys' eyes. Young Daemon's demeanor resembles not that of the adult Aemon, but rather that of Balon. Yet, Aemon was similarly spirited in his youth. He turns towards Balon. "Let us proceed as he suggests. Have Daemon take Corlys to Tyrosh, and inform them that the Targaryen dragon remembers every debt owed." Daemon Targaryen promptly bounds in from outside, his silver hair tousled. "I shall ensure the task is completed." Corlys' flames can turn the governor's residence to glass. Queen Alicent reproachfully pats him on the back. "No mischief allowed. Merely display the might of the dragon. Not to actually incinerate their castle. Do not forget your impending marriage to the daughter of House Royce at year's end." She turns to Daemon Blackfyre, handing him the half-woven cloak, its lining crafted from velvet, warmer than iron armor. As Daemon accepts it, he feels the calloused pads of her fingers, evidence of years spent weaving garments and nurturing children. Suddenly, he recalls his mother, Princess Diana, in his memories. Her hands were always adorned with jeweled rings, fragrant with perfume, yet she never crafted a single piece of clothing for him. As he exits the council chamber, Princess Jaehaerys stands at the end of the corridor beneath a floral arch, clutching a small bouquet of violets. Upon seeing Daemon, she hurriedly conceals the flowers behind her back. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Daemon," she stammers, her voice lighter than the petals themselves. Daemon halts his steps. This child of winter is more bashful than the accounts suggest, supposedly due to her birth on a snowy night in the 80th year of the conquest. However, some say it symbolizes the waning fertility of the queen, akin to the arrival of winter. "Your Highness," he attempts to soften his tone, "these flowers are exquisite." Jaehaerys thrusts the bouquet into his hands and flees, her skirts sweeping past the columns, leaving a trace of delicate floral fragrance. Blackfyre gazes at the violets, their petals still adorned with morning dew, reminiscent of a maiden's shy tears. The afternoon training grounds are particularly lively. Daemon Targaryen insists on a duel, while Corlys, Rhaenys, and their children, Laenor and Lena, come to watch the spectacle. Viserys and Aemma occupy the stands, and even Jaehaerys and Alicent have arrived. Use wooden swords. Balon tosses over 2 practice blades, the iron handles wrapped in non-slip leather, allowing for a controlled encounter. Daemon Targaryen strikes first, his swordplay as fierce as a Corlys dive. Daemon Blackfyre sidesteps, sweeping his wooden sword with concise precision. It is an instinct honed on the battlefields of a past life, avoiding the flashy in favor of targeting the vital points. "Well done." On the stands, Lannel clapped her hands, her small fists tightly clenched, cheering for Uncle Daemon. Nino nodded in agreement, her grip on the shell turning pale. Alicent Hightower stood in the corner with a water jug, her gaze fixed intently on Daemon Blackfyre. The boy's silver hair shimmered under the sunlight as he wielded his sword with fluid precision, sweat trickling down his neck and pooling in the collar of his shirt, revealing the faint outline of a dragon tattoo on his shoulder. Her heart skipped a beat, and as she hastily lowered her head, she accidentally knocked over the water jug, the clear liquid spreading across the stone floor like unguarded secrets. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed throughout the training ground. Daemon Targaryen's movements grew more frantic, yet he was consistently evaded with skillful finesse. In the final strike, Daemon Blackfyre deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing his opponent's sword tip to dislodge his hair tie, sending his silver locks cascading down. Swiftly, he countered by tapping the opponent's helmet with the hilt of his sword. "I have triumphed." Daemon Targaryen removed his helmet, grinning like a bear that had raided a honey pot. "Yet you are far more formidable than the instructors in the castle." Just as Daemon was about to speak, he noticed Corlys exchanging glances with him. Following the direction of his gaze, he spotted several unfamiliar nobles standing at the edge of the training ground, led by a golden-haired man whose cuff bore the lion emblem of House Lannister, the guardian of the Westerlands, Tybalt Lannister, along with his vassals. Their eyes, fixated on him, resembled vultures watching a wounded beast on the plains. During the banquet, such scrutiny became even more blatant. Tybalt frequently raised his cup, subtly inquiring about Daemon's mother among the guests from the Westerlands. Lady Martin Tully, her voice a steady stream of chatter, discussed her husband's impending resignation as the master of coin, hinting at competition with Tybalt and the riverman Lyman Blackwood, while also mentioning the absence of a partner for the garden party. Even the northern envoy, Lord Cormac Manderley of White Harbor, scrutinized his dragon tattoo with his shrewd, albeit concealed eyes. This elder was not merely there for the positions of master of ships or master of coin. He sought to secure royal favor for his great-grandson, Desmond. "Pay them no mind," Rhaenys whispered softly, slicing roasted venison for Lannel. "They are merely attempting to curry favor due to your grandfather's goodwill. Once the dust settles, they will pursue their own agendas." Daemon surveyed the lavish feast before him, silver candelabras reflecting the jewel-encrusted goblets, velvet drapes cascading like waterfalls, and the laughter of nobles ringing out like gilded bells. The scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the noble circles from his past life who had similarly urged him to rebel against his half-brother, Aegon II. Suddenly, the deep, turbulent roar of a dragon echoed from afar, followed by the responses of Caraxes, Vhagar, and even Vermithrax, their roars intertwining and causing the glass windows of the Red Keep to tremble. Jaehaerys set down his cup, gazing toward the dragon pit. "It seems we have guests." The captain of the guards hurried into the banquet hall, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, the envoy from Dorne has arrived, bearing 10 carts of sand roses and a confidential missive that he wishes to deliver personally." Dorne. Daemon tightened his grip on the goblet. Memories of the brutal conflicts between Dorne and House Targaryen flooding his mind, recalling the devastation during Aegon's conquest and the fate of the young dragon king, Aegon I. Jaehaerys tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the rhythm aligning with the distant dragon roars. "Let them enter." His voice remained calm, yet bore an undeniable authority, signaling that the dragon of House Targaryen did not take kindly to interruptions during dinner. Daemon gazed into the fleeting sharpness within the king's eyes and suddenly comprehended that the power struggles in King's Landing extended far beyond the schemes of the Seven Kingdoms nobility. The venomous serpents of the desert, the fleets of the Iron Islands, and the city-states beyond the narrow sea all awaited their opportune moment. And he, the black dragon from the future, might very well be the variable that disturbs the chessboard. Outside the banquet hall, the figures of the Dornish envoys drew nearer in the flickering torchlight. Their silk robes, embroidered with the sun's emblem, resembled burning flames in the night. The dragon's song from the dragon's lair lingered, intertwining with the distant sea breeze and the nearby melodies, composing a nocturne for King's Landing, rich with undercurrents. Chapter 15. The visitor from the Yellow Sands. The silk robes of the Dornish envoys swept across the stone floor of the banquet hall, as the sweet fragrance of the starflower petals mingled with the aroma of dragon's blood tea. The foremost envoy donned a gilded mask, revealing only a pair of amber eyes. As he bowed, the sun's emblem on his cloak flickered in the candlelight. "Your Majesty, Your Grace," the envoy's voice, filtered through the mask, bore a metallic chill. "Princess Marlena Martell entrusts me with the offering of starflower petals. The lands of Dorne have never yearned for peace as fervently as the desert longs for rain." Jaehaerys' fingers continued to tap along the map's edge, his gaze fixed upon the gilded tray held by the envoy. A missive sealed with crimson wax bore the Martell family's golden spear insignia. The embers of the alliance of the three daughters had yet to extinguish. "Your peace arrives at a most opportune moment." His tone was calm, yet it silenced the laughter within the banquet hall in an instant. The envoy seemed prepared. Drawing forth a scroll of parchment from his sleeve, the princess is willing to pledge 10 border fortresses as collateral, guaranteeing that Tylos will no longer encroach upon the Stone Steps Islands. He paused, the amber in his eyes subtly glinting behind the mask. To demonstrate this sincerity, Her Highness also wishes to express her profound admiration for a certain warrior, the one who tamed the ancient dragon, the Greedy One. Legends say his dragon fire burns brighter than the midsummer sun. The princess has a humble request to witness this power firsthand. Daemon grasped the dried stem of a violet. The petal's morning dew long evaporated. He noticed the knuckles of Balon turning slightly pale, while Daemon Targaryen ground the heel of his boot against the floor, reminiscent of the restless anticipation before a dragon's fiery breath. Only Jaehaerys remained composed, as if the warrior spoken of by the envoy were merely an ordinary tribute. Daemon is of the Targaryen bloodline, being my grandson, the son of my son Aemon. Queen Alicent suddenly interjected, her voice clear yet subdued, cutting through the murmurs. She draped half-woven fabric over the back of her chair, her movements imbued with undeniable authority. He is recognized by both Jaehaerys and me as our grandson. Her sharp gaze scanned the assembly, lingering momentarily on the smiling Taemon. The envoy's mask turned toward the queen, a hint of mirth woven into his voice. Precisely for this reason, the princess wishes to seek a marriage for her youngest daughter. The sand snakes of Dorne mind not the past of their husbands. They value the strength of the future, such as a black dragon capable of shadowing half a mountain. This statement ignited a tempest of hushed discussions within the council chamber, akin to sparks thrown into boiling oil. The silver fork of Rhaenys clinked lightly against the plate as Corlys grasped her wrist, his gaze firmly fixed on Daemon. The Adam's apple of Sion Manderly bobbed, seemingly contemplating the potential alliance between his house and Daemon's Blackfyre. Yet, those words struck Daemon like a deluge of icy water down his spine. An alliance? His knuckles, gripping the withered flower stem, turned pale from the pressure. Memories of blood and fire from a past life seared through him. The treachery of Meryn Martell had stolen away his long-buried love for Daenerys, a love he had irrevocably lost. More infuriating still, when he raised the banner of Blackfyre to defy the Dornish-influenced court of King Daeron II, the serpents of the desert remained aloof, waiting to reveal their fangs only when the outcome was clear, ready to seize the greatest reward. One root of his rebellion lay in the noble house's loathing of Dorne's undue influence. Now, they dared extend an olive branch, targeting him. The one who bore the name of Blackfyre, an outsider in their eyes. How ironic, how treacherous. The branches of this olive branch were clearly laced with venom of division. Princess Martell's youngest daughter was but 8 years old. Belren's voice, as grating as iron, suggested that discussing marriage was far too premature. Dorne's betrothals had never been trifles. The envoy spread his hands, revealing a pigeon-blood ruby ring resting in his palm. The princess spoke, claiming this heart of the sands once belonged to her sister-in-law, the widow of Prince Meryn Martell, who fell in the War of the 100 Candles. On her deathbed, she had said that the dragons of Targaryen and the spears of Martell need not have spilled so much blood. The War of the 100 Candles, which lasted for 83 years, tightened Daemon's fingers. That was the year when Jaehaerys, Aemon, and Belren's 3 dragons devastated Dorne. The Dornish were using the scars of this war to make a statement, both hinting at their remembered blood feud and flaunting a facade of reconciliation, with the fulcrum of it all being him, the unexpected bastard Dragon King. Matters of the betrothal could be discussed later. Jaehaerys finally lifted the sealed letter, the wax crumbling gently between his fingers. But your sincerity must also convince the glutton. When he raised his eyes, the amber candlelight reflected in his pupils. Tomorrow, send your man to the dragon's lair and inform Martell that the dragons of Targaryen recognize their friends, and even more so, their foes. As the envoy bowed to depart, Daemon caught a glimpse of a silver chain peeking out from beneath his cloak, bearing a small dragon-shaped pendant, its scales rough, as if hastily carved from obsidian, the likeness of the glutton. The Dornish had thoroughly investigated even his dragon. After the banquet, Daemon encountered Viserys in the corridor. Moonlight streamed through the archway, weaving silver threads upon his indigo cloak. Grandfather wishes to see you in his study. Viserys offered a lantern, speaking of the promise made by the alliance of the 3 cities, contingent upon Martell sending forces to restrain them, with the disputed islands divided in half. The fireplace in the study crackled with oak logs, Jaehaerys tending to the embers with fire tongs. On the wall hung a replica of Aegon I's conquering crown, its spikes still stained with imagined blood. Do you know why they chose you? The old king did not turn his head. Only Dorne in the 7 Kingdoms has never shied away from bastards inheriting lands. They perceive you, like themselves, as beings beyond the realm of rules. Daemon gazed into the flickering flames of the hearth, reminiscing about the bastards from his past life who had once supported his claim to the Blackfyre. They proclaimed that bloodlines mattered not, yet they were the first to turn against him following his defeat. What they sought was not him, but the glutton. and division. Jaehaerys set down the fire tongs, sparks igniting on his dragon-embroidered slippers. Balon had just returned from outside. The glutton was particularly restless tonight. Having mixed dragon's breath with the petals of Dornish nightshade, a scent provocative to the wild dragons. A sudden smile broke upon his face, the lines of his visage revealing understanding, yet they had not anticipated that the glutton now recognized only you as its master. From outside came the glutton's low growl, gentler than it had been at twilight. Daemon recalled the half-woven cloak of Queen Alicent, the velvet texture still lingering at his fingertips. I shall not wed the sand snake of Dorne. You may choose for yourself. Jaehaerys extracted a scroll of parchment from the shelf, depicting the noble maidens of the Seven Kingdoms, yet the Martells would have to reclaim their own plans. Upon returning to the chamber, he placed the bouquet of violets in a crystal vase. Moonlight filtered through the petals, casting delicate shadows upon the wall. In the distance, the tents of the Dornish envoys glimmered with light, akin to a lone wolf prowling outside the Red Keep. They had not anticipated that beyond the dragon's lair lay more than 3 dragons. Vhagar was too immense. The glutton despised restraint, and Caraxes seemed inclined to linger outside the lair with old friends and new. The glutton's roar resounded once more, now tinged with discernible vigilance. Soon after, Vhagar responded, aged yet regal. Daemon approached the window, witnessing 3 flames rising from the direction of the dragon's lair, Caraxes' crimson, Vhagar's emerald, and the glutton's obsidian. The 3 dragons spiraled through the night sky, their flames illuminating the clouds. The Dornish likely did not foresee that their provocation would draw the 3 dragons closer together. Daemon touched the dragon-marked imprint upon his shoulder, still warm from the morning's porridge. He knew that since the day he had tamed the glutton, history had veered off course. The choices of the Dornish were but the first undercurrent in this deviation. And he, the black dragon from the future, must not only maintain his footing, but also convey to all observers that the flames of Blackfyre burned solely for the disobedient. As night deepened, the bells of the Red Keep tolled 10 times. Daemon cast the intentionally dropped obsidian dragon pendant of the Dornish envoy from the window. It streaked across the night sky like a fleeting meteor, ultimately descending into the dark currents of the moat. Chapter 16. The gathering at King's Landing. Before the morning mist had fully lifted, the stables of the Red Keep echoed with the sound of hooves. Daemon stood atop the tower, watching the dust rise beyond the city gates. There flew the banner of House Tully, silver trout leaping upon red and blue waves, as if freshly caught from the Green Fork. Duke Grafton arrived with 3 sons and 2 daughters. A voice behind him belonged to Viserys. Holding a parchment dense with the names of nobility from various lands, it was said that his youngest daughter, merely 7 years of age, dared to ride an untamed pony. Daemon chuckled softly. The Tully family's devotion to one another bore a tenacity akin to damp earth, much like their riverlands, which could withstand even the greatest floods. Whereas Duke Eddard Stark of the North, the northern contingent is still on the King's Road. Viserys traced Stark's name with his fingertip, reflecting on the fact that his brother Balon's eldest son, Rickon, had just turned a year old, and Lady Lisa feared the child could not endure the rigors of a long journey. Yet, the old wet nurse of King's Landing often remarked that even a northern direwolf pup, swathed in a woolen blanket, could pierce through a deerskin boot. As the two conversed, a sudden commotion arose below. Guards in blue cloaks parted the crowd, and the banner of the stag crowned with storms unfurled dramatically, heralding the arrival of Duke Boros Baratheon, flanked by his broad-shouldered eldest son. At the rear of the procession, however, a figure in a gray gown made Daemon's breath catch momentarily. Ever since their first encounter days prior, he had been thoroughly unnerved by the presence of its owner, Jocelyn Baratheon, the widow of his father, Aemon Targaryen, and the mother of Rhaenys. She appeared even more haggard than when he had first seen her, silver strands creeping into her hair. Yet her eyes retained the frigid gaze reminiscent of the sea at Driftmark. When her eyes swept over Daemon, her steps faltered, not out of hostility, but rather as if she were lost in the reflection of water. She had wept through the night at the inn, and Viserys' voice had been subdued. Their father had mentioned that she often mistook Daemon's profile for that of Prince Aemon. Daemon remained silent, recalling the portrait of Aemon he had seen. With silver hair and a jawline sharp as a blade, they bore an uncanny resemblance, so much so that sometimes, when he gazed into the mirror, he would momentarily perceive another coldly smirking figure staring back. At that moment, the horn sounded again at the city gates. The rose banner of the Reach approached, led by Duke Mace Tyrell, whose rotund belly was prominent, trailed by his eldest son, Garland, who was surreptitiously eyeing the Red Keep's arrow towers, his fingers fidgeting on the hilt of his sword. More striking were the several youths following at the rear, their features bearing the mark of House Tyrell. yet dressed in finery that diverged slightly from the golden rose. They were his bastards, Viserys mused in astonishment. Duke Mace had brought them all along, claiming it was to expose them to the customs of the capital. Daemon suddenly recalled the words of the Dornish envoy. It appeared that, much like the history etched in his memory, the current roses of the Reach and the sand serpents of Dorne were unbothered by the presence of their bastards, merely swathed in silks or guarded by venomous fangs. The council chamber was already abuzz with activity. Corlys Velaryon stood before a nautical map, gesturing animatedly, the emblem of his newly appointed naval minister gleaming on his breast. A necklace of silver shells chimed softly with every motion. I have redrawn the reef map of the Stepstones, he informed Jaehaerys, and should the fleet of Tyrosh dare to approach again, I shall ensure they are reduced to splintered wood. What does Duke Mace think? Jaehaerys suddenly inquired, turning his gaze toward the recently arrived Lord of the Reach. The merchant ships of the Reach often traversed the Stepstones. It was prudent to instill a lesson in the Tyroshi. Before Mace could respond, the ever-obliging Lyman Beesbury had already bowed. Your Grace, I have just checked the royal treasury, and there are ample funds to construct several new warships. The newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer possesses slender fingers, perhaps a trait inherited from the Earl of Honeycomb, and carries an aroma reminiscent of honey while calculating accounts. However, if the Tyrell family's wine were to contribute a bit more in taxes, perhaps 2 more massive crossbows could be added. Massos erupted into laughter, patting Linman on the shoulder. The calculations of House Beesbury are more intricate than the gold-sifting apparatus of Lannisport. Amidst the laughter, the Duke of Aelin's entourage arrived. Emma's half-brother appeared younger than anticipated, clad in a gray-blue brocade robe, with an eagle emblem adorning his waist. Upon entering, he headed straight for the Queen's seat. Your Majesty, Aelin has written to say she dreams nightly of the moonlight over Eagle's Nest. The Queen's smile softened. Let her reside in peace. The towers of Maegor's Hold are sufficiently high to behold stars akin to those over Eagle's Nest. She paused, casting her gaze over the assembly of nobles. In just a few days, you shall hear the cries of a newborn. The Targaryen bloodline will welcome a new addition within the Red Keep. This statement fell like honey into hot soup, instantly warming the atmosphere of the hall. C.O. Mormonder busied himself infusing life into the otherwise desolate seats of the north, while Boros Baratheon and Garland Tyrell compared the girth of their arms. Even coaxing a smile from Jocelyn, Daemon retreated behind a column, observing the lively scene. The affairs of Dorne fluttered like a feather, brushed aside by the anticipation of the newborn. After all, to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, the so-called peace of the Dornish held far less significance than the heir of House Targaryen. What are you pondering? Alysanne approached, unbeknownst to him, clutching the unfinished half of a cloak, its velvet edge brushing against Daemon's hand. Jocelyn just told me that your dragon riding resembles the youthful Aemon. Daemon fell silent for a moment. She despises me. She loathes fate, the Queen replied, her fingertips tracing the dragon mark on his wrist. For it took her husband, yet returned a shadow of him. Suddenly, she smiled. However, Boromund finds you commendable, claiming that a girl from Storms and ought to marry a man capable of taming dragons, someone who can surely temper the temperamental nature of a fierce wife. Just as Daemon was about to respond, a cheer erupted from afar. Emma's maid stumbled in, her skirts dusted with grass. Your Majesty, the lady is in labor. The council chamber fell silent, only to be followed by an even louder uproar. Jaehaerys set down his bronze cup, the sound of its base clattering against the stone table overpowering all other voices. Let the scholars remain vigilant. Should anything happen to Emma, I shall make him taste Dragonfire. His tone was calm, yet it seemed to freeze the heat in the hall. Daemon watched the old king's retreating figure towards Maegor's Hold, suddenly grasping that the gathering of the Seven Kingdoms, the alliances and betrothals, ultimately paled in comparison to the wail of a newborn. For that was the Targaryen's most formidable shield, its sharpest spear. At that moment, Jocelyn Baratheon approached, clutching a half-embroidered handkerchief adorned with a stag pattern. Aemon had often remarked that her voice was gentle, as if fearing to disturb something. When a Targaryen child was born, a shooting star would grace the sky. She lifted her gaze to the window, where the morning mist had dissipated, revealing a sky as blue as tempered steel. Do you think there will be one today? Daemon followed her gaze toward the distant Dragonstone, where the gluttonous creature unfurled its wings, a dark silhouette gliding over the spires of the Red Keep. Perhaps, he mused. After all, it is the blood of Targaryen. Jocelyn's eyes reddened. As she turned toward Maegor's Holdfast, Daemon noticed the golden thread of her handkerchief gently quivering with her steps, reminiscent of a newly hatched dragonet. The hawks had gathered at the nest's edge, awaiting the moment of new life's emergence. Meanwhile, The conspiracies lurking in the shadows had momentarily turned into inconsequential dust. Chapter 17. The Dawn of Royalty. The stone tower of Maegor's holdfast seemed to suspend time itself. Outside the high windows, the clamor of the Red Keep was muted by an invisible barrier, leaving only the oppressive gasps within the birthing chamber, hushed commands, and the occasional heart-wrenching cries of Arryn. Each scream struck like a whip against the heart of Viserys, who paced restlessly in the narrow corridor. The hem of his indigo velvet robe dusted with wall grime, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Daemon Blackfyre leaned against the cold stone wall, the shadows nearly consuming him. He could distinctly sense the tension that permeated the tower, emanating from King Jaehaerys' tightly sealed lips and the fists clenched upon his knees, from Prince Balon's restless knuckles rapping against the hilt of his sword, and from Queen Alicent, whose seemingly calm, yet swiftly working fingers wove an unfinished cloak that trembled upon her lap. The air was saturated with the mingled scents of blood, herbs, and sweat, heavy enough to suffocate. Time dragged on in torment, each moment stretching like a century. Finally, as the sun dipped low, casting a golden-red hue upon the towers of the Red Keep, a resounding and vibrant cry shattered the silence. A birth. The weary yet relieved voice of the maester called from within, announcing the arrival of a healthy little princess. The door swung open abruptly, and the midwife emerged cradling a swaddled infant, her face adorned with a professional smile. Instantly, all eyes converged upon the tiny life wrapped in soft silk. Queen Alicent was the first to rise, a radiant joy illuminating her face as she stepped forward, carefully accepting the baby. "Oh, my little star." Her voice was tender enough to melt ice. "Look how beautiful you are." Rhaenys followed closely, gazing at the infant in her grandmother's arms. The fine silver gold hair glistening in the sunset, and the newly opened, innocent eyes were the signature violet of Targaryen lineage. Rhaenys' eyes sparkled with warmth. She resembled Aemma, especially with that nose. She gently touched the baby's small hand. However, this pure joy was not evenly reflected upon every face. King Jaehaerys rose steadily. He approached Alicent, bending down to scrutinize his great-granddaughter in her swaddling. His gaze was profound, examining this new life, filled with affection, yet beneath it lingered an almost imperceptible weight of disappointment. A girl, not the male heir he had envisioned to perpetuate the patriarchal power and secure the future of the realm. He extended his finger, gently brushing against the infant's cheek, his deep voice carrying a subtle rasp. "Rhaenyra Targaryen. Welcome, my child." The name had long been predetermined, irrespective of gender. Prince Balon stood behind his father, a fleeting tension tightening the muscles of his face before it relaxed into a somewhat forced smile. He patted his son Viserys on the shoulder. "Congratulations, Viserys, you are now a father." His tone lacked genuine excitement, more akin to a perfunctory courtesy. A sigh from the depths of his heart went unheard. A daughter ultimately introduces an element of uncertainty in the line of succession. Viserys' emotions surged with complexity. Upon hearing the title of princess, an overwhelming sense of disappointment seized him. He yearned for a robust son, a future dragon rider and heir, a boy he could proudly proclaim as his lineage. This disappointment was so acute it nearly rendered him dizzy. Yet, in the next moment, as his gaze fell upon that wrinkled but vibrant little face, especially when Queen Alicent cautiously placed Rhaenyra into his stiff, trembling arms, an unprecedented, surging tenderness engulfed him. The warmth of the infant radiated through the swaddling, and her faint breath brushed against his wrist. This was his blood, a miracle he had created with Aemma. All his disappointment regarding gender paled in comparison to the sheer miracle of life and the overwhelming impact of newfound fatherhood. His eyes instantaneously filled with tears as he awkwardly adjusted his embrace, a genuine, radiant smile breaking across his face as he murmured, "My daughter, my Rhaenyra. She is truly beautiful, isn't she?" He glanced around at the others, seeking their affirmation, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. Yes, he was still young, and Aemma was young too. A son would surely come. At that moment, he was utterly intoxicated by the joy of her birth, too preoccupied to contemplate the storms that might lie ahead. "Of course, my Viserys," Queen Alicent interjected immediately, her voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. Her gaze sweeping over Jaehaerys and Balon as if to remind them of something. She was the jewel of House Targaryen, a treasure of the Seven Kingdoms. The blood of dragons, regardless of gender, coursed with the power of conquerors. Rhaenys nodded in agreement, her tone resolute. "The dragons of Valyria have never been hindered by gender. Look at the hills beneath our feet. They are named after whom?" The brief, subtle tension stemming from gender swiftly dissipated in the face of the women's firm rebuttals and Viserys' unabashed joy. Swept away by the overwhelming wave of elation brought forth by the newborn, nobles rushed forward, offering their congratulatory words. Congratulations, Prince Viserys. Praise the Seven. Mother and daughter are safe. What a beautiful little princess. Look at this silver gold hair, the epitome of true dragon blood. However, beneath the clamor of jubilant blessings, an undercurrent of intrigue had never truly ceased its flow. The calculating noble lords exchanged silent messages through their glances. More so's Tyler wore a radiant smile. Yet his mind was racing with calculations. A princess. Although she was low in the line of succession, she was nonetheless the great-granddaughter of the king. He cast a glance at his elegantly attired, decorously behaving bastards, particularly the most astute among them, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of fervor. Perhaps a future union was not as unattainable as it seemed. Borman Baelarian's boisterous blessing echoed, while deep within him, a subtle satisfaction emerged at the thought of yet another female heir for the Targaryens. The ambition of an alliance between House Storm and the dragon lineage had never waned. A princess was undoubtedly more accessible than a prince. His eldest son, Boros, appeared somewhat bewildered, his interest in the infant overshadowed by thoughts of the forthcoming banquet's delicacies. Duke Aelin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his sister's safety. As for whether the child was a prince or princess, it mattered little to him for the time being. The legacy of the Eyrie would endure. Glaffer Tully genuinely rejoiced for the new life. Yet as the protector of the Riverlands, he keenly sensed the faint whiff of potential disputes over future claims to the throne. He observed the reactions of Jaehaerys and Balon with quiet scrutiny. In a corner, a Dornish attendant whispered to a companion, speculating whether a princess could be as docile as a sand snake in the desert, perhaps even more so than the roses of Highgarden. Meanwhile, Symor Mandler cheerfully orchestrated the retrieval of fine whale oil candles from White Harbor for the celebration, already plotting how to artfully link the North's specialties to the royal festivities. Just as this cacophony of genuine blessings, insincere pleasantries, and hidden intentions reached its zenith, a resounding, fierce, and penetrating dragon roar tore through the twilight above the Red Keep. Caraxes. Rhaenys was the first to react, gazing up at the sky in delight. A massive, crimson shadow streaked across the spires of King's Landing like a meteor, accompanied by a shriek that rent the air as it dove downward, landing precisely in the courtyard outside the dragon pit, stirring clouds of dust. The scarlet behemoth Caraxes folded its enormous wings and exhaled a sulphurous breath. A lithe figure deftly leapt from the dragon's back, a deep red cloak billowing in the wind. Silver golden hair styled into the iconic braid of House Targaryen, adorned with tiny silver bells that jingled with each powerful stride. Daemon Targaryen had returned. He arrived from the realm of Tyrosh, his countenance bearing the familiar mix of defiance and fatigue, his gaze sharp as a blade. Sweeping over the crowd gathered before the Maegor's holdfast, his presence exuded an undeniable, formidable aura, instantly capturing the attention of all. As if a bucket of icy water had been poured over a roaring bonfire, silencing the clamor of discussions. He disregarded the majority of the onlookers' gazes, directing his attention instead to Viserys, cradling the infant, and the king and queen surrounding him. Striding purposefully forward, his boots echoed crisply against the stone pavement. It seems I have arrived just in time for the festivities? Daemon Targaryen's voice bore the raspy timbre of a long journey, the corners of his mouth curling into a signature arc as his gaze settled upon the swaddled infant in Viserys' arms. Is this our new little trouble? Let me have a look. His tone, laced with a habitual cynicism, nevertheless hinted at a flicker of curiosity regarding the new bloodline. Viserys, still enveloped in the thrill of newfound fatherhood, cradled Rhaenyra as though she were a rare treasure, entirely oblivious to his uncle's teasing. Instead, he proudly lifted his daughter slightly. Daemon, behold my daughter, Rhaenyra. Daemon Targaryen leaned in for a closer inspection, clicking his tongue, wrinkled up like a hairless little monkey. Though, he added with an uncharacteristic shrug, her cries are quite robust, reminiscent of a little dragon. King Jaehaerys observed the return of his grandson, the one most akin to his younger self, yet also the most exasperating, and then glanced at his elated eldest grandson, Viserys, along with the swaddled great-granddaughter Rhaenyra, a symbol of the future. Finally, his gaze swept over the crowd, resting upon Daemon Blackfyre, who, sharing the dragon's blood, brought with him great uncertainty. A complex tumult of emotions surged within the old king's breast, anxiety for the future, comfort in the continuation of the bloodline, and a resolute determination to maintain control over the situation. Clearing his throat, his voice, though not loud, carried the weight of royal authority, swiftly silencing all whispers and the echoes of the dragon's return. Today, the Seven grant the Red Keep a double joy. Jaehaerys' voice reverberated in the twilight. My great-granddaughter, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, blessed with true dragon blood, has entered the world. Simultaneously, after many years of wandering, my grandson Daemon Blackfyre has proven himself by taming the greedy one. And today he is officially welcomed back into the Targaryen family. His sharp gaze swept over every lord present, finally landing on Daemon Blackfyre, to whom he offered a slight nod, an open, royal acknowledgement. To celebrate these two momentous occasions, Jaehaerys' voice rose in pitch. Brimming with undeniable proclamation, I announce a grand tournament shall be held at the lists outside King's Landing. Let the knights of the Seven Kingdoms gather here, with lances and valor, to honor the newborn little princess and to restore the name of the returning Dragon Knight. Let all of Westeros witness the glory and might of House Targaryen. As his words resonated, a brief silence was followed by a deafening cheer. Long live the king! Long live Princess Rhaenyra! Long live the Targaryens! The tournament, the glory of knighthood, feasts and revelry. This announcement instantaneously ignited the fervor of all nobles present. Whether genuinely celebratory or harboring ulterior motives, all captivated by the prospect of the impending grand competition. Disappointment, schemes, and undercurrents were momentarily dispersed by this sudden and powerful declaration. Daemon Targaryen raised an eyebrow, revealing a truly intrigued smile, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword. In the shadows, Daemon Blackfyre slowly lifted his head, his violet eyes reflecting the dark flames of gluttony rising from the distant dragoness lair, profound and inscrutable. A new chapter commenced, heralded by the cries of newborns, the roars of returning dragons, and the blaring horns of the tournament, all set against a backdrop woven with blood and fire prophecy. At that moment, the fate of the little Princess Rhaenyra, cradled in her father's embrace and yet unaware of the world's intricacies, was quietly set in motion. Chapter 18. The tournament. The soil of the tournament grounds was trampled repeatedly by the hooves of horses, mingling with the scents of hay and sweat, fermenting into a wild aroma in the warm breeze of late summer. At the highest point of the stands, beneath the golden-red tent of King Jaehaerys, Rhaenyra was cradled on the lap of Queen Alicent, her tiny fists clutching a silken handkerchief embroidered with dragon motifs. This was her first tournament, though her gaze could hardly focus on distant sights. As the sound of the opening horn faded, 200 knights surged into the arena. The sunlight glinted off their armor like scattered gold, the laughter concealed beneath the lapis lazuli mask of House Hightower, the undulating mermaid crest of House Manderly on their breastplates, the roses of House Tyrell glimmering with sweat, and the stag antlers of House Baratheon nearly piercing the tense shadows. The jousting of the first day promised to be a spectacle. Viserys held Rhaenyra, his fingertips grazing her soft cheek. Your grandfather Aemon once unseated 3 challengers at Harrenhal, he reminisced. At his side, Emma chuckled, her complexion still somewhat pale. Do not only speak of Uncle Aemon. I recall your first tournament, when you were unseated by Ser Loras 3 times, was it not? Viserys' ears flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but a sudden cheer interrupted them. Daemon Targaryen rode forth on his black steed, his scarlet cloak unfurling in the wind like the wings of a dragon. His armor, a deep black, was adorned with dragon-winged embellishments, and as he lifted his helm, his defiant violet eyes were revealed. Daemon, the roguish prince, Daemon Targaryen. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Even Boros Baratheon from the noble seats could not suppress a whistle, standing at the end of the competitors' line. Daemon Blackfyre's armor was far less ornate than that of another demon, whose silver breastplate bore a simple dragon motif, the silhouette of the gluttonous beast unfurling its wings. His steed, a gift from Rhaenys, was a pure white Essos breed with only its hooves black, as if treading upon a bank of storm clouds. Are you afraid, Blackfyre? Came a gruff voice from beside him, that of Lucas Tyrell, a knight from the Reach and the Duke of Mace's nephew. His breastplate was adorned with 3 golden roses. I have heard you are skilled with dragons. I wonder if your grip on the lance is steady enough? Daemon Blackfyre said nothing, merely adjusted the strap of his helm. In his past life on the battlefields of the Reach, he had unseated 7 knights of House Tyrell, one of whom wore nearly identical rose armor. The horn for the first round sounded. Lucas Tyrell's lance shot through the air, propelled by a fierce wind, aimed directly at him. Daemon Blackfyre suddenly pivoted, the sound of his obsidian armor clashing with the wooden spear resonating sharply in the air. Harnessing the momentum of his steed, he spun deftly, his lance striking precisely against his opponent's shoulder, causing Lucas to tumble from his mount like a fallen leaf, the golden rose armor rolling far across the ground. A soft gasp of astonishment arose from the stands. Queen Alicent raised an eyebrow slightly, noting the resemblance in his spear technique to that of a young Aemon. Jaehaerys remained silent, his gaze fixed on another demon. At that moment, Daemon Targaryen was leisurely circling the arena, wielding a spear that had been shattered in two. His opponent, a knight from the distant Vale, was still struggling in the mud to remove his helmet. Flamboyant, Baron commented in a low tone on his son. Yet he could not help but lean forward, clearly captivated by the unfolding contest. For the next 2 days, the tournament grounds transformed into a battleground for dragons and stags, lions and wolves. Boros Baratheon cleaved through the shields of 3 opponents with his massive axe, the banner of the Stormlands waving wildly in the stands. Ser Vaemon Valerion, nephew of Corlys, rode a deep blue warhorse, dispatching 4 knights from the Riverlands in rapid succession, his silver shell crest glimmering in the sunlight. Among the bastards of House Tully, a tall, lanky youth surged into the top 8, his spear play as cunning as a serpent, leaving many seasoned knights humiliated. Yet, the focus remained on the 2 demons. Daemon Targaryen's style was akin to the flames of Harrenhal, swift and searing. He never flinched, always engaging head-on. The sharp crack of his broken spear and the thud of his opponents hitting the ground became his most resounding punctuation marks. In the 4th round, he even allowed his opponent's spear tip to graze his throat, and amid the audience's gasps, he countered by launching the opponent a considerable distance away. Madman. Daemon Blackfyre heard the whispered curse from the nephew of Grafton Tully as he wiped down his spear in the resting area. He merely smiled faintly. The blood and fire of his past life had taught him that victory in the tournament transcended mere skill. The audience craved legend, and Daemon Targaryen was a master of crafting them. When it was his turn to compete, however, his approach was markedly different. Against Sir Leo of the Riverlands, he did not charge directly. Instead, he maneuvered his steed in small, deliberate steps, and at the moment the opponent's lance was about to strike, he abruptly reined his horse to rise on its hind legs. Leo's spear narrowly grazed the horse's hoof as Daemon's lance gently tapped against his chest. "Coward!" someone shouted from the stands. Daemon Blackfyre removed his helmet, his silver hair damp with sweat, clinging to his cheeks. He glanced towards the noble's box, locking eyes with Jocelyn Baratheon. Her expression was complex, as though she were looking at him, yet also at another. By the evening of the 5th day, the victors of the spear tournament were finally announced. Daemon Targaryen, Daemon Blackfyre, Boros Baratheon, Galen Tully, and the young knight Brandon Stark from the north, a distant nephew of Duke Allard, who had surged into the top 5 bearing the sigil of the dire wolf. According to tradition, they were to select a queen of love and beauty. Daemon Targaryen approached Rhaenys without a moment's hesitation, delicately tucking a red rose amidst her hair. Who else, if not a Targaryen princess, was deserving of such an honor? Rhaenys accepted the rose with a smile, yet her gaze drifted past him, resting upon Daemon Blackfyre, who lingered in the shadows. When the moment for their final confrontation arrived, even the air seemed to still. Daemon Targaryen's black armor absorbed the last rays of the setting sun, while the distant roar of car axes echoed from the dragon's lair, as if rallying support for him. Daemon Blackfyre's silver armor shimmered in the twilight, the dragon emblem on his breastplate faintly glowing in the dusk. "Young one," Daemon Targaryen's voice resonated through his visor, laced with mirth, "do not weep if you lose. Our grandfather's sword is not for just anyone to wield." Daemon Blackfyre tightened his grip on his lance, the shaft crafted from pine, bearing a familiar curve reminiscent of the one he wielded for 2 decades in a past life. The horn's blast shattered the twilight. 2 steeds surged forth like arrows released from a bow, the sound of their lances slicing through the air akin to a dragon's roar. In the 1st round, their lance tips collided with each other's shoulder armor, the tremendous force causing both warriors to sway in their saddles, yet neither fell. Again, Daemon Targaryen bellowed, pivoting his mount. In the 2nd round, he altered his strategy, directing his lance towards Daemon Blackfyre's steed. However, Daemon Blackfyre anticipated this, abruptly pulling his horse to a halt, simultaneously sweeping his lance to graze the ribs beneath the black armor, emitting a harsh scraping sound. Daemon Targaryen's warhorse reared in fright, yet he leveraged this momentum, his lance narrowly grazing Blackfyre's helmet. Onlookers noted that Viserys had risen from his seat, while Rhaenyra, gripped by the tense atmosphere, burst into tears, prompting Aemma to swiftly cover her ears. In the 3rd round, both combatants held nothing back. Their lances simultaneously pierced each other as shields, splintering wood in the process. With Daemon Blackfyre's tip striking precisely at the heart of Daemon Targaryen's breastplate, where the dragon emblazoned armor's core resided. The knight clad in black armor was violently thrown backward, ultimately unable to maintain his balance, crashing heavily into the mud. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Daemon Targaryen removed his helmet, casting it to the ground, his violet eyes devoid of fury and instead erupting in laughter. "You scoundrel." He pointed at Blackfyre atop his horse. "You clearly held back with that last strike." Daemon Blackfyre dismounted, casting his lance aside. Beneath his silver helm, his smile appeared slightly obscured. "When it comes to family, there is no need for true weaponry." This statement abruptly silenced the laughter. Jaehaerys slowly rose, the shadows of the crimson and gold tint casting half light and half darkness upon his face. "Relay my command." His voice reverberated through the stillness of the tournament grounds. "The champion of the Lance tournament is Daemon Blackfyre." As the old king personally placed the victor's crown, woven from red roses and black thorns, upon Blackfyre's head, he suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, "What reward do you seek? Land? A castle? Or perhaps?" Daemon Blackfyre's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Rhaenys and Queen Alysanne, before shifting to Jocelyn, who stood in the shadows. "I desire but one thing," he declared, "a name." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Jaehaerys' eyes. He raised his hand, signaling for silence throughout the hall. "Today, in addition to celebrating the birth of Princess Rhaenyra, there is another matter to announce." Turning towards Blackfyre, his voice resonated with solemnity akin to an oath. "Daemon, you have demonstrated the valor of House Targaryen and earned the respect of the Seven Kingdoms with your lance. Henceforth, you shall no longer be deemed a mere bastard, but rather a legitimate child, recognized by the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, your king, your grandfather, and a member of House Targaryen. Today, I bestow upon you the surname Targaryen." He received a long sword from one of the guards behind him. The blade, as dark as the night, shimmered with a bright silver sheen under the moonlight. It was the ancestral treasure of House Targaryen, the Valyrian steel sword Blackfyre. This sword, once owned by the conqueror Aegon, bore witness to the countless rises and falls of the family. Jaehaerys gently placed the blade upon Blackfyre's shoulder, pledging, "Now, it belongs to you. May you wield it to safeguard the future of our lineage." Meanwhile, Prince Balon approached Daemon Targaryen, presenting him with another sword held by the Kingsguard. The blade was slender yet as sharp as ice, its hilt adorned with a ruby. It was Dark Sister, the blade once wielded by Queen Visenya, cherished by the fiercest knights of the family through the ages. "At 16, you are worthy of knighthood." Balon's tone was unusually gentle. "Do not let it gather dust." Daemon Targaryen accepted Dark Sister, bursting into laughter as he clapped Balon's shoulder with a force that could nearly shatter bones. "Did you hear that, Daemon Targaryen? Next time you hold back, I shall let Dark Sister taste your neck. But how peculiar to be called by my own name. Henceforth, let it be Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, for I wish to keep Blackfyre as my middle name." Grasping the hilt of Blackfyre, the cold metallic sensation surged through his palm, as if the blood and fire of past lives converged in that instant. He gazed at Rhaenyra in the stands, his great-grandmother, the little princess who had unknowingly fallen asleep. Her violet eyes closed like two gems hidden within petals. In the distance, the roars of the dragons, the glutton and Caraxes, intertwined, shaking the banners of the tournament grounds. Under the moonlight, the two figures of Daemon appeared elongated, one wielding Blackfyre, the other carrying Dark Sister, resembling two swords poised to be drawn, reflecting the future of House Targaryen. And the crown of red roses and black thorns lay quietly in the embrace of Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, like an unfinished prophecy of love and beauty. Chapter 19. The crown of love and beauty. As the clamor of the tournament grounds was swallowed by the night, the castle's banquet hall was ablaze with 100 torches. The gilded candelabra reflected the lavish spread of roasted boar and honeyed wine, the rich aroma of spices mingling with the sharpness of strong spirits, weaving a languid yet fervent web beneath the dome. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen had just unfastened his dirt-stained cloak when a hand seized his arm. He swirled his goblet, his gaze settling on the crown of red roses nestled in his arm, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "What is this? Are you unwilling to part with the crown after winning it? Do you intend to sleep with it?" Before he could finish his words, Rhaenys approached with a silver cup in hand, a teasing glimmer dancing in her violet eyes. "Is it possible that our dear Daemon has found someone special? Do you believe that I am unworthy of the title of the Queen of Love and Beauty?" As she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance at the garland resting in the crook of his arm, her fingertips gently brushing against the dragon emblem on his chest, a faint scar left by the lance during their earlier duel, hinting at an unspoken concern. Daemon lowered his gaze to the dew on the garland, but when he raised his eyes, he found himself locked in a gaze with Jocelyn Valerion. That look suddenly reminded him of the afternoon when Jocelyn had looked at him. Her expression was a tumultuous whirlpool, filled with profound resentment towards fate for stealing her beloved husband. Aemon, coupled with the disorienting sting of his striking resemblance to her late spouse. Beneath that icy veneer, A flicker of instinctive pity for his tragic past surged forth. Her gaze pierced him like a fine needle. As he lifted his eyes, they collided with a tapestry of glances. Queen Alicent sat regally upon her high seat, her silver hair cascading like moonlight, her gaze warm, yet imbued with a grandmother's scrutiny. Princess Helena was engaged in quiet conversation with Aemon, turning to offer him a faint smile, one that appeared fragile and pale, imbued with childlike innocence, akin to a delicate flower at risk of wilting, instantly igniting memories of the gentle, frail Daenerys upon their first encounter. In the corner, Alicent Hightower held a wine cup, her lapis lazuli-like eyes shining brilliantly, reminiscent of stars in the dark night. Even a few newly presented noble maidens from across the Seven Kingdoms blushed and stole glances in his direction. Just as he was about to speak, Viserys raised his cup with a hearty laugh. Who cares whom it is given to? Let the champion drink 3 cups first. Today, he has made our roguish prince taste the mud. Amidst the laughter that erupted, Daemon found himself downing a considerable amount of dragon's blood wine. The liquid scorched his throat, yet it could not quell the turmoil within. Queen Alicent offered him a grandmotherly affection he had never known in his past life. Rhaenys, since his rebirth, had regarded him as a brother, treating him with the warmth of sibling love. Aemon, akin to a caring sister-in-law, always approached him with gentleness, reminiscent of Rhaenys. The familiar yet fragile gaze of Helena unsettled his heart. These warm bonds were treasures he had never possessed nor dared to hope for in his former life. Forged in blood and fire, the garland, at that moment, felt akin to a scorching brand upon his brow. Why not bestow it upon Princess Rhaenys? Boros Valerion proposed loudly, winking mischievously. She is the most cherished little princess today, perhaps the future queen. The laughter grew louder. Daemon turned towards the sound, spotting Rhaenys nestled in Emma's embrace, her tiny fists unconsciously clutching a strand of Alicent's silver hair, her violet eyes half closed, her little lips slightly pouting, clearly indifferent to the ruckus and the garland symbolizing love and beauty. Excellent idea, Viserys exclaimed with high spirits, buoyed by the wine. Give it to my daughter. Give it to my future queen. He strode confidently towards Daemon, taking the red rose garland from his hands with the clumsy pride of a newly appointed father. Daemon exhaled with relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Viserys approached Aemon, carefully, even somewhat theatrically, placing the flower crown above the slumbering Rhaenyra's head, which elicited another round of good-natured laughter and applause from the gathering. The vivid red roses, contrasting with the infant's silvery golden soft hair and delicate pink visage, crafted a peculiar yet heartwarming tableau. Aemon smiled tenderly, and Queen Alicent nodded in approval, as Daemon observed the crown finally hovering above the little princess. A subtle weight within him dissipated. Halfway through the evening's revelries, he excused himself to the courtyard for some fresh air. The moonlight scattered over the fountain like shards of silver, and a distant dragon's rumble resonated from the dragon pit, as if the creature sensed his emotions, its roar imbued with a sense of comfort. The cool night breeze gently dissipated the effects of the wine and the heat of the festivities. The Targaryen bloodline indeed had a knack for inducing unease. A deep voice emerged from behind him. Daemon turned to find Tywin Lannister standing in the shadows, his green eyes glinting coldly in the moonlight, resembling a deep well. This Lord of the Westerlands had kept a low profile since his defeat in the contest for the position of Master of Coins. Yet now he wore a velvet coat embroidered with the sigil of a lion, idly toying with a gold ring, the faint sound of metal grazing against metal accompanying his movements. My Lord Lannister seeks me in the dead of night, not merely to discuss this, Daemon remarked, his hand instinctively resting where his Blackfyre's sword should have been, left behind in the banquet hall. Tywin chuckled softly, the sound jarring in the stillness of the courtyard. He stepped closer, the moonlight illuminating half of his face, accentuating the starkness of the other half. I once believed you might become another Daemon Targaryen, proud, sharp, like unrefined Valyrian steel. Yet today, your words in the melee regarding family, delivered without the use of true weapons, took me by surprise. He paused, the gold ring spinning faster between his fingers, producing an irritating sound. The gold mines of the Westerlands are bottomless, sufficient to support an army that could sweep through the Seven Kingdoms. A lion never engages in a losing venture. If you wish to see your banner fly above the Red Keep, my Lord Daemon interjected, his voice calm, yet undeniably resolute. Like the clash of steel, my father is Prince Aemon Targaryen, and my grandfather is King Jaehaerys Targaryen. The Blackfyre sword in my possession is a legacy of House Targaryen, not a banner of rebellion. He held Tywin's gaze, his violet irises profound beneath the moonlight. The smile on Tywin's face froze instantly, as if he had donned a poorly crafted mask. A flicker of astonishment crossed his green eyes, quickly replaced by a knowing, derisive smirk. Ah, it seems the bonds of Targaryen kinship are more effective at winning hearts than the gold of the Westerlands. He turned to leave, but paused. Turning only half his face towards Daemon, the shadows cloaking his expression, leaving only his frigid words to linger in the night air. You will come to regret this, boy. Blood may be warm, but it is also the coldest. Remember my words. As his footsteps faded heavily into the depths of the corridor, the eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Daemon gazed at the nascent dawn, tinged with a delicate hue of rose, inhaling deeply the crisp air. He recalled the rebellion he had once ignited, which swept across the Seven Kingdoms, a tumultuous upheaval where countless nobles bled rivers for the sake of legitimacy, leaving mountains of corpses in its wake. In those days, he had believed that power was paramount, embodied by the cold iron throne and the bloodied crown. Yet now, as he grasped the hilt of Blackfyre, he felt something far heavier and more comforting than steel. Those jubilant faces in the stands, their genuine smiles. The warm fingers that offered him goblets, the unspoken concern that enveloped him like a shroud. Glutton, he murmured towards the dragon's lair, his voice barely above a sigh, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. I shall not tread the old path again, never. A distant, resonant dragon's roar pierced the mist, echoing like a profound response, or perhaps a lament for the past. The clamor of the banquet hall finally subsided, and a new day unfurled slowly across the Targaryen lands with the rising sun. As Daemon turned to depart, a rose petal was swept away by the wind, drifting into the water, carried off by the morning light. On the cool stone edge of the fountain, the red rose crown that once belonged to the Queen of Love and Beauty lay forgotten in the dawn's glow. Crystal droplets of dew cascaded from the plump petals, one by one, silently seeping into the crevices of the stone, akin to unvoiced tear stains. The morning dew nourished it, enhancing the vividness of the red, glaringly bright, like an ending yet to be solidified and unwritten, radiating a faint glow in the tranquil dawn. Chapter 20. The dirge of farewell. The warmth of the tournament had yet to dissipate, yet the streets of King's Landing gradually returned to their customary rhythm. Knights polished their armor, merchants unfurled their stalls, while the shadow of dragons circling above the dragon pit served as a reminder of the grand event that belonged to House Targaryen. The nobles began to depart one by one. Brandon Stark from the north gifted Daemon a dagger with a hilt made from the bone of a dire wolf, saying it was a warrior's tribute to a fellow warrior. Duke Mace Tyrell of the Reach clapped him on the shoulder, jesting that he should ensure the Tyrell roses do not get muddied next time. Even Boros Baratheon made a point to approach him, tossing out a remark about the Blackfyre lad, promising a true taste of a battle axe when next they met in Storm's End, followed by a hearty laugh as he patted Daemon's shoulder and departed. Daemon reciprocated each gesture until he noticed the caravan from the Vale preparing to set off. Aemma's half-brother, Duke Aelin, held the reins of his steed, while his wife cradled their young child, smiling warmly in the sunlight. Suddenly, Daemon recalled fragmented accounts from his past life, foretelling that the Duke would encounter a wildling ambush on his return journey, with none of his family surviving. Perhaps out of a sense of gratitude for Aemma's care, he hastened forward, grasping the Duke's sleeve before he mounted his horse. My lord, he spoke in a lowered voice, his violet eyes reflecting an unusual gravity. Please exercise caution on the way back to the Vale, particularly around the Moonmount region. The wildlings of House Moon seem restless of late. Duke Aelin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Thank you for the reminder, but the wildlings of the Moon clan have always dared only to loiter outside the Bloodgate, never crossing the Moon Mountains. He patted Daemon's hand reassuringly. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Daemon watched his retreating figure on horseback, a tightness forming in his throat. He understood the stubbornness of historical inertia, yet could not refrain from this futile warning, akin to raising a lance on the battlefield. Fully aware of the inevitable defeat, what troubled him most, however, was the sudden farewell of the Rhaenys family. Sea Serpent Corlys Velaryon stood at the docks of King's Landing, his sea-blue cloak billowing high in the briny wind, rustling like an indomitable banner. Whether it was weariness from the court's intrigues or the old sailor sensing an impending storm, he ultimately submitted his resignation to the Iron Throne, relinquishing the silver shell insignia of the Sea Lord. The colossal sea serpent lay moored nearby like a slumbering sea beast, while sailors busied themselves with the final preparations for departure, their coarse shouts melding with the sound of waves crashing against the hull. The Tides needs a captain, he said to Daemon, his voice imbued with a longing for the ocean, though it seemed to betray the reason for his departure. The treasures of the sea and the narrow seas, shores still enticed him. Rhaenys, cradling Laenor while holding young Lena's hand, had reddened eyes, once we reach tide's end. I shall write to you. She handed him a small cloth pouch, embroidered by her own hand with a dragon motif. If anyone bullies you, write to me and tuck it inside. I shall ride on Malays to aid you. Daemon grasped the warm pouch, watching them board the sea serpent. As the sails unfurled, Lena peered out from behind her mother, waving her delicate hand. He suddenly recalled what Daemon often said in a past life: "We are family." At this moment, he finally comprehended the weight of those words. As Daemon turned to leave, Rhaenys' voice rang out across the banks of the Blackwater. "When you tire of King's Landing, come to tide's end. Ride on Vhagar. Go wherever you please." After bidding farewell to the Valerians, Daemon walked alone on the path back to the Red Keep, feeling a sense of emptiness. Upon entering the gates of the Red Keep, he spotted King Jaehaerys seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, a weathered tome in hand, seemingly awaiting him. Why the long face? Jaehaerys closed the book, gazing at him with a grandfather's affection. "Rhaenys and the others have departed. It weighs heavily on your heart, does it not?" Daemon nodded silently. Partings among family are always sorrowful. Jaehaerys patted the stone bench beside him, encouraging him to sit. "But know this, true family, regardless of distance, remains united in heart. Tide's End is not far from King's Landing. If you miss them, ride on Vhagar for a visit." Daemon sat on the stone bench, listening to his grandfather's words, feeling a slight comfort. At that moment, Prince Balon and Viserys approached. Balon clapped Daemon on the shoulder, his tone steady. A true man should not dwell too long on sentiment. "Rhaenys and the others have merely returned to Storm's End. It is not as if they are gone forever. Moreover, you still have us. We are all your family." Viserys chuckled as he added, "Indeed, Daemon, should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Though I may not compare to Rhaenys and the others, I can still offer you considerable support." Daemon gazed at them, feeling a warmth in his heart. Before long, Daemon Targaryen approached, holding a bottle of wine, and jovially exclaimed, "Hey, Blackfyre lad, what's the matter? You seem rather glum. Are you feeling dejected because no one is sparring with you? Fear not. Whenever I find the time, I shall gladly engage you in practice." His boisterous demeanor elicited a smile from Daemon. Princess Gwaine timidly approached, holding a freshly made pastry, and shyly offered it to Daemon, saying softly, "Daemon, please have this. It will surely brighten your spirits." Daemon accepted the treat, feeling a surge of gratitude as he affectionately ruffled Gwaine's hair, who was several years his senior, and replied, "Thank you, Gwaine." Emma, cradling Rhaenyra, also arrived, gently saying, "Daemon, do not be too sorrowful. I shall frequently write to Rhaenys and encourage her to share news of Storm's End with you. Should you miss them, feel free to confide in me, and I shall remember your sentiments to convey in my next letter." Even Alicent, who stood a short distance away, approached with a faint smile, saying, "Lord Daemon, I have heard of your distress. I prepared some honeyed water. Would you care for a sip? It may help lighten your mood." As Daemon looked upon the gathered assembly, their concern enveloped him like a warm current, gradually filling the void in his heart. He suddenly realized that even though Rhaenys and the others had departed, he was not alone. He had so many family members remaining in King's Landing. The appointment from the small council swiftly spread throughout the city. Tywin Lannister had succeeded in taking the position of Master of Ships, replacing the Sea Snake. When the news arrived, Daemon was feeding the cannibal in the dragon pit. The great black dragon snorted, sending a gust of hot air that tousled his silver hair. "It seems the lion has indeed gotten his way," he murmured, tracing the patterns on the cannibal's scales with his fingertips. In his past life, he had collaborated with House Lannister and was well aware of the ambitions lurking behind those green eyes. What truly caught him off guard was Jocelyn Baratheon's decision. On the day the Baratheon party prepared to return to Storm's End, he encountered her in the corridors of the Red Keep. She had changed out of her splendid gown into modest travel attire, but showed no inclination to join her party. "Are you not returning to Storm's End?" Daemon could not refrain from asking, his voice somewhat hoarse. Jocelyn turned, sunlight streaming through the stained glass, casting a dual light upon her face, half radiant, half shadowed. She regarded him, her gaze still complex, but now softened with tranquility instead of resentment. "The winds at Storm's End are too cold," she said softly. "King's Landing has dragons. Perhaps it will be warmer." Daemon was left momentarily speechless. He recalled the gaze she had cast upon him that day, the solitude she had endured following the loss of her husband. Suddenly, he comprehended that this was perhaps not a choice, but rather a silent struggle. She yearned to draw closer to the shadow reminiscent of her late spouse, while simultaneously wishing to distance herself from the pain it inflicted. The Red Keep harbored vacant towers. He whispered, "You may take residence here." Jocelyn did not respond, merely turning towards the Queen's chamber, her silhouette elongated in the corridor, akin to a shadow worn smooth by the passage of time. Daemon stood rooted in place, observing the sunlight dance across the stone floor. The clamor of parting gradually subsided. Yet the winds of King's Landing carried with them an indescribable essence. The green eyes of Aemon sparkled during the royal council, as Jocelyn's form graced the corridors of the Red Keep, while the family of Duke Aelin made their way to the Vale. He tightened his grip on the fabric pouch in his palm, the distant rumble of a dragon's hunger resonating, deep and powerful. Perhaps the river of fate would ultimately flow towards its destined ocean, but at this moment, he stood upon the shore. Those warm bonds, those unspoken concerns, those unfinished tales awaited new chapters beneath the sunlight of King's Landing. Chapter 21. Bronze and Blood. The autumn day in King's Landing was a rare delight. As the gardens of the Red Keep bloomed with golden broom and late roses, the air thick with a languorous sweetness, King Jaehaerys, in an unusual display of enthusiasm, summoned his family to partake in afternoon tea at the open pavilion. Sunlight filtered through the trellised vines, casting dappled shadows upon the stone table. Rhaenyra was cradled in Queen Alicent's embrace, contentedly sucking on honey-coated fingers, emitting satisfied coos. Prince Balon set down his silver cup filled with honeyed wine, his gaze sweeping over the two demons seated opposite him, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Calculating the days, preparations were due to commence. The winter chill would not wait for the tardy groom. He turned his attention to Daemon Targaryen, his tone laced with the teasing familiarity of an elder, warning that the bronze of Dragonstone would not warm easily. Dear Daemon. Lady Rhea Royce, reputed to possess a temperament as robust as her family's ancestral armor, was also said to be as malleable as bronze under the right hands. Do not bring shame upon the Targaryens. Daemon Targaryen toyed with a fig, chuckling at the remark, his silver hair glimmering in the sunlight. Shame? Father, you underestimate me. I could tame Caraxes. Do you think I cannot manage a maiden from the Vale? He envisioned the visage of his betrothed, infused with the youthful blend of curiosity and ambition. Having heard she bore ebony tresses and eyes reminiscent of the brook waters cascading through Dragonstone's valleys. I shall see whether her bronze armor is indeed tougher than my Dragonfyre. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he imagined the scene of riding through the skies with his bride upon Caraxes, capturing the awe of the knights of the Vale. Jaehaerys stroked his beard, amusement dancing in his eyes, yet deeper still was the satisfaction of his grandson's impending responsibilities. Lady Rhea Royce was the niece and heiress of Lord Jobert Royce of Runestone, of noble blood, steadfast character, worthy of the dragon lineage. Treat her well, dear Daemon. Marriage is a responsibility and a bond. He turned to Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, who was seated a short distance away, his gaze softening with a hint of playful mockery. As for our newly crowned champion knight, young Daemon, your floral crown still hangs in abeyance. Fierce in the tournament, do not falter in the realm of romance. Pray tell, among the esteemed ladies of King's Landing, is there one who quickens the heart of this warrior descended from the heavens? The conversation suddenly shifted to him, and Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen momentarily paused in his grip on the cup. His 12-year-old frame appeared somewhat frail beneath the heavy Targaryen purple robe, yet his eyes bore a calmness that belied his youth. He set down the cup and spoke with tranquility. Grandfather, I am but 12 years old. In the tournament, it is skill that prevails, not sheer strength. As for the ladies, he hesitated, his gaze sweeping over Queen Alicent, who looked at him with maternal affection. While Rhaenyra babbled playfully, Princess Helena was engrossed in peeling a grape, her long lashes casting shadows upon her fair visage. Upon sensing his gaze, her ears tinged with a faint blush, and she lowered her head further. Lady Emma, with a gentle smile, offered encouragement. Alicent Hightower stood nearby, holding a silver pitcher. Their eyes briefly meeting, her lapis lazuli-like irises sparkling momentarily before she lowered her gaze, a delicate flush gracing her cheeks. He averted his eyes, his tone laced with a subtle note of exasperation and the youthful shyness peculiar to his age. Is it not a tad premature to discuss matrimony? I desire only to forge a legacy for my family. Emma chuckled softly, seizing the conversation to alleviate his embarrassment. 12 is hardly too young. One can always keep an eye out. Our Vale is home to many fine young ladies, gentle and poised, well-versed in propriety. In a couple of years, I could help you find some suitable matches and introduce you. Her gaze was tender, genuinely considering this newly acknowledged cousin. Viserys, cradling his daughter, perked up at her words, smiling at Daemon, then casting a glance at the standing Alicent, deliberately raising his voice. The maidens of the Vale are indeed splendid. Yet I dare say the roses of Old Town are truly worthy of a true dragon. The daughters of House Hightower are well-educated and possess an elegant demeanor, like our Alicent. Though he did not finish his sentence, the intent was unmistakable, his eyes playfully dancing between Daemon and Alicent. Alicent's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. As she hastily lowered her head, her fingers gripping the handle of the silver pitcher tightly, almost burying her face in her chest. Queen Alicent observed the scene, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She leaned closer to Helaena, whispering a few words meant only for their ears. Helaena abruptly lifted her head, her pale lavender eyes widening in disbelief as she glanced toward the queen, then swiftly darted a look at Daemon, her entire face and neck blooming with a vivid blush. She seemed as though she had been scalded, quickly bowing her head, a grape slipping from her grasp onto her skirt, leaving a dark stain. In her flustered state, she wished to disappear into the very earth. The pavilion erupted in kind-hearted laughter. Even Balon could not suppress a smile. Jaehaerys observed the embarrassed yet feigned composure of his grandson, alongside the bashful reactions of two young maidens, and felt a wave of delight wash over him. As if the burdens of recent court meetings had dissipated significantly. Enough, enough, Jaehaerys gestured to quell the laughter. Viserys, cease your jesting at Miss Hightower's expense. Young Daemon is still but a child. Matters of matrimony can indeed wait. However, he then shifted his tone with a hint of mischief. Gwyn, why do you blush? Do you too find young Daemon remarkable? This playful teasing rendered Gwyn even more mortified, nearly burying her face in Rhaenyra's small cradle. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with warmth, tinged with a hint of ambiguity and merriment, an urgent, heavy footfall, laden with ominous foreboding, approached, shattering the tranquility of the garden. The Grand Maester hurriedly traversed the vine-laden archway, his visage as pale as parchment, his breath quaking. Following him was a weary messenger, his armor caked in mud, his helmet tucked under his arm, his face drenched in sweat and an indescribable terror. The messenger clutched a scroll of parchment, marred with dark brown stains, tightly in his hands. The Grand Maester, unable to observe the customary formalities, hoarsely cried out, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Tragic news from Aelinor of Eagle's Nest. The smile on Jaehaerys' face instantaneously froze. Balon abruptly rose, the legs of his chair screeching against the stone floor. The mirth in Viserys' expression faltered, his arms tightening around Rhaenyra instinctively. Daemon Targaryen furrowed his brow, allowing a fig to roll from his grasp. A chilling weight settled in Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen's heart, a cold premonition tightening its grip on his futile warnings, which ultimately failed to alter the relentless wheel of fate. The messenger fell to his knees with a thud, raising the scroll high, his voice quavering with anguish and fear. Your Majesty, the Lady of Aelinor, along with the young lords, were ambushed by the Stone Wren tribesmen on their return to Eagle's Nest through the Moonshadow Mountains. They are all lost. The caravan was consumed in flames, and not a single body remains, save for this message. A profound silence enveloped the entire pavilion. The sun continued to shine brightly. The fragrance of flowers persisted in the air, yet it felt as if the atmosphere had solidified into ice. The color drained from Aemma Aelinor's face in an instant. She gazed blankly at the stained scroll, then at her husband Viserys, her lips moving silently, as if seeking confirmation of a misheard word. In the next moment, her body swayed violently, the last glimmer of light extinguished from her eyes, and she crumpled backward as though stripped of all her bones. Aemma, Viserys gasped in horror, scrambling to catch his wife, while Rhaenyra in his arms began to wail in fright at the sudden turn of events. My lady, the maidens shrieked as they rushed forward. Call for the maester, quickly, commanded Queen Alicent, her voice trembling uncontrollably as she clutched the crying Rhaenyra, her own complexion pale as death. Chaos erupted within the pavilion. The clatter of shattered glassware, the gasps of the ladies, Rhaenyra's piercing cries, and Viserys' desperate calls intertwining in a cacophony of despair. King Jaehaerys remained seated, his hands gripping the armrests of the oak chair with such intensity that his knuckles turned white. His deep violet eyes were fixed on the parchment raised by the messenger, a grim symbol of the tragic demise of kin, swirling with thunderous wrath and unfathomable sorrow. He parted his lips, yet no sound emerged, as though an invisible giant hand had clasped his throat. Prince Balon, his complexion ashen, strode forward and snatched the scroll with a brutal force, unfurling it with urgency. His gaze darted over the scrawled, despair-laden words, each line tightening the muscles of his face further until it morphed into a mask of terrifying malice. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes piercing like a blade, directed at the messenger kneeling on the ground, then sweeping across the chaotic pavilion, finally resting on the pale visage of Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, whose expression bore a tumult of shock, grief, and an unsettling quest for belief. Daemon stood frozen, the hazy image of his betrothed, Lena Royce, shimmering with a bronze hue, shattered by the grisly spectacle before him. The valley, the Royces, the betrothal, all became distant and frigid. Meanwhile, Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen stood at the edge of chaos, gazing at the unconscious Aemma's pallid face, hearing Rhaenyra's helpless wails, feeling the soul-freezing fury and sorrow emanating from Jaehaerys and Balon. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had warned of the Stone Crow and the Moon Mountains, yet history continued to tread its cruel path. The dream of the bronze betrothal had barely taken flight before being irrevocably stained red with sudden bloodshed. Above King's Landing, the once languid autumn sun now seemed veiled in a sanguine hue. Chapter 22. Crimson Echoes, Dream of Dragons? The tumult within the pavilion did not endure for long. Yet the weight of silence spread like a plague, stifling all breath. Scholars and maidens hurriedly carried the unconscious Aemma back to Maegor's holdfast, her face ashen, resembling a wax figure drained of vitality. Viserys held the sobbing Rhaenyra, trailing alongside like a lost child, his face a tapestry of concern for his wife and profound grief and bewilderment over the tragic fate of his brother's family. Queen Alicent pressed her lips tightly together, suppressing the tempest within, methodically directing everyone, her hands clutching Rhaenyra trembling slightly, while her gaze remained sharp as an eagle's, scanning the chaotic scene to ensure every detail was attended to. Helaena and Alicent appeared pale with fright. Helaena clung closely to Alicent, her lavender eyes brimming with tears, while Alicent, her complexion wan, struggled to maintain her composure, her fingers gripping the silver pitcher, turning white with tension. King Jaehaerys remained in that heavy oak chair, seemingly petrified. His deep violet eyes bore into the stained parchment in Balon's grasp, as if attempting to incinerate it with his gaze. Sunlight filtered through the trellis and fell upon his wrinkled face, bringing no warmth, but accentuating the deep crevices as though it were a parched riverbed. His hand rested upon the armrest, fingers pale and trembling, the knuckles tinged with a bluish hue from excessive strain. Within the confines of the pavilion, only the intermittent sobs of Rhaenyra and the distant clamor, born of chaos, remained. Prince Balon had meticulously scrutinized every word inscribed on the scroll. His chest heaved violently, each breath emanating a stifled, wheezing sound reminiscent of a bellows. The resolute countenance, once steadfast, now bore a tumultuous blend of grief, rage, and a near-manic thirst for vengeance, culminating in a chilling, steely pallor. He abruptly raised his gaze, eyes sharp as tempered steel, first slicing through the quivering messenger on his knees, rendering the poor soul nearly incapacitated, before sweeping across the faces of everyone present in the pavilion, ultimately fastening upon Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen as if drawn by an unyielding magnetism. That gaze transcended mere inquiry. It was laden with a heavy, frosty scrutiny that penetrated the very essence of the soul. Shock. How could he possibly know? Sorrow, and a profound, almost tangible doubt coalesced within him, eerily mirroring the seemingly casual warning uttered that day. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen withstood the weight of that gaze. He stood resolute, his 12-year-old frame appearing almost frail beneath the purple robe, yet he maintained an unyielding posture. The color had drained from his face, lips pressed into a stark, pale line, while his violet eyes churned with a tumult of emotions, a sense of helplessness in the face of historical inevitability, deep compassion for Aemma and Viserys' plight, coupled with a calm acceptance of Balon's penetrating gaze and an almost imperceptible hint of guilt. He had forewarned, employing the most inconspicuous means available at the time. Yet what was the outcome? The relentless wheel of fate continued its merciless course, leaving devastation in its wake. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, nails digging into his palms, inflicting sharp pain as if to counterbalance the crushing weight of despair in his heart. Father? Daemon Targaryen's voice broke the stifling silence, carrying a rare dryness. The earlier lightness and yearning had vanished, supplanted by shock and a touch of bewilderment. The visions of future unions in the valley, at Stoneheart City, and with Rhaenyra Royce lay shattered by the bloody reality. He had never felt so acutely the lethal peril lurking behind the games of power and marriage. What did the letter convey? Was it truly all lost? He could scarcely fathom that a duke, along with his family and guards, could be annihilated by wildlings in the Moon Mountains. Balon did not respond to his son immediately. His gaze remained fixed upon Daemon Blackfyre, as though seeking to pierce through the boy's flesh and unveil the secrets hidden deep within his soul. Time seemed to stand still, each second stretching interminably. At last, Balon spoke, his voice deep and resonant like thunder rumbling beneath the earth, each word imbued with the harshness of ice and rust. Crashing against the stillness of the pavilion, the Stone Crow ambushed in Widow's Wail, east of Eagle's Nest. More than 300 wildlings, none returned. All perished beneath falling rocks and flaming siege engines. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the aged and sorrowful visage of Jaehaerys, before ultimately settling back on Daemon Blackfyre. The scrutiny in his eyes intensifying. The head of Duke Alan was impaled upon a spear, standing ominously at the entrance of the gorge. The corpses of the lady and her children had been reduced to charred remains, indistinguishable amidst the wreckage. The message raven had been discovered on the last guard, who had fought valiantly to escape, only to succumb in exhaustion. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the pavilion. Even Belron, accustomed to the brutalities of the battlefield, recounted these details with an unmistakable tremor in his voice, imbued with a profound thirst for vengeance. King Jaehaerys' body jolted violently, as though struck by an unseen hammer. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, the once soft violet gaze of the ancient king was now filled solely with the frigid wrath of a dragon lord. This fury did not blaze brightly, but surged like a hidden current beneath an ancient glacier, imbued with the chilling essence of annihilation. The voice of the old king of the Stone Crow tribe rang out, not loud, yet it clearly overshadowed all subtle sounds, exuding an undeniable authority of finality. They had forgotten that the dragon has its vulnerabilities, and to touch them is to invite death. They also overlooked the wrath of the Seven Kingdoms sovereign, capable of reducing their lair and the entire mountain range to ashes. He rose slowly, his figure slightly stooped in the sunlight, yet emanating a weighty presence akin to a mountain. His gaze met Belron's, and without the need for words, both father and son discerned the same resolve in each other's eyes. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Belron, Jaehaerys' voice was resolute, summoned the royal council. Immediately. Prepare Vagarel, Corrich, and the Devourer. He paused, his glance seemingly casual as it brushed over Daemon Blackfyre. All dragons capable of flight, ready yourselves. The Stone Crow tribe, along with any who dare to shelter them in the Moonstone Mountains, shall receive an unforgettable lesson in the temperature of dragon fire. Yes, your majesty, Belron responded solemnly, his voice restrained, tinged with a bloodthirsty yearning. He cast a final, lingering look at Daemon Blackfyre, unwilling to believe that this matter had any connection to his nephew. Yet the coincidences were too stark. His expression was a tumult of unresolved suspicion, resolute determination for the impending slaughter, and perhaps a flicker of hope that this enigmatic youth might, amidst the forthcoming blood and flames, prove something, his loyalty or his worth. Belron said nothing more. He abruptly turned, striding purposefully from the pavilion, his crimson cloak billowing behind him like a banner of war, infused with a chilling aura of menace. The pavilion was left with only Jaehaerys, Alysanne, Jaehaerys, Alicent, and the two demons. Daemon Targaryen watched his father's retreating figure, then glanced at his grandfather's cold profile, ultimately resting his gaze on the still pale Daemon Blackfyre. The fervor of youth surged within him, a tumult of concerns for his fiancée's family, fury over the savagery of the wildlings, a yearning to accompany his father into battle, and confusion over the enigma that was his cousin, all intertwining within his breast. He stepped forward abruptly, standing before Daemon Blackfyre, his silver hair billowing in the wind, and his violet eyes fixed intently upon his counterpart. You once cautioned Duke Aegon against the wildlings, he stated, his tone devoid of the usual jest or bravado, infused instead with an unprecedented seriousness and a barely perceptible inquiry. Now, I implore you, brother, apart from the wildlings' restlessness, what else do you know? Concerning the massacre? Regarding the Stone Crow tribe? He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. How is it that you are aware? The weight of his words bore down upon Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen. Jaehaerys' gaze shifted, laden with scrutiny. Queen Alicent held the increasingly subdued, yet still sobbing Rhaenyra, her expression fraught with concern. Both Rhaenyra and Alicent held their breath. Daemon Blackfyre raised his head, meeting Daemon Targaryen's piercing gaze, as well as Jaehaerys' penetrating scrutiny. Outside the pavilion, the sunlight remained resplendent, and the fragrance of blossoms still perfumed the garden. Yet the pervasive scent of blood and the chill of murderous intent had irrevocably stained this autumn afternoon crimson. He understood that the days of tranquility had come to an end. The fleeting peace belonging to Daemon Waters or Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen had been shattered. Regardless of how the others embraced him, he remained an isolated black dragon, his status as a bastard still rendering him untrustworthy in the eyes of the world. Even among family, he stood at the eye of the storm, with the flames of vengeance before him and the enigmas and scrutinizing gazes behind him. Taking a deep breath, the air, once scented with blossoms, now felt frigid and harsh against his lungs. How should he respond? Prophecy? Dreams? Or perhaps those memories soaked in the blood of the red grasslands from a century hence? The truth, akin to a double-edged sword. could either mark him as a prophetic warning or lead to his annihilation. Deep within his violet-hued eyes, the flickering battle between struggle and resolution danced. Ultimately, he opted for deceit, slowly uttering words imbued with an unexpected rasp and a peculiar calmness. In my dream, I witnessed blood and fire. Chapter 23. The false dream. The air within the pavilion became palpable. Following Daemon Blackfyre's declaration, even Rhaenys ceased her weeping. As if struck by the gravity of those few words, sunlight continued to filter through the gaps in the vines, yet it could no longer bring warmth. Dream? Jaehaerys' voice suddenly sharpened. The old king's fingers tightened on the oak armrest, knuckles widening. His gaze pierced through Daemon Blackfyre like a sword, his deep violet pupils narrowing. The term bore immense weight for House Targaryen. Queen Alicent abruptly lifted her head, and Rhaenys squirmed restlessly in her arms. Rhaenyra and Alicent exchanged a panicked glance, both girls instinctively retreating a step. In the annals of House Targaryen, their dreams were never mere fantasies. They were prophetic abilities coursing through their blood, gifts and curses bestowed upon the true dragons by the gods. Daemon Targaryen's expression froze. His silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, and shock surged within his violet eyes. You have a dragon dream? His voice bore a semblance of calm masquerading as jealousy, reminiscent of the dreamwalker Daenerys. Daemon Blackfyre did not respond immediately. He stood in the center of the pavilion, his 12-year-old frame appearing particularly frail beneath the voluminous purple robe, yet exuding a composure that belied his youth. The black dragon sigil upon his right shoulder shimmered in the sunlight, pulsating as if imbued with life. I was uncertain of its significance. He meticulously chose his words, his violet eyes fixed upon Jaehaerys. Ever since their arrival in King's Landing from Dragonstone, those visions had invaded his dreams. Sometimes they manifested as fragmented glimpses, at other times as complete scenes, flames, blood, wails, and dragons. He paused, recalling a dream before Duke Aegon departed, wherein boulders tumbled down the moon mountains and a burning caravan met its fate. Jaehaerys' expression grew exceedingly grave. He rose slowly, his aged form radiating an undeniable authority in that moment. Elaborate on your dream, child. Every detail. Daemon Blackfyre inhaled deeply. He recognized he was teetering on the edge of a precipice. Too many details could unravel his deception, while too few would fail to elucidate his forewarning. He needed to weave a tale that was sufficiently authentic, yet would not ignite peril. The canyon, he closed his eyes, as if in recollection, narrow and flanked by steep cliffs. The caravan traversed the valley floor when, from above, a horn sounded, not the horns of the Seven Kingdoms, but more primal, more jarring. Then boulders fell, arrows rained down, and flames consumed all. He opened his eyes, his voice low. I saw a black raven perched upon the cliffside. Jaehaerys' brow knitted tighter. Queen Alicent silently traced a 7-pointed star with her fingers. Daemon Targaryen's expression shifted from shock to a complex form of reverence. What else have you dreamt? The old king pressed, his tone imbued with an irresistible command. Daemon Blackfyre hesitated momentarily. This was a precarious juncture. He could choose to halt here, or he could divulge more prophecies to solidify his standing. Ultimately, he chose to take the risk. The fragmented images were challenging to connect. He spoke cautiously. I have seen the walls of King's Landing ablaze, but not the more magnificent structure that stands now. There is also a wall intertwining ice and fire, soaring into the clouds. At times, I dream of unfamiliar faces who call me by different names. He deliberately allowed his voice to become ethereal, a blend of truth and illusion, crafting a sense of dreamlike disarray. Jaehaerys' expression became inscrutable. The old king slowly resumed his seat, his fingers gently tapping the armrest, producing a muffled sound. According to records, the dreams of the dreamwalker Daenerys were often similarly fragmented prophecies, only gaining clarity upon the occurrence of events. He glanced at Alicent, exchanging a meaningful look. Daemon Targaryen suddenly stepped forward, his silver hair glistening in the sunlight. Grandfather, if young Daemon truly possesses a dragon dream, he is our most cherished treasure. Consider how the dreamwalker Daenerys aided our family in evading apocalyptic calamity. His voice rose with excitement. He had proven himself. We should take him with us to the Vale. Jaehaerys did not respond immediately. His gaze lingered upon Daemon Blackfyre for an extended moment, as if attempting to penetrate the youthful exterior to unveil the soul concealed within. Ultimately, he nodded slowly. Prepare your dragon, Daemon, he addressed Daemon Blackfyre, employing a formal tone for the first time to refer to the young man. The cannibal shall accompany us. Queen Alicent furrowed her brow in concern. Your Majesty, he is merely 12 years old. The dragon dream is a gift from the gods, irrespective of age. Jaehaerys interjected, his voice resolute. Even as a dragon dreamer, As a son of Targaryen, his rightful place is upon the battlefield, astride a dragon. The blood of House Targaryen never shrinks in the face of youth. He turned to Daemon Targaryen. You too, great demon. Daemon Targaryen's eyes sparkled with delight, a flush of excitement gracing his cheeks. He turned to Daemon Blackfyre, suddenly breaking into a grin that revealed his sharp canines. It seems we are to face the battlefield together once more, brother. He clapped Daemon Blackfyre firmly on the shoulder. I shall have Caraxes soaring beside you. That great beast mustn't doze off along the way. Daemon Blackfyre managed a strained smile. His scheme had succeeded. He had utilized the Dragon Dream's deception to justify his foresight, proving his innocence and earning the right to partake in this quest for vengeance. Yet the cost was steep. He would henceforth be subjected to even closer scrutiny, with every prophecy and action examined under a magnifying glass. Suddenly, Rhaenyra, nestled in Alicent's arms, emitted a coo that shattered the heavy atmosphere. The little princess stretched her chubby hands, seemingly attempting to grasp at something non-existent in the air. Alicent bent down to kiss her forehead, murmuring, "It appears even our future queen senses the scent of flames." Gwen approached timidly, her light lavender eyes brimming with tears. "Demon." Her voice was scarcely audible. "Please, be careful." She swiftly pressed a small talisman into his hand, a silver dragon scale adorned with tiny amethysts along the edge, then retreated like a startled fawn, her cheeks flushed. Alicent stood a distance away, her lapis lazuli eyes shimmering with complex emotions. She remained silent, yet her deep gaze towards Daemon spoke volumes of concern and worry that transcended mere words. Jaehaerys rose and declared, "At dawn tomorrow, we shall convene at the dragon pit. Vhagar, Vermithrax, Caraxes, the cannibal shall carry us forth to the Moonstone Mountains." His voice was as unyielding as steel. For the Stone Stag's warriors would come to experience the true meaning of wrath. With the old king's departure, the tension in the pavilion eased slightly. Daemon Targaryen eagerly pulled Daemon Blackfyre into a discussion of flight paths and tactics, brimming with excitement akin to a child on the cusp of a tournament. Daemon Blackfyre feigned agreement, yet his thoughts soared towards the impending bloody retribution. He understood that this slaughter would ultimately culminate in naught but an empty conclusion. The Stone Stag tribe would retreat into the Moonstone Mountains, seemingly making a choice reminiscent of the Dornishmen of yore. They harbored no fear of dragonfire, ultimately surviving in the annals of history, for there was not recorded of this massacre in the chronicles of future generations. Yet at this moment, his greater concern lay in how the seeds of deception he had just sown would flourish. The identity of a dragon dreamer was a double-edged sword, capable of elucidating his foresight while simultaneously rendering him a target of contention or eradication among various factions. The poignant warning from Tywin Lannister echoed in his mind. Bloodlines may provide warmth, yet they are often the coldest of burdens. As night descended, the lights of the Red Keep gradually illuminated. Daemon Blackfyre stood before the window of his chamber, gazing towards the direction of the dragon's lair. The shadow of the greedy one flickered in the moonlight, its green, fire-like eyes glimmering in the darkness, as if sensing the turmoil within its master's heart. On the morrow, they would soar towards blood and fire. Yet today, he must prepare for an even grander deception, for a dragon dreamer cannot merely prophesy once. He needed to weave more dreams, crafting vaguer fragments to pave the way for potential interventions in the future. He caressed the amulet gifted by Jaehaerys, the silver dragon scales edge glimmering coldly in the moonlight. Outside, the lights of King's Landing twinkled like myriad stars, while further afield, the shadows of the Moonlight Mountains loomed, already shrouded in ominous crimson portent. Chapter 24. The moon weeps blood. A leaden haze of cold mist enveloped King's Landing before dawn, the acrid scent of sulfur mingling with the damp chill seeping into the marrow, before the great archway of the dragon's lair. For dragon shadows cast a stifling sense of oppression beneath the dim light, resembling nightmares materialized from ancient myth. Vhagar, the colossal dragon clad in verdant scales, loomed like a moving mountain. The passage of time etched profound grooves into its heavy armor, each labored breath accompanied by a wheezing roar, exuding sulphurous steam laced with sparks of fire. As it unfurled its scarred wings, the shadow nearly engulfed the entire square, the wing membranes appearing as tattered sails in the faint light. Yet deep within its molten gold slit pupils, a slumbering fury began to awaken. Prince Aemon stood by its thick neck, performing a final inspection of the dragon saddle straps, movements precise as clockwork, his deep violet eyes frozen like a glacial lake, harboring nothing but pure murderous intent. The old wound beneath his ribs throbbed faintly amidst the atmosphere of impending slaughter, yet he stood tall and unwavering, like a blade drawn from its sheath. In stark contrast was Carax's. This crimson behemoth fidgeted within the confined space, its claws scraping against the stone, sending sparks flying. Its molten, slitted gaze burned with a primal thirst for blood, and a low growl rumbled from its throat, reminiscent of a roar from the depths of the earth. Each hot breath exhaled billowed forth a cloud of white mist. Daemon Targaryen skillfully soothed it, almost boastfully, patting its neck. His silver hair shimmering with a red glow in the dragon's breath, his face betraying unmasked excitement and fervor for battle. He occasionally cast glances at the greedy one, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of impending competition. The greedy one, as dark as the deepest night, stood silently, devouring the surrounding light as if it were a living, cold obsidian. Its massive head hung low, with those green, fire-like slit eyes half closed, resembling a dormant volcano exuding a chilling aura. Occasionally, its eyelids would rise, and a cold gaze would sweep across the area, sufficient to make even the bravest of dragon guards hold their breath and retreat. The colossal figure melded almost seamlessly with the shadows, its scales glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen under the faint light. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen stood beside its formidable claw, diminutive as a grain of mustard. Clad in simple leather armor and draped in a cloak for warmth, he clutched the silver dragon scale talisman gifted by Lena, as if drawing some meager warmth from it. He gazed up at his fierce companion, feeling the cold yet potent bond of their connection, a silent, destructive power accumulating in the stillness. Upon the back of Vhagar, King Aegon too sat resolutely, a mountain of composure. The bronze leviathan exuded a regal presence, second only to the immense bulk of Vhagar. The old king, adorned in deep black dragon-riding attire, with a heavy cloak edged in gold thread shielding him from the biting cold of the heights, cast his deep violet eyes downward, pausing briefly on Daemon. His scrutiny mingled with an elusive glimmer of hope. He raised his arm, his motion both succinct and powerful. "Let us depart." Prince Balon was the first to leap onto Vhagar's saddle. An ancient, sonorous command in Valyrian echoed, prompting the aged green dragon to rear its head, unleashing a thunderous roar that rent the air, reverberating against the stone walls of the dragon's lair. Its powerful hind legs propelled it from the ground, sending shards of rock and dust into the air, as its immense wings stirred a tempest, launching its gargantuan body like a released arrow, surging through the dawn sky tinged with soft violet hues. "Keep up, Bloodworm." Daemon Targaryen's voice rang with exhilaration, almost in unison as he leapt onto Carax's. The crimson dragon responded with an even wilder roar, requiring no run-up. Its mighty wings flapped with fervor, its scarlet form a streak of burning lightning, tearing through the morning mist in pursuit of the verdant hue ahead. Daemon Blackfyre inhaled the frigid air, mingled with sulfur and dust, suppressing the tumult of resistance within him, along with anxiety and a twinge of instinctual excitement. He approached the lowered head of the cannibal, extending his hand, palm gently resting upon the cold, hard scales of its snout. Without words, thoughts transferred through the searing bond. The cannibal's green fire-slit eyes widened suddenly, its icy gaze locking onto him, emitting a low growl akin to boulders scraping against an abyss. Gradually, it lowered its massive head, its neck creating a slope for easy ascent. Daemon grasped the prominent scales between its neck, his movements less flamboyant than the other demoness, yet imbued with a peculiar, fluid harmony befitting the dragon. He mounted the rough, makeshift saddle, gripping the front handles tightly. A slight mental nudge sent the cannibal's vast form taut as a drawn bow, its powerful hind legs erupting with ground-shaking force. The obsidian wings unfurled with a thunderous clap, the whirlwind sweeping away all dust and mist in an instant. It shot forth like a black lightning bolt, piercing the dawn with a shrill scream, climbing skyward, swiftly catching up to the crimson and green ahead. The four dragons circled above King's Landing, their enormous shadows gliding over the slumbering city, eliciting fearful gazes. Vhagar's green settled in the dawn, steeped in ancient weight. Carax's crimson surged like molten lava. The cannibal's blackness devoured all light, while Vhagar's bronze stood as an eternal throne. For distinct, yet equally awe-inspiring roars of dragons reverberated through the heavens, heralding the wrath of the Dragon King unleashed upon the earth. In an instant, they altered their course, their colossal forms slicing through the skies, racing toward the shadows of the Mingyue mountain range in the northeast. The Widow's Wail Canyon, still echoing with the tragic remnants of the Eileen family's recent misfortune, was now enveloped by a more primordial and stifling silence. At the canyon's entrance, the spear, adorned with the desiccated, darkened head of Duke Eileen, remained suspended, its hollow eye sockets coldly gazing at the overcast sky. The air was thick with an unbearable stench of charred flesh, blood, and the refuse of the barbarian camp mingled with the lingering scent of smoldering ashes, creating a nauseating breath of death. The savages of the Shurien tribe reveled in the aftermath of their plunder, unwilling to depart from this site of victory. Deep within the canyon, beside a crude shelter nestled against the rock face, lay scattered exquisite fabric remnants pilfered from the Eileen caravan, twisted silverware, and even a child's doll. The barbarians gathered around the dying embers, gnawing on half-cooked meat, boasting of their exploits in coarse tongues, deriding the cowardice of the knights of the valley. A few savage children, clad in ill-fitting, opulent garments stripped from the corpses, chased and frolicked through the mud. To them, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were fit only to tremble in their castles. Yet, the shadow of death had silently descended upon the entire valley. The sentinels perched high upon the cliffs were the first to notice the peculiar dark specks rapidly enlarging in the distant sky. Initially mistaken for great eagles, clarity soon revealed a shape that ignited an ancient terror buried deep within their blood. Dragons. A scream, twisted and warped by sheer horror, erupted like a stone cast into still waters. The cacophony by the campfire abruptly ceased. All eyes, filled with dread, turned skyward. The figures of 4 colossal dragons loomed ever closer. Vormasol's bronze form radiated regal authority and a crushing might. Vagharl's verdant hue moved like a mountain, imposing and overwhelming. Karaxu's crimson flashed like lightning, its wing tips slicing through the air with a deafening shriek, and the glutton, an embodiment of darkness that devoured light, descended like the cloak of death, ushering in the deepest despair. Run! The barbarian chieftain howled, anguish tearing through his voice, but it was too late. Upon Vormasol's back, the aged visage of King Jaehaerys appeared chiseled against the morning light. His arm swung down decisively. The ancient Valyrian command thundered forth, Dragonfire. Vormasol raised its enormous head, a blinding golden-red glow igniting from deep within its chest. In the next moment, a torrent of dragonfire, as thick as molten gold, erupted forth, engulfing the canyon's entrance. Targeting the densest cluster of shelters, the flames instantaneously consumed the thatched huts, the barbarians caught like ants in boiling water, perishing in horrific screams as they were reduced to charred remains. The spear, a symbol of humiliation, along with the head it bore, vaporized in the dragonfire, disintegrating into ashes. Almost simultaneously, Prince Berlong's icy command echoed across the battlefield. Vagharl unleashed an ancient roar that reverberated through the canyon, filled with pent-up fury. The dragon's fiery breath, though not as grand as a waterfall, possesses a far greater viscosity and searing heat, imbued with a profound emerald hue, akin to a torrent of molten bronze surging through a narrow ravine, incinerating all in its path. Where it flows, rocks are scorched to a crimson explosion, and the wild men, cowering in crevices, emit a heart-wrenching, discordant wail. Their flesh sizzles under the intense heat, carbonizing, ultimately transforming into grotesque shadows. Their anguished cries reverberate through the canyon, composing a symphony of hell. Daemon Targaryen could no longer contain his boiling desire for slaughter without a command. At the very moment Kalakshiu dove to its lowest point, he unleashed a wild battle cry. Burn them all. Kalakshiu responded with an even more ferocious roar, metamorphosing into a scarlet comet, skimming at high speed along the jagged rock face. Its fiery breath darted like the most agile crimson serpent, licking the caves and protruding stone platforms with precision and swiftness. Those wild men who sought refuge in the terrain were instantly engulfed by the scarlet tongues of flame, turning into burning, twisted fireballs, screaming as they plummeted into the abyss below. The speed of the crimson dragon was unparalleled, executing several deadly turns within the canyon, evenly dispersing the rains of destruction. Daemon Targaryen laughed uproariously upon the dragon's back, the ecstasy of annihilation searing through his nerves like strong liquor. Meanwhile, Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, guiding the devourer in spirals above the canyon, felt the cold morning wind tugging at his silver locks, while below churned the inferno, the soaring golden red and emerald flames. The billowing columns of dense black smoke, the rising and falling, ultimately extinguished, despairing wails, and the foul stench of charred flesh and fat, all of it assaulted his senses, causing tumult in his stomach. He had experienced the blood-soaked battles of the Red Plains, where warriors clashed. Yet now, he witnessed a divine retribution, a unilateral trampling of mere ants. The brand upon his shoulder throbbed with a scorching intensity, as if echoing the murderous thirst buried deep within the devourer's soul. The devourer's green, fiery vertical pupils coldly surveyed the burning slaughterhouse below. It steadily adjusted its position, devoid of Calaxiu's agitation. When Daemon's thoughts reached him, bearing a hint of struggle followed by resolution, the devourer emitted a deep, satisfied rumble, akin to the roar of a chasm splitting open. Daemon's voice was hoarse and low, yet his command was distinctly imprinted within their soul link. The devourer's massive head suddenly reared back, then plunged downward. A pure, profound, black dragon flame erupted forth, one that seemed capable of consuming and obliterating even light itself. It lacked dazzling brilliance, yet exuded a chilling, soul-freezing aura. The dragon flames silently swept across a gathering of wild warriors brandishing crude weapons, attempting to fight against their fate. Where the black flame passed, time appeared to freeze. There were no explosions, no flashes of light, only an instant of absolute silence. The wild men found their screams choked in their throats. Their bodies instantly drained of all moisture and vitality, visibly withering, carbonizing, and solidifying into blackened figures that preserved their fearful postures in death. A gentle breeze swept by, causing these charred forms to quietly disintegrate into fine black powder, carried away by the wind. Even the rocks beneath their feet were cloaked in a layer of glimmering, cold, frost-like black crystals. This unfathomable scene of horror became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The surviving wild men succumbed to utter despair, casting aside their weapons and emitting meaningless, frenzied screams as they flailed about the burning canyon like headless flies, ultimately perishing in the flames, colliding with the searing rock walls, or tumbling into the abyss. In the Widow's Wail Canyon, the only sounds reverberating were the dying moans of the wild men and the roar of the flames. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen gazed upon the strange black domain of death he had wrought, witnessing life instantaneously reduced to ash. A chilling tremor coursing from his spine to the crown of his head. The dragon fire of the devourer not only incinerated flesh, but seemed to freeze the very spirit's vitality. He gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles paling from the strain, his stomach cramping in spasms. He forced himself to avert his gaze, looking deeper into the canyon's shadowy depths. The inertia of history whispered in his mind. The heart of the Stone Crow tribe, those fiercest warriors and their chieftain, must surely be huddled in the labyrinthine depths of caves, untouched by dragon fire. They would endure, becoming yet another terrifying legend of survivors amidst the moonlit mountains, lurking in the ashes, licking their wounds, nurturing future animosities. The flames of vengeance scorched the canyon, searing his soul in the process. He had fulfilled his task, demonstrated his worth and innocence, solidified his position. Yet the cost was steep. Having borne witness to and participated in a purging far more primal and nauseating than the bloodshed of the red grasslands in his past life, he lowered his head, the silver dragon scale amulet in his palm retaining a faint warmth beneath the devourer's icy breath, and the pale visage of Garyi, full of concern, flickered against the backdrop of firelight and black smoke. The canyon transformed into a crucible, the dragon fire rampaging, melting the rocks into crimson streams and forging life into ashes. The shadows of four colossal dragons intertwined and soared through the dense smoke and flames, like harbingers of doom from the depths of hell, scattering destruction. And Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, this outcast black dragon from a century hence, riding the ancient beast that brought forth the coldest death, for the first time truly grasped the weight of the Targaryen name he bore, a burden far colder, thicker, and steeped in indelible blood than he had ever imagined. This weight pressed heavily upon his youthful spine and the burning brand upon him. Chapter 25. Frost of the Moon Gate. The smoke of the Widow's Wail Canyon had yet to dissipate. As cold raindrops began to wash the charred rocks and seep into the earth's ashes, the four dragons lingered not. Their massive forms sweeping past the valley shrouded in the breath of death, soaring towards the heart of the valley, Eagle's Nest, and Moongate Castle. Though the flames of vengeance had ignited, the resulting power vacuum and endless sorrow required the living to fill and soothe. Moongate Castle, the grand fortress guarding the valley's throat, now enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of mourning. The light blue banner of House Arryn hung at half-mast, fluttering weakly in the damp, cold mountain breeze. The castle was permeated with the mingled scents of incense and damp stone walls, attempting to mask the sorrow, yet only adding to the oppressive ambience. Lords from various families of the Vale convened at this solemn gathering, their azure robes adorned with mourning black veils. Their expressions were grave, yet beneath the surface lurked veiled schemes and prying eyes. The tragic demise of Duke and Duchess Arryn, along with their young son, left only a 3-year-old heiress, Jane Arryn. For certain branches of the Arryn bloodline, this unforeseen event was undoubtedly a tantalizing opportunity. The funeral took place within the hallowed 7 shrines of Moon's Door Keep. A cold stone sarcophagus lay at the center, devoid of a body, holding only symbolic garments and meager remnants salvaged from the ashes of the valley. Flickering candlelight danced within the shrine, as the low murmurs of the monks' prayers echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling, imbued with a hollow compassion. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen stood among the royal assembly, positioned slightly behind Prince Aemon. Clad in simple dark attire, he deliberately suppressed his presence. The heavy incense and the sound of quiet weeping made him uneasy, as the brand upon his shoulder seemed to pulse subtly in the oppressive atmosphere. Bringing forth a faint sting, he observed the noblemen of the Vale with a discerning eye. They bowed their heads in feigned sorrow, yet their peripheral glances frequently darted toward the small figure by the altar. 3-year-old Jaehaerys was cradled by her wet nurse, swathed in a heavy black velvet cloak, revealing only her pale, innocent visage. She appeared terrified by the somber and chilling ambience, her sky-blue eyes brimming with tears, her small lips pursed. Yet she dared not cry aloud. Her guardian, the newly appointed regent and protector of the Vale, Count Royce, stood beside her like a bronze sentinel, clad in ancestral armor inscribed with ancient runes, casting a cold glimmer in the candlelight. His countenance was stern, his gaze sharp as a hawk, surveying everyone present, silently proclaiming his protective resolve. Any ill intentions toward Jane's status would face the unyielding edge of the bronze of Stonehelm. The funeral rites were prolonged and heavy. As the final thread of prayer dissipated into the frigid air, an unexpected commotion arose outside the shrine. It was not the murmur of voices, but a clear dragon's roar piercing through the rain. The assembly turned, bewildered, toward the sound. Above the castle courtyard, a magnificent dragon, its scales shimmering with a silvery hue reminiscent of moonlight, descended gracefully, exuding an air of majesty. Upon its back sat Queen Alysanne, her usual warmth replaced by a solemn demeanor, the regal authority enveloping her like an invisible cloak. Behind her, tightly embracing her waist, with her small face nestled within the queen's cloak, was Princess Jaehaerys Targaryen. The silver-winged dragon elegantly folded its wings, its massive head turning toward the shrine, emitting a low, almost comforting rumble. With the aid of her guards, Queen Alysanne dismounted, followed closely by Jaehaerys, who stumbled slightly, her complexion pale, clearly affected by the high-altitude flight and the somber atmosphere. As her gaze swept through the crowd, eagerly searching for the familiar figure of Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, her light purple eyes momentarily sparkled before swiftly lowering, long eyelashes concealing the tumult of emotions within. Queen Alysanne approached the altar directly, her presence akin to a warm breeze that swiftly dispelled some of the surrounding gloom. She first bowed deeply before the stone sarcophagus, then knelt before the small figure of Jenny, soothing the frightened child in the gentlest tone, and carefully readjusted her crooked little cloak. Turning then to Count Royce. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the hushed hall. Lord Jobert, I come bearing the approval of Jaehaerys, representing the Iron Throne and the entirety of House Targaryen. She paused, her gaze sharpening significantly. The Arryn family is the most loyal ally of the crown. Miss Jenny Arryn is undoubtedly the legitimate heir of the Eyrie and the Vale. Any attempts to usurp her rights shall be regarded as a challenge to the Iron Throne and will face the judgment of Dragonfire. Her words echoed with authority, accompanied by a timely, regal roar from the silver wings in the courtyard, serving as a tangible deterrent. The previously restless, distant relatives of the Arryns suddenly paled, lowering their heads, no longer daring to meet the eyes of the Queen or Jenny. Count Royce bowed deeply, the heavy clinking of his bronze armor resonating. In the name of bronze and our ancestors, House Royce swears to do everything in its power to protect Miss Jenny until she comes of age to govern the Eyrie. We are grateful for Her Majesty the Queen's trust and the support of the Iron Throne. Queen Alysanne inclined her head slightly, the invisible pressure easing a bit. She then turned toward the royal members, her gaze landing on Daemon Blackfyre, carrying a hint of imperceptible warmth, before softly instructing her companion, "Go on, child. Someone is quite concerned." Her voice, though not loud, was sufficiently audible in the silent hall for Daemon Blackfyre to hear clearly. Jaehaerys' cheeks flushed with a crimson hue that reached her ears. Shyly twisting her fingers, she lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing, yet could not resist glancing up at Daemon Blackfyre before shuffling closer to him. "Jaehaerys?" Daemon Blackfyre looked at her in mild surprise, his voice soft. "What brings you here? This place," he glanced at the solemn and oppressive surroundings, "is not suited for you." Jaehaerys, still averting her gaze, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Mother said you were here. I'm worried about her." Her voice dwindled to near inaudibility, her ears burning crimson. "That pure Clumsy concern shone like a faint yet warm light, piercing through the gloom of the funeral, gently stirring a cold corner of Daemon Blackfyre's heart. He paused for a moment, then replied softly, "I am fine. Thank you for coming." As the funeral prayers finally concluded, the heavy atmosphere gradually lightened as the crowd began to exit the hall. The people silently gathered in the relatively open, yet still shrouded by the chilling mountain winds, courtyard of the inner keep, as if temporarily escaping the suffocating presence of stone coffins and flickering candlelight. Chapter 26. The mockery of destiny. The atmosphere in the courtyard was slightly more vibrant than the oppressive sanctum, though the underlying tone of mourning remained profound. The icy mountain winds swirled with sporadic raindrops, brushing against the solemn faces of the assembly. Queen Alysanne was engaged in discussions with the maidens of Eagle's Nest about the care of Jaehaerys, while King Jaehaerys and Prince Aemon stood a short distance away. The old king's countenance remained serene, while Aemon appeared sullen, as if the chill and high altitude were aggravating his old wounds. Daemon Targaryen seemed somewhat distracted, his gaze drifting through the solemn crowd, seemingly in search of something. At that moment, a somewhat deliberate sound of heavy bronze armor scraping against itself echoed through the air. Count Jobert of Royce led a young woman through the throng, making a beeline for the gathering of royal members. The young woman was tall and clad in deep blue riding attire, sharply tailored, adorned only at the collar and cuffs with a simple bronze emblem. Her ebony hair was meticulously tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a countenance that could be described as both spirited and somewhat fierce. Her eyebrows were thick and straight, her nose high and straight, her lips pressed tightly together. Her pale gray eyes, clear as the mountain streams of Stonehaven, bore the hardness of the surrounding rocks. Her gaze was direct and candid, lacking the delicacy typically associated with noble maidens, exuding a sharpness that set her apart. This was Rhaenys Royce, the niece and heir of Count Jobert, and the future bride of Daemon Targaryen. "Your Majesty, Your Grace." Jobert's voice resonated with the steadiness of bronze as he bowed before Jaehaerys and Alysanne. "Allow me to present my niece, Rhaenys Royce." He turned to Daemon Targaryen, his gaze from beneath the bronze helm scrutinizing, with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. "Rhaena, this is Prince Daemon Targaryen." Rhaena's eyes immediately zeroed in on Daemon Targaryen. Akin to a spotlight, she unabashedly appraised him from head to toe, from his signature silver hair to his handsome, yet somewhat flamboyant features, to the exquisite garments that, even after a funeral, still exuded grandeur. In her eyes, there was no hint of the shyness or admiration typically found in a maiden encountering her betrothed for the first time. Instead, there was a pure curiosity and evaluation, as if she were scrutinizing a newly acquired weapon, rumored to be invaluable but uncertain of its practicality. Daemon Targaryen regarded Rhaena with an undeniable intrigue. Her unique spirit and icy demeanor captivated him in an instant. He flashed a customary smile, imbued with a hint of charm and confidence, and inclined his head slightly, attempting to display the allure of the Dragon Prince. "Miss Rhaena, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. The beauty of Stonehaven's bronze truly lives up to its renown." He intended to compliment her distinctive presence, perhaps with a touch of jest, anticipating a response of modesty or admiration. However, Rhaena's reaction was entirely unexpected. Her brows knitted together, the dark arches almost entwined, as her light gray eyes fixed upon Daemon. With a voice crisp and direct, tinged with a hint of unrefined candor, she retorted, "The beauty of bronze lies in its resilience and the strength of its protective runes. Your Highness, rather than as a descriptor for one's appearance." She paused, her gaze naturally drifting to the lavishly adorned sword at his waist, encrusted with jewels, not the Dark Sister, but rather a decorative blade he bore daily, with a tone unembellished yet as precise as a dagger. She struck at the heart of the matter. A true warrior values the sharpness of their sword over the opulence of its sheath. Her words bore no malice. They merely articulated what she deemed to be the truth. Yet this stark and unrelenting correction fell upon Daemon like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing his fervent expectations. The smile upon Daemon Targaryen's face froze instantaneously, akin to the stilled flames of a dragon. The beauty and grace he prided himself on appeared to her as mere superficial adornments. His sword, crafted by the finest artisans of King's Landing and worth a fortune, was deemed extravagant yet lacking substance. A surge of offended indignation and embarrassment washed over him. He suppressed his ire, though the smile at the corners of his mouth became exceedingly strained and cold, as a flicker of pain surged in his violet eyes. Accustomed to adulation and infatuation, he had never encountered someone so forthright, bordering on impolite, in their appraisal of him, especially when that someone was his betrothed. This initial encounter planted a sharp thorn in Daemon's heart, a foreshadowing of future disdain for his bronze whore, laced with a chilling mockery. Standing to the side, Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. He noted the suppressed fury in Daemon Targaryen's demeanor and the obliviousness of Rhaenyra Royce, her directness bordering on naivete. A cold ripple stirred within him. The weighty and obstinate wheels of history were indeed turning. The sparse historical accounts of marital discord, separation, and the epithet of bronze whore came vividly alive before him, heralding a prologue to a tale long foretold. Regardless of how he might stir the waters of fate, certain paths seemed irrevocably destined. After a brief and awkward exchange filled with an uncomfortable silence, Lord Jaehaerys Royce swiftly redirected the conversation to matters of consequence. In the main hall of Moongate Keep, before all the prominent nobles of the Vale, King Jaehaerys formally announced his appointment of Lord Jaehaerys and reiterated the royal family's unwavering support for the inheritance rights of Jaehaerys Arryn. Queen Alysanne affixed a small, exquisite falcon brooch to Jaehaerys' attire, symbolizing the protection of the crown. The elderly nurse cradled the drowsy and blissfully ignorant young duchess. Meanwhile, Count Jaehaerys Royce, Lord of Stone City, donned ancestral bronze armor etched with ancient runes, glimmering with a cold yet resilient luster in the flickering torchlight of the hall. He stood like a bronze bear protecting its cub, his imposing figure as steadfast as a mountain, one hand resting upon the hilt of his lamenting sword, while the other rested reassuringly on Ginny's small shoulder, a silent yet powerful declaration. His weathered face, marked by the passage of time and defined by sharp angles, bore no superfluous expressions, only a bronze-like determination and undeniable authority. He required no words. The armor he wore and the great sword at his side served as the most resounding declaration. Any who coveted the throne of Eagle's Nest City would first contend with the ancient runes of House Royce and the wrath of the regent. Those with ulterior motives found their gazes momentarily subdued and dormant in the presence of the royal dragon, the king's majesty, and the cold, hard aura emanating from Jaehaerys' bronze armor. Having achieved their purpose, the royal entourage did not linger in the oppressive chill of Moongate Castle. The biting mountain winds and heavy atmosphere were discomforting. At the moment of farewell, Jaehaerys summoned her courage, seizing the opportunity while the attention of the others was on the elder's final pleasantries, to swiftly slip a small object wrapped in soft lambskin into Daemon Blackfyre's hand. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, she dared not raise her eyes, her voice barely audible against the mountain breeze. I wish to remain in the valley with my mother for a few more days, to care for Jaehaerys. Inside are the unique calming herbs of Moongate Castle and a new talisman. She cast a quick glance at him, her light purple eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Be careful on your journey. Queen Alysanne observed this scene with a smile, her eyes reflecting love and understanding. She approached Daemon Blackfyre, gently patting his arm, and whispered, "Treasure it, my child. A pure heart's intention is the warmest flame amidst the cold journey, capable of dispelling the chill of the heights and the shadows of the road ahead." For great dragons soared once more, their immense wings stirring the icy currents above Moongate Castle, carrying the royal members, eager to return, towards King's Landing. Vhagar's flight appeared somewhat heavy and slow. As Prince Balon sat in the saddle, his brow furrowed, the old injury beneath his ribs more uncomfortable in the frigid altitude. Caraxes remained agile and swift, yet Daemon Targaryen, seated upon the dragon's back, wore a countenance as somber as iron, evidently still troubled by the blunt and almost piercing words of Rhaenyra Royce, which had crushed his pride into dust. The stark contrast between his fiancée's image and his expectations cast a profound shadow in his heart. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen rode the cannibal, feeling the bone-chilling winds at such heights, winds potent enough to freeze one's blood. He turned to glance back at the diminishing Moongate Castle, its ice-blue spire under the dim, low-hanging heavens resembling a vast, frozen tear, symbolizing the valley's sorrow and coldness at that moment. Yet, cradled in his palm, the talisman and calming herbs gifted by Jaehaerys released a faint, reassuring fragrance of flora through the lambskin, the only genuine warmth on this frigid journey home. This warmth intertwined with the pulsating mark upon his shoulder and the cold strength radiating from the cannibal's massive form, creating a peculiar contradiction. Ahead, the undercurrents of King's Landing and the greater whirlpool brought by his Targaryen identity awaited him silently, akin to the tides of Blackwater Bay. The cannibal seemed to sense the tumultuous emotions of its master, letting out a deep, resonant roar that echoed like an ancient dragon's call from the abyss. The dragon's roar pierced through the layers of chilling clouds, resembling both a lament for the recent brush with death and coldness, and a profound, chilling proclamation of the unknown fate that lay ahead. Chapter 27. the bronze shackles and the shadow of the escaped dragon at the year's end. The city of Sigil was cloaked in a delicate layer of snow, the ancient bronze armor adorning the city walls reflecting the harsh light of the heavens, as if the inscribed runes whispered tales of the valley's stubbornness and pride. Today, however, this fortress, renowned for its resilience, was forcibly infused with an air of extravagant Targaryen and Royce union, causing the bronze banners and the three-headed black and red dragon sigil to intertwine awkwardly in the biting wind. King Jaehaerys, with silver hair dusted with fine snowflakes, tightened his heavy fur cloak while observing the newlyweds before the altar, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. Beside him stood Belron, his expression colder than the bronze upon the walls, an old wound at his side seeming to stir in the oppressive atmosphere, prompting him to press a hand against his ribs intermittently. Daemon Blackfyre lingered at a distance, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Indeed, Rhaenys had arrived with Laenor and Lenny, the azure cloak of Driftmark appearing particularly vivid against the white snow. 6-year-old Laenor had begun to mature, exhibiting Rhaenys' spirited features, curiously standing on tiptoe to survey the altar. Meanwhile, 3-year-old Lenny clutched his mother's hand tightly, his small face etched with wariness in this unfamiliar setting. "Where's the sea serpent?" Daemon inquired quietly of Rhaenys. "Where else?" Rhaenys replied with a light laugh, her tone tinged with exasperation and understanding. "Across the narrow sea, the free cities are teeming with new opportunities. He intends to prepare for the next voyage, expanding the fleet by another third." She deliberately emphasized the preparation for the voyage, clearly accustomed to her husband's complete devotion to maritime pursuits since Corlys had resigned as the master of ships half a year prior. The wedding ceremony commenced amidst the lengthy prayers of the 7 gods' priests. Rhea Royce donned a deep blue wedding gown adorned with bronze emblems, a crown of the same material resting upon her ebony hair. Her striking countenance bore no trace of a bride's shyness, only a solemn determination. When the priest inquired whether she would love, honor, and obey him, her response rang clear as a war axe cleaving stone. "I vow to uphold the alliance between Royce and Targaryen, as I would protect the runes of Sigil." As for obedience, she paused, her pale gray eyes locking onto her groom. "That depends on whether he is worthy." A wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the crowd. Daemon Targaryen's expression darkened within an instant, his signature silver hair disheveled by the wind, his violet eyes burning with offended ire. Were it not for Prince Belron casting a frigid glance his way, he might have stormed off in indignation. When it was his turn to pledge, his voice dripped with unabashed mockery. "I do, yes, I do, wish for Corlys Velaryon to experience the bronze essence of Sigil." The exchange of tokens proved to be an utter disaster. Rhea presented a heavy bronze amulet, inscribed with protective runes, its weight formidable enough to inflict harm. In return, Daemon gifted a ruby ring, resplendent in its vivid red against the backdrop of bronze, appearing rather frivolous. When Rhea accepted the ring, her fingertips barely grazed his skin, as she pinched it delicately between 2 fingers, as though it were a scalding piece of refuse. It seemed this wedding was even livelier than I had anticipated. Rhaenys leaned in close to Daemon Blackfyre, whispering teasingly, urging him to keep his wits about him, lest he follow in the footsteps of his namesake brother. She paused, deliberately raising her voice, inquiring when she might see him donned in wedding robes, suggesting that he ought not to keep his sister waiting too long. Daemon Blackfyre shook his head in resignation, about to respond, when he noticed Princess Gary blushing from a distance, her handkerchief nearly twisted into a knot. Beside Gary, Alicent Hightower surreptitiously glanced at him, only to hastily avert her gaze, her ears tinged with a faint blush. The atmosphere at the feast was even more rigid than during the ceremony. Daemon Targaryen drank cup after cup of ale, his gaze fiercely fixed on the Knights of the Vale attempting to approach for a toast. Meanwhile, Rhea sat with several elders from House Royce at another table, quietly deliberating the Vale's defensive strategies, as if the groom beside her were merely an inconsequential ornament. King Jaehaerys made several attempts to ease the tension, but was met with Rhea's impenetrable politeness and Daemon's deliberate disregard. As night fell, this awkward wedding finally reached its conclusion amidst the silence of the attendees. When the attendants guided the newlyweds to their bridal chamber, Daemon Targaryen stumbled. Rhea shot him a cold glance, taunting, "Prince Targaryen, do you require assistance to walk?" This jibe ignited Daemon's fury, and he violently shook off the attendant's hand, glaring at Rhea. "At least I am not a frigid lump of unyielding bronze." The two engaged in a hushed quarrel at the threshold of the bridal chamber, their words laced with curses of barbarians and rogues, audible enough for those waiting outside. Ultimately, it was Count Boros Royce who lost his patience, clearing his throat. "It is late. Perhaps you too should retire." This comment forcibly curtailed the farce. The following day, as they prepared to part ways, Rhaenys took Daemon Blackfyre's arm, half joking and half serious. "Did you see that? Never emulate Daemon. Marrying someone incompatible is truly a torment." She cast a glance at Jaehaerys and Alicent, who were conversing nearby, then added, "And certainly do not wed someone too domineering, or life will be unbearable." Abruptly shifting her tone, she raised her voice sufficiently for those around to hear. "If it comes to it, should father compel you into a union, come to Dragonstone and seek your sister's counsel. I believe our dear Laenor would be quite suitable. In a few years, he will be of age, and you can nurture your bond from childhood, truly knowing one another." "Mother." 6-year-old Laenor instantly flushed crimson, retreating behind Rhaenys, her small hands clutching tightly to her mother's cloak. Not far away, Jaehaerys heard these words, her complexion instantly paling. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the tassels on her cloak, and her eyes began to redden slightly. At that moment, Daemon Targaryen, recently dismissed coldly by Rhea, overheard the conversation, as if another dagger had been plunged into his heart. He rushed before Viserys and Aemma, wailing, "Brother, sister-in-law, look at her. Rhaenys is simply adding insult to injury. I cannot bear to stay here. This place is more terrifying than a dungeon." Viserys shrugged helplessly, while Aemma stifled a laugh and patted his arm, saying, "Bear with it. Marriage always requires adjustment." In despair, Daemon turned to his namesake brother, Blackfyre, his last hope rising in a shout, "Brother, take me away, back to King's Landing. I would even endure the dragon pit and squeeze in with the glutton." Before he could finish, he was met with the icy glares from both Jaehaerys and Balon. The old king's gaze bore an undeniable authority, while Balon's eyes were like daggers of ice, silencing Daemon instantly, forcing him to close his mouth in frustration. Ultimately, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the royal procession departed, leaving him trapped within the confines of this bronze castle. The days back in King's Landing were considerably calmer. A few days later, on a rare sunny afternoon that dispelled the winter gloom, Daemon was accompanying Jaehaerys and Alicent in the gardens of the Red Keep, watching over Rhaenyra. The precocious little princess had begun to crawl unsteadily, now wobbling as she chased after a butterfly, her silver gold hair shimmering in the sunlight. Jaehaerys knelt on the ground, patiently teaching Rhaenyra to identify the flowers, while Alicent sat nearby on a stone bench, embroidering a baby cloak, occasionally glancing at Daemon playing with Rhaenyra, her gaze tender. At that moment, a familiar dragon's roar shattered the sky. The sound was sharp and urgent, imbued with a sense of euphoric release. Daemon Blackfyre abruptly looked up, his eyes catching a crimson figure breaking through the clouds, diving towards the Red Keep. Coralax, the knight upon the dragon, his silver hair tousled, his cloak billowing in the wind, was none other than Daemon Targaryen, who should have been in Stonehenge. "I have returned." His roar, accompanied by Coralax's dragon cry, echoed throughout the Red Keep, as he declared, "Whoever loves this wretched place can stay." Jaehaerys gasped in surprise, covering her mouth, while Alicent paused her work, lifting her gaze to the descending figure. Daemon Blackfyre beheld that familiar, rebellious stance, his heart understanding the inertia of history, ultimately leading him, the wayward prince, to make the same choice as recorded in the annals. Coralax circled above the dragon pit before descending steadily onto the square. Daemon Targaryen dismounted, stumbling a few steps, yet grinning like a child who had successfully played truant. In the distance, the window of King Jaehaerys' study flung open, and the old king's furious roar could be faintly heard. "Daemon, you scoundrel!" Yet this time, Daemon Targaryen felt no trepidation. Instead, he made a face towards the study and strode confidently in that direction. He knew that with a dragon present, no one could send him back to that frigid bronze castle. In the garden, Daemon Blackfyre watched the figure vanish at the end of the corridor, glancing at the bewildered faces of Rhaenyra and Alicent beside him, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that the tranquil days in King's Landing would once again be disrupted by this namesake elder brother. Chapter 28. The Warm Hall's betrothal, and the lame prince. The air in the warm hall of the Red Keep was redolent with the scents of cedar and amber. The charcoal in the bronze braziers crackling and heating the Targaryen sigils woven into the tapestries adorning the walls. King Jaehaerys' silver hair glimmered with an ivory sheen in the firelight as he caressed the oak armrest, intricately carved with dragon motifs. His gaze swept over his assembled family before finally settling on his eldest son, Balon. Queen Alysanne sat beside him, her fingertips entwined with silver thread as she crafted a delicate dragon-shaped crown for Rhaenyra, the golden strands shimmering on her lap like a cascade of flowing sunlight. "Balon," the old king began, just as a spark erupted from the charcoal in the brazier. You have just turned 40, the prime of manhood. He paused, his gaze lingering on the silver strands that had begun to grace his son's temples. Alyssa has been gone from us for 13 years now, perhaps, father. Baelin's voice suddenly interjected, interrupting the king. He sat upright, his deep purple eyes shining brilliantly in the firelight. An old wound at his side seemingly compelling him to instinctively press against his flank. Yet, his tone was unwavering. For 13 years, I have wiped the frost from her gravestone each morning and spoken to her in the direction of Dragonstone each evening. Do you not think such a span of years is sufficient to prove something? The warm hall fell silent, save for the occasional crackle of the embers. Viserys quietly clasped Emma's hand. She had gradually found stability these past few days under the family's reassurance, gently patting the back of her husband's hand to signal him not to interject. Daemon Blackfyre noted the whiteness of Baelin's knuckles as he gripped his hands tightly. This prince, renowned for his martial prowess, now bore a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. I recall the first time she rode mare axes. Baelin's voice softened, imbued with nostalgic warmth. Silver hair cascading over dragon scales like melted moonlight. She always said that no dragonfire, however fierce, could rival the gaze with which I beheld her. He suddenly smiled, a mixture of sweetness and bitterness touching his lips. But on the day she departed, my gaze extinguished along with her. His heart had long since become a tomb for Alyssa's memory. Now it was merely an empty vessel, incapable of harboring another. Queen Alysanne set aside her needlework, her voice gentle. Balon, I understand your profound sentiment. Yet you are the Prince of Dragonstone, the heir to the kingdom. You must think of yourself as well. Mother. Balon turned towards the queen, his eyes pleading. I have 3 remarkable sons. Viserys, steadfast as a rock. Daemon, fierce as fire. His gaze shifted to Daemon Blackfyre, his sharp purple eyes softening. And you, young Daemon. I grew up alongside your father, Aemon. Our blood has long since intertwined. I am aware that I can never replace him. Yet these days, as you ride the dragonfire emitted by the devourer upon the peaks of the Moonlight Mountains, I perceive the shadow of Aemon in you. Daemon Blackfyre's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the night at the Night's Watch Tower on Dragonstone, when this prince had once playfully rapped his head with the hilt of his sword. He remembered the unspoken bond between Belron and his devourer as they unleashed fire together in the Widow's Wail. At this moment, a barely perceptible tremor tinged the voice of this iron-blooded prince. I confess, when the Duke of Aelin met his untimely fate, I harbored doubts about you. After all, your appearance was rather peculiar, like the fog drifting in from across the narrow sea. Yet now I am convinced, our blood and fire share a common origin. You carry the blood of Targaryen, just as I do, as well as Viserys and Daemon. Leaning forward, flames danced in his pupils. Henceforth, you shall be my youngest son. I shall teach you how to command the fleet of Dragonstone, how to speak with authority at the royal council, and how to instill fear of your dragonfire in the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms, just as I did with Viserys and Daemon. Daemon Blackfyre felt a tightness in his throat, yearning to speak, but was silenced by Belron's raised hand. Thus, father, mother, Belron turned his gaze back to Jaehaerys. Please forgive my stubbornness. In the days that remain to me, I wish only to guard my sons, to protect little Rhaenyra, and to witness your grandchildren ride their own dragons. As for remarriage, let those noble maidens seek other suitors. Jaehaerys remained silent for a considerable time, the ashes in the brazier having accumulated into a thick layer. At last, he exhaled, that sigh imbued with the helplessness of fatherhood and profound admiration for his eldest son. Very well, your temperament is reminiscent of your mother. He turned to Alysanne, who nodded slightly in response, her silver threads intertwining between her fingers, as if drawing a conclusion to this dispute. The old king's gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting upon his youngest daughter, Gara. The princess donned a sky-blue gown, its hem embroidered with silver snowflakes, emblematic of the season of her birth. Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Gara's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened pomegranate. Instinctively, she glanced at Daemon Blackfyre, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress. Her voice barely above a whisper. Father, mother, I wish to spend more time with you. The gardens of the Red Keep remain unexplored, and the young dragons in their lairs are only just becoming acquainted with me. Alysanne chuckled softly, ruffling her daughter's hair. Our little Gara has grown, yet she remains as clingy as in her youth. She looked at Jaehaerys with a tender, indulgent gaze. Let her be. She is still so young. Jaehaerys grunted in acknowledgement, but did not pursue the matter further. His gaze ultimately settled on Daemon Blackfyre, the old king's eyes sharp as a hawk. And you, young Daemon? The noble maidens of the 7 kingdoms are at your disposal. The Tyrells of the Reach have 3 beautiful daughters. The Baratheons of Storm's End have suitable candidates. and even the Martells of Dorne have offered olive branches. Daemon Blackfyre's gaze inadvertently met Jaehaerys, causing her to hastily lower her head, her ears burning as if they might bleed. He caught a glimpse of Alicent Hightower, who stood behind the queen. The young lady was adorned in a gown of muted green, cradling a silver pod in her hands. Her lapis lazuli-like eyes seemed to harbor starlight. And upon noticing his gaze, she swiftly lowered her eyelids, oblivious to the crimson marks left by the pot's handle on her palm. "Grandfather," Daemon Blackfyre steadied himself, striving to maintain a composed tone. "I am merely 13 years old. The glutton has not yet been completely tamed, and the pirates of the Stepstones remain unvanquished." "What of being 13? A flippant voice suddenly interrupted from the doorway of the warm chamber. All eyes turned to see Daemon Targaryen, leaning upon an intricately carved cane, limping into the room. His left leg was heavily bandaged, dark red stains seeping through the cuffs of his trousers, and a bruise marred his face. Yet, his violet eyes shone brilliantly, and a familiar sardonic smile graced his lips. "Marriage is but a grave for men, brother." He plopped down into the nearest chair, the cane thudding against the floor. "Look at me. I've barely been in this grave for a few days, and already I'm buried up to my knees." Queen Alicent sprang to her feet, silver threads cascading from her knees. "Daemon, what has happened to your leg?" She hurried to her once-beloved grandson, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the bruise on his face. "Who dares to lay hands upon you?" Daemon Targaryen was about to respond when he met the simultaneous gazes of Aegon and Balon. The old king cleared his throat, lifting his teacup to obscure his face, while Balon studied his nails as if they contained the secrets of dragon scales. Alicent, ever astute, swiftly grasped the situation. With a reproachful glare directed at her husband and younger son, she turned back to Daemon Targaryen, her tone softening. "Please, sit down. I shall summon the maester to tend to your wounds." Viserys could not suppress a chuckle, earning a discreet pinch from Aemma. Daemon Blackfyre recalled the events of that day vividly. Daemon Targaryen had descended from Caraxes, brimming with exuberance, charging into the king's study with grand declarations of setting the bronze doors of Dragonstone ablaze. Unbeknownst to him, not only was Aegon present, but also Balon, who was engrossed in military reports. To make matters worse, Queen Alicent had conveniently visited Maegor's holdfast to see Aemma, leaving him unprotected. "Let those who wish to linger in that wretched chasm do so," Daemon Targaryen had exclaimed as he entered, slamming his hand upon the table. "I have Caraxes. I shall go wherever I please." No sooner had he spoken than Balon, lurking in the shadows, seized him by the collar. The old king was quick-witted, snatching a silk napkin from the table and stuffing it into his mouth. The father and son pinned him down, and it was said that muffled thuds and the sound of tearing fabric echoed from the study. The guards stood vigil outside the door, none daring to intervene. By the time Daemon Blackfyre and the others arrived, Daemon Targaryen was already bound to a chair, his left leg grotesquely twisted, and his mouth stuffed with the damp napkin. Upon seeing his namesake brother, he blinked desperately, resembling a plucked turkey. Such was the result of certain benevolent paternal figures. Daemon Targaryen rubbed his knee, deliberately elongating his tone, lamenting that after merely stating the bedboards of Stonehenge were too hard, he was subjected to a thorough reprimanding in the study. He cast a glance at Baelor, noting that some individuals could be far more ruthless than when dealing with the Dornish. Baelor's ears flushed slightly as he coughed, retorting, "Who told you to speak so boldly before the king? You even dared to threaten the burning of House Royce's doors. Am I mistaken?" Daemon Targaryen immediately countered. "That woman, Rhaena Royce, sleeps at night clad in bronze armor. I suspect her heart is forged from iron." The atmosphere in the warmth of the chamber lightened instantly, as Aegon's laughter echoed, causing the embers to spark and crackle. Alicent shook her head in resignation, sending for the maester and instructing a handmaiden to bring honeyed wine to ease Daemon's pain. Observing the scene before him, Daemon Blackfyre suddenly felt the brand upon his shoulder no longer searing. Baelor's deep affection for his deceased wife, Jaehaerys' shy glances, Alicent's lowered eyelids, and even Daemon Targaryen's complaints about his lameness radiated a warmth akin to the glowing coals of the hearth. He recalled the blood and fire upon the Redgrass Fields and the cold of the dungeons on Dragonstone, suddenly understanding that the bonds of blood were never sustained by dragon fire or sword, but rather by these quarrels, laughter, acceptance, and protection, weaving each individual tightly together like threads in a tapestry. King Aegon took a sip of wine, surveying the faces around him before his gaze settled upon Rhaenyra's cradle. The little princess slept soundly, her silvery golden locks cascading over her cheek, with remnants of milk adorning her lips. "Let us not dwell on matters of marriage for now," he said, his voice warm with the after-effects of wine. "We have ample time." He turned to Daemon Blackfyre, his eyes twinkling with mirth. But young demon, do not emulate your lamed brother. When you grow up, you must bring me a granddaughter-in-law. Daemon Blackfyre's cheeks flushed slightly at the unexpected warmth of concern, while Gary lowered her head even further, and Alicent's fingers trembled gently as she held the silver pitcher. Outside the warm chamber, the wind and snow had ceased without notice, and a sliver of moonlight streamed through the window, draping over Rhaenys' cradle like a silver blanket. The crackling of the coals continued, weaving the tale of House Targaryen into the long night of Westeros. Chapter 29. The Midnight Escape Through the Secret Passage. The dragon's lament beneath the moon, the morning in the Red Keep, always commenced with the chimes of Malin's bells, yet today's tumult began 3 hours earlier. The great oak doors of the king's chambers remained tightly shut, yet the sounds of argument within pierced the stone walls like dragon fire, filling the castle with an atmosphere of simmering tension. Jaehaerys Targaryen, how could you treat my dear demon so? Queen Alicent's voice was laced with a sob. Her silver-threaded nightgown wrinkled from her grip. His leg has scarcely healed, and you confine him in the tower, deprived of sunlight. Do you wish for him to become a second Maegor? I am merely disciplining him. Jaehaerys' roar followed, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering porcelain. Is it not enough that the scoundrel has turned Stonehenge upside down, and now he incites you to rebel against me? If not strictly restrained, he might one day ride a dragon to set the Red Keep ablaze. Balon stood in the corridor, resembling a bronze shield wedged between two stone walls. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, a shriek from within pierced the air. It's all your fault. If you hadn't beaten him to the point of unsteadiness, I would not feel so heartbroken. This was followed by the king's roar. How dare you say that? If you hadn't always protected him, he would not be so unruly. Father, Mother Balon ventured to speak, his voice as thin as a thread. Silence. The two voices erupted simultaneously, startling Balon into retracting his hand. He awkwardly scratched his head, recalling how yesterday, during the quarrel, he had suggested that perhaps their mother was overly indulgent, only to be pricked on the back of his hand by Alicent with an embroidery needle, and later, when he mentioned that perhaps his father's punishment was indeed a bit harsh, Jaehaerys had promptly hurled the black stone paperweight at his feet. At that moment, he understood that amidst the furious parents, any words would serve as kindling for a raging fire. Meanwhile, the instigator of this turmoil lay leisurely in the tower bedroom, delicately scooping honeyed pears with a silver spoon, sent by Alicent. Daemon Targaryen's left leg was still encased in plaster, yet it did not hinder him from winking at the maid. Do you think grandfather will be so enraged that he'll seal off a few more secret passages in my room? The maid turned pale with fright, hurriedly kneeling on the floor. Daemon Targaryen snickered, tossing the pear core out the window. He was well aware of the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. While lamenting to Alicent during the day, he had exaggerated his wound, describing it as if seared by a branding iron, embellishing that Jaehaerys intended to send him to the wall as a night's watchman, and claiming that Balon planned to return him to Stonehelm, where Rhaenyra would chain him with bronze shackles. Grandmother, they simply cannot stand to see me happy. At that moment, he held Alicent's hand, his violet eyes perfectly portraying his grievance. I only wish to visit a tavern for a mug of ale, yet they guard me as if I were a thief. Tell me, is it not better to be a wandering dog than a prince such as I? Alicent, who cherished this passionate grandson, believed every word, especially seeing him lie in bed with a limp leg. That very night, she sought out Jaehaerys with the bloodied scab he had hidden, which resulted in the current chaos at the Red Keep. In another bedroom, Daemon Blackfyre tightened the dragon-shaped buckle on his belt before the copper mirror. At dawn, he would embark on a journey, ostensibly a tour, but truly a quest for marriage across the Seven Kingdoms. Otto Hightower's missive lay on the bedside table, his handwriting as neat as ranks of soldiers. The prince is nearing his 13th year. One must select a virtuous lady to strengthen the realm. Princess Rhaenys should also make early preparations. The tour will not only showcase royal dignity, but also allow for encounters with talented individuals, a strategy that serves both purposes. A strategy that serves both purposes? Daemon scoffed softly, tossing the missive into the brazier. The coals licked at the sheepskin parchment, swiftly reducing Otto's well-intentioned efforts to ashes. He glanced out the window, where moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a chilly glow upon the carpet. The door was gently pushed open, and Rhaenys and Alicent entered. Guy Rouet donned a pink nightgown, her eyes swollen and red like two ripe cherries. She held a fragrant sachet embroidered with the image of a glutton. Take this with you. She pressed the sachet into Daemon's hand, the chill of her fingertips penetrating through the fabric. The roads of the Seven Kingdoms are long. Remember to write to me with each full moon. I will, Daemon replied, ruffling her hair. He suddenly realized that the little princess now only reached his chest. When I return, I shall bring you furs from the north, golden ornaments from the west, and flower seeds from the riverlands. Jaehaerys nodded, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls freed from their string. Alicent quickly offered a handkerchief, softly saying, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take good care of the princess." She wore a gray-green maid's dress, the cuffs embroidered with the ivy of House Hightower, her lapis lazuli-like eyes glimmering with a complex light in the candle's glow. "I will also keep an eye on the Chancellor, Otto." Daemon understood she was alluding to Otto potentially placing spies along the route. He cast a grateful glance at Alicent. For the past few nights, Jaehaerys had come to her in tears, and it was Alicent who had patiently stayed outside the door, providing them the privacy they needed while ensuring the princess's distress remained unheard by outsiders. "You should rest as well," he said, escorting them to the door. Watching as Jaehaerys turned back repeatedly to follow Alicent, his heart weighed down like a sodden cotton ball. After shedding his outer garments and preparing to lie down, a sudden creaking sound of wood scraping against wood startled him. Daemon spun around abruptly to see a stone wall beside the fireplace slowly shifting to reveal a narrow passageway. A shadow emerged, limping and leaning on a cane. It was Daemon Targaryen, who was supposed to be confined to the tower. "Brother, it seems you are finally ready to sleep," he said, brushing off the dust from his clothes, a forced grin revealing his sharp canines. "I nearly broke my other leg crawling through that secret passage. You owe me for this." Daemon Blackfyre frowned, gazing at his brother's leg encased in plaster. "How did you escape? Where are the guards? Those useless fools." Daemon Targaryen scoffed, plopping down on the bed. "I told them grandmother needed to deliver medicine. I sent them away long ago." His expression suddenly morphed into one of feigned sorrow. "Brother, I am utterly vexed. Not only is my leg broken, but I am also confined within that wretched tower. Even a fly enjoys more freedom than I. Today, the old man sealed 3 of the secret passages in my room, so I had to borrow yours to come here." He grasped Daemon Blackfyre's hand, shaking it vigorously. "Come, let us take a walk. We could visit a tavern for some ale or peruse Silk Street for the newly arrived dancers. You know how much I used to enjoy going with Viserys." Daemon Blackfyre withdrew his hand, his eyes questioning. "Are you jesting? Why not go alone?" Daemon Targaryen rolled his eyes, gesturing to his leg. "Look at my leg. Can I venture forth alone? I need you, brother." "Then why not have Viserys accompany you?" Daemon Blackfyre replied, reclining back. "He is preoccupied with Aemma and Rhaenyra. Aemma is in a foul mood, and he must constantly appease her. Rhaenyra, that little one, was particularly clingy, even grasping his hair while they slept at night." He suddenly lowered his voice, a glimmer of sincerity flickering in his violet eyes. "Moreover, my brother, you shall depart tomorrow." This statement pierced through Daemon Blackfyre's hardened exterior like a fine needle. He gazed at his great-grandfather, a mischievous spirit who, despite his antics, always regarded him as a brother during critical moments. Observing his leg still encased in plaster and his feigned pitiful expression, and finally let out a sigh. "I can only stay for an hour." He tightened his belt, seized the cloak hanging on the wall, and reminded himself to avoid trouble. Daemon Targaryen's face brightened instantly, and he patted his chest in assurance. "Fear not. With me around, nothing will go awry." However, he was swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from Daemon Blackfyre, prompting him to amend. "With you here, there is no chance of mishap." The two slipped into the secret passage one after the other. The air was thick with dampness and mildew, the stone steps steep and narrow. Daemon Targaryen leaned on his cane, wincing with every step, yet he uttered not a sound. Daemon Blackfyre led the way, striking flint to illuminate the oil lamps upon the walls. In the dim, golden glow, he recalled what Balon had mentioned. This passage had been excavated by Jaehaerys in his youth for clandestine meetings with Alysanne, and now it had inadvertently become Daemon Targaryen's escape route. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after they entered the passage, shadows at the end of the corridor revealed Rhaenyra and Alicent peering out. Earlier, as they approached the staircase, they had heard peculiar noises emanating from Daemon's chamber. Rhaenyra, unable to quell her concern, tugged at Alicent's sleeve, urging her to return, just in time to witness the stone wall shift. "Where are they headed?" Rhaenyra's voice trembled, her small hand tightly clutching Alicent's sleeve. Alicent's complexion paled slightly, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Do not fret, princess. They are unlikely to encounter any danger." With red-rimmed eyes, Rhaenyra's heart surged with a daring thought. "Alicent, what if we—" The night in King's Landing enveloped the Red Keep, the great September, and the docks like a vast expanse of black velvet. The full moon hung high above Dragonstone, its silvery light cascading over the Blackwater River, where the shimmering surface resembled a blanket of scattered diamonds. Lively songs resonated from the taverns of Silk Street, mingling with the acrid scent of cheap ale wafting from the flea-ridden dens, creating the unique essence of this city. Deep within the dragon's lair, an elongated roar suddenly reverberated. The gluttonous creatures seemed to sense their master's absence, and the low growl sent tremors through the ground. Shortly thereafter, Caraxes, Dreamfire, and Vagor responded in kind. Their varying tones of dragon song intertwining in the night sky, like a nocturne dedicated to House Targaryen. As Daemon Blackfyre and Daemon Targaryen emerged from the secret passage, they were met with the resounding roar of dragons. Daemon Targaryen gazed toward the dragon lair, a flicker of longing crossing his violet eyes. Do you think, if we mounted a dragon now and flew straight to Lannisport, our grandfather would faint from rage? Daemon Blackfyre dismissed him with a curt gesture, adjusting his hood. Can your leg even manage riding a dragon? We must hurry. We must return before dawn. Two figures merged into the throng of Silk Street. Despite his limp, Daemon Targaryen remained the focal point of the crowd. He removed his hood, his silver hair shimmering in the moonlight, attracting the flirtatious glances of the women nearby. Unabashed, he responded with whistles and smiles until Daemon Blackfyre pulled him back, urging him to temper his exuberance. Meanwhile, in the towers of the Red Keep, the quarrel between Jaehaerys and Alicent finally ceased. The weary old king leaned wearily against his throne, while Alicent sat beside him, twisting a handkerchief in her hands. Her eyes rimmed with red. Balon cautiously offered a cup of wine. Father, mother, it is late. Perhaps it is time to rest. Jaehaerys accepted the goblet, but did not drink, instead gazing out at the bright moon. Do you think I have been too harsh on Daemon? Alicent immediately interjected. Harsh does not begin to describe it. You are driving him to madness. Balon gave a wry smile, about to speak when a sudden roar of a dragon echoed in the distance. He looked up towards the direction of the dragon pit, his brow furrowing slightly. Strange. Why would the dragon be restless at this hour? Jaehaerys also rose and approached the window. The moonlight illuminated his aged features as he observed the swirling night mist above the dragon pit, suddenly snorting in disdain. I suspect some rogue is up to mischief again. Meanwhile, Daemon Blackfyre sighed helplessly, raising his gaze to the bright moon. Under the moonlight, he felt that this unexpected nocturnal escapade might not be such a misfortune after all. At least before leaving King's Landing, he could indulge in a bout of youthful folly with his troublesome great-uncle. The night in King's Landing was still young, and their story had only just begun. Chapter 30, Shadows of Silk, the wine of the young hawk in the night fog of Silk Street. The air was imbued with the scents of dragon's breath and bitter almonds. The broadest square was illuminated by 12 golden lanterns, casting colorful reflections on the cobblestones through stained glass, resembling spilled wine. As Daemon Targaryen skillfully pushed open the oak door adorned with entwined serpents, the silver bells on the door knocker chimed softly, blending with the sounds of silk and bamboo music and laughter within, creating an intoxicating melody. Come in, my little brother. Daemon Targaryen gestured for him to enter, his cane tapping on the carpet with a rhythmic sound. All the sweetest honey of the 7 kingdoms awaits you here. Daemon Blackfyre stood hesitantly at the threshold, his brow furrowed in disapproval. The sweet aroma in the air reminded him of the decaying tents of camp followers on the red grasslands, where the overpowering scent of makeup could never mask the underlying stench. The scene inside tightened his stomach. Women in sheer skirts writhed upon the laps of men. Nobles adorned in jewels embraced the bare-shouldered dancers as they drank, and in one corner, a couple kissed unabashedly, the silver bells on the anklets jingling with their movements. You promised to stay for only an hour, he murmured, his voice low and laced with irritation. He was well aware of his great-uncle's proclivities, which spanned from King's Landing to Storm's End, yet he had not anticipated being dragged into such a den of indulgence. Indeed, I shall remain for just an hour. Daemon Targaryen chuckled like a cat that had just caught a whiff of something delectable, his violet eyes glinting with mischief under the light. However, one must be introduced to the realities of adulthood, lest one be ensnared by the wiles of those noble maidens in the future. No sooner had he finished his thought than a woman clad in a tight scarlet dress approached, her hips swaying with every step. She appeared to be in her 40s. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes mostly concealed beneath layers of makeup, and a pearl necklace around her neck rose and fell gently with her breath. She was none other than Mira, the madam of this establishment of revelry. Oh, is that not our esteemed Prince Daemon? Her voice was akin to sandpaper soaked in honey, both sweet and coarse. How long has it been since you graced us with your presence? Do the bronze beauties of Stonehaven surpass the blossoms of Silk Street? Less of your banter, Daemon Targaryen retorted, playfully patting her backside. Are there any newcomers? I've brought my younger brother to witness the sights. He gestured towards Daemon Blackfyre with a nod. Pour my brother a cup of the fledgling's wine. Let him broaden his horizons. Mira's gaze immediately fixated on Daemon Blackfyre, traversing from his silvery locks down to the hilt of his sword, finally resting on his taut jawline. "This young master is quite handsome," she remarked, licking her lips and summoning a group of ladies. "Come, entertain our esteemed guest, especially this young one, with such delicate skin. I dare say he has yet to experience the pleasures of a woman." The women quickly surrounded him, a fragrant breeze enveloping the air. One blonde, blue-eyed woman reached for his hair, only to be deftly evaded by Daemon Blackfyre. Another, adorned in green, boldly nestled into his embrace, prompting him to firmly press down on her shoulder, enough to elicit a wince. "Don't frighten the fledgling," Mira laughed, personally serving a glass of amber-hued wine, the rim adorned with a cherry. "Care to taste? This is brewed from the nectar across the narrow sea, potent indeed." Daemon Blackfyre eyed the glass, then glanced at Daemon Targaryen's encouraging expression. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it. He could not afford to lose face here, at least not to reveal his distaste to this crowd. The liquid slipped down his throat, sweet floral notes cascading into a warm wave that soothed some of his taut nerves. "Now that's more like it." Daemon Targaryen patted his back. "A man ought to indulge in something invigorating." He turned to the women, gesturing to three of them. "You three, come with me. The rest of you, be sure to keep my brother entertained." Suddenly, a buxom woman burst into laughter, reaching for Daemon Blackfyre's belt. "Oh, don't be shy, young master. I shall be your guide into the realm of indulgence, and I promise it will be unforgettable." Daemon Blackfyre clenched the wine glass tightly, his knuckles whitening. He felt that warm wave within him transform into a fervent heat, and the figures before him began to blur. Forcing himself to lower his gaze, he pretended to focus intently on the wine, adopting an air of aloof indifference. Once Daemon Targaryen had chosen his companions, he leisurely turned back, observing Daemon Blackfyre overwhelmed by the throng of women, some audaciously attempting to press scented handkerchiefs into his hands. Unable to contain his laughter, he bellowed, all right. Everyone disperse a bit." He approached Daemon Blackfyre, raising his voice deliberately. "My brother has a penchant for cleanliness. You seasoned vixens ought to give him some space." He turned to Mira, raising an eyebrow. "Is there no cleaner fledgling? A fledgling eagle must be paired with a fledgling bird to be worthy." Mira's eyes darted, and she clapped her hands. "Bring forth Mysaria." Moments later, a girl clad in a light purple gauze dress was pushed forward. She appeared no older than 15 or 16. Her skin as pale as milk, and her platinum blonde curls braided into two long plaits cascading down her chest. Her large, bright eyes were filled with a look of panic, resembling a startled fawn. "She has just arrived from Lys." Mira smiled as she introduced her. "She dances exquisitely and is still a maiden." Daemon Targaryen immediately declared, "She is the one." He winked at Daemon Blackfyre. "Enjoy it, brother." With that, he embraced three young women, whistling as he ascended the stairs, the sound of his cane striking the steps gradually fading away. Daemon Blackfyre watched his figure disappear around the corner, muttering a curse at his friend's forgetfulness of camaraderie in the face of beauty. Just then, an intense heat surged within him, tenfold more potent than before, as if a fire were raging within his very being. He shook his head, striving to remain alert. Yet the image of the girl before him began to blur and overlap, the scent of her powder becoming increasingly intoxicating. "Dear guest, please proceed upstairs." Mira's voice echoed from afar, laced with an unmistakable smirk. She was clearly aware of the effects of the fledgling eagle's wine and was eager for the unfolding spectacle. The girl named Mysaria timidly extended her hand, her fingertips icy. Daemon Blackfyre attempted to shake her off, but his arm felt leaden and unresponsive. Several women who had been surrounding him came forward to assist, lifting his arms and legs, half pushing, half dragging him toward the staircase. "Do you require our assistance, little worm?" One woman teased. "This fledgling is no easy feat." Mysaria's cheeks flushed bright red as she forcefully pushed them away. "No, I can manage." Her Lysian accent trembled, yet conveyed a sense of stubbornness. The women laughed and dispersed, but not before taking the opportunity to flirt with Daemon Blackfyre. One woman leaned in close, her breath fragrant. "If you wish to find me later, it's half price." Another playfully pinched his rear. "Mine is free." By the time he was carried up the stairs, Daemon Blackfyre's rationality was nearly extinguished. He could feel Mysaria's trembling hand, hear the distant strains of music wafting from below, and even smell the increasingly potent odor of alcohol emanating from himself. His remaining consciousness screamed in protest. Yet his body felt as though it had been stripped of its bones, rendering him reliant on others for support. Mysaria pushed him into a secluded private room, furnished only with a plush velvet bed and a flickering silver lamp. She locked the door, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. "Dear guest, I am so sorry." I must do this, she sobbed. If Mother Mira discovers that I have not properly attended to you, she will sell me to a slave ship. Daemon Blackfyre gazed at her tear-streaked face, wanting to utter something, but his throat felt constricted. The effects of the wine had wholly consumed his reason, and the image of the girl before him intertwined with a vague memory, the heat within him surging wildly, clamoring for an escape. What he ultimately heard were his own labored breaths and the muffled sobs of the young girl beside him. Outside the window, a distant, indistinct sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar seemed to echo, like a mirage. He remained oblivious to the indelible mark this night would leave in the annals of history, unaware that the weeping maiden in his arms was none other than the illustrious white maggot Lilith, hidden within the shadows of time. The silvery glow of the lamp flickered upon the walls, elongating the entwined figures into a secret, unknown to all, that spoke of desire and despair. Chapter 31. The smile of the winter child. The first rays of dawn sliced through the mist of Silk Street like a dull blade, gently illuminating his eyelids. A throbbing headache from the previous night felt like countless fine needles stirring in his temples as he groaned and opened his eyes, revealing unfamiliar velvet drapes embroidered with gaudy golden motifs of maidens. Memories of the previous night were akin to parchment scorched by dragon fire, leaving only fragmented, burning remnants. Beside him, a steady rhythm of breathing could be heard. Daemon stiffly turned his head to see Miseria nestled within the brocade covers, her platinum curls cascading over the pillow like a dandelion kissed by morning dew. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, indicating she too was on the verge of waking. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly, the silk nightwear slipping off his shoulder to unveil a black, three-headed dragon brand on his right shoulder, which glimmered faintly in red, as if mocking his loss of control. Just then, a piercing scream, warped in pitch, erupted from the square below, shattering the tranquility of dawn. My seven gods! What in the name of my mother is this? It was the voice of Daemon Targaryen. Immediately following, a deafening dragon's roar thundered like a lightning bolt, the shockwaves causing the window panes to vibrate, dispelling the chaos in Daemon's mind. He stumbled toward the window and flung it open. In the most spacious square of Silk Street, a throng of disheveled patrons, prostitutes, and early merchants had gathered, the crowd seemingly partitioned by an invisible wall, forming a vast empty circle. At the center of this void, a magnificent dragon lounged languidly upon the cobblestones, Dreamfire. Its pale blue scales shimmered like molten gold and silver, casting a rainbow-like glow in the morning light. When its wings folded, they resembled a cloak adorned with jewels. On the broad back of Dreamfire, Princess Jaehaerys and Alicent Hightower lay entwined in slumber. Jaehaerys' sky-blue nightgown fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, while Alicent's gray-green skirt bore remnants of dragon scales. Their hair appeared tousled, yet they slept with an extraordinary tranquility, as if merely napping in the gardens of the Red Keep. Daemon's mind was utterly bewildered. How could they be here, and riding Dreamfire? In the history he knew, no one had ever ridden Dreamfire since its last master, Rhaenyra, until the next, Helena. Was it Jaehaerys? The commotion below continued unabated. Daemon Targaryen stood at the edge of the square, limping awkwardly. The three courtesans he had meticulously chosen the previous night had long since vanished. His noble cloak, seemingly snagged from some forgotten corner, hung askew, revealing a crumpled silk shirt beneath. Clearly, this wayward prince intended to sneak back to the Red Keep before dawn. But he did not anticipate stumbling upon such a ghastly scene. Gina? Daemon Targaryen's voice trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze, instinctively taking a step back, which jolted his injured leg, causing him to grimace in pain. Before he could finish his sentence, Dreamfire let out a disgruntled growl, her massive head lifting slightly, golden slit pupils surveying the mortals below, exuding the unique arrogance and majesty of her kind. The two maidens upon the dragon's back stirred awake, Gina rubbing her eyes, initially perplexed. However, as her gaze locked onto Daemon, her lavender eyes ignited with fury. Daemon Targaryen. Gina's voice, though not loud, struck the air like ice dropped into boiling oil, echoing through the square. Rising from the dragon's back, her skirt fluttering, she embodied a fragile maiden yet radiated an ominous presence. Tell me, what are you doing here? Alicent, startled by the sudden sound, grasped Gina's sleeve in alarm, whispering, Princess, let us descend. Yet Gina seemed deaf to her words, her eyes fixated on Daemon, her voice laced with an icy chill that could freeze the very air. I ask you, where is young Daemon? Was he with you last night? Daemon felt a shiver run down his spine under her piercing gaze. His still-healing leg buckled, and with a thud, he sank to one knee, wincing in agony yet daring not to utter a sound. In all his years, he had witnessed King Aegon's wrath, endured Prince Balon's lash, and even faced the curved blades of the narrow CS pirates. Yet he had never felt fear as profound as that evoked by Rhaenys' gaze, which harbored no anger, only the desolate chill of an icebound wasteland. More despairing than the harsh winters of the north. Speak. Rhaenys' voice suddenly soared, and Dreamfire seemed to sense her fury, thrusting her head upward. Glints of ferocity flashed in her golden eyes as a stream of scorching dragon fire erupted, scorching the stones before Daemon, turning the ground to charred black and billowing thick smoke into the air. The onlookers gasped, recoiling in terror. Daemon, utterly terrified, scrambled backward, stammering. He is upstairs. Rhaenys' gaze immediately swept across the surrounding balconies like a hawk, finally fixing on the window where Daemon was situated. Upon spotting that familiar face, her frozen eyes melted into a sea of concern, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly uttered, "Young Daemon, are you unharmed?" Before her words could fully settle, her eyes drifted past Daemon's shoulder, catching sight of a girl rubbing her eyes, peering bewilderedly from behind him. Miseria's platinum curls tumbled chaotically over her shoulders. Clad in a loosely draped black silk robe evidently belonging to a man, the neckline wide open, revealing ambiguous crimson marks upon her collarbone. Time seemed to suspend in that very moment. The smile upon Jaehaerys' visage remained, gentle as the spring sunlight filtering through the gardens of the Red Keep. Yet the concern in her eyes faded rapidly, succumbing once more to a chilling frost, colder than before. That smile even instilled a sense of terror in Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen. The warrior descended from the heavens, the conqueror reborn, who had once ignited a rebellion across 7 kingdoms and now commanded the Wild Dragon King, the Devourer. Emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, Jaehaerys tilted her head slightly, whispering to Alicent, "Alicent, help me down." Her voice was eerily calm, causing a shiver to run inexplicably through Alicent, who nodded hurriedly and carefully assisted Jaehaerys, the two gliding down from the outstretched forelimb of Dreamfire to the ground. As Jaehaerys touched down, her skirt brushed against the charred stone, yet she did not spare it a glance, striding directly toward the loft where Daemon stood. Dreamfire emitted a low, resonant roar, as if safeguarding her, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly to ensure that none dared to impede their passage. Daemon remained frozen by the window, observing Jaehaerys' slow yet imperious approach, each step pressing upon his heart like a weight. He instinctively wished to shut the window, but found his fingers trembled beyond his control. Miseria was finally fully awakened, upon witnessing the scene below and then Daemon's pallid countenance. Realization struck her, leaving her ashen-faced, retreating behind Daemon, her fingertips clutching his robe tightly, her gaze evasive yet still tinged with defiance. Jaehaerys arrived at the threshold of the Hall of Joy, looking up at Daemon with that same tender smile, her eyes as frigid as ice. "Little Daemon, come down." Those few simple words bore an unprecedented weight upon Daemon, for he understood that this farce, ignited by desire and dread, was about to reach its most precarious juncture. Above the square, Dreamfire soared into the sky, releasing a prolonged dragon's song, as if heralding the impending storm. Chapter 32. Recorded on Daemon Targaryen's account. The wooden door of the private chamber on the second floor of the Hall of Joy swung open with a resounding thud. Jaehaerys' sky-blue gown sweeping over the threshold, conjuring a gust that made the silver candelabra on the table sway precariously. Alicent, trailing closely behind, clutched the hem of her gown tightly, her lapis lazuli-like eyes brimming with tension, yet she hastened to keep pace with the princess. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen. Jaehaerys' voice was as cold as ice, each syllable crashing onto the floor. "How long do you intend to hide?" Daemon had just shielded Miseria behind him when he turned at her words. Jaehaerys' eyes were rimmed with red, clearly stifling tears. Yet the flames of fury burning in her pale violet gaze were more searing than the breath of Dreamfire. He parted his lips, seemingly ready to utter something, yet was interrupted by the cacophony of footsteps outside. Daemon Targaryen's injured leg had somehow freed itself from its bandages, and at that moment, he was limping frantically towards the far end of the square, neglecting even to retrieve the ornate cane that had fallen to the ground. The hem of his cloak swept against the cobblestones, akin to a wild hare pursued by hounds. "Coward," Jaehaerys scoffed, her gaze fixated once more on Daemon. "He fled. What of you? How will you justify this?" Her eyes drifted past Daemon, landing on Miseria, who clutched his sleeve tightly, her platinum curls trembling like a spider's web in the wind. "Can you explain why she wears your garments? Can you elucidate your actions from last night here?" "Jaehaerys, things are not as you perceive." Daemon stepped forward, striving to soften his tone. "I never anticipated that the great demon would drug me. I believed it to be merely a cup of ordinary wine." "Drugged?" Jaehaerys raised her voice sharply, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. So you merely went along with it? Daemon, I thought you were different. Memories of her worries from the previous night at the Red Keep flooded in. The determination she felt when mounting Dreamfire, and the heartbreak upon seeing Mysaria crashed over her like a tidal wave of indignation and sorrow. I worried for you all night. I even dared to ride a dragon to find you, and here you are with another woman. Her voice broke, her shoulders shaking violently. Alicent hurried to support her, whispering, Princess, please remain calm. His Highness Daemon is not that kind of man. Last night, Prince Daemon forcibly pulled him away. We all heard and saw it. You think you were the only one who witnessed it? Jaehaerys flung Alicent's hand away, her tear-filled eyes glaring at her. You know nothing. I do. Alicent replied softly, but with unwavering conviction. I know that Prince Daemon emerged from a life of wandering, yet would bandage an injured kitten. I know he would rather endure the rain himself than leave his cloak for a lost child. He may have erred, but it was never with malice. At that moment, Mysaria suddenly broke free from Daemon's protection and fell to her knees before Jaehaerys with a thud. Her knees struck the floor with a muffled sound, her platinum hair cascading down to obscure her tear-streaked face. Your Highness, please do not blame him. It is all my fault. Lady Melara compelled me. If I did not comply, I would be sold to a slave ship. She lifted her head, revealing her wrist marred with red marks. I failed to protect him. It is my doing. Get up. Daemon bent down to assist her, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. No one should be made to kneel while speaking. Mysaria, sheltered behind him, sobbed even more fiercely. I grew up in a brothel in Lys. My father was a drunken sailor, and my mother's identity was unknown. He sold me for drink. I escaped to a merchant ship under the cover of night, believing I had fled to Westeros, to King's Landing, for a better life. Yet still, Jaehaerys' cries gradually subsided as she regarded the bruises on the girl's wrist, looking into her eyes filled with fear and despair. Reflecting on her own life of opulence, a pang of something akin to pity pierced her heart. The once gentle nature within her, which had harbored a cold fury capable of freezing all, had inexplicably transformed into a bittersweet compassion. Is this the truth you wish to convey? Jaehaerys' voice lowered, imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. Maesha nodded, her tears dampening Daemon's robe. Last night, he was ravaged by the wine of the fledgling eagle, yet he insisted. No, it is my fear that overwhelms me. I dread being beaten by Mother Maela and sold off to a slave ship bound for Lys. Suddenly, Jaehaerys stepped forward and, to the astonishment of Daemon and Alicent, gently embraced Maesha. Her gesture, albeit somewhat awkward, radiated genuine warmth. Do not fear. No one shall torment you henceforth. Maesha was taken aback, then erupted into a more profound cry, no longer a whimper of terror, but the long-repressed grievances finally finding their release. Daemon observed the two weeping in each other's arms, contemplating seizing the moment to elucidate the events of last night's debauchery, when a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside the attic. By the decree of His Majesty the King, a steady voice proclaimed, bearing the unique authority of the Kingsguard, Sir Lion Redwyne is here, and requests that you accompany him back to the Red Keep. As Daemon opened the door, he was met with an unusual sight. Sir Lion Goodwin, the captain of the Kingsguard, stood at the threshold with 4 Kingsguard soldiers behind him. Jaehaerys' handmaidens knelt at a distance, scarcely daring to breathe. My lord, Daemon said, stepping aside to allow them entry, what summons does His Majesty have? Dressed in immaculate white Kingsguard armor, Sir Lion Redwyne stood resolutely, one hand resting upon his sword and the other clutching a scroll of parchment. By the command of His Majesty King Jaehaerys, you are to be taken back to the Red Keep for questioning, along with Prince Daemon Blackfyre, Princess Jaehaerys, Miss Alicent, and others concerned. So it is decreed. His gaze swept across the peculiar tableau of embracing maidens, the complex expression on Daemon's face, and the disarray that littered the floor. Finally resting on Maesha, he merely furrowed his brow slightly, without further inquiry. As they descended, Jaehaerys held the hand of the unwell Maesha. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Hall of Joy, she suddenly halted, turning to Daemon, purchase her, and let her serve me as a handmaiden henceforth. Daemon paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Very well. He patted the coin pouch at his waist, only then recalling that he had been hastily dragged away by Daemon Targaryen the previous night, taking only a few golden dragons. Not enough funds. Jaehaerys noticed his embarrassment, a sly smile curling her lips, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten that had just succeeded in a prank. Fear not, I know whom to approach for assistance. She lifted her gaze towards the tower of the Red Keep, where Daemon Targaryen was temporarily residing for recuperation. Is he not the most loyal of friends? This debt shall be noted against him, considered merely interest owed to you. Alicent observed the rekindled brightness in Guy Rouet's eyes, exhaling softly in relief. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she quickly lowered her head to conceal it. Though Maisha Alia did not grasp their words, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere, her grip on Guy Rouet's hand loosening slightly. At that moment, Daemon Targaryen, stealthily indulging in ale amid the chaos, let out a resounding sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who is speaking of me? It cannot be Daemon. I hope you do not feel indebted to me for coming to your rescue." At this moment, Daemon Targaryen, basking in his own perceived brilliance, remains blissfully unaware that a bill substantial enough to torment him for half a year has quietly been recorded in his name. The armor of the Kingsguard glimmers coldly in the morning light, stretching the shadows of a few individuals long. Daemon knows that upon returning to the Red Keep, he will inevitably face questioning from King Jaehaerys, perhaps also the stern gaze of Prince Aemon, and possibly the concern of Viserys. After all, he has shielded Viserys from the pitfalls presented by Daemon Targaryen this time. Oh, and perhaps the peculiar scrutiny from Queen Alicent, Aemma, and even Lady Jocelyn. Adding this rescue to the tally, how many times has he ensnared himself since last night? Though his thoughts remain tumultuous, Daemon's demeanor is remarkably tranquil, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. After all, this farce woven from desire, worry, and unforeseen circumstances must surely reach a fitting conclusion. The sunlight filters through the arches of the Red Keep, casting elongated shadows upon the cobblestones. The storm of the previous night seems to have passed. Yet no one knows what unexpected mark this farce from Silk Street will leave in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 33. The delayed journey. The air in the council chamber of the Red Keep feels as if it has solidified into obsidian, heavy enough that each breath carries a metallic chill. Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen stands within the hall, while Marisalia awaits in a side chamber, attended by handmaidens. He faces the royal court seated upon the dais. Sunlight streams through the stained glass windows, casting mottled patterns upon the floor, bifurcating the expressions of all present into light and shadow. King Jaehaerys occupies the highest oak chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, the sound echoing in the silence like the ticking of an hourglass. His gaze first falls upon Daemon, scrutinizing yet devoid of the anticipated fury. It seems our Black Dragon Knight has not only tamed the insatiable, but has also been introduced to the allure of Silk Street by his namesake brother. The old king's voice is low, laced with a mocking insightfulness, inquiring about the taste of the young hawk's wine. Daemon's cheeks flush slightly, as he prepares to explain. His peripheral vision catches a glimpse of Jocelyn Valerion standing beside the screen. Today, she is clad in a simple linen gown, having shed her usual finery, accentuating her slender form. Her dark eyes are now firmly fixed upon him, akin to two deep pools reflecting unmasked concern. Reminiscent of a mother beast witnessing her cub in peril, there is an ineffable tenderness, as if through him she glimpses another's shadow, yet a clear reproach lingers, silently questioning. How could you allow yourself to fall into such a predicament? That gaze constricts his heart more than Jaehaerys' scrutiny. He instinctively straightens his back, as if striving to prove to the legitimate wife of his father that he is not merely a wayward scion. Daemon's cheeks redden further, rendering him nearly speechless. Just as she steadied her mind and resolved to speak, she was halted by Prince Balon's raised hand. Standing beside the king, Balon's expression remained serious. Yet his gaze bore little anger, rather a hint of resigned expectation. "Your Majesty inquires about you." He turned to Daemon, his tone softening slightly. "However, before we proceed, we must first clarify how Dreamfire came to be on Silk Street." The words fell like a stone into still waters, and Daemon's gaze instinctively drifted toward the side door. Rhaenyra and Alicent had just been ushered in. Upon their return, Rhaenyra would need to take Dreamfire back to the dragon's lair, while Alicent was tasked with accompanying her. Rhaenyra's sky-blue gown still bore traces of sulfur ash from the dragoness den, and Alicent nervously twisted the hem of her dress, her lapis lazuli-like eyes cast downward. "It was I who sent Dreamfire." Rhaenyra suddenly spoke up, her voice soft yet remarkably clear. She lifted her head, her pale violet eyes locking onto Jaehaerys. "I was concerned for Daemon. Unable to find a guard, I sneakily ventured into the dragon's lair." "Sneak into the dragon's lair?" Jaehaerys' fingers abruptly ceased their drumming, his brow knitting into a frown. "Do you know how long it has been since Dreamfire was written?" "Since Rhaenyra's passing. It has been like a stone that cannot be warmed." "Do you think taming a dragon is akin to fetching a snack from the kitchen?" Queen Alicent quickly grasped her husband's hand, gently advising, "Rhaenyra is merely a girl, driven by worry in the dead of night. It is only natural for her to act impulsively when she cannot find anyone." She cast a loving glance at Rhaenyra, but added, "However, To involve Alicent in this venture seems rather reckless. Alicent quickly knelt. Your Majesty, Queen Alicent, do not blame the princess. It was I who willingly chose to accompany her. Prince Daemon has treated us well. We could not stand idly by while he might be in peril. Viserys, standing nearby, felt compelled to speak on their behalf. Grandfather, Aunt Rhaenyra is also concerned. Moreover, if Dreamfire was willing to carry them, it indicates it recognizes its master, which could be a positive sign. Jaehaerys snorted disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over the young ones present, ultimately landing on Daemon Targaryen, who had somehow slipped into the council chamber, leaning against a pillar while furtively stuffing candied fruits into his mouth. Upon noticing the commotion, he hastily concealed the last piece in his sleeve. You have the audacity to show your face here? The old king's voice escalated sharply. As an elder brother, it would be one thing to take your brother to such a place, but to dare administer drugs? Had Rhaenyra and the others not arrived in time? How long did you intend for him to remain on Silk Street? Daemon Targaryen immediately straightened his back, a playful grin swiftly replaced by a look of profound remorse. Grandfather, please do not be angry. I was in the wrong. I should not have taken young Daemon to the pleasure house. Nor should I have let him drink the wine of fledglings. He cast a sidelong glance at Daemon, winking, but it was for his own good. You see, in the future, when he weds, he must understand women, mustn't he? He cannot be like some who, on their wedding night, can only blush before their bride. Daemon. Balon interrupted sharply, though the tips of his ears flushed slightly. Viserys cleared his throat awkwardly, while laughter from Aemma echoed from behind the screen, tinged with a hint of teasing. The atmosphere in the council chamber lightened considerably in that instant. Jaehaerys observed the comical demeanor of his younger son, a barely perceptible twitch at the corners of his mouth. The flamboyance of the Targaryen men is renowned, he suddenly remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. In my youth, I too accompanied your great-uncle to the flea market. It was I who took your father to Silk Street for the first time. This revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. Belren's face flushed crimson, while Queen Alicent reproached her husband with a gentle tap. Jaehaerys, the children are still present. Must you divulge everything? Yet, rules cannot be broken. Jaehaerys quickly diverted the conversation, his gaze sharpening once more. It is permissible to broaden your brother's horizons, but resorting to underhanded tactics is utterly unacceptable. Daemon Targaryen, I hereby sentence you to clean the dung of Karaku in the dragon pit, and you shall not leave your tower for a month. Daemon Targaryen let out a wail but dared not retort, merely accepting his fate with a grimace. The old king's gaze ultimately returned to Daemon Blackfyre. And you? Having tasted the wine of fledgling eagles, is it not time to engage in something of substance? He picked up a scroll of parchment from the table. I have reviewed Otto's report regarding the tour of the Seven Kingdoms, initially set for today. However, given today's farce, it shall be postponed to 3 days hence. Daemon blinked in surprise. So soon? Is it not urgent? Jaehaerys arched an eyebrow. Your noble brother has made this matter well known. Remaining in King's Landing may lead to further mischief. A journey through the Seven Kingdoms, to witness the roses of the Reach and the snows of the North, and to meet some respectable young ladies, is far preferable to lingering in Silk Street. Belron added, I have already made arrangements for the entourage. The vulture shall accompany you, serving both as your guard and to showcase the royal stature. The nobles along the way will host you. As for your marriage prospects, that is for you to navigate. But at the very least, we wish to see you take this matter seriously. As Daemon gazed into their expectant eyes, he suddenly comprehended the true intent behind this judgment. They were not seeking to punish him, but rather to gently steer him away from the misguided path of Daemon Targaryen. He recalled the tears of Mysaria from the previous night and the determination of Jaehaerys in her quest to find him, feeling a warmth envelop his heart. I understand. He bowed respectfully. I shall embark on my journey and will give due consideration to marriage. Jaehaerys nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for everyone to withdraw. As Jaehaerys passed by Daemon, she discreetly slipped him a small cloth pouch, the warmth of her fingertips seeping through the fabric. Inside is valerian root. It will serve you well on your journey. She lowered her voice, her ears flushed like cherries. Do not forget to write to me. Alicent also curtsied, softly stating, May you have a pleasant journey, my prince. I shall look after the princess and keep an eye on the affairs of the chancellor. Daemon watched their departing figures, then glanced at Daemon Targaryen being dragged away by Belron, suddenly realizing that this upheaval might not be such a bad thing after all. At the very least, he had discerned his family's intentions and understood the path he ought to take. On the morning of the third day, the docks of King's Landing were bustling with people. As Daemon rode Vulture, soaring through the air, the shadow of the black dragon enveloped a substantial portion of the harbor. Below, Viserys and Aemma waved farewell to Rhaenyra as they embraced her, while Jaehaerys and Alysanne stood at the forefront. Balon and Jocelyn lingered on either side, and at the rear, Jaehaerys, Alicent, and Mysaria silently gazed upward, with Jaehaerys clutching a pouch embroidered with the black dragon. "Remember to bring Rhaenyra a gift." Viserys' voice was carried away by the wind. Daemon looked down. In the morning light, the towers of the Red Keep resembled swords piercing the sky. He understood that this departure was not merely for a tour, but rather a quest to find his rightful place within the Targaryen bloodline. Amidst the conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms, and within the torrent of history, the cannibal emitted a long, resonant dragon's roar and soared toward the bay. Daemon glanced back, watching as the silhouette of King's Landing gradually diminished, ultimately becoming a mere shadow on the horizon. He tightened his grip on the Blackfyre sword, the hilt still warm with the lingering heat of the council chamber. The roads of the Seven Kingdoms stretched long ahead, and the tale of the future was only just beginning. Chapter 34. The magnificent dragon soars in the sky. The thunderous flapping of the cannibal's wings receded into the distance above the narrow sea, eventually transforming into a faint dragon's call that faded into the morning mist. At the docks of King's Landing, the lingering scent of sulfur intertwined with the briny sea air, reminiscent of a forgotten bitter drink. King Jaehaerys' silver hair clung disheveled to his damp forehead as he gazed toward the direction where Daemon's Blackfyre had vanished. The dragon emblem atop his scepter glimmered coldly in the sunlight, as if silently accusing something unseen. Balon, the old king's voice suddenly broke the silence of the docks, where only he and Balon remained. He turned, his deep purple eyes sweeping over the sulphurous mists swirling around the hills of Rhaenys, where the shadows of the great dragon could be faintly discerned. "Convey my command. From this day forth, the guards at the dragon's lair and Dragonstone shall be doubled. Not only must we prevent the young dragons from becoming wild, but we must also ensure that outsiders, particularly those illegitimate dragon spawn within the city and on the island, are kept at bay." Prince Balon was momentarily taken aback, then bowed in response. "Yes, father." His hand instinctively pressed against an old wound beneath his ribs, the ache there sharpening in these weighty moments. "I will station the most reliable dragon guards and knights. Any non-royal within 100 paces will be dealt with mercilessly." "Not enough." Jaehaerys shook his head, striking the stone with his scepter. "Young Daemon's taming of the cannibal serves as a warning, not a miracle." His gaze swept over the distant crowd of awestruck citizens, his voice lowered further. "Do you truly believe that the Targaryen bastards scattered across the realm do not covet the power within the dragon's lair? Do you think the free cities across the narrow sea are not watching our dragon eggs?" Balon fell silent. He could still envision Daemon Blackfyre commanding the cannibal with grace, yet the lurking risks felt like a sword suspended above him. "Young Daemon is different from them," Balon finally spoke, a subtle note of defense in his tone. "He is the son of Aemon. He is our kin. His loyalty to the family is no less than that of any Targaryen." Jaehaerys suddenly laughed, a sound imbued with profound weariness, reminiscent of the wind rustling through barren branches. It was precisely because he was the son of Aemon that caution was imperative. The old king's fingers caressed the scaly patterns of his scepter. "Consider how many bastards our family has produced since the conqueror Aegon. How many of those scattered bloodlines can you name? Yet among them, how many, like young Daemon, have been educated to understand duty and honor?" He paused, casting his gaze towards the Red Keep, where the towers stood like silent tombstones in the morning light. "We do not even know who his mother is. Aemon, the most sensible of children, has left me with this conundrum." Belron recalled the black dragon sigil branded on Daemon's shoulder and the phrase he had uttered at Moondoor Castle. Blood and fire share the same source, suddenly feeling a tightening in his throat. Perhaps his mother is also of Valyrian descent. The other ancient dragon lord families must harbor some unknown secrets. Then let this secret be rationalized. Jaehaerys' tone sharpened with newfound resolve. "Relay my words. Henceforth, Daemon Blackfyre's lineage must be redefined. His mother shall be a noble maiden from Valyria across the narrow sea, wed to Aemon in a legitimate union. It was only after she gave birth that she succumbed to frailty, and Aemon, wishing to protect the child, entrusted him to Dragonstone." Belron's pupils dilated sharply. "Father, will this not harm Jocelyn?" "I am aware." Jaehaerys' voice softened, tinged with a rare vulnerability. "She is my half-sister, the legitimate wife of Aemon. But look at young Daemon. Witness his blood-soaked battles for this family. Should he bear the stigma of a bastard for life?" His scepter struck the ground once more, sending stone chips flying. "As for Jocelyn, I shall speak to her personally. Tell her this is not a betrayal of Aemon, but a measure to safeguard his bloodline." At that moment, a clarion dragon's roar suddenly rent the sky. The sound was unlike the deep growl of the greedy one or the haughty call of Caraxes. It bore the spirited determination of a maiden, It was Dreamfire. Belron's head snapped up, and he beheld a magnificent pale blue dragon descending from the direction of the dragon pit. Its scales shimmering with golden and silver hues under the sun, like a gem kissed by the gods. On its broad back sat two figures, Princess Rhaena in a cerulean gown and Maegor's handmaiden clad in a gray-green dress. "Rhaena," Belron exclaimed, his old injury flaring painfully with shock. Jaehaerys' complexion turned ashen, his grip on the scepter threatening to crush it. "Has that girl lost her mind?" In the tower on the western side of the Red Keep, Daemon Targaryen clung to the windowsill, his left leg still encased in plaster. Yet it did not hinder him from shouting at the sky, "Aunt Rhaena, take me with you. I am nearly driven mad by this wretched tower." His silver hair whipped wildly in the wind, resembling a patch of burning wild grass. "Caraxes is still in the dragon pit. We can go find young Daemon together." Dreamfire seemed to heed his call, its colossal wings suddenly beating with a force that summoned a tempestuous gust. Daemon Targaryen felt an immense power collide against his chest, sending him tumbling backward like a fallen leaf, crashing onto the stone ground, his cries muffled into a low groan. "Fool!" Gazing at the indistinct figure framed in the tower's window, Jaehaerys muttered a curse, yet his mind was preoccupied with the plight of that hapless grandson. His gaze remained fixed on Dreamfire, watching as the magnificent dragon carried away his cherished youngest daughter, soaring over the docks. The azure fabric of Gary's dress billowed in the wind, and she even turned back to wave towards the dock, her face alight with an almost Na'vi exhilaration. "Stop her! Quickly, stop her!" The old king's furious roar echoed across the dock as the guards hastily drew their swords, yet could only watch helplessly as Dreamfire ascended further into the sky, like a liberated comet. Belron stared into the vanishing horizon of the dragon, suddenly reminded of years past, when his Aunt Rhaenys had also ridden Dreamfire, gliding over the Red Keep on her way to Harrenhal in pursuit of her own freedom. History has an uncanny way of repeating itself. Only this time, the frail figure upon the dragon's back was his most delicate sister. "Damn you, Aemon!" Jaehaerys' voice cracked with anguish, his scepter crashing to the ground, splitting the stone with a fine fissure. "Your troubles are not enough. Now even Gary has been led astray. How am I to explain this to Alysanne?" His gaze swept over the royal members returning to the commotion, Viserys cradling Rhaenyra, his complexion pale. Emma instinctively protecting her abdomen, her eyes filled with concern. Jocelyn Valerion standing in the shadows, her expression as serene as a still pond, save for her tightly clenched fists revealing her inner turmoil. Belron, Jaehaerys' voice suddenly grew unervingly calm, sending chills down the spine. "Convey my command. Close all gates of King's Landing. Dispatch riders to inform the lords along the way. Should Dreamfire be spotted, they must report immediately. Remember, it is to bring the princess back, not to capture her." Belron bowed to receive the command. Yet he understood all too well that since Gary dared to soar upon Dreamfire, she would not return easily. That child, who had always shyly hidden behind Queen Alysanne, had now grown her own claws upon donning the crown of a dragon rider. The crowd at the docks gradually dispersed, leaving a scene of disarray. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the cobblestones, resembling a tattered tapestry. King Jaehaerys stood alone, gazing towards the direction where Dreamfire had vanished, glistening tears clinging to his silver lashes. He suddenly recalled Aemon's childhood, when he had stealthily climbed upon Vhagar's back, proclaiming his desire to see the world across the narrow sea. At that time, he had laughed and playfully smacked his son's rear, promising to take him when he was older. But now, Aemon was gone, leaving behind a son who rode wild dragons across the Seven Kingdoms, while his most beloved daughter had succumbed to madness as well. Targaryen dragons have never been known for their obedience. The aged king murmured to himself as the scepter slipped from his trembling grasp, never to return. Once again, the echoes of dragon roars resonated from the direction of the dragon lair, this time the furious bellow of Corrich, infused with a sense of betrayal. Following closely, the roars of Vagharl, Wormesal, and Silverwing joined the cacophony, creating a discordant elegy that lingered in the skies above King's Landing. Belron retrieved the scepter from the ground, gazing at his father's stooped figure, suddenly realizing that the tempest ignited by Daemon's black fire had only just begun. Those concealed secrets, those suppressed desires, and those forgotten bloodlines would rise with the wings of dragons, unleashing an unprecedented maelstrom across the realm of the Seven Kingdoms. At this moment, riding upon Dreamfire, Gary looked down at the ever-shrinking city of King's Landing. Maezalia clutched her garment tightly, her platinum curls dancing in the wind. "Your Highness, where are we headed?" Maesalia's voice quivered with a hint of excitement. Gary turned her head, her pale lavender eyes sparkling with an unfamiliar brilliance. To pursue Daemon, she declared, her voice ringing like a silver bell, carried far by the winds, assuring him that no matter how far he fled to the ends of the earth, she would find him. Dreamfire emitted a jubilant roar, soaring higher into the sky, leaving the clamor of the Red Keep and the king's fury far behind. Sunlight cascaded upon them, enveloping them in a golden armor, safeguarding the secret of courage, love, and rebellion. The docks of King's Landing gradually returned to tranquility, punctuated only by King Jaehaerys' sighs and the distant dragon roars from the lair, intertwining in the sea breeze like an incomprehensible lament. Chapter 35. Rosby. As the shadow of the Devourer glided low over Blackwater Bay, Daemon gazed down at the land below, which was becoming increasingly distinct. Unlike the towering Red Keep of King's Landing, Rosby appeared as a brown patch nestled among the greenery, its low wooden stone walls encircling the Lord's Tower, while the surrounding village sprawled like mushrooms after rain. The earthy scent of soil and straw wafted upward, mingling with the sweet fragrance of apple blossoms. Your Highness. Ahead lies Rosby, a knight in attendance called from the ground, his voice torn to shreds by the wind. Daemon gently patted the neck of the Devourer, who responded with a low rumble, its wings folding slightly as it began to descend slowly. As the dragon's claws touched the earth, the dust it stirred caused the members of House Rosby awaiting their arrival to instinctively step back, except for the Earl at the forefront, who, despite his ailing appearance, managed a slight bow. Welcome, Prince Daemon. The voice of Earl Rosby was as delicate and fragile as a spider's web caught in the breeze. He wore a fur cloak embroidered with his house sigil, 3 crimson stripes glinting darkly in the sunlight, resembling congealed blood. His complexion was pale as parchment, with dark circles beneath his eyes revealing the toll of prolonged illness, yet a subtle sharpness lingered within those eyes. Daemon dismounted from the dragon's back, the scabbard of Blackfyre glinting with a muted sheen in the sunlight. No need for excessive formalities, my lord. His gaze swept over the surrounding attendants, and indeed, the members of House Rosby appeared as the rumors suggested, each slender and bearing an air of fatigue. To welcome the Targaryen prince is a privilege for Rosby. The Earl stepped aside to lead the way, his bony fingers tightly clutching the cloak's tie. Please, follow me, the banquet is prepared. As they passed through the modest city gates, Daemon finally beheld the true visage of this lordly town. Dwellings constructed from a mixture of earth and straw lined the main road, their roofs thatched, while wisps of smoke spiraled from chimneys, weaving a gray mist in the low air. Curious children observed him from the roadside, clutching unfinished barley cakes. Women clad in coarse skirts stood at their doorways, their gazes lingering on the Blackfyre sword at his waist, filled with reverence and intrigue. Rosby was not large. The Earl seemed to sense his scrutiny and softly explained, we guard the shortcut to King's Landing to Duskendale, and for centuries, we have witnessed many tales. A hint of barely perceptible pride colored his tone. During his 51st year of conquest, King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne also once paused here. Daemon nodded, his eyes drawn to the spire of the chapel not far away. It was one of the few structures in the town built of stone, its peak reaching skyward as if silently proclaiming the majesty of the Seven. The cabbages in the garden thrived, the apple trees bore an abundance of unripe fruit, and the wheat in the fields had begun to turn golden. This was a tranquil and fertile land, starkly contrasting with the impending storm. The banquet hall within the Lord's Tower was more spacious than anticipated, with stone walls adorned with the Rosby family banner, a striking trio of red stripes against a backdrop of ermine. The long table was already filled with guests. The Earl's heir occupied the first seat on the left, of similar age to Daemon, his sharp eyes occasionally darting to observe him. Beside him sat several young ladies in exquisite gowns, presumably the Earl's daughters, whose gazes briefly lingered on Daemon before they shyly lowered their heads. At the far end sat a boy of about 10, more slender than his peers, yet sitting upright with a stubborn resolve. Allow me to introduce. The Earl clapped his hands. This is my eldest son, Giles, the future Earl of Rosby. He gestured toward the astute young man, then proceeded to introduce his daughters, ultimately resting on the boy. This is my second son, Rayford, named after my great-uncle. Daemon's gaze lingered on Rayford for a moment. There was a steadfastness in the child's eyes that belied his years, akin to wild grass hidden among stones. The banquet's fare was not extravagant, but sufficiently abundant. The roasted wild boar was crisp on the outside yet tender within, the ale infused with a hint of fruitiness, and the apple pie perfectly sweet. The Earl had evidently made ample preparations, frequently toasting Daemon as their conversation meandered from harvests to trade, and then to the security of the realm. All maintained with an appropriately warm enthusiasm. After several rounds of drink, the Earl's discourse gradually shifted toward history. Your Highness, wielding Blackfyre, you truly embody gallantry. He fixated on the sword at Daemon's waist, his expression intricate. The mere mention of the sword evoked memories of Her Majesty, Queen Maegor. Daemon's fingers, which held the wine goblet, momentarily hesitated. He was acutely aware of the history of House Rosby. Sir Leighton Rosby had once fought for Maegor during the Trial of the Seven, and another earl had been among Maegor's last supporters, ultimately succumbing to poison in the year of Conquest 48. Maegor was a formidable warrior. Daemon responded with a nonchalant demeanor, choosing not to elaborate further. However, the earl seemed unwilling to let the matter rest. Great? Perhaps, he chuckled, a peculiar flush creeping across his pale visage. Yet he was also an indomitable spirit. You see, in my youth, my father often regaled me with tales of Her Majesty. He spoke of how the Rosby Earl and Sir Leighton both held deep admiration for that powerful man, who, like them, rode a black dragon and wielded Blackfyre. His gaze fixated on Daemon, as if seeking a shared resonance in his expression. It is said that Maegor, in his early days, shared your apparent disinterest in the Iron Throne, my Lord Earl. Daemon interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. I am not like Her Majesty. He set down his goblet, his voice resonating clearly throughout the banquet hall. I have long grown weary of the treacherous games of power. King Jaehaerys, Queen Alysanne, Prince Balon, and Prince Viserys have all treated me with kindness. The black fire in my grasp is not meant for the pursuit of the Iron Throne, but for the protection of my family. A profound silence enveloped the hall, the crackling of the burning candles audible. The Earl's eldest son displayed a flicker of surprise, while his daughters regarded Daemon with curiosity. Yet, within Leighton's gaze, there was an added layer of respect. The Earl paused momentarily, then chuckled, a sound tinged with relief. Perhaps something more. Well said, he nodded repeatedly. You make it easy to forget you are but a lad of 13 or 14. You indeed bear a resemblance to Her Majesty, yet are distinctly different. He hesitated again, shifting the conversation back to the eastern continent. However, do you know of the rumor that after Aegon the Conqueror subdued Westeros, he left the Iron Throne to the relatively moderate Prince Rhaenys, while entrusting the vaster lands of Essos to the true heir of his ambitions, Maegor? Daemon's brow furrowed slightly. This rumor was unfamiliar to him and seemed more like the fanciful imaginings of an optimistic few. The rumor goes, the Earl's voice lowered, his eyes shimmering with excitement, that Her Majesty rode upon the black dragon Balerion, bearing Blackfyre, and set foot upon the lands of the eastern continent, only returning upon the death of King Rhaenys. He looked at Daemon, as if revealing a momentous secret. You see, the world is vast. One need not fixate solely on the Iron Throne. Daemon remained silent. He understood the Earl's implication. Rather than struggle in the vortex of power in Westeros, it might be wiser to venture across the narrow sea. As the legends of Maegor suggested, to carve out one's own domain. It was indeed an alluring proposition, yet he preferred to remain here, at least until the passing of his grandparents, close to his family. Father, Ravard suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. I am willing to follow Prince Daemon. All eyes turned to the frail boy. The Count paused for a moment, then revealed a smile of satisfaction. Good son. He looked at Daemon and said, Your Highness, although Ravard is young, he possesses a resilient spirit, and his skills in equestrianism and swordsmanship are passable. If you do not mind, please allow him to accompany you for some training. Daemon, gazing into the steadfastness of Ravard's eyes, was reminded of the youth who once followed him in his past life. He nodded in agreement. I would be delighted. The Count was evidently pleased with this outcome, a broad smile breaking across his face. He clapped his hands and addressed his eldest daughter. Isabella, please escort His Highness to rest. After such a long journey, he deserves a proper respite. Isabella rose, her complexion pale as typical of the Rosby family, yet her eyes sparkled like obsidian submerged in water. Your Highness, please follow me. Daemon expressed his gratitude and followed Isabella out of the banquet hall. The stone corridor was dimly lit, adorned with portraits of generations of the Rosby family, their gazes seemingly fixed upon the prince from King's Landing. Your Highness, Isabella's voice was soft, tinged with curiosity. Do you truly not wish to become king? Daemon smiled gently. Power is akin to fire. It can provide warmth or consume one entirely. Compared to my former self, perhaps I was once more inclined to be the guardian of the flame rather than be engulfed by it. Isabella nodded, partially understanding, and was about to say more when suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from outside the city. The sound was clear and familiar. It was not the low growl of a glutton, but the cry of Dreamfire. Daemon abruptly halted, his heart racing. How could Dreamfire be here? Had Gary arrived? Why would she suddenly appear in Rosby? Isabella, frightened by the unexpected roar, turned pale and instinctively clutched Daemon's sleeve. Others in the corridor leaned out, their faces etched with fear and confusion. Daemon's gaze turned towards the window. Although he could not see the outside, he could distinctly sense the magnificent pale blue dragon circling above Rosby. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Had Gary come secretly? Was she in danger? Did Queen Alyssa know? What would King Jaehaerys' reaction be if he learned of this? Your Highness, Isabella's voice trembled. Daemon took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. It's nothing, he reassured her, gently patting her hand, though a hint of unease laced his tone. It's just my family arriving. He turned his gaze back to the castle exterior, and the dragon's roar resonated again, this time closer, as if hovering just above the tower. Sunlight streamed through the window onto him, yet it could not dispel the doubts and worries clouding his mind. Chapter 36. Nightfall at the Well of Women. The journey from Rosby to the Well of Women was longer than Daemon had anticipated. As the party reached the town of Magoo Valley, 2 additional younger sons of noble houses joined their ranks. One of them was even the illegitimate child of a certain earl, riding a gaunt horse, yet his gaze was as sharp as that of a famished wolf. Daemon reined in his horse, observing the ever-lengthening line behind him, and suddenly perceived that this journey, which had begun as a mere matchmaking expedition, was now evolving into a rallying call for the youthful scions of the realm. What occupied his thoughts? Gary's eyes soared low on Dreamfire, the magnificent dragon casting a cool shadow over the procession. Clad in riding leathers, her long hair secured with a ribbon, revealing her slender neck, she approached him. While Mersalia sat behind her, gripping the edge of the dragon's saddle tightly, her platinum curls dancing in the wind. Daemon glanced upwards with a smile, contemplating that if this continued, by the end of their tour through the 7 kingdoms, they might very well form an army. Gary gently patted Dreamfire's neck as the great dragon circled down to perch upon a slope ahead. They all admire you, she said, sidling up to Daemon, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the Blackfyre's sword at his waist. After all, you are the one who can tame the glutton. The younger lads regard you as a legend. A legend? Daemon raised an eyebrow in self-deprecation. I am merely a hapless fool led astray by my brother to a brothel. Mersalia, who had followed, couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon hearing this. Since the tumult in Silk Street, she seemed to have become more open, yet still retained a shyness around Daemon. Growing ever closer to Gary and often trailing behind the princess to learn the tongue of Westeros. As the party paused at Boris Horn, Daemon sat by the campfire sharpening his sword blade. He observed the young nobleman encircling Rayford, eagerly inquiring about the feelings of a prince's first follower, and was suddenly reminded of the scenes from the Blackfyre Rebellion in his past life. Back then, he too had been surrounded by a similar group of young men, yearning for glory and valor, yet most had ultimately perished upon the Redgrass Field. The flickering firelight cast shadows upon Rayford's profile, evoking an unexpected memory of a fallen squire. Leaving a weight upon his heart, lost in thought again, Gary had seated herself beside him at some point, offering a roasted rabbit leg. You've been acting strangely since Rosby. Is it these people who unsettle you? Daemon bit into the meat, the savory aroma failing to dispel the gloom within. They remind me too much of my younger self, he admitted, gazing at the distant outline of the Deerhorn Castle, where the Lord had sent him a one-eyed bastard to serve as his squire, impulsive, fiery, yet oblivious to what he truly desired. Gary fell silent for a moment, then, mimicking Rhaenys' tone, chimed in with a laugh. But you are only 14 this year. Aren't you? My dear Daemon, are you not doing well now? Perhaps you can guide them on a righteous path. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper, as if echoing the teachings of her brother Balon. Daemon's heart jolted at her words. He had never considered that his own past failures could render him a beacon for others. As the party departed Deerhorn Castle, 3 more young men joined their company. Daemon observed their swords at their sides and the dreams in their eyes. These younger sons and bastards were like seeds hidden within the soil of the realm, poised to sprout at the slightest breeze. And perhaps he was that very wind. Suddenly, Daemon recalled something and turned to inquire of Gyra. How did you manage to catch up with me that day in Rosby? Dreamfire is swift, yet it seems rather fortuitous. Gyra, while allowing Miseria to style her hair, glanced back and winked, because I knew you would look after the party. When you paused in Rosby, Melee and I took a shortcut, soaring along the coastline of Blackwater Bay, arriving a full half-day ahead of you. Did you not fear encountering any peril? Daemon's tone unintentionally grew weighty. The shores of the narrow sea were rife with pirates. Ah, you were worried about me, Gyra interrupted with a laugh, her fingers brushing against her temple. You've mentioned it 8 times over the past few days. She gestured toward the distant smoke rising from chimneys. Look, Ahead lies the town of Springwell. It was the first stop on my parents' royal tour. And grandfather and grandmother? Daemon's head felt suddenly heavier. He could not forget the messenger who had burst into the camp 3 days prior, nearly toppling Lovard as he rode in on a lathered horse, unfurling the king's scroll and bellowing orders loud enough for the entire camp to hear. The essence of his proclamation could be distilled to a singular warning. Keep a watchful eye on yourself and Gyra, should she dare to ride a dragon again. Both you and Daemon Targaryen will be tossed into the dragon's den as fodder. Gyra, noticing his embarrassment, laughed even more heartily. Fear not. I refrained from informing you in advance merely to spare you anxiety. Besides, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Ever since she had tamed Dreamfire, this once timid, shy, and innocent child of winter had transformed into a figure of audacity, proving the tales that dragons could alter any Targaryen's nature to hold a kernel of truth. As the party entered Springwell, Daemon finally grasped why Jaehaerys had chosen this locale as the first stop on their tour. This town, nestled beside Crab Bay, resembled a pearl nurtured by spring waters, with its blush-hued stone walls encircling scattered wooden houses. Numerous fishing boats were docked in the harbor, where fishermen unloaded their freshly caught crabs, the briny sea breeze mingling with the warm scent of sulfur from the springs. Most striking was the central spring, the Jaehaerys Spring, where a grand stone bathhouse stood beside a steaming pond, several solemnly clad holy sisters walking along the edge. Legend has it that Florian once spied on Jaehaerys while she bathed here. Gyra pointed toward the bathhouse's dome, her eyes sparkling. Mother said that the waters possess healing magic. She wished to bathe here when she was with my brother Aegon. Daemon paused, recalling the history of the conquest in the year 51, when Queen Alysanne fell victim to an assassination attempt by the Holy Sisters here. Had it not been for the maids who shielded her with their bodies, perhaps none of them would have survived. He gazed at the bathhouse, sunlight filtering through the steam and casting colorful reflections upon the water's surface, its beauty resembling a snare. The castle of House Mudon perched upon a small hill, with Lord John Mudon, in his 30s and already showing a slight paunch, waiting at the gate alongside his wife. His amiable smile concealed a shrewdness in the creases at the corners of his eyes, while Lady Filiana appeared far more serene, her dark dress adorned with the Mudon family's emblem of a red salmon. Welcome, Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenys. Count Jonna bowed deeply, his voice resonating with pride as he expressed the honor of hosting the Targaryen royals in the town of Hot Springs. The banquet was set in the castle's elegant tower, its windows offering a view of the serene hot spring pond below. Lady Rhaenys personally served them, her tone imbued with pride as she spoke of the town's trade. While lacking the opulence of King's Landing and Storm's End, the clams here are unmatched. The very finest from Crab Bay, Count Jonna added with a smile. His Majesty has always relished our clam chowder during his visits. Queen Alicent even remarked that it surpasses the fare prepared by the Red Keep's royal chef. He then shifted his gaze to Daemon, inquiring if the prince was indeed taking in followers. I have a younger brother, a son of my father's indiscretion, fierce in spirit, though not well educated. Might your highness consider taking him in? Daemon turned to the youth standing by the door, a boy of about 15 or 16, tall and sturdy, with hands calloused like a blacksmith's, yet his eyes radiated sincerity. Recalling the Earl of Rosby's prior decisions, Daemon hesitated, realizing he could not be unfair, before nodding. I would be pleased to do so. The boy's face flushed with excitement as he quickly knelt, exclaiming, Thank you, your highness. The atmosphere of the banquet grew lively as Count Jonna reminisced about his past with Princess Sanella, unabashedly sharing tales of their youthful follies. Back then, it was just the four of us, myself, Red Roy, Clinton, Braxton, and the princess, spending every day together. Noticing Lady Rhaenys' disapproving glance, the Count quickly amended. And of course, Ariat and my lady wife. We were inseparable at every feast and ball, hunting and hawking together, even crossing the Blackwater Bay to Dragonstone, believing ourselves the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. It was only when His Majesty cast us into the dungeons that we realized the breadth of our folly. Finally, he turned his gaze to Lady Rhaenys, his eyes filled with warmth. Thankfully, His Majesty granted me the chance for redemption by allowing me to wed Rhaenys. Lady Rhaenys shot him a playful reprimand. At your age, must you still dwell on those matters? Daemon observed their exchange, suddenly appreciating the simplicity of such days, free from the strife for power and the turmoil of bloodlines, surrounded only by the warmth of family. As the night deepened, Daemon lay awake in the guest chamber, restless. The gentle sound of the hot spring flowed outside, and the distant fishing lights in the harbor twinkled like scattered stars. The door creaked open softly, and Rhaenyra slipped in, cradling a pillow. Moonlight graced her face, enveloping her in a silvery veil. I can't sleep, she whispered, deftly burrowing into his blankets like a kitten seeking warmth. Little May said she's scared alone, but I fear more that you will brood. Daemon chuckled helplessly, drawing her close. The girl's lithe form was fragrant with the scent of the springs, and he could hear her heartbeat, steady and strong. Do not worry. I am not brooding. Liar, Rhaenyra murmured against his chest. Your brow is still furrowed. She paused, her voice soft as cotton. Are you homesick? Daemon fell silent. Indeed, he was homesick, longing for the stone walls of the Red Keep, for the stern yet caring gaze of Prince Balon, for the clumsy jests of Viserys, and even for the infuriating smile of Daemon Targaryen. In his previous life as a rebel, he had never experienced such attachments. Home, then, was merely a cold castle, surrounded by a cadre of followers seeking his interests. Yet in this lifetime, every face within the Red Keep had become his Achilles heel. I too yearn for home, he thought. Once our tour concludes, we shall return. Jaehaerys' voice, laced with drowsiness, echoed her thoughts of returning to Rhaenyra, to Aemma, to see his father and mother, and to check whether Daemon had properly cleaned the dragon lair. Daemon chuckled at her words, his taut nerves finally unwinding. He gazed down at the slumbering girl in his arms. The moonlight gently illuminated her soft profile, her long lashes resembling delicate fans. Outside, the hot springs continued to flow serenely, as if humming an ancient lullaby. Perhaps this was the very essence of his return to this era, not to vie for the Iron Throne, but to rewrite the tragedy of the Dance of the Dragons. To safeguard this warmth he had never known in his past life. The night in the town of Goddess Springs was tender as water, softly cradling this tranquility. Daemon closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of her presence, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The road ahead remained long. Yet as long as he was surrounded by these cherished souls, he was willing to traverse any distance. Chapter 37. The shadow of the Crabs Claw Peninsula on the morning of their departure from Goddess Springs. A veil of gray mist enveloped the direction of the Crabs Claw Peninsula. Daemon Blackfyre reined in his steed, casting a glance back at the swirling steam of the hot springs, which seemed to whisper tales of Jaehaerys and Alysanne. Jaehaerys, riding Dreamfire, circled low behind the greedy one, her platinum blonde curls spilling from the dragon's saddle like threads caught in the wind. Can't you ride the greedy one, Daemon? Jaehaerys' voice drifted on the breeze. Count Simon's messenger had informed her that he awaited them at Crow's Nest. Nodding, Daemon flicked the reins, guiding the party eastward along the coastal road. Crow's Nest perched atop the northern hills of Blackwater Bay, resembling a crow with its wings folded. The Steton family banner fluttered atop the tower, the black and gray checkered fabric adorned with a white ribbon and black-winged crest rustling in the wind. Count Simon Tunstall stood at the castle gates, waiting. He appeared younger than Daemon had anticipated, his posture upright, with chiseled features and keen eyes that scrutinized like a hawk assessing its prey. Beside him stood Lady Tunstall, elegantly attired in a gray dress, her face bearing a gentle smile. Welcome, Prince Daemon, Princess Jaehaerys. Count Simon's voice was slightly hoarse yet sincere. I hope the simplicity of Crow's Nest does not displease you. Your lordship is too kind, Daemon replied as he dismounted, the scabbard of Blackfyre clinking softly against the stone. It is our honor to rest within your castle. Upon entering, Count Simon made a point to show them the chamber where Princess Daenerys had once stayed before her marriage in the Vale. On the wall hung a faded tapestry, depicting the tale of a once devoted attendant and a young maiden. In those days, my voice and that of Princess Daenerys would lower, tinged with a hint of wistfulness. For it was Lady Aemma's mother. As the sovereign's attendant, I often indulged in clandestine drinking with the princess. On one occasion, we were discovered by His Majesty and punished to transcribe the prayer of the 100 times. That instance nearly led the princess to sever our friendship. He chuckled softly, a tear unexpectedly forming at the corner of his eye. Such youthful folly. Back then, I perceived Princess Daenerys as a distant star, utterly unattainable. The princess bears a striking resemblance to your sister, both radiating the brilliance of House Targaryen. He gazed at Gaia, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. Gaia's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, "Thank you, my lord." During the banquet, Count Simon took the initiative to discuss the situation surrounding the Crabs Claw Peninsula. His tone grave. It has always been a tumultuous region, rife with the rivalry between the Blen family and the Kleb family, not to mention the presence of numerous wildlings. Adding to the troubles, he filled Daemon's cup with wine, advising caution for the prince's journey ahead. Daemon nodded in acknowledgement, aware of the chaos that enveloped the Crabs Claw Peninsula, where the local minor nobles were as obstinate and combative as crabs. The following morning, the entourage departed from Crow's Perch. Count Simon insisted on escorting them to the city gates, presenting Daemon with a dagger adorned with rubies. This was a gift from the sovereign during my youth. It is said to ward off evil. Carry it with you, and perhaps fortune shall favor you. Daemon accepted the dagger, bowing respectfully. The group hastened along the coastal road toward the Crabs Claw Peninsula. Since leaving King's Landing, this count had been the only one not to burden himself with companions. As they approached the Crabs Claw Peninsula, the road became increasingly treacherous, with sparse trees giving way to exposed rocks and rampant thorns. On a subsequent evening, they finally arrived at the Fortress of Terror. This ancestral stronghold of the Blend family perched atop a towering cliff by the sea, with 3 crooked towers leaning against each other like drunken men, their walls adorned with dark green vines. Count Blend had received word of their arrival and awaited them at the castle gates with his family. "Welcome, Prince Daemon," he greeted. Count Blend was a robust man, bearing a scar that stretched from his forehead to his chin. "The accommodations at Fortress of Terror are rather humble. I apologize for any discomfort, Your Highness." "There is no need for such formalities, my lord," Daemon replied with a smile. To erect a castle in such a perilous location is a testament to the Blend family's resilience. Count Blend chuckled heartily. "Your Highness is too kind. We are merely rough men who endure life on the cliffs." The banquet was simple yet plentiful, featuring roasted wild boar, stewed clams, black bread, and their own brewed ale. Count Blend's wife was a taciturn woman, quietly refilling drinks and serving dishes, while their son was full of curiosity about Daemon's followers, bombarding Levered with questions. In the stillness of the night, Daemon stood at the cliff's edge, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks. Gaia quietly approached him, asking softly, "What are you pondering?" "I am contemplating Count Simon's words," he replied. Daemon gazed at the dark expanse of the sea in the distance, realizing that Crab Claw Peninsula was indeed formidable. "Do not dwell too much on it." Gaer leaned against his shoulder. "We have a long journey ahead tomorrow." Daemon clasped her hand, savoring the warmth that radiated from her palm. Memories of his past life surged like a tidal wave. War, betrayal, death, making him cherish the tranquility of this moment even more. However, this tranquility was not destined to endure. At dawn the following day, as the first light began to illuminate the sky, urgent hoofbeats echoed outside the castle. Daemon was startled awake and, throwing on his garments, hurried to the window. He witnessed a knight tumble from his steed, stumbling towards the castle gates. "I am Rupert Claver." The knight's voice was hoarse, tinged with desperation. "I must see Prince Daemon and Count Bren." Daemon's heart tightened, and he rushed downstairs. Rupert Claver knelt in the center of the hall, his armor caked with dust and blood, his face etched with terror. "Your Highness, I implore you to save us." "What has happened?" Daemon inquired in a grave tone. "Wild men. It is the wild men." Rupert's voice quavered. "They have seized our family's abandoned stronghold, Whispering Castle, using it as a base to launch attacks on our village. My father and brother are resisting, but we are outnumbered and cannot hold on much longer." Count Bren arrived, his expression grave. "Whispering Castle. That place has been deserted for years. How could it be occupied by wild men?" "I do not know." Rupert shook his head. "They appeared as if from the very earth, suddenly manifesting at Whispering Castle. The terrain is treacherous, easy to defend, but nearly impossible to assault." He looked at Daemon, his eyes brimming with pleading. "Your Highness, my uncle is Sir C.L. Mint Claver, the King's Iron Guard. He recently wrote to say that you are the bravest prince of House Targaryen. I beseech you, have mercy and save our Claver family." Daemon paused for a moment. Understanding the significance of Whispering Castle, it was an ancient ruin perched atop a cliff on Crab Claw Peninsula, rumored to be haunted. The wild men occupying it indeed posed a grave threat. "My Lord Count," Daemon turned to Count Bren, "are you familiar with Whispering Castle?" Count Bren nodded. "I have been there a few times. The place is indeed steep, constructed from ancient rocks that have not been plastered, rendering it remarkably sturdy. Although the walls by the cliff have crumbled somewhat, the main tower remains intact." He hesitated. "The most troublesome aspect is that the sea below has eroded many hollows, creating strange sounds as the waves pass, disorienting those who venture near." Daemon glanced at Rayford and the other followers beside him. "Are you willing to accompany me?" Without hesitation, Rayford stepped forward. "Wherever your Highness goes, we shall follow." The other young men echoed their agreement, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Daemon nodded and addressed Rupert. "Rise. We will accompany you." He turned to Gaer. "You shall remain here and await my news." However, Gaer shook her head. "I will go with you. Dreamfire may prove useful." After a moment's contemplation, Daemon acquiesced. He then addressed Count Bren. "My lord, I would appreciate it if you could look after Mazalia and our belongings." Earl Blenheim bowed and replied, "Your Highness, rest assured, I shall lead my troops to aid you at once." Soon, Daemon, accompanied by Lefford and over 20 young men, along with the guards, followed Rupert as they set forth towards Whispering Fortress. Guy Rouet rode Dreamfire, providing aerial cover, while the majestic dragon cast a shadow over the rugged mountain path, offering a momentary respite from the heat. The Devourer trailed silently behind, poised to unleash its fiery breath at a moment's notice. As they journeyed, Rupert enlightened Daemon with further details about Whispering Fortress. There lay an ancient grove of sacred trees, though long abandoned. The Hart tree still stood beneath the cliffs. A vast cave was rumored to lead into the castle's depths, yet none dared to venture inside. Daemon listened intently, forming a tentative impression of Whispering Fortress in his mind, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited them. The sun ascended higher, dispelling the mist over Crabs Claw Peninsula, revealing the jagged rocks and tumultuous waves. The silhouette of Whispering Fortress emerged atop the cliffs, its ancient stones glimmering in the sunlight with a bluish-gray hue, while weeds and crimson poisonous vines entwined around the walls, resembling a tattered garment. Daemon reined in his horse, gazing at the forsaken stronghold with a sense of foreboding, knowing that a bloody conflict was imminent upon this desolate land. Chapter 38. The Blackfyre's brilliance beneath the cliffs of Whispering Fortress. The roar of waves crashing against the rocks echoed like ancient war drums. In the distance, Daemon raised his Blackfyre sword, its blade reflecting the morning light that pierced through the haze surrounding the barbarian ranks. Behind him, the breaths of more than 20 young followers intertwined with the snorts of warhorses, taut like a drawn bowstring. "Remember, we are here to rescue." Daemon's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. "The Devourer shall shield you, and I will lead the charge." Before his words could fade, the Devourer let out a thunderous roar. The black dragon unfurled its enormous wings, dark flames sweeping across the cliff's edge, sowing chaos among the barbarian front lines. Dreamfire followed closely, its pale blue flames akin to a flowing lightning bolt, carving a path through the throng of foes. "Charge," Daemon urged, squeezing his mount's flanks, propelling his steed into the fray like a swirling tempest. The Blackfyre sword traced a perfect arc as the first barbarian lunged forward, silenced before a scream could escape. Cleaved in two, warm blood splattered upon his face, yet it did not hinder his resolve. The second barbarian was dispatched with a flick of his blade. The third met his end as his horse crushed his ribs, and when the fourth's head rolled upon the ground. Daemon's Blackfyre sword was already aimed at the towering figure clad in bare hide amidst the barbarian ranks. That was their leader, Rupert Clave shouted from behind, his voice trembling with excitement. Daemon did not glance back. He sensed his followers overcoming their fear. Lefford's sword pierced a barbarian's throat, while Miss Hewen, the illegitimate son of House Mutton, smashed another's skull with a hammer. These young noblemen, who had only yesterday discussed the latest gossip of King's Landing, now wielded their weapons with trembling hands, shielding one another in their fervent struggle. "Kill!" It was unclear who first raised the cry, but soon, over 20 swords echoed with a fierce roar. These young warriors, experiencing battle for the first time, suddenly grasped the weight of the word warrior under Daemon's brilliance, and amidst the dragon's thunderous roars. The citizens of Kleber, initially ensnared in despair, began to resist desperately. Upon witnessing the dark figure moving through the chaos and the flames of the two dragons illuminating the sky, they erupted into a thunderous cheer. A farmer, with an arm severed, seized a pitchfork from the ground and charged at the nearest savage with a fierce roar. Several women stuffed stones into cloth bags, hurling them at the enemies scaling the palisade. Finally, Daemon's Blackfyre sword clashed with the war axe of the savage chief, producing a sharp sound that numbed both their hands. The chief, towering over Daemon, had arms as thick as tree trunks, his face painted in a blend of red and black, yet his eyes betrayed not the ignorance of a barbarian, but the coldness of one seasoned in battle. "Silver-haired boy," the chief spoke in a heavily accented common tongue, "this is not your castle. As long as our people remain, it is." Daemon sidestepped, allowing his Blackfyre sword to slide along the wooden shaft of the axe, severing several fingers in the process. The chief cried out in pain, and in that fleeting moment when the axe slipped from his grasp, Daemon's sword tip was already poised at his throat. The surrounding savages, witnessing this, charged in fury, only to be repelled by the dragon flames of the Devourer. Dreamfire swooped low, its claws seizing two would-be ambushers and flinging them far into the sea. Daemon surveyed the battlefield. His followers, though valiant, had already suffered 3 casualties. One lay groaning on the ground, impaled by a spear in the thigh. The palisade of Kleber lay in tatters, with numerous corpses of citizens strewn across the ground. The savages, though disordered, still outnumbered them several times over and were gathering behind the ruins of Whispering Fortress, seemingly hesitating on whether to retreat. Take your people and leave the Crabs Claw Peninsula." Daemon commanded, retracting his sword. Blood dripped from the Blackfyre's sword onto the ground. "Should I see you again, it will not merely be a matter of severed fingers." The chief stared at him in disbelief, touched his bleeding hand, and finally, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Retreat." The savages, as if granted clemency, assisted their wounded and hurriedly withdrew towards the distant whispering fortress, soon vanishing over the edge of the cliff. The waves crashed through the hollow of the fortress, producing a mournful sound, as if lamenting the unfinished battle. Daemon dismounted and found Rayford just producing a waterskin. The young squire gulped down a mouthful, only to realize that his trembling arms were not from fear, but from the fatigue that followed the rush of adrenaline. "It will be fine soon. We must tally our losses," Daemon instructed Rayford. "Have the scholar tend to the wounded, whether they are our own or citizens of Kleber." The town lay in disarray. Roofs were torn off houses, vegetables in the gardens trampled, and several citizens' corpses lay by the well, their faces frozen in terror. The eldest son of Baron Kleber was commanding the repairs of the fence when he saw Daemon approaching. He hurried over, his eyes reddened. "Your Highness, thank you. I am Reynard, the Baron's firstborn. What has happened to my father?" Daemon quickly inquired. "Father was struck in the chest by a barbarian while resisting. He remains unconscious." Reynard's voice trembled with emotion. Had we arrived a moment later, Daemon placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Let the scholar attend to him. He will be well." The accompanying scholar and Gare were already busy with the scholars of Kleber and several women. They were cleaning wounds, binding them, and applying herbs to the bleeding areas. Their movements, though clumsy, imbued with a certain resilience. Daemon observed Jamanvi, the one-eyed bastard of the Buckwell family, awkwardly giving water to an injured little girl, suddenly realizing that this victory held more significance than he had anticipated. As evening approached, a bonfire blazed in the town square. The residents of Kleber had slaughtered the last few pigs, roasting them with a sizzle. Rupert Kleber raised a wine bowl and approached Daemon, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness, you have saved us all, but the barbarians will return. I beseech you to stay." The surrounding vassals echoed in agreement. "Your Highness, please remain. We are willing to follow you." Baron Kleber was carried out, his chest wrapped in thick bandages, his complexion as pale as parchment. Weakly, he called out, "Rupert, do not be disrespectful. His Highness has his own journey to undertake." Reynard frowned as well. "Brother, do not trouble His Highness. Sit and rest, my lord," Daemon urged Rupert, scanning the faces of those present, including you, Sir Reynard. "Your brother is not wrong. He fights for his homeland." He approached the bonfire. The Blackfyre's sword planted in the ground, its hilt glimmering in the firelight. All fell silent, gazing at the young prince. "I know your concerns." Daemon's voice resonated through the night, imbued with a penetrating strength. "The barbarians will return. The chaos of the Crabs Claw Peninsula will not cease with a single victory. But remember, you are the subjects of the Iron Throne, the people of House Targaryen." He drew the Blackfyre's sword, its tip pointed skyward. "I, Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen, swear by the Blackfyre's sword and the gluttons of the sky that as long as I draw breath, I shall never turn a blind eye to your plight." A roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. Daemon raised his hand for silence and continued. "Those brothers who charged alongside me today, I shall report your valor faithfully to His Majesty the King. Your names will grace the royal commendation. There lies vast swathes of unclaimed land on the Crabs Claw Peninsula." His gaze swept over the youthful followers, over the residents of Kleber, who awaited true masters to cultivate and protect the land. "For those willing to continue fighting alongside me, these lands shall be your reward. For those who wish to cease, I shall not compel you. You may remain here to rebuild your home, or you may depart. I, alongside the royal family, shall bestow rewards upon each of you as remuneration for today's bloody battle." He raised the Blackfyre sword, its tip directed towards the direction of Whispering Keep. "But I must declare to you that from this day forth, the Crabs Claw Peninsula shall no longer be a forsaken corner. I shall stand here, before you, wielding this blade, armed with the flames of the Devourer, to cleave through all threats that lie ahead. Those willing to follow me, raise your weapons. Roar." Over 20 youthful followers raised their swords in unison, with Rayford's voice resonating the loudest, to follow His Highness unto death. The men of Clable Domain hesitated momentarily, yet soon raised their axes and pitchforks. Renifor cast a glance at his father, the Baron weakly nodding, and thus he tightened his grip on the sword, joining the chorus of cheers. Surprisingly, several women who had been tending to the wounded stepped forward. One elder, her hair streaked with gray and bandages still in hand, proclaimed loudly, "The women of Clable Domain are no less than the men. If His Highness seeks to wage war, we shall join as well." The other women responded in kind, and the atmosphere in the square reached a fever pitch. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the town. Count Brunn arrived with his troops, tardy yet taken aback by the scene in the square, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and complexity. His son, Bernabron, followed closely behind, observing the crowd surrounding Daemon and the fervor in the eyes of those youthful followers. Clenching his fists in sudden resolve, he recalled his father's hesitation before departure, the scheming of reaping the spoils, and then turned to gaze upon this prince. Triumphant with the Blackfyre sword aloft, a clear answer emerged in his heart. This was indeed the person he had long desired to follow. Daemon noticed the Brunn father and son, smiling as he raised the Blackfyre sword in their direction. The glow of the bonfire danced upon his face, illuminating eyes ablaze with fervor. The night on the Crabs Claw Peninsula was destined to be sleepless, and the legend of Daemon's Blackfyre had only just begun to inscribe its most fervent chapter upon this barren land. Chapter 39. The smoke of Whispering Keep. As the first light of dawn crept over the palisade of Clable Domain, Daemon's forces were already poised for departure. The Devourer unfurled its wings at the precipice, the dark violet scales of the black dragon glinting in the morning light, occasionally releasing small plumes of pitch-black sparks that sizzled upon the rocks. "Can you truly not take me with you?" Jaehaerys clung to Daemon's waist, her cheek resting against his armor, her voice laced with lingering sleepiness and evident concern. Dreamfire hummed softly behind her, its pale blue wings fluttering gently, the silver spines glistening in the dawn, resembling a scattering of crushed diamonds. Daemon lowered his head to kiss the crown of her hair, the chill of the armor contrasting starkly with the warmth of the maiden. "It is sufficient for me to be accompanied by you and the Devourer." His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. The keep was filled with remnants of the fallen, and 2 dragons were unnecessary. "But I wish to be with you." Jaehaerys tightened her grip on his cloak, declaring, "Dreamfire is truly formidable." "I know it is." Daemon interrupted her, cradling her face in his hands, gazing earnestly into her pale violet eyes. "Yet, I desire nothing more than to shield you. I never envisioned you on the battlefield. Jaehaerys, it is my duty to protect you, not yours to defend yourself." He gestured towards the women and the wounded bustling in the town. "Your obligation is to care for yourself, nurture Menghua, and look after them." Jaehaerys bit her lip, ultimately nodding, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Then you must ensure your own safety." She rose on her toes, attempting to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. "I shall await your return." Daemon smiled and nodded, turning to mount the greedy one. The black dragon emitted a low growl, soaring into the sky, circling the town before heading towards Whispering Fort. Lubert Klebe led his horse to Bernabulun's side, who was watching his father, Count Brunn, command their kin to assemble. The soldiers of the Brunn family appeared vigorous, even including some unfamiliar faces rumored to be distant relatives summoned from Brownhole Mountain. "Your father is quite proactive this time," Lubert remarked softly. Bernabu remained silent, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He could discern that his father's urgency stemmed not solely from a desire for redemption, but also from a need to atone for yesterday's miscalculations. The anticipated spoils of war had instead served as a mere backdrop to highlight Daemon's valor, while the might of the 2 dragons had evidently exceeded his expectations. "Everyone, muster your spirits." Count Brunn's bellow echoed through the ranks. "If we fail to capture Whispering Fort today, the Brunn family shall no longer have a place on Crabs Claw Peninsula." He mounted his horse, his spear aimed resolutely at the direction of Whispering Fort, and set off. The midday sun blazed like a molten iron sphere, scorching the ground beneath. The air was so arid that it felt as if a mere matchstick could ignite it. In the distance, the sea shimmered with heat, distorting the silhouette of Whispering Fort. Daemon sat astride the greedy one, surveying the encampment below. Whispering Fort lay in eerie silence, clearly unaware of the impending calamity as the wildlings within remained in their midday slumber. "Now is the moment," Daemon urged, patting the neck of the greedy one. The black dragon roared thunderously, plunging downwards. The obsidian flames erupted like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the wooden towers of Whispering Fort. The dry thatched roofs ignited like tinder, billowing thick smoke that mingled with the anguished cries and frantic shouts of the wildlings. "Charge!" Count Brunn's voice rang out from below. Clearly, he could hardly contain his eagerness to claim glory and redeem his honor. As soon as the dragon's flames ignited, he led the charge towards the ruins of Whispering Fort. Daemon commanded the greedy one to circle high above, the black 3-headed dragon brand emblazoned on his right shoulder, searing with intensity. As the dragon's flames swept over the wildling's gathering point, he spotted the wildling chief, clad in bare skin, emerging from the burning tower, smoke billowing from his body, yet still wielding his battle axe in a desperate attempt to rally a defense. "Father!" Be careful. Bernabu Luwin's cry pierced the chaos. Daemon's heart tightened abruptly. He witnessed the wild chieftain, engulfed in flames, muster all his strength to hurl the bloodied battle axe towards Count Brunn. The axe arced through the air like a streak of black lightning, striking the charging Count squarely in the chest. A short, anguished cry escaped Count Brunn's lips as he fell from his mount, instantly overwhelmed by the tumult of soldiers and wild men. "Father!" Bernard bellowed as he charged forward, his sword swinging wildly, carving a bloody path. Daemon furrowed his brow and commanded the devourer to swoop low, unleashing dragonfire that completely consumed the wild chieftain. The wild men, bereft of their leader, descended into chaos, fleeing towards the cave at the cliff's edge, only to be met with the blades of soldiers waiting in ambush. The battle soon reached its conclusion. The ruins of Whispering Castle still blazed, thick smoke blotting out the sun, the air heavy with the acrid scents of roasted flesh and sulfur. Daemon landed the devourer in the clearing before Whispering Castle, where Bernard knelt on the ground, cradling the fallen Count Brunn, his complexion ashen. A few soldiers stood nearby, rendered helpless. "How is he?" Daemon approached, his heart sinking. The wound on Count Brunn's chest was grotesque, the axe blade nearly cleaving him in two, blood saturating the earth beneath him. "Call for the scholar." Bernard's voice trembled, tears mingling with the dust on his face. Daemon knelt, checking for the Count's breath, finding a faint pulse. "Quickly, take him back to the Glebe territory," he instructed Bernard. There may yet be hope. As dusk fell, the weary party returned to the Glebe territory. The shadow of the devourer loomed over the town walls like a vast ink blot. Just as Daemon leaped from the dragon's back, Gare and Miseria rushed into his embrace. "You're back." Gare's voice trembled with emotion, clinging to him tightly. Miseria, though silent, buried her face in his cloak, her shoulders quivering slightly. Daemon patted their backs, but his gaze drifted to Count Brunn, being carried by soldiers. Baron Glebe stood at the entrance, leaning heavily on his cane, his expression grave upon seeing the scene. "Take him to the scholar," Daemon ordered the soldiers, then turned his cold gaze to the captured wild men, commanding, "Bring them forth." The remaining wild men were thrust into the town square, their faces ashen. Daemon unsheathed the Blackfyre's sword, showing no hesitation as he swiftly executed them. After drinking their blood, the blade seemed to shimmer with a crimson glow. "Assess the casualties," Daemon instructed Leyford. Leyford returned shortly, his expression complex. "Your Highness, only Count Brunn is severely injured, the others have at most minor wounds." Daemon nodded, yet no joy of victory filled his heart. He approached the scholar's chamber, hearing Bernard's muffled sobs from within. Pushing the door open, he beheld Count Brunn lying on the bed, his face pale as parchment, breath so feeble they resembled the flickering flame of a candle in the wind. Baron Glebe stood nearby, his brow furrowed tightly. "How is he?" Daemon inquired softly. The scholar shook his head and sighed. "The wound has become too severely infected. There is no hope left." It seemed that Count Blen had heard the sound, laboriously opening his eyes, his gaze settling on Bernard. In a voice barely above a whisper, he called, "Bernard, I am here." Bernard rushed to the bedside, grasping his father's hand. "Father, I am right here. I know whom you wish to follow." Count Blen, gasping for breath yet with a glimmer of clarity in his eyes, acknowledged the strength of his dragon, pausing momentarily to cough, yet continued. "But I will no longer be here. You must keep your wits about you. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Protect your mother and your siblings." Bernard, overcome with grief, could only nod vigorously. Count Blen's gaze shifted to Baron Glebe, suddenly breaking into a laugh that tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace, yet he managed to say, "Damn it, I have fought against your Glebe family my entire life, and in the end, I died for your kin." He took a deep breath, his tone softening. "Old friend, for the sake of our youthful camaraderie, take care of my son." Baron Glebe, with reddened eyes, nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, I shall." Count Blen then turned his gaze to Daemon, a hint of relief and envy flickering in his eyes. "Your Highness, my foolish son's future rests in your hands." "Damn it. Bernard, why are you so fortunate? I wish to follow such a worthy person." Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly raised his voice, calling out to the scholar, "Scholar, grant me a swift end. This torment is unbearable." The scholar hesitated, glancing at Daemon, who closed his eyes and nodded. The scholar retrieved a small vial from the medicine box and administered it to Count Blen. Soon, Count Blen's breathing steadied, the agony on his face gradually fading, until, at the moment of sunset and moonrise, he closed his eyes forever. The room fell into profound silence, with only Bernard's sobs resonating through the stillness of the night. Daemon gently patted his shoulder and moved to the window, gazing at the newly risen moon, his heart a tumult of emotions. The night over Crabs Claw Peninsula was once again shrouded in sorrow. Bernard stood beside his father's lifeless body, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes filled not only with grief, but with newfound resolve. Chapter 40. The weighing of paths. Early spring on Crabs Claw Peninsula arrived sooner than in King's Landing. Morning dew crystallized into frost on the fences of clave lands, transformed by the dawn into fragments of gold. The air was imbued with the scent of burnt wood from the campfires, mingling with the salty tang of the distant coast. Daemon stood at the edge of the square, observing the soldiers reinforcing the barricades. Rhaenys was directing several young followers and stacking stones, while the illegitimate son of House Mutton, Mishevan, crouched nearby, polishing a spear. His profile appearing particularly serene in the morning light, entirely devoid of the naivete witnessed on the battlefield the previous day. "My prince," Rupert Clave's voice interrupted his reverie. The youth held a neatly folded cloak in his hands. "My father said it is windy today, so I have brought this for you." Daemon accepted the cloak, feeling its heavy wool against his fingertips. "How is your father?" "Much improved," Rupert replied, a hint of a smile gracing his features. "The scholar says he will be able to rise from bed in a few days." He paused, casting his gaze towards the entrance of the town. Having heard that the royal envoy was expected to arrive today, Daemon nodded, on the verge of speaking, when a sudden, rhythmic sound of hooves echoed from afar. Several royal guards surrounded a white-robed, white-armored member of the Kingsguard, who was making his way slowly along the coastal road. The emblem of the Kleb family, the marsh marigold, was engraved upon the breastplate of the Kingsguard. It was Sir Aemon. "Someone from the Kleb contingent," exclaimed. Daemon squinted. The tall knight at the forefront was indeed Aemon Kleb, a member of the Kingsguard. Younger than his brother, Baron Kleb, he exuded a greater authority. His silver armor glimmered coldly in the sunlight, and the scabbard of his long sword was adorned with sapphires, a hallmark of the Kingsguard. The procession halted in the center of the square, and Aemon dismounted with the grace of a cat. Removing his helmet, he revealed an eagle-like nose reminiscent of Baron Kleb, though his eyes bore a sharper intensity, akin to a blade tempered in ice. "Your Highness, Prince Daemon," he bowed respectfully, his voice resonating like a bell. "By the command of His Majesty the King and the Privy Council, I have come to proclaim the royal decree." Baron Kleb, leaning on his cane and supported by Rhaenys, approached, followed closely by Barnabren. The young heir of the Bren family was clad in a pristine black armor, with the Bren family crest embroidered in silver across his chest, though weariness and sorrow were evident upon his brow. "Please, sir, proceed with the proclamation," Baron Kleb said, his voice somewhat frail, yet imbued with undeniable gravity. Aemon retrieved a scroll of parchment from within his garments, its wax seal embossed with the royal three-headed dragon. He unfurled the scroll, cleared his throat, and recited in his characteristic, unflinching tone, "In the name of the seven gods, I, King Jaehaerys I, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, Guardian of the Realm, hereby declare to the world, in recognition of the valor and loyalty of the Bren family, particularly the late Earl Bren's remarkable contributions in quelling the rebel uprising on the Crabs Claw Peninsula, I hereby bestow royal favor upon his eldest son, Barnabren, granting him the title of Earl of Cragjaw Keep, inheritor of all lands and titles of the Bren family, to be held in perpetuity. May he uphold his father's legacy, safeguard the peace of the Crabs Claw Peninsula, and remain ever loyal to the crown until death." In light of the Kleb family's generations of service to the crown as the Kingsguard, from their ancestor the Conqueror to the present day, renowned for their loyalty and valor throughout the Seven Kingdoms, I hereby elevate Baron Kleb to the title of Earl of Whispering Keep, granting him stewardship over the ancestral stronghold of Whispering Keep and the surrounding unclaimed lands. May he restore the ancient fortress, bring peace to his subjects, and collaborate with the Earl of Cragjaw Keep in the governance of the Crabs Claw Peninsula. Furthermore, the expenses necessary for the restoration of Whispering Keep shall be the responsibility of the newly appointed Earl. The crown shall not allocate funds. This is both a test and an honor for the Seven Kingdoms to witness that the hands of the Kleb family can wield both the sword and the hammer to rebuild their home. So decreed. Aemon's voice echoed throughout the square, and as the final syllable dissipated in the wind, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Daemon observed Barnabren's taut profile and the complex emotions flickering in Baron Kleb's eyes, suddenly grasping the depth of his grandfather's intent. This was no mere elevation. It was a meticulously crafted balance of power. Upon the initial assumption of his title, Bernard's authority was tenuous. Yet the decree from the Iron Throne served as his most formidable support, enabling him to rightfully command the fortress of Whispering Castle. The Klebe family, though of a lesser rank than the Blen family, found themselves elevated from the glory of the Queen's Guard and the Kingsguard, suddenly becoming the Earls of Whispering Castle, thus standing on equal footing with Burner. However, the stipulation of self-funding their expenses loomed like an invisible shackle, compelling Clabe to dedicate his efforts to the restoration of Whispering Castle, leaving him bereft of time to vie for power on the Crabs Claw Peninsula, unwittingly granting Burner the opportunity to amass strength. Such a deft balancing act was indeed admirable. Moreover, both individuals were required to express gratitude towards the royal family, a notion that resonated deeply with Daemon. Truly, he mused, the old king is a master of political acumen, his reputation well-deserved. Burner Blen and Claremont turned their gazes towards the youthful heir. Are you willing to accept the royal decree and pledge your loyalty? Burner inhaled deeply and knelt on one knee. I am willing. I, Burner Blen, swear by the 7 gods to forever remain loyal to King Jaehaerys and the Targaryen lineage, safeguarding the Crabs Claw Peninsula without any divided allegiance. Baron Clabe, Claremont then addressed his brother. Are you prepared to accept the decree? Leaning on his cane, Baron Clabe slowly knelt, his movements deliberate yet resolute. I am willing. I, Clarence Clabe, vow by the honor of my family to restore Whispering Castle, to placate our subjects, and to jointly govern the peninsula with Earl Burner, living up to his majesty's trust. Claremont folded the decree, finally allowing a hint of relief to grace his features. His majesty also said, he added, that the tranquility of the Crabs Claw Peninsula requires not only a mighty sword but also wisdom. I hope both earls comprehend his majesty's earnest intentions. After the ceremony concluded, Earl Clabe unexpectedly approached Burner, enveloping him in an embrace. Fear not, my child. The old earl's voice was somewhat raspy. I shall treat you as I do Renford and Rupert. Burner's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, his eyes glistening as he returned the embrace. Thank you, uncle. Daemon, observing this exchange from the sidelines, felt an unexpected warmth in his chest. While the Game of Thrones was rife with schemes and counterbalances, beneath these frigid rules, there seemed to be no shortage of genuine emotion. Clabe and Blen had battled throughout their lives, yet in the end, they were able to set aside their grievances. This openness perhaps represented the most brilliant facet of humanity. Your Highness, Rupert's voice suddenly broke the moment, as the young man knelt before Daemon, sword cradled in both hands. I, Rupert Clabe, offer my sword, pledging to follow you. Come what may. Daemon regarded the youth, reminded of a long-lost acquaintance, Galwyn Cobury. Alas, that dear friend had chosen to pledge his loyalty to Daemon's brother, Daeron. Drawing his thoughts back, Daemon firmly grasped the sword's hilt, assisting Rupert to his feet. I accept your pledge of loyalty. I vow that there shall always be a place for you by my hearth, that you shall share my table, partake in wine and meat. And I swear never to compel you to commit any unjust act. I swear by the long sword, Blackfyre, in the name of the old and new gods. At that moment, Bernabran approached, unfastening the sword at his waist and presenting it with both hands, his demeanor more solemn than Lubert's. I, Bernabran, Count of the fearsome fortress, pledge to lead all members of House Bran to eternally follow His Highness, Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen. From this day forth, the enemies of His Highness shall be our enemies, and His Highness's glory shall be our glory. Claremont was about to voice his objections, but was silenced by a glance from his elder brother, Count Clabe. The elder count gently shook his head, signaling him to refrain from further words. Daemon, observing the determination in Bernabran's eyes and Claremont's hesitance, suddenly laughed. He accepted Bernabran's sword, its hilt still warm from the touch of youth. I accept your loyalty and vow to do the same. His voice resonated clearly across the square. But let it be known that your allegiance to me is not for the name Daemon Blackfyre, but to safeguard the land beneath your feet and protect the family you hold dear. Bernabran nodded earnestly. Yes, your highness. The Crabs Claw Peninsula was bathed in a golden-red hue by the setting sun. Daemon's forces gathered in the square of Clabe's domain, while Jerry and Mersalia had already mounted Dreamfire, and the Devourer circled above the cliffs, casting the shadow of a great inky stain upon the ground. Bernabran and Count Clabe came to bid farewell with their people, while Lubert and Rhiannav stood at the forefront, holding provisions prepared for Daemon. Take care, your highness. Bernabran's voice wavered, for the sea serpents of Tidehead Fortress were not easy to deal with. Daemon patted his shoulder and smiled. I know. But no matter how treacherous the sea serpents may be, I have the queen to shield me. You manage things well here, and when I return, I hope to see a transformed Crabs Claw Peninsula. He mounted his warhorse, followed closely by Rhaephadoris and Misuin. The illegitimate son of House Mutton appeared much steadier than when they first met, his sword gleaming at his side, his gaze now imbued with resolve rather than trepidation. Onward, Daemon commanded, and the procession slowly departed from Clave's domain. Hearing the shouts of Bloodraven and the people behind him, Daemon turned to look back. In the fading light of the sunset, the fences and homes of Clave's land diminished in size, while Bloodraven and Count Clave stood waving at the same spot. Suddenly, he recalled Jaehaerys' proclamation, the last words of Count Bran, and the brilliance in the eyes of those youthful followers, and a clarity washed over him. Power may be alluring, and balance may be intricate, yet ultimately, it is not the cold rules that sustain this land, but those willing to stand up for their homeland and their beliefs. The procession advanced along the coastal road, the roar of the Devourer echoing in the sky. Daemon understood that the sea serpents of Tidehead Fortress awaited him. The journey through the Seven Kingdoms lay long ahead, yet his heart was imbued with an unprecedented resolve. As night deepened and the stars and moon ascended, hope blossomed anew. The team camped in a sheltered bay. As the bonfire blazed, Daemon gazed at the dancing flames and was suddenly reminded of Jaehaerys' smile, Myshalia's timidity, and the faces encountered in Rosby, Nymph Spring, and Crabs Claw Peninsula. He drew the Blackfyre sword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly light in the fire's glow, reflecting the flames in his eyes. Tomorrow heralds a new beginning, he murmured softly, as if swearing to himself and to the slumbering land around him. In the distance, the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a deep sound akin to an ancient melody, heralding the journey ahead for the group bound for Tidehead Keep. Chapter 41. The glory and shadows of Tidehead Island. As the shadow of the glutton swept across the long cape of Tidehead Island, Daemon beheld the full glory of the island on the eve of its zenith for the first time. The cerulean waters of Blackwater Bay embraced the island, and the sunlit sea sparkled like countless shards of glass, with the silhouette of Dragonstone Island faintly visible in the distance. Approaching the island, the briny sea breeze was suddenly infused with an exotic fragrance, a blend of cinnamon, cardamom, and myrrh wafting from the direction of the docks, embodying the allure of the free trade city-states. That is Shelltown. Rayford Rosby pointed to the layered wooden structures below, and indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Following his gesture, Daemon observed the coastline teeming with vessels, from the most rudimentary fishing boats to majestic three-masted ships, their masts densely packed like a forest. The houses built against the mountainside were, remarkably, roofed with old ship hulls, glistening with a deep brown sheen under the sunlight, making the entire town appear as if it were constructed from the remnants washed ashore by the waves. The Valyrian family's shipping business seems to be more prosperous than we imagined, Misa Riverwind remarked quietly, his gaze drawn to a group of merchants clad in Braavosi attire, who were bargaining fluently in the common tongue with local traders. As the glutton descended in the square before Tidehead Keep, Rhaenys Targaryen had already been waiting there with her 2 children. She wore a gown of Valyrian sea green silk, its neckline embroidered with the 3-headed dragon sigil of House Targaryen. Time appeared to have favored this crownless queen, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes lending her violet gaze an even deeper allure. 7-year-old Rhaenyra stood beside her, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall, holding the hand of his 4-year-old brother, Rhaenys, who timidly hid behind his sister, his curious violet eyes fixated on the glutton. Little Daemon, you have finally arrived. Rhaenys' laughter rang out like wind chimes, as she stepped forward to embrace Daemon. Her gaze, however, passed over him to settle on Jaehaerys, a knowing smirk gracing her lips. So my unaccomplished brother has finally done something commendable. Jaehaerys' cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively retreated behind Daemon. As Dreamfire landed at the edge of the square, the soft blue wings folded, stirring the wind that tousled her hair. Rhaenys' attention shifted once more to Myshalia beside Jaehaerys, the young girl clad in a newly made gray dress, her platinum curls braided into 2 plaits, appearing somewhat reserved. And who is this? Mysaria, whom you may refer to as Little May, was promptly introduced by Daemon, who was anxious to prevent Rhaenys from uttering anything that might embarrass her. To his surprise, Rhaenys sighed and gently patted Mysaria's shoulder, exclaiming, "Poor child." She then turned to Daemon, her tone laced with reproach, stating that he had indeed gone too far this time, and that he should refrain from associating with him in the future, advising him to learn from Viserys. Rhaenys, dear sister, Daemon quickly interjected, for he wished to avoid discussing Viserys' true nature in such a setting. What of Corlys? I did not see him at the last grand wedding. Surely, he is not busy again this time? Rhaenys rolled her eyes, her voice tinged with exasperation. What else could he be doing? Engaged in discussions about business with his Essos companions in the meeting room, of course. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she grasped Daemon's arm. By the way, would you like to accompany me to see the new city of Driftmark? The sea snake has invested his entire fortune there. Laenor immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm. I want to go. I wish to see the Silver Tower. Rhaenys chuckled as she ruffled her son's hair. Very well, I shall take you both along. As the procession departed from Shelltown, Daemon genuinely grasped the extent of Corlys Valerion's wealth. This town, which had evolved from 3 fishing villages, was now teeming with merchants from across the globe. Braavosi bankers donned gray robes, while Pantos nobles wore silk shawls. The warehouses along the docks overflowed with spices, silks, and wines, and the cries of porters intertwined with the haggling of merchants, creating a cacophonous symphony. 9 voyages have made him exceedingly wealthy, Laenor whispered to Daemon. I overheard my father say that his riches surpass even those of the Lannisters. Daemon remained silent, his gaze captivated by the shipyard, where a dozen warships were under construction. Craftsmen hammered the planks with a resonant and powerful cadence. He knew that these vessels would play a significant role in future storms, while their owner was presently investing every ounce of his resources for the prosperity of the island. The journey from Shelltown to Spicetown revealed an increasingly opulent landscape. Once a mere fishing village, it had now transformed into a stone market and taverns. The streets were lined with shops adorned with vibrant fabrics and spices, and the air was saturated with intoxicating fragrances. A group of courtesans from Lys stood at the tavern's entrance, beckoning customers, casting flirtatious glances as Daemon and his party passed by. There lies the new city. Rhaenys proudly gestured towards the construction site ahead. Daemon followed her gaze, and his heart tightened suddenly. Before them stood a city crafted from pure white marble, its slender towers piercing the heavens, adorned with silver embellishments that glimmered in the sunlight, resembling jewels cast down by the gods. A lengthy causeway connected the new city to Driftmark, bustling with countless craftsmen at work, while the distant Blackwater Bay shimmered, the tide nearly lapping at the edges of the causeway. It has yet to be named, Rhaenys mused with anticipation. Corlys said that once it is complete, as a gift for my naming day, he will allow me to choose its name. Daemon felt a tightening in his throat. He was undoubtedly aware that this city would one day be known as High Tide, the culmination of Corlys Valerion's lifelong devotion. Yet, amidst the frenzied dance of blood dragons, it would be consumed by flames alongside Spicetown, devoured by the Green Party and the pirates of the 3 cities. The treasures from Essos, the silver-tipped towers, and the pristine white marble would all be reduced to ashes. Quite beautiful, isn't it? Rhaenys remarked, noticing his silence. Corlys intended to replace the damp and dreary Driftmark with this new marvel. Daemon nodded, striving to muster a smile. Indeed, it is beautiful. He observed the industrious craftsman and watched as Laenor excitedly pointed at the silver tower tops, suddenly feeling a sense of suffocation. The city's brilliance was blinding, yet it was fated to dissolve into mere phantoms amidst the flames of future conflict, much like the destiny of House Valerion. Over there lies Spicetown. Rhaenys pointed to another settlement near the new city, where the docks bustled more than those of Driftmark, with several colossal merchant ships from Karth docked. Once a mere village, it now hosted branches of Braavosian trading houses. Lena's attention was captured by a group of slaves unloading cargo, their skin as dark as ink, clad only in coarse cloth, while overseers occasionally lashed their whips upon them. Her brow furrowed, and she gently tugged at Daemon's sleeve. How pitiful they are. Daemon remained silent, knowing that in this era, slavery was the norm in the free cities, and even the Iron Throne's prohibitions could scarcely alter the traditions across the narrow sea. At that moment, a man clad in resplendent silks approached briskly, a shrewd smile adorning his face. Lady Rhaenys, Lord Corlys requests your presence and that of the esteemed guests for dinner at the castle. Understood. Rhaenys nodded and turned to Daemon, saying, Come, let us meet my ever-busy husband. As they walked toward Driftmark, Daemon's gaze remained fixed upon the city being constructed. The sunset cast a golden halo upon the marble walls, rendering it as beautiful as a surreal dream. He was suddenly reminded of the Whispering Castle on Crabs Claw Peninsula, its crumbling ruins starkly contrasting with the splendor before him, yet destined to succumb to the ravages of war. What are you thinking about? Rhaenys' voice interrupted his reverie. Nothing. Daemon shook his head, merely contemplating the magnificence of Corlys. Rhaenys chuckled. Ah, he has devoted his life to such aspirations. Sometimes I truly believe he loves his ships and castles more than he loves me and our children. She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of wistfulness. However, seeing Driftmark thrive brings me joy for him. Gazing into her eyes, Daemon suddenly comprehended Corlys' fervor. Perhaps the sea snake had long foreseen that the peace of the 7 kingdoms would not endure. He poured all his efforts into constructing this city, not only for the glory of House Valerion, but also to create a sanctuary for his family and people before the storm arrived. Unfortunately, his hopes would ultimately remain unfulfilled. As the shadow of Driftmark loomed, Daemon withdrew his gaze. The somber and foreboding castle, its walls marred by salt stains resembling trails of tears, silently narrates the passage of time it has witnessed. He is acutely aware that this place once served as a sanctuary for Jaehaerys and Alysanne in their youth, and it shall become a pivotal point in the Valyrian family's fate amidst the forthcoming dance of blood dragons. Do not fret. Rhaenys seemed to perceive his troubled thoughts as she gently patted his shoulder, embracing him and playfully tousling his silver hair. Although Corlys is busy, he will be delighted to see you. After all, you are under my protection. Daemon smiled faintly and followed her through the grand entrance of Driftmark. The castle was damp, suffused with the briny scent of the sea and the aroma of timber, creating an atmosphere distinctly separate from the bustling world outside. The distant sounds of argument reached his ears, likely Corlys engaged in discussions of commerce with his friends from Essos. Behind him trailed Lena and Meleys, while Rhaena excitedly recounted the secrets of the Silver Tower to Lena, who grasped her hand in anticipation. Watching their retreating figures, Daemon's thoughts wandered to the city of high tide, currently under construction, and an overwhelming impulse surged within him. He yearned to avert the impending war, to ensure the safety of this beautiful city and the inhabitants of Cragmere and the town of Waterspring from the coming tempest. Yet, as this thought emerged, he swiftly quelled it. He knew such aspirations were nearly impossible. The relentless tide of history would not bend to the will of a single man. However, at the very least, he could attempt to make a difference. He was, after all, Daemon Blackfyre. In this realm, not only did he wield the Blackfyre sword, but he also commanded the Dragon Vagor. He was resolute in his confidence that amidst the storm of blood dragons, he would unleash his own brand of Blackfyre. Taking a deep breath, Daemon pushed open the doors to the council chamber. The figure of Corlys Velaryon materialized before him. The sea snake appeared even more vibrant than he had a year prior, conversing fluently in High Valyrian with several merchants adorned in exotic attire. Upon noticing Daemon's entrance, he evidently found a way to sidestep the sensitive topics at hand, halting his discussion with a broad smile. "Daemon, my wife's brother, you have finally arrived," he exclaimed as Daemon approached for an embrace. The scent of the sea breeze and spices clung to the sea snake, reminiscent of Driftmark's essence and the duality of glory and shadow that defined an era. Outside, the silver tower of high tide continued to gleam in the twilight, like a star unwilling to fade. Chapter 42. Beware of overbearing spouses. The banquet hall of Driftmark was aglow with candlelight, the air saturated with the rich aroma of butter-roasted lobster and the robust essence of Essos red wine. Corlys Velaryon raised his goblet, addressing the Braavosi merchants invited for revelry. "Esteemed guests, my brother-in-law is visiting today, and family matters beckon. Let us discuss the spice trade at a later date." The merchants rose in unison to bid farewell, nodding respectfully to Daemon as they departed. Clearly, the tale of the Targaryen prince who rode the Black Dragon and burned the fleet of the three cities alongside Prince Balon had already spread throughout the free cities, rendering him a celebrated figure along the shores of the narrow sea. As the last merchant vanished through the door, Corlys immediately set down his wine glass and let out a long sigh of relief, finally able to speak candidly. Rhaenys chuckled dismissively, unconcerned as she began to unravel the old secrets of Lord Sea Serpent. Just as she added a slice of lemon cake to Lena's plate, she remarked, "You, pretending to be refined before the merchants all day, aren't you tired?" Turning to Daemon, her eyes glinted with mischief, she continued, "It seems King's Landing has been rather lively of late. I heard that Balon gave you a thrashing simply for taking you away to Silk Street." Daemon, who was peeling lobster for Gale, paused at her words. "Sister, your news travels fast. The entire realm is abuzz with it." Rhaenys took a sip of her red wine, her tone growing increasingly animated. "Some even say that you returned from Silk Street a changed man, with King Jaehaerys praising your newfound composure. It appears that this lesson from Balon may have yielded some unexpected benefits." Gale's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she gently tugged at Daemon's sleeve. Outside the window, Dreamfire let out a low roar by the coast, its pale blue scales shimmering in the candlelight like scattered diamonds. Speaking of dragons, Rhaenys shifted her focus to Gale, exclaiming, "Our little princess Anne is truly remarkable for managing to tame Dreamfire. When I tamed Meraxes, it was a far more arduous task." Lena suddenly raised her hand. "Mother, I want to ride a dragon like Gale." "You must wait until you are older," Rhaenys replied with a smile, ruffling her daughter's hair. Her gaze flitted between Daemon and Gale before she dropped a bombshell. "I had initially intended to wait until Lena grew up to betroth her to young Daemon. It seems that opportunity has slipped away. My dear Daemon, have you completely succumbed to the charms of Aunt Gale?" The banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Gale's face turned a bright shade of red, her ears tinged with pink as she wished to bury her head in her plate. 7-year-old Lena, equally embarrassed, covered her face and peeked at Daemon through her fingers, softly calling for her mother. Daemon choked on a morsel of bread, his face aflame. Maegor hurriedly rose to pat his back and brought him a cup of water, nearly toppling the wine jug in her flurry of activity. The most mortified was Corlys, who, having just taken a sip of wine, erupted in a spray that splattered across his silver-gray robe, with a few drops landing squarely on the silver hair of young Laenor. "Oh," cried 4-year-old Laenor, who had always been kept pristine since birth, now devastated by the wine stains in his hair. He burst into tears on the spot. "Corlys Velaryon." Rhaenys' furious voice erupted in the banquet hall, her eyes darting from her husband's disheveled state to her son's tear-streaked face, shaking with anger. "Look at the mess you've caused." The family feast ultimately concluded abruptly amidst Rhaenys' wrath. The handmaidens retreated with the wailing Laenor, while Corlys slinked away to change his attire, only to be berated by Rhaenys for half an hour. Seizing the moment, Daemon discreetly led Gale and Maegor back to their chambers, the echoes of Rhaenys' roar still faintly trailing behind them. The late-night atmosphere at Driftmark was unusually tranquil, with only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonating in the stillness. Daemon had just welcomed a frightened and timid May, who had secretly entered his room, into his embrace, soothing the half-asleep little princess. Beside them, Mersalia curled up in a ball, when suddenly, a gentle knock echoed on the door. "Who is it?" Daemon inquired, his voice laced with caution. "It's me, Corlys," came the resigned voice of the sea serpent from outside. "Can you let me in?" Daemon exchanged a reassuring glance with Jaehaerys and Mersalia before gently lifting the quilt and stepping out of bed to open the door a crack. There stood Lord Corlys, over 45 years of age, clad in a thin white nightgown, wrapped in a woolen blanket, his hair a disheveled mess, entirely devoid of his daytime vigor. "Is there something you need at this late hour?" Daemon asked quietly. "You're heading to Crab Island in a few days, aren't you?" Corlys squeezed through the narrow opening, lowering his voice. "I'm about to set sail for Bravos and can take you part of the way. Let us discuss this inside." His words faltered as Daemon regarded his night attire with suspicion. Corlys' face flushed with embarrassment, and he confessed, "I was sent out by Rhaenys. She insisted on taking Laenor and Laenor to sleep, ordering the steward and guards not to allow me to leave the castle or open any other rooms. I truly had nowhere else to go but to the guest room." Daemon raised an eyebrow. "I'm afraid it's not convenient." Corlys paused, then quickly grasped the situation, a look of understanding crossing his features. Clearing his throat, he assumed a serious elder-esque demeanor. "I too have been through such experiences. Though I am a devout follower of the Seven, I am not entirely old-fashioned. However, certain matters require discretion. Having children before marriage is utterly inadvisable for the reputation of the lady. You should head next door," Daemon interjected, pointing to the adjacent room, which was Jaehaerys' guest chamber. No, Corlys protested vigorously. "If Rhaenys sees me leaving Jaehaerys' room tomorrow, she will kill me." With no other option, Daemon roused Jaehaerys and Mersalia. The two girls, rubbing their sleepy eyes, blushed at the mention of going to Jaehaerys' room. "You'll just have to endure one night," Daemon urged as he pushed Corlys into his own room, turning to the embarrassed Jaehaerys and Mersalia. "We shall go to your room." Corlys observed the flushed cheeks of Jaehaerys and Mersalia, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, yet muttering softly. Youth truly has its advantages, while silently giving a thumbs up. Daemon, uninterested in Corlys' commentary, shut the door with a decisive thud. Rhaenys had arranged Jaehaerys' room to be slightly smaller than Daemon's, yet it was adorned with greater elegance, light blue tapestries hanging on the walls, and the air fragrant with lavender. Jaehaerys soon fell back into a deep slumber, her little head resting against Daemon's chest, breathing steadily. Mersalia, too, drifted into a peaceful sleep beside them, her platinum curls shimmering softly in the moonlight. Daemon gazed out at the moonlight, reminiscing about the formidable Rhaenys and the current predicament of Corlys. He couldn't help but murmur softly, Rhaenys was indeed correct. One should avoid marrying a woman of excessive strength, lest life becomes unbearable. The moonlight filtered through the window panes, casting mottled shadows on the floor, resembling a silent ballad that flowed gently alongside the breaths of the three individuals in the depths of Dragonstone's night. Chapter 43. The Voyage of the Blackwater. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the stone windows of Dragonstone, a suffocating quarrel erupted, shattering Daemon's slumber like a stone cast into still water. He opened his eyes to find Rhaenyra's head resting in the crook of his arm, her breathing steady, while Mersalia curled up on a small couch at his feet, her silver hair glimmering softly in the morning light. Corlys Velaryon, where on earth did you sleep last night? Rhaenys' voice, laced with ire, pierced through the door. Do not tell me you spent the night in the corridor. You may disregard the king's laws. That is of no concern to me. But do not drag my brother into your mischief across the narrow sea. My dear, allow me to explain. The voice of the sea snake sounded particularly aggrieved. It was Daemon. Daemon abruptly sat up, startling Rhaenyra awake, who rubbed her eyes in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. Daemon whispered, hastily donning his outer garment. You and Mysaria should sleep a while longer. I shall investigate. He gently pushed the door open, and the sight that met him in the corridor instantaneously clarified the situation. Rhaenys, clad in a red and black nightgown, stood with her hands on her hips, while Corlys, donning a woolen cloak and with disheveled hair, turned his back to her, striving to maintain composure before his wife. Lady Rhaenys, Daemon cleared his throat. Upon turning to face him, the anger on Rhaenys' face dissipated as if washed away by an incoming tide, replaced by a knowing smile, tinged with mischief. Young Daemon is awake. She surveyed him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. It seems you slept well last night? Seizing the opportunity, Corlys turned around, his eyes brightening at the sight of Daemon, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, Rhaenys silenced him with a glare. I was merely attempting to explain that I spent the night in Rhaenyra's chamber. I understand, Rhaenys interrupted with a smile, patting his arm. The youth is full of vigor, perfectly normal. Now, hurry and wash up. Breakfast is nearly ready. She cast a cold glance at Corlys, her tone hardening. You, come with me. Corlys, like a goose caught by the neck, followed her with a pained expression, casting a furtive glance at Daemon as he passed, silently pleading for mercy. Daemon shook his head in resignation, knowing he would forever struggle to look at the illustrious Lord of the Tides with the same eyes again. As he turned back to his room, Rhaenyra had already sat up, with Mysaria helping her comb her silver hair. Has Rhaenys misunderstood? Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Pay her no mind. Daemon approached and tousled her hair affectionately. She simply enjoys jesting. Yet, he had not anticipated that Rhaenys' humor would permeate the entirety of breakfast. At the long table, Rhaenys personally served Daemon, his silver fork piled high with roasted wild boar, smoked cod, and honeyed ham, nearly overflowing. Eat well, dear Daemon. She smiled like a blooming sunflower, full of youthful exuberance, a time when one consumes much. Guy Rouet's head lowered even further, her ears flushed crimson, and the bread in her hand was squished into an unrecognizable shape. Michelia stood behind her, struggling to suppress her laughter, her shoulders trembling slightly. Corlys remained engrossed in his soup, as though the bowl concealed some unparalleled treasure, oblivious to his wife's feeding antics. Laenor and Lenino, on the other hand, were relishing their meal, occasionally casting curious glances at the blushing Guy Rouet and the food-buried Daemon. Mom. Laenor swallowed his cake and tilted his little face upwards. My brother and I want Uncle Daemon and Guy Rouet to take us riding on dragons. Lenino nodded vigorously. Mumbling in agreement, ride dragons. Ride dragons. Rhaenys set down her knife, gently ruffling her daughter's hair, her tone tender yet imbued with undeniable firmness. No, dear. Uncle Daemon and Aunt Guy Rouet have other matters to attend to. You mustn't disturb them. She shot Daemon a knowing glance. The implication unmistakable, to create a moment for the two of them. Sister Rhaenys, actually, we wanted to explain. Daemon instinctively looked at Corlys, hoping for assistance. But Corlys seemed to suddenly remember something, glanced at Laenor, then abruptly set down his bowl of soup, wiping his mouth. Oh dear. I went to bed early last night and heard nothing. I almost forgot there are guests waiting in the council chamber. He stood up, offered a perfunctory hug to Rhaenys. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. And with that, he almost fled the dining hall. Ultimately, under the relentless persuasion of the two children, Rhaenys relented. Guy Rouet, seeing Laenor's expectant gaze, recalled how Daemon shyly hid his face yesterday, and couldn't he help but worry, I'll take Laenor. Thus, Daemon became Lenino's personal knight. As he hoisted the 4-year-old onto the back of the Greed Eater, he could distinctly feel the little boy stiffen, followed by an eruption of excited screams. Uncle Daemon, you're amazing. Lenino's tiny hands clutched his clothing tightly, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the dragon's head. It's even better than Daddy's ship. Daemon chuckled, patting the neck of the Greed Eater. The black dragon responded with a deep rumble and took to the skies. He looked down to see Dreamfire circling below with Guy Rouet and Laenor, the pale blue dragon wings shimmering in the sunlight like flowing gemstones. Lenino, are you scared? Daemon asked. Not scared. Lenino's voice rang clear. I want to ride a dragon like you when I grow up. He paused, then suddenly leaned close to Daemon's ear and whispered, Uncle, you're much more handsome than those boys in the picture books. Daemon's heart sank. He gazed into the boy's earnest eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. Historically, Lenino Valyrian, as the first husband of his great-grandmother Rhaenyra. seemed to have no interest in women. No way, he has only 4, Daemon thought, instinctively pushing Lenino away slightly, maintaining a safe distance. It seemed wise to keep a bit of distance from this child in the future. 3 days hence, the fleet of House Velaryon set sail as promised. A formation of 20 majestic 3-masted ships resembling a silver dragon gliding gracefully over the azure waves of Blackwater Bay. Daemon's contingent was assigned to the flagship, the Tides of the Lord, while the Greedy and Dreamfire soared above, akin to 2 loyal guardians. As the fleet passed Dragonstone, Daemon deliberately stood upon the deck, gazing out. This dark isle loomed like a slumbering colossus, guarding the entrance to Blackwater Bay, its castle towers glinting with a stern sheen under the sun. He understood that this was not merely the first landing of House Targaryen upon Westeros, but also the inception of many tales yet to unfold. The obsidian mines of Dragonstone were indeed treasures. Unbeknownst to him, Corlys had approached, a telescope in hand. He recounted how Aegon the Conqueror, during his conquest of the 7 kingdoms, had relied on the plentiful obsidian from this isle for weaponry, due to the scarcity of iron. Daemon nodded, his gaze shifting to the distant sea. The waters of Blackwater Bay were indeed as serene as rumored, with the Massey Cape resembling a colossal arm that shielded the narrow sea's tumult, rendering the bay's surface as gentle as blue satin. Royal patrol ships lingered in the distance, their sails emblazoned with the sigil of the 3-headed dragon, clearly visible. To the left lay the Crabs Claw Peninsula. Corlys pointed northward, indicating that Crab Island was situated near the peninsula's end. Following his gesture, Daemon beheld the sinuous coastline, faintly perceiving the silhouette of the cliffs. He recalled the Kleb family and the Bruin family, pondering how the Earl of Kleb had fared in restoring Whispering Hold. "I have heard tales of a region in the bay called the Spear of the Mermaid King," came the voice of Lena from behind. She and Miseria gazing out over the railing, the sea breeze tousling their hair like 2 flowing strands of silver. "Indeed," Corlys replied with a chuckle. "The currents there are treacherous. Seasoned captains usually steer clear. However, the cod within are quite delectable, though the water is excessively briny, rendering it undrinkable even after filtration." Daemon had tasted the waters of Blackwater Bay. They were indeed unbearably salty, more so than that of the narrow sea. Along the marshes by the coast, flocks of waterfowl took flight, resembling a flowing white cloud, harmonizing splendidly with the schools of cod beneath the surface. Tidehead Island is the largest isle in Blackwater Bay, is it not? Miseria inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she beheld such a grand fleet for the first time. "Quite so," Corlys replied with a note of pride in his voice. "The Velaryon family has resided on Tidehead since we followed Inar Targaryen to Dragonstone. Since forging a pact with the Mermaid King, we have safeguarded this bay for centuries. I have sailed 9 times, each journey commencing from Shelltown." He gazed out over the sea, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. In those days, the entire narrow sea was well aware of the name Corlys Velaryon. Observing his spirited demeanor, Daemon suddenly comprehended why Rhaenys had chosen him. Though this man was 21 years her senior, he possessed a fervor and wisdom that rivaled any. Powerful and encompassing like the tides of Blackwater Bay, the fleet continued its journey, the silhouette of Dragonstone gradually fading from the horizon. The waters of Blackwater Bay shimmered in the sunlight, displaying hues of blue that varied in depth, resembling a gradient oil painting. Daemon leaned against the railing, observing the soaring Vhagar and Dreamfire above, while Rhaenyra and Maya shared soft laughter nearby, a wave of tranquility washing over him. He understood that the adventure to Crab Isle awaited them ahead, and the tour of the 7 kingdoms was far from over. Yet, in this moment, basking in the sunlight of Blackwater Bay and listening to the waves lapping against the ship's hull, he found a certain contentment in the passage of time. "What are you thinking about?" Rhaenyra approached him, offering a lemon biscuit. "Just contemplating," Daemon replied as he accepted the biscuit and took a bite. "Thank goodness for your presence." Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned gently against his shoulder. In the distance, a flock of seagulls flew across the sea, leaving behind a series of crisp calls, as if providing a melody for their voyage. The journey through the 7 kingdoms was only just beginning. Chapter 44. The flattery of Seediga. As the sea serpent's fleet anchored at Crab Isle's dock, the afternoon sun filtered through the mist of Blackwater Bay, casting a hazy golden sheen over the island. Though modest in size, Crab Isle resembled a curled crab, cradling the dock within its embrace. While the castle of House Seediga perched atop the highest point, its gray-black stone walls glimmering in the sunlight. Atop its tower, a flag fluttered, a white background adorned with numerous red crabs, resembling scattered droplets of blood. This was the emblem of House Seediga. Corlys Velaryon stood on the deck of the Tidebreaker, handing Daemon a telescope. "Do you see those little crabs?" he inquired. Vatamoth Setiga is like them, shrewd, troublesome, and omnipresent. Peering through the telescope, Daemon noticed what seemed to be countless eyes watching from the castle's windows. I will remember that, he replied. The sea serpent patted his shoulder, a subtle note of caution in his tone. This fellow is a pure merchant, driven solely by self-interest. His cordiality towards you is merely a reflection of his desire for your Targaryen lineage and those two dragons. He paused, lowering his voice. Do not be swayed by his sweet words, nor reveal your fangs too easily. Daemon chuckled. You are a legendary figure who has completed 9 voyages. You should know that storms can serve as both a boon for ships and a source of their demise. A flicker of surprise crossed the sea serpent's eyes, followed by hearty laughter. Well said. Truly, you are the son of Aemon and brother to my Rhaenys. He turned towards the gangway. How could sailors fear the tempest? The fiercer the storm, the more valuable the catch. I await your word in bravos. As the fleet slowly departed from the dock, Daemon caught sight of the sea serpent waving from the deck. Vhagar and Dreamfire circled high above, emitting deep roars, as if bidding farewell to this legendary fleet. Prince Daemon, welcome to Crab Isle, a sharp voice suddenly called out. Daemon turned around to find a plump middle-aged man approaching with brisk steps. He was clad in a deep crimson satin robe, adorned at the collar and cuffs with golden-threaded crab patterns. His face was illuminated by an enthusiastic smile. Yet his eyes darted about like beads on an abacus, swiftly surveying Daemon and the entourage behind him. It was Count Patamos Setiga. Daemon extended his hand for a brief, airy handshake. The man's palm was soft and bore a hint of spice. I am at your service. Patamos bowed with an exaggerated and obsequious gesture, expressing that the arrival of the Targaryen prince and princess was both a privilege for Crab Island and a source of pride for the Setiga family. His gaze lingered on Jaehaerys, a flicker of calculation flashing in his eyes before he donned another smile. This must be Her Highness, Princess Jaehaerys? You bear a striking resemblance to the young Queen Alysanne, truly enchanting. Jaehaerys nodded slightly, her expression neutral. Maezalia, standing behind her, regarded the overly enthusiastic Count with a watchful eye. The opulence of Setiga Castle surpassed Daemon's expectations. The corridors were lined with exquisite tapestries, while smooth marble floors gleamed under the light of Valyrian glass lamps, illuminating the golden and silver vessels and jeweled goblets displayed in the corners. It is said that the Setiga family has been wealthy since the time of the Conqueror, whispered Lee Friedrose to Daemon. Daemon remained silent, captivated by a portrait on the wall. The man depicted wore the cloak of the hand of the king, bearing a resemblance to Patamos. That is my great-great-grandfather, Alton Setiga, the hand of King Aegon I. The Conqueror, Patamos noted, pride evident in his tone. Our Setiga family has been the most loyal ally of the Targaryens since before the conquest. The banquet was held in the castle's grand hall, where a long table was laden with delicacies, roasted swan, stewed sea turtle, honeyed figs, and countless bottles of wine from across the narrow sea. Patamos seated himself beside the head of the table, incessantly serving dishes to Daemon and Jaehaerys, his flattery flowing like a tide. I have heard that His Highness has won the hearts of many nobles on Crabs Claw Peninsula. Patamos sipped his wine, seemingly casually inquiring. As the guardians of the Crabs Claw Peninsula, the Setiga family is naturally eager to pledge our allegiance to His Highness. Daemon's fingers hesitated slightly on his wine glass. He was aware of the Setiga family's self-proclaimed guardianship over the peninsula, as well as the local residents' rejection of it. My lord, you jest. I merely quelled the wildlings' rebellion. It hardly qualifies as conquest. Your Highness is too modest, Patamos chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. I have also heard that many lords have sent their younger sons to follow you. Alas, I have only a multitude of daughters and one son, Ciel Mint, who is rather inept at anything but bookkeeping. Otherwise, I would gladly send him to accompany you. He clapped his hands, summoning a frail boy and several elegantly dressed girls into the room. This is my son, Ciel Mint. He has little skill beyond arithmetic. These are my daughters and nieces. If your Highness and Her Royal Highness find them appealing, feel free to take them under your service. Claremont bowed to Daemon, his gaze evasive, clearly unaccustomed to such a setting. The young ladies lowered their heads, their cheeks slightly flushed, yet they furtively stole glances at Daemon. Jaehaerys furrowed her brow slightly and inched closer to Daemon. Maezalia also sensed the dissonance in the atmosphere and discreetly positioned herself in front of Jaehaerys. Patamos, seemingly oblivious to their discomfort, continued, Your Highness, consider this. Your dragon alongside Princess Jaehaerys, combined with Princess Rhaenys' dragon, pitted against the 2 dragons of Prince Baelon's family. It's evident who holds the upper hand. Furthermore, with the fleets of House Velaryon and House Targaryen, it is akin to the resurgence of conquerors, capable of subjugating the 7 kingdoms once more. As these words echoed, the ambience within the hall stiffened instantaneously. Ravensthorpe's men instinctively rested their hands on their sword hilts, and Mistdriven observed Bathemos with a wary eye. Daemon finally set down his goblet, his expression serene and unperturbed. "My lord, I am weary." He rose, adding, "Moreover, Uncle Balon treats me exceedingly well." Jaehaerys and Mazoria immediately stood, and Daemon's entourage followed suit. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor resonating throughout the main hall. Bathemos paused, evidently taken aback by Daemon's forthright rejection. However, he quickly donned a smile, saying, "It is I who have misspoken. Please forgive me, your highness. Attendants, please escort his highness and her highness to rest." The young ladies hurried forward, eager to assist Daemon and Jaehaerys, but were halted by a mere glance from Daemon. Once back in their chamber, Jaehaerys exhaled in relief, her pallor evident as she leaned into Daemon's embrace. "That earl is quite fearsome. Do not worry, for I am here." Daemon tenderly caressed her long hair, while Mazoria, perceptive and adept, leaned against the wall nearby. As night deepened, Daemon observed the slumbering Jaehaerys in his arms and glanced at Mazoria, curled up in the outer room, unable to suppress thoughts of Bathemos's obsequious visage. This man was indeed loathsome, reminiscent of a cunning rat, and scrupulous in his pursuit of gain. Yet, one could not deny his capabilities. The wealth amassed by House Velaryon, as well as their repeated ascension to prominent positions throughout the history of the Targaryen dynasty, was no mere happenstance. "Noble knights and virtuous ministers are indeed precious," Daemon murmured softly, "but there is also utility in the scheming and treacherous." He genuinely detested the likes of Bathemos. However, perhaps one day, the machinations of such individuals might serve as a blade in his own hand. Outside, the waves of Crab Island crashed against the rocks, producing a muffled sound akin to countless crabs scuttling in the darkness. Daemon understood that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of this island, turbulent currents had long been surging. His journey of exploration was far from over. Chapter 45. The decision of the voyage. The morning on Crab Island carried a heavy scent of the sea. Sunlight streamed through the castle's arrow-slit windows, casting mottled shadows upon the breakfast table, illuminating the smiling countenance of Earl Bathemos Velaryon. He personally filled Daemon's glass with wine, the silver flagon adorned with a crab crest glimmering under the light. "Your Highness, I have heard that, like Lord of the Sea Serpent, you also harbor a keen interest in distant voyages?" The tone of Bathemos conveyed just the right touch of curiosity, as if he were merely making casual conversation. "The world beyond the narrow sea is indeed a place teeming with potential. In the days of His Majesty Maegor, I also sought to establish a grand endeavor there before contending for the Iron Throne, did he not?" Daemon, with a silver fork, speared a piece of smoked cod, a barely perceptible smirk gracing the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this old crab could not resist probing him with tales of Maegor. Aware that to avert future bloodshed, he would need to harness every ounce of available power, be it good or ill, Daemon set down his utensils, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and calmly met Bathemos's gaze. "You are quite right, my lord. I do indeed contemplate embarking on an adventure across the narrow sea. Though Westeros is vast, the world extends far beyond its shores." Bathemos's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a crab that has spotted its prey, and he eagerly pressed on. "When does your highness intend to set sail? Would you require the assistance of House Velaryon in providing ships? We have trading partners in Bravos and Myr who could pave the way for you." "The time is not yet ripe," Daemon replied coolly. "For now, I shall first complete my tour of the Seven Kingdoms." Bathemos's enthusiasm remained undiminished as he began to regale Daemon with tales of the customs and cultures along the narrow sea, from the opulence of the free cities to the mysteries of the eastern continent, as if he had traversed every inch of land himself. Rhaenyra quietly enjoyed her breakfast, occasionally glancing at Daemon with trusting eyes. Meanwhile, Mazoria remained ever vigilant, particularly when Bathemos's daughters attempted to approach Daemon. She would unobtrusively position herself in their path. The afternoon sun grew intense, casting a golden hue over the sandy shores of Crab Isle. Daemon's followers gathered spontaneously to showcase their martial skills, with the likes of Rayford, Myss Riverwind, Jarmanwy, and Robb Earthclave standing on either side, surrounded by the curious servants of House Velaryon. Glutton and Dreamfire lounged upon distant rocks, their massive forms casting sweeping shadows that added a sense of grandeur to the contest. "Come, let me see if you've made any progress these past few days," Rayford declared, shedding his outer garments to reveal his lean arms, beckoning Myss. With a smile, Myss accepted the challenge, unsheathing the longsword gifted by Rayford. The two exchanged strikes, the sound of clashing blades ringing out crisply across the beach. Guinevere and Miseria sat beneath a sunshade, engaging in light conversation while watching, occasionally gasping in delight at the impressive maneuvers. At that moment, Betamos approached with a young lad in tow. The youth, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, stood tall, clad in black leather armor, with a long sword fastened at his waist and eyes sharp as an eagle's. "Your Highness," Betamos smiled, "this is my nephew Colin. He has been skilled in archery and horse riding since childhood, and his swordsmanship and marksmanship are commendable. He is also quite a capable sailor." Uncertain whether the young heroes following His Highness would grant me a favor and provide him with an opportunity to showcase his skills, Daemon nodded in agreement. Rayford immediately sheathed his sword and gestured for Colin to proceed. Colin, unceremoniously, unsheathed his sword, the tip aimed directly at Rayford. After only a few exchanges, Rayford found himself somewhat flustered. His experience was evidently inferior to that of his opponent, as he was more adept at collaborative battles rather than one-on-one duels. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Colin deftly flicked his wrist, sending Rayford's sword flying. "I concede," Colin stated, standing with his sword at rest, his expression unyielding. Rayford, on the other hand, raked his hair in frustration. Seeing this, Miss stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to engage with you." His strength was noticeably greater than Rayford's, and his longsword cut through the air with ferocity, initially dominating Colin. However, Colin's agility was akin to a fish weaving through ocean waves, effortlessly evading Miss S strikes at the last possible moment. After several exchanges, Mrs. flaws began to surface. Colin seized the opportunity, leaning back sharply, his sword gliding closely past Mrs. neck, while Mrs. blade halted above Colin's head. "You have lost," Colin stated with an unwavering calm. Miss S face flushed crimson, his hand trembling slightly upon the sword. Within the group, Jamanvi, the one-eyed, illegitimate son of the Buckwell family from Horn Fortress, was about to step forward when Daemon raised his hand to restrain him. "That was quite commendable," Daemon remarked, approaching Miss and patting him on the shoulder. "Have you only just begun wielding a longsword? Had you used a hammer, the outcome might have been different." Mrs. demeanor softened, a sheepish smile breaking through. "Rupert, it is your turn," Daemon signaled. Rupert drew his longsword and performed a courteous knightly salute to Colin. Their duel unfolded with even greater spectacle. Rupert's swordsmanship was steady and solid, while Colin exhibited nimbleness and speed, the sound of their blades clashing resonating like a torrential downpour. Ultimately, Rupert capitalized on Colin's eagerness to triumph, executing a feint that deceived his opponent, and with a deft twist of his wrist, he positioned his sword upon Colin's shoulder. "I have lost," Colin conceded straightforwardly. Rupert sheathed his sword and extended a hand to assist him up. Unexpectedly, once Colin regained his footing, he abruptly grasped his sword again, his gaze intensely fixed on Daemon. "Your Highness, I humbly dare to request a few lessons from you." Balthemos's expression shifted dramatically. Still reveling in the joy of his nephew's recent victories, he was struck by shock at his nephew's audacious challenge, particularly after being recently bested by the half-wild Cleve family from the Crabs Claw Peninsula. The elderly crab was rendered speechless, trembling in fear that the prince might unleash the distant black dragon upon the island, and hastily attempted to scold, "How dare you?" Yet, Daemon took the sword from Rupert and smiled. "Very well." The two stood at the center of the beach, the sea breeze lifting their garments. Colin initiated the assault, his strikes fierce and imbued with an indomitable spirit. However, Daemon's swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level since his previous life. With a subtle shift of his form, he effortlessly evaded Colin's attacks, his longsword seeming to possess a life of its own, each strike executed with impeccable precision. In merely 3 exchanges, Daemon seized Colin's wrist, with a gentle flick, sending Colin's sword soaring from his grasp, landing with a clang upon the sandy ground. Colin stood frozen, his countenance darkened, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. He bent to retrieve his sword, gripping it tightly once more. Everyone anticipated an outburst of fury from him, and even Bathemos felt his heart leap to his throat. Yet, to their astonishment, he merely knelt on one knee, raising his sword high. "Colin Setiga, I pledge to follow His Highness the Prince until death. I beseech your Highness to accept me." Daemon, observing the determination in his eyes and glancing at the astonished Bathemos, accepted the sword from Colin's hand. "I accept your fealty." He returned the sword to Colin, stating, "From this day forth, you shall accompany Rupert. He will teach you all that you need to learn." "Yes, your Highness," Colin replied respectfully, a smile finally gracing his face. Bathemos, regaining his composure, quickly donned a sycophantic smile. "To witness your Highness's extraordinary martial skills, and to have my nephew serve under you, would render my life worthwhile." As dusk fell, the banquet once again commenced in the castle's grand hall. Bathemos continued to serve Daemon and Jaehaerys with great attentiveness, casually inquiring, "Your Highness, our next destination shall be the Vale, correct? From Crab Island to the Vale, there are 2 navigable routes, one along the Crabs Claw Peninsula, passing through Crab Bay to Seagull Town. The other skirts the edge of the valley, through Runestone City, Iron Oak City, and Old Anchor." He paused, adding with a hint of insinuation, "However, it is said that the second son of the royal heir, your namesake cousin Daemon Targaryen, does not enjoy a particularly pleasant relationship with his wife from Runestone City." Daemon understood his implication perfectly. This old crab was still not disheartened, attempting to incite him to court the discontented regency of Rhaenys in the valley, seeking to provoke him into a direct contest for the Iron Throne. Yet, Daemon harbored no fondness for Rhaenys' taciturn visage and was acutely aware that the members of the Rhaenys family were as obstinate as their rune-etched bronze armor. Once they made a decision, they would not easily alter it. Seagull Town was closer. Daemon remarked nonchalantly, "I have heard the port there is thriving with commerce. It would be a good opportunity to see." Bathemos hesitated for a moment, then immediately retracted his smile, respectfully responding, "Your Highness speaks wisely. Though the Settiga fleet may not rival Lord Sea Serpent's armada, it is among the finest in the 7 kingdoms, ensuring a comfortable and pleasant journey for you and Her Highness the Princess." Daemon nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He knew Bathemos' schemes would not cease here. But as long as he maintained the upper hand, this old crab would struggle to create any significant waves. His journey through the 7 kingdoms was far from over. Outside the window, the night deepened around Crab Island, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks resembling an unending ballad, flowing gently alongside the ambitions and machinations that permeated this isle. Chapter 46. The morning light of Seagull Town. The journey from Crab Island to Seagull Town unfolded with a tranquility that exceeded Daemon's expectations. The 3-masted sailing vessel, Red Claw of the Settiga family, glided smoothly across the azure waves of Blackwater Bay, while the elusive Dreamfire and greedy seagulls occasionally circled above, casting their formidable shadows upon the sea and startling flocks of gulls into flight. Colin Settiga stood at the ship's railing, one hand grasping the side, the other holding a telescope, intermittently sharing insights about the islands they passed. "Your Highness, once we sail past that small island ahead, we shall soon arrive at Seagull Town," he announced, gesturing towards a barren isle on the left, sparsely populated save for a few fishermen's cottages. However, the 3 Sisters Islands beyond are bustling with a rich history, having been the battleground between House Stark and House Arryn for millennia. Daemon gazed in the direction Colin indicated, but due to the distance, he could only discern the blurred lines where land met sea, while the historical 3 Sisters Islands appeared like 3 scattered pearls nestled between the narrow sea and the bight. "I have heard tales of those islands," he remarked, his tone measured. "The islanders are known for their capriciousness, sworn only to their own reputations, making them ungovernable by Eagle's Nest. To the eyes of the clergy, they are regarded as wild beasts, consumed by greed and sin. Beside them," Gare added quietly, "Father handled their disputes with the Vale and the North just last year." "Indeed," Colin nodded, a flicker of admiration in his gaze. "The king's methods are undeniably astute. However, when it comes to true treasure, Seagull Town ahead is where the riches lie." He paused, pride lacing his voice. "Seagull Town serves as the primary port of the Vale, governed by the Grafson family. Our ancestors allied with the previous Earl of Grafson, my great-aunt, Pruncia Settiga, was wed to him, establishing a close bond between our families." Gare approached Daemon, her silver hair dancing in the sea breeze, harmonizing beautifully with the pale blue scales of Dreamfire. "Is the Grafson family renowned?" she inquired. "In the Vale?" "Certainly," Colin replied with a smile. "Their crest features a vibrant red background with a yellow burning tower atop a black triangle, said to symbolize their conquest of Seagull Town from their forebears." He pointed toward the increasingly distinct coastline. "Behold, that is the lighthouse of Seagull Town, visible from afar." Daemon raised the telescope, observing a grand stone tower standing proudly by Crab Bay, its flame flickering in the sunlight like a star that would never extinguish. The outline of the town unfolded behind the tower, gray walls winding along the coast, with countless ships anchored in the harbor, their masts dense as a forest. "What a lively scene," mused Miss Riverwin, standing beside Leford Rossby, as they discussed the warships in the harbor. "It is said that Seagull Town ranks among the 5 major cities of Westeros, comparable in size to White Harbor," Leford added, his attention captured by a fleet of merchant vessels from Bravos. "The tailors here are famed. Even the nobility of King's Landing come to commission garments." Rupert Clabe then expressed a keen interest in the defensive structures atop the walls. "These fortifications appear quite formidable," far superior to the palisades of our clave lands. Daemon remained silent, his gaze fixated on a white edifice nestled deep within the town. Colin informed him that it was the convent of Rhaenys. Situated on a small island just off the port, many noble families would send their illegitimate daughters there for upbringing. Colin's voice lowered slightly, mentioning that it was here that Alysanne Baratheon had given birth. Daemon recalled the scandal during King Jaehaerys' reign. The absurd affair between Alysanne Baratheon and Princess Sanella had caused quite a stir. He averted his gaze, pondering to himself, it seems the city is far more intricate than it appears at first glance. As the Red Claw sailed into the sheltered harbor of Seagull Town, the docks were already teeming with a welcoming crowd. At the forefront stood a tall, middle-aged man adorned in a red cloak emblazoned with the sigil of the Burning Tower. He was undoubtedly Count Colton Grafson. Following him was a retinue of nobles, including both lavishly dressed lords and modestly attired monks, as well as several merchants whose bulging waistbands clearly hinted at their wealth in gold coins. Prince Daemon, Princess Rhaenyra, welcome to Seagull Town. Count Grafson bowed deeply, his voice robust and tinged with the ruggedness of the sea breeze. It is our town's honor to host the Targaryen royalty. Your courtesy is appreciated, my lord. Daemon stepped forward to shake his hand, expressing his gratitude. Please, your highness, Count Grafson gestured for them to follow. Our humble abode has prepared a modest feast to welcome you and the princess. The streets of Seagull Town were more immaculate than Daemon had envisioned. The cobblestone path, smoothed by the lapping waves, was flanked by predominantly stone-built houses, their roofs adorned with red tiles and windows embellished with stained glass. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground. Pedestrians bustled about, including porters bearing goods, silk-clad merchants, knights leading their horses, and children frolicking in playful abandon. Upon spotting Daemon and his entourage, they paused, their eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and curiosity. Although Seagull Town may not rival the splendor of King's Landing, it is certainly a lively place. Count Grafson smiled as he introduced, the fishermen here bring in the freshest seafood daily, and the baker's oat cakes are so delightful that even Duke Roderick Arryn sings their praises. Daemon nodded, his attention captivated by a towering spire. The tower, gleaming white, was adorned with numerous sculptures of seagulls, as if poised to take flight at any moment. What is that? That is the Seagull Tower, Count Grafson replied proudly. It is the emblem of our town. From its summit, one can behold the entirety of Crab Bay. The evening banquet was held within Count Grafson's castle. While not grand in scale, the castle exuded refinement, its walls adorned with numerous oil paintings depicting naval battles, said to illustrate the valor of the Grafson family's ancestors. The long table was laden with seafood, including roasted lobster, stewed crabs, smoked cod, an array of fruits, and fine wines. Your Highness, do try this. The Earl of Grafson offered Daemon a piece of crab meat, a delicacy from our Crab Bay, renowned for its superior flavor compared to that of other regions. Upon tasting it, Daemon found the meat to be tender and subtly sweet, indeed delightful. Your Highness is overly flattering, remarked the Earl with a smile. Yet, more than the exquisite cuisine, I am keen to hear of your valiant deeds on Crabs Claw Peninsula. I have heard that you single-handedly repelled the savages. Daemon chuckled softly and recounted the battle at Whispering Fortress, modestly downplaying his own contributions while frequently acknowledging the bravery of Rupert, Bernabrin, and others. Rupert lowered his head in modesty, while Layford and Miss exchanged knowing smiles. Gary and Mazalia sat nearby, engaged in quiet conversation. Gary expressed keen interest in a honey cake on the table, prompting Mazalia to serve her additional portions. The Earl's lady was a gentlewoman who occasionally offered dishes to Gary and Mazalia, inquiring about the hardships of their voyage. The atmosphere of the banquet was harmonious. The Earl of Grafson did not indulge in excessive flattery like Bartimaeus, nor did he probe into Daemon's ambitions. Instead, he acted as a gracious lord, warmly hosting his distant guests. He spoke of the trade in Seagull Town, the exchanges with the free cities, and the customs of the Vale, his words imbued with a deep affection for the land. Tomorrow, I shall take your highness on a tour of our Seagull Town, proposed the Earl, to see our shipyard and the sisterhood of Maris. Daemon nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. I am eager to witness it. Early the next day, the Earl escorted Daemon and his party on their excursion. Their first stop was the shipyard, where several three-masted sailing ships were under construction. Craftsmen moved busily about. The rhythmic sound of hammers striking planks resonated through the air. These vessels are destined for bravos and pintos, the Earl explained. Our shipbuilding expertise here in Seagull Town ranks among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. As Daemon gazed upon the nearly completed ships, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the Valyrian and Tytos families amassed such wealth. The ocean truly is an inexhaustible treasure trove. Next, they arrived at the Sisterhood of Maris, situated on a small island connected to the mainland by a stone bridge. The white buildings glimmered in the sunlight, surrounded by fragrant lavender. A group of nuns in white habits were laboring in the courtyard, and upon seeing Daemon and his companions, they paused their tasks to bow respectfully. "Welcome to the Sisterhood of Maris," the Earl introduced. Founded by one of the 7 evangelists, Sister Maris, it has a history spanning several decades. Many noble bastards have grown up here. Daemon recalled Aletheia Berry, the reckless girl brought along by Princess Senera, who ultimately bore a child here. Observing the calm faces of the nuns, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Perhaps this sanctuary served as a fitting refuge for these illegitimate daughters. An elderly nun welcomed them, guiding them through the convent's chapel and living quarters. The chapel, adorned with statues of 7 deities, emanated a solemn ambience, illuminated by flickering candlelight. Although the living quarters were modest, they were impeccably tidy, each room furnished with a bed and a desk. The girls here not only learned to pray but also developed skills in sewing and reading, the old nun explained. Upon reaching adulthood, they have the option to become nuns or to marry and embark on a new life. Guy Rouet gazed at the girls engrossed in their studies, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes. Meisha Leah quietly traced a 7-pointed star over her heart, offering prayers for them. By the time they departed from the Sister Mary's convent, it was midday. The sun blazed fiercely, and the sea breeze brought a refreshing chill. Daemon stood on the stone bridge, casting a glance back at the white edifice, suddenly perceiving that although the city bustled with activity, it also held an undiscovered tranquility. "Next, let us visit the Seagull Tower," proposed Count Graf's son. Daemon nodded, following him towards the tower, aware that many more people and events awaited his discovery. And the tale of Seagull Town was merely beginning. Chapter 47. The ambition of the Golden Eagle on the evening of their second day in Seagull Town. The sea breeze carried the distinctive briny scent of Crab Bay, wafting through the Shet family courtyard. The crackling bonfire illuminated the excited faces surrounding it. Daemon sat at the head of the table, with Guy Rouet to his left and Count Graf's son to his right. While opposite him sat the patriarch of the Shet family and the leader of the Eileen branch of Seagull Town. "Your Highness, do try this," the Shet patriarch, a short and stout middle-aged man clad in a brown leather robe embroidered with 9 white seagulls, offered Daemon a roasted seagull. "This is our family's specialty, a delicacy that outsiders cannot easily obtain." Daemon accepted it with a smile, taking a bite. The meat was somewhat coarse, yet possessed a unique flavor. "Not bad," he remarked. "I am glad your Highness enjoys it." The Shet patriarch beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits, clearly lacking ambition and simply wishing to please the prince from King's Landing. In stark contrast to the Shet patriarch was Edwin Eileen, the leader of the Eileen branch of Seagull Town. Draped in a blue cloak adorned with the silver moon and golden eagle emblem, he exuded confidence, despite being merely a branch of the Eileen family. He continuously poured wine for Daemon, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Your Highness, what do you think of our Seagull Town?" Edwin Eileen inquired, his tone subtly probing. "It is bustling and prosperous," Daemon replied nonchalantly, "truly a thriving gateway to the valley." "You flatter me, Your Highness," Edwin Eileen chuckled, "but beyond the prosperity, I admire your bravery. I have heard that on Crabs Claw Peninsula, you repelled the savages with merely a handful of men and even subdued the Braun and Clave families." Daemon refrained from a direct answer, simply raising his goblet. "It was a collective effort. I was merely fortunate." "Your Highness is too modest," Edwin Eileen remarked. Edwin Eileen leaned in closer, lowering his voice, and remarked that someone of the prince's caliber ought to achieve greater feats. "Observe, our Eileen family in Seagull Town, though a branch, is indeed a legitimate descendant of undull nobility. In days of yore, our ancestor, Addis Eileen I, was a hero who unified the entire valley." He paused, casting his gaze over all present, finally resting on Daemon. "Alas, the current Eagle's Nest city is under the grip of a woman and an old curmudgeon. Duke Janie Eileen is but a child, while that old fool Jobert Royce, under the guise of regent, wields the power of the valley, disregarding those of us who are the true Aelins." Daemon's heart stirred, and he immediately grasped the intent of this Eileen branch patriarch. He sought to ally himself with Daemon to confront Jobert Royce, perhaps even aiming to seize control of the valley. Jobert Royce, the regent of the valley and the guardian of the gorge, is recognized by His Majesty the King. Daemon replied with measured composure that as members of the royal family, we ought to respect the lords and traditions of each region. Edwin Eileen, clearly unprepared for Daemon's response, was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, "Indeed, your Highness speaks wisely. However, I merely feel that a youthful hero like yourself deserves the support of many. You see, although our Eileen family in Seagull Town may not rival the main house in Eagle's Nest, we possess some resources. Should your highness require sponsorship for any endeavor, we are willing to offer our modest assistance." He clapped his hands, and a boy of about 10 approached, clad in exquisite silver armor, his handsome features reminiscent of Edwin Eileen. "This is my eldest son, Isimba Eileen," Edwin introduced. "He has always had a penchant for handling ledgers and has read quite a bit. If your highness does not mind, may he serve as your squire? It would provide him with invaluable experience by your side." Isimba Eileen promptly knelt on one knee, presenting a small sword with both hands. "I beseech your highness to take me in." Daemon observed the boy's eager eyes and then looked at Edwin Eileen's determined demeanor, finding the situation somewhat amusing. The patriarch of this Eileen branch was indeed making a considerable effort to win him over. Isimba was charming and appeared quite clever. Daemon helped the boy to his feet and ruffled his hair, "But I must express that this journey is perilous, and it would be inconvenient to take a child along. Upon my return to King's Landing, if you are still willing, I shall have your father send you to the Red Keep to find me." Isimba Eileen's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? Thank you, your highness." Though Edwin Eileen could not immediately secure his son's position as Daemon's squire, he had garnered a promise, and a satisfied smile graced his face. "Thank you, your highness, for your kindness." Nearby, Chief Jaehaerys observed the exchange and quickly chimed in. "Your highness is truly benevolent. Although our Jaehaerys family lacks wealth, we shall spare no effort should your highness require anything." Daemon smiled but remained silent. He understood that these noble gestures were largely driven by self-interest. While he found this distasteful, he recognized that, in the face of impending storms, having one more ally was preferable to acquiring another adversary. The banquet extended late into the night, when Daemon returned to the residence arranged for them by Count Graf's son. Both Gary and Mazaria had already retired. He seated himself by the window, gazing out at the moonlight, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He recalled the words of Edwin Eileen, the presence of Jobert Royce, and the memories of Janie Eileen. The situation in the valley, in its obscure corners unrecorded by history, appeared to be far more intricate than he had anticipated. The troubling matters concerning his namesake, his great-grandfather's cousin Daemon Targaryen and Leia Royce, added to his headache. "What a bother," Daemon muttered to himself. He understood Leia Royce's temperament. Her character was as unyielding as a stubborn stone, rendering even the headstrong Daemon Targaryen powerless against her. The mere thought of encountering her again sent shivers down his spine, even evoking a strange illusion of meeting Lady Jocelyn Baratheon, the widow of Prince Aemon, whose gentle demeanor belied a maternal authority in her gaze that unnerved him. Enough of this. Daemon shook his head, casting aside these troubling thoughts. Tomorrow, they would depart Seagull Town for Stone City. Regardless of what awaited him there, he must face it. At dawn the following day, the party readied itself for departure. Count Graf's son, Chief Shet, and Edwin Eileen came to bid farewell. The Count gifted Daemon an exquisite dagger, its sheath adorned with sapphires said to glow in the darkness. Edwin Eileen presented Daemon with a pouch filled with gold coins, claiming it was a meeting gift for Isimba. Although Chief Shet had no lavish gifts to offer, he had prepared ample provisions and water for the journey. "Take care along the way, your highness," Count Graf's son clasped Daemon's hand. "Though the Royce family in Stone City may be obstinate, they are fundamentally reasonable. As long as you respect their traditions, you should encounter no trouble." "I shall," Daemon nodded, expressing his gratitude for the Count's hospitality over the past days. "Your highness is too kind," Count Graf's son smiled. "Upon the conclusion of your tour, you are most welcome to visit Seagull Town again." Daemon mounted his horse, riding alongside the party, casting a final glance at the bustling city. The walls of Seagull Town gleamed gray under the sunlight. The ships in the harbor were still busy, and the white buildings of the Sisterhood of Mary glimmered in the distance. "Let us depart," Daemon commanded, as the procession slowly exited Seagull Town, heading towards Stone City. The gluttons and dreamfires circled above, emitting low dragon roars, as if to safeguard their passage. Daemon stared at the winding road ahead, suddenly seized by a premonition. The journey to Stone City would likely not unfold as peacefully as that of Seagull Town. As the party gradually distanced itself, the silhouette of Seagull Town dwindled behind them, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. Daemon tightened his grip on the Blackfyre's sword, its hilt's warmth seemingly reminding him that his journey was far from over. The tale that belonged to him was just beginning. Chapter 48. The call to assemble. The road from Seagull Town to Stone Rune City meanders through the foothills of the Bright Moon Mountains. As they journey northward, the air grows ever colder, and the trees along the path become increasingly sparse, revealing gray-brown rocks that resemble the exposed bones of a giant. Daemon reins in his horse, gazing at the winding procession ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. In just half a day since departing from Seagull Town, they have already encountered 3 groups of individuals heading to Stone Ruin City. First, 2 minor noble knights accompanied by attendants. Next, a dozen or so landed knights bearing long spears. And finally, a gathering of farmers with worn satchels and rusted weapons, led by a man who claimed they were soldiers summoned by their lord. What is happening? Ravardosby inquired, his warhorse restlessly pawing at the ground. Your Highness, it appears the situation ahead is even more bustling, pointed out Lubert Kleber, gesturing towards the dust rising in the distance, suggesting a considerable number of people. Daemon nodded and urged his steed forward. After riding for another hour, the outline of Stone Ruin City finally emerged between the hills, an imposing fortress of dark gray stone, its walls constructed from massive pebbles etched with faintly visible runes. Atop the castle, the banner of House Royce fluttered on an orange field. A pile of pebbles nestled between 2 rows of runes, rustling in the wind. Outside the fortress, the plain was indeed filled with tents. Smoke billowed from between them, intertwining with the mist of the distant mountains, resembling a roiling gray cloud. This is hardly a reception for guests. It is clearly a military assembly, murmured Mishuan, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his short sword. As the procession approached the castle, the guards stationed at the gates blocked their path. However, upon recognizing Daemon's banner and the circling vultures above, the soldiers' expressions shifted, and they hastily allowed passage. Lady Rhea is gathering troops in the square. Please proceed directly. Your Highness. Upon entering Stone Ruin City, the true magnitude of the assembly became apparent. In the square, knights were inspecting their armor. Infantry were drilling in formation. The clanging of the blacksmith's forge, the shouts of commanders, and the neighing of warhorses merged into a raucous battle hymn. At the center of the square, a woman clad in full armor stood atop a platform, gesturing animatedly at a map. Her armor, a distinctive bronze hue of House Royce, was inscribed with ancient runes. Glimmering coolly in the sunlight, she was Daemon Targaryen's wife, Rhea Royce. Beside her stood 2 figures. One, a towering giant clad in similar bronze armor, nearly 7 feet tall with broad shoulders, his armor adorned with denser runes, wielding a massive sword. The other, a youth in silver armor, appearing to be in his teens, possessing a fair countenance and gentle eyes, though the scabbard of his long sword bore simple runes. Hearing the footsteps, Rhea turned. Her helmet rested beside her, revealing a face of sharp features, her chestnut eyes devoid of warmth, reminiscent of the cold ice of the bright moon mountains. I have no time to entertain the nobility of House Targaryen. Her voice was colder than her armor. The wild men of the Highland clans are ravaging the valley. I have no leisure for idle chatter. Guy Rouet instinctively stepped back behind Daemon, while Misha Leah tightly grasped the hem of the princess's dress, gently supporting her. The expressions of Daemon's followers grew somewhat grim, particularly that of the aloof, one-eyed, illegitimate son, Jaimin Weishui from Deerhorn Castle, whose fervent loyalty to his lord was palpable. He stepped forward, his voice tinged with anger. Then why did we not see Count Glafson gathering his forces in Seagull Town? Rhea's lips curled into a mocking smile. The nobility of Seagull Town? Merely a bunch of merchants skilled at counting coins. I am William Royce, the cousin of Lady Rhea. The silver-armored youth interjected hastily, interrupting Rhea. He bowed respectfully to Daemon, his demeanor warm. My lady did not intend to offend. It is merely a matter of urgency. From afar, Rhea coldly added, her tone subtly awkward. William offered a resigned smile and continued to explain. The situation is thus. A few days ago, the wild men of the Highland clan unexpectedly united and brazenly crossed the Mingyue mountain range, circumventing the Bloodgate to besiege Moongate Castle from the direction of New. Coincidentally, Lord Jobert was there overseeing affairs with Lady Janie. He had just dispatched a raven to summon the lords of the valley for aid. Lady Rhea is merely anxious in her concern. I beg your pardon, your highness, he concluded. You speak too much, the bronze giant rumbled, his voice akin to a rolling boulder, urging him to get to the point. William promptly introduced. This is Ganser Royce, the son of Lady Rhea's cousin. He appears stern but is, in truth, a man of integrity. Ganser said nothing, merely nodding slightly toward Daemon as a form of greeting. Observing the somewhat awkward atmosphere before him, Daemon suddenly found Rhea's bluntness to possess a certain candor. He smiled, his tone softening. It is of no consequence. Given the valley's plight, as a prince of Targaryen, I cannot remain idle. My company may be small, yet the devourers might prove useful, akin to how they avenged Duke Eileen last year. I am willing to accompany you all. Just as Rhea was about to speak, likely to utter another sarcastic remark, She was silenced by Ganzer and William, who covered her mouth from either side. She struggled momentarily, but ultimately glared at them in silence. In the distance, the Devourers, situated on a hillside with Meng Hua, released a plume of dragonfire towards the sky above the castle. Once Rhea was released, she shot a fierce glare at William and Ganzer, but refrained from speaking further. She turned towards the high platform, the runes on her bronze armor shimmering in the sunlight, as if faint light danced along the engravings. "Thank you, Your Highness." William quickly expressed his gratitude, stating, "With you and 2 dragons at our side, the siege of Moongate Castle shall surely be lifted." Ganzer, rarely nodding in agreement, added, "Indeed." His gaze toward Daemon held a hint of recognition, perhaps recalling another Daemon Targaryen. Yet this one, evidently, bore a greater sense of responsibility than the one who fled back to King's Landing. Daemon could sense Leia's unabashed glare, and he inwardly chuckled. No wonder his namesake great-grandfather's cousin could not endure her. Her temperament was indeed like a piece of cold bronze that could not be warmed. He chose not to dwell on it further and turned to Radford, instructing him to have everyone regroup, check their weapons, and prepare to depart in half an hour. "Yes, Your Highness," Radford replied, turning on his heel. The sound of his boots striking the stone echoed distinctly in the bustling square. Daemon's followers immediately sprang into action. Colin was inspecting the tip of his spear. Rupert was polishing his sword and adjusting his armor, while Miss Hewen crouched down to wipe the long sword that was often teased for being more suited for bashing heads. As for Jim and Waishui, he leaned against a wall, with his bow and short spear at his back, his single eye scanning the surroundings like a lone wolf ever ready to protect its master. Chapter 49. The sword and oath of the city of Hart's residence. The stone walls of Hart's residence glimmered in the twilight, while the sound of glacial meltwater merging into the narrow sea echoed from the north, resembling an ancient battle hymn. When Daemon arrived with Leia's entourage, the camp outside the city was already adorned like stars fallen to the ground. The silver bells of Honga City, the venomous serpent shields of Shimu City, and the blue flags of Coldwater City intertwined in the wind alongside the shattered will banner of Iron Oak City, forming a grand array of the valley's lords. Count Cobry awaited them within the city. William Royce pointed towards the city gates, where the 3 crows flag with a white background fluttered atop the tower, each crow clutching a blood-red heart that appeared particularly vivid in the sunset. Upon entering the castle's main hall, the cacophony almost threatened to lift the roof off. The nobles of the valley were embroiled in heated debate around the long table. Count Belmore of Honga City struck his silver bell cup. "The Lady of Silence is here." Royce laments his entrapment. "The Cobry family ought to lead the coalition." "Nonsense." Count Linley of Shimu City slammed his fist on the table, the green serpent on his black shield seeming to come alive. "Lady Leia is the niece of Lord Jobert. The Royce family of Fushishi is the true pillar of the valley. The Aelin branch should also have a say. The Aelin family is the rightful master of the valley. Since the main lineage is besieged, it is our branch that should lead the rescue." Edwin Aelin of Seagull Town proclaimed, the silver moon and golden eagle emblem gleaming on his chest. "The provisions we gathered in Seagull Town are sufficient to sustain the entire army for 3 months. Amidst the clamor, Daemon stood quietly at the entrance, holding Guy Rouet's hand, while Michelia nervously clutched her skirt. Radford stood with his hand on his sword. Miss Hewen gripped his hammer tightly, and Rupert vigilantly watched the nobles brandishing their swords. Earl Hunter of the Longbow Hall had knocked a silver arrow to his bow, while Earl Redford of Honga pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, and Earl Malco of Old Anchor even toppled a wine jug. "Silence!" Count Glafson suddenly roared, the emblem of the burning tower rustling behind him. "Prince Daemon Targaryen and Princess Guy Rouet are present. Do you dare to behave so insolently?" Earl Redford and Marquis Sunderland immediately concurred, the blue-green wave-pattern banner of the Sunderland family standing out in the crowd. "The Count speaks rightly. The Prince's dragon fire is surely more effective than your squabbles." The argument ceased abruptly. The nobles turned their gazes towards the young prince standing in the shadows. Daemon slowly approached the center of the long table, his eyes sweeping over each face, some filled with anger, others with arrogance, and still others with hesitation, before finally resting on the map before him, where the position of Moondor Fortress was encircled in crimson ink, surrounded by black markings representing the mountain clans. Lady Janie and Lord Jobert remained trapped in Moondor Fortress, their fates uncertain. Daemon's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. The wild men of the mountain clans were ravaging the villages of the Vale. Men were being slaughtered, women captured, and children cried in burning homes. He slammed his palm against the table, and with a swift motion, the Blackfyre sword was drawn, its blade shimmering ominously in the candlelight. Yet here they were, quarreling over the title of a commander as if to crack their skulls. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the crackling of the burning candle was distinctly audible. Jaehaerys instinctively leaned closer to him, while Mysalia's complexion turned as pale as parchment, yet she stood resolutely behind Jaehaerys. "I, Daemon Blackfyre Targaryen," he proclaimed, his voice rising sharply. The Blackfyre sword pointed towards the ceiling, and the fifth descendant of His Majesty, the Conqueror Aegon I, creator of the Iron Throne and grandson of His Majesty, King Jaehaerys I, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and son of the late Prince Aemon of Dragonstone. I am now the nephew of His Highness, Prince Balon of Dragonstone. His gaze pierced through the assembly like a keen blade. Today, I shall take command of this coalition, leading the lords of the Vale to vanquish the mountain clans. Who dares to dissent? Who would defy me? As his words echoed, the roar of the dragon greed erupted like thunder, the dark flames sweeping across the fortress's sky, casting an orange hue upon the window panes. Dreamfire followed closely, its pale blue flames flickering like flowing lightning, illuminating the terrified faces of the nobles. "We are willing to follow your highness," exclaimed Rafford, Miss, and Lubert, drawing their swords first, while the single eye of Jamandawi shone with fervor, and Colin Setiga raised his sword high, the young followers shouting in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the hall. Leah Royce gazed at the dragon flames outside the window, then at Daemon's hand firmly gripping the Blackfyre's sword. Thinking of his uncle Jobert still trapped. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee. "The Roy's House of Stone of Symbols is at your highness's command." Gonsur and William promptly followed suit, the clinking of their bronze armor echoing in the hall. Edwin Allen of Seagull Town, witnessing this, also bowed deeply. The Allen branch of Seagull Town vows to follow until death. The other nobles of the Allen branches exchanged glances and ultimately mirrored this sentiment. Count Cobry of Heartstar City surveyed the tense atmosphere, glancing at Daemon's undeniably commanding presence, and with a heavy sigh, raised the renowned Valyrian steel sword, Lady Silence, its blade gleaming like moonlight, yet emanating an icy chill. "The Cobry House of Heartstar City is willing to submit to your highness." He knelt, his voice tinged with relief. "Please forgive our earlier disrespect." Daemon helped him rise, the sound of the Blackfyre's sword returning to its sheath, bringing complete silence to the hall. "Since there are no objections, from this day forth, I shall be the commander of the coalition." He approached the map, his finger pressing decisively upon the mountain path to the west of Moongate Fortress. "Count Cobry, you shall lead the forces of House Cobry, House Lindley, and House Covart to stealthily traverse the glacial river valley and cut off the retreat of the wildlings." A flicker of surprise crossed Count Cobry's eyes, but he promptly bowed and replied, "At your command, Lady Rhea." Daemon turned to Rhea. "You will command the cavalry of House Royce, House Belmore, and House Hunter to launch a frontal assault on the wildlings' defenses surrounding Moongate Fortress, ensuring that their main force is drawn to you." Though Rhea maintained a stoic expression, she responded with swift resolve, "Understood." William Royce, Daemon addressed the silver-armored youth. "You will take the men of House Velwood, House Weakley, and House Tapeton to protect the villages along the way, gather the refugees, and secure our logistical supplies." William's eyes brightened. "At your service." His fingers danced rapidly across the map, delineating the tasks of each house, from the infantry of Nine Star City to the fleet of Sisters Village. From the archers of Red Keep to the scouts of Candlehole City, every family's assignment was meticulously arranged, including the transportation routes for provisions and the placement of the wounded. The lords of the Vale grew increasingly astonished at the remarkable military prowess of the young Targaryen prince, who not only had the might of Dragonfire and the Blackfyre sword at his side, but also exhibited such astonishing strategic acumen. Lord Sunderland even whispered to the nearby Lord Redford, if His Highness were to wed Lady Jenny and claim dominion over the Vale, it might indeed bode well for us. Lord Redford nodded repeatedly, his earlier disdain transformed into reverence. Having finalized the last troop arrangements, Daemon suddenly seized the Blackfyre sword from the table and struck it down upon the stone surface. Crash! The sturdy stone table shattered with a resounding bang, fragments scattering in all directions. Above, the dragons, Vagor and Dreamfire, unleashed their Dragonfire simultaneously, casting a crimson glow upon every face in the hall. "Since there are no objections," Daemon's voice echoed amidst the roar of sword and flame, "let us march forth to subdue the mountain clans, protect our lands and people, and rescue Lady Jenny and Regent Jobert." His Blackfyre sword pointed menacingly at the shattered table. "If anyone dares to weave treachery within our ranks, seeking power and profit at the expense of our cause, let them meet the same fate as this table." After a moment of stunned silence, the hall erupted into thunderous cheers. "Prince Daemon, The warrior descends. Master of Blackfyre. Conqueror Reborn. Gary observed Daemon, surrounded by admirers, grasping the Blackfyre sword with a gaze ablaze with intensity. In that moment, she realized that her gentle nephew bore a striking resemblance to the ancestral figure who once commanded the Black Death and conquered the Seven Kingdoms. Miseria also quietly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Daemon raised the Blackfyre sword, its tip pointed firmly at the direction of Moongate Fortress. The candlelight danced behind him, elongating his shadow into something that resembled a black dragon poised to take flight. Let us depart. The gates of Heartstone City slowly opened under the cloak of night, and the torches of the coalition surged forth towards the mountain path like a river of stars. The roars of Vhagar and Dreamfire intertwined in the sky, heralding the battle hymn of Daemon Blackfyre for the army about to enter the fray. Chapter 50. Dragonfire breaks the siege. The shadow of the giant's lance had yet to fully dissipate. Yet the menacing outline of Moongate Fortress began to emerge through the morning mist. On the opposite side of the moat, the encampments of the High Mountain clan huddled together like decaying mushrooms, the embers of their campfires exuding a fetid scent in the damp air. The crude battle flags bore distorted images of wolves and bears, rustling in the mountain breeze with a sound of decay. The moment Daemon mounted the dragon, the devourer released a roar that echoed through the valley. As the black dragon unfurled its wings, its shadow enveloped the entire vanguard, its obsidian eyes fixated on the wildlings' main camp. The formations of the Valley Coalition unfurled slowly beneath the devourer. The silver raven emblem of the Cobry family glimmered in the morning light, while the scabbard of Lady Empty Silence reflected a cold gleam. The bronze armor of the Royce family formed a seamless unity, runes faintly glowing on the plates. The archers of the Longbow Hall had taken position on the left slope, their arrows nocked and poised like a swarm ready to strike. Remember the signal. Daemon's voice rang clearly through the helmet, reaching the ears of each commander. He glanced at Leia Royce, who, beneath her bronze armor, was adjusting the bowstring of her hunting bow with precision. The icy ridges on the western path will help conceal your movements. Leia shot an arrow into the sky as a response. Ganzer patted her shoulder plate, the decorations on the giant's bronze helmet swaying gently in the wind. The sound of the horn suddenly tore through the morning mist. Count Cobry raised Lady Empty Silence high and charged forth, leading the array as chaos erupted across the moat of Moongate Fortress. The wildlings stumbled out of their tents, their hands trembling with stone axes and bone clubs under the sunlight. They had never witnessed such a formidable tide of ironclad warriors, nor had they fathomed that the colossal dragon, which had nearly brought devastation to the Stone Raven tribe the previous year, would indeed reappear above them. Fire! The commander of the Longbow Hall bellowed, signaling with his flag. Arrows rained down like a tempest, piercing through the wildlings' leather armor and riddling their advancing lines with wounds. Daemon patted the devourer's neck, the brand on his right shoulder searing hot. The black dragon ascended sharply, its dark flames cascading like molten obsidian, instantly engulfing 3 of the largest tents. A cacophony of anguished screams arose from within the flames, the acrid scent of charred hair and leather mingling in the air. Even the mountain wind carried a searing heat. Dreamfire followed closely, its pale blue flames flowing like a glacier, sweeping across the wildling's flank. Jaehaerys' silver hair and red dress stood out vividly atop the dragoness back, her gaze fixed on the disintegrating squad of wildlings. As the Dragonfire precisely severed their escape route. Now, Daemon's black flame sword pointed toward the drawbridge of Moongate Fortress. A deafening roar erupted from within the castle. Jobert Royce appeared at the forefront of a drawbridge, his Valyrian steel sword lamenting as it cut through the morning mist. The defenders surged forth from the castle gates like a tide, encircling the coalition outside. Though the old count's movements were slow, his sword struck with the steadfastness of a mountain. Each swing carried the weight of years, cleaving through the wildlings with gruesome efficiency. For the valley, William Royce's long sword pierced a wildling's throat, blood splattering across his youthful face, yet sharpening his gaze even further. Gonser Royce wielded his colossal sword with the grace of a windmill, toppling the wild men who dared to scale the shield wall. Jarman Waishui's arrows flew in rapid succession, striking the wild men's vital points with unerring precision, his single eye in no way diminishing the lethal sharpness of his aim. Meanwhile, Miss Hewen's hammer shattered the skull of a clan leader, who still clutched a silver necklace stolen from the villagers. Daemon, mounted on the devourer, swooped down, his Blackfyre sword carving a dark arc through the air. 3 wild men, leaping from a distant hillside in an attempt to ensnare the warhorse Calisadigo with chains, were instantly cleaved in twain. Before the blood could even drip from the blade, Daemon had dismounted from the dragon's back. As Rayford Robies and Rupert Clabe worked in unison to repel the encroaching wild men seeking to attack the startled Coley, Daemon delivered a powerful kick to a spear-wielding foe, the spine of his sword crashing heavily against the opponent's wrist. Behind the stone walls of Moongate Fortress, the valley's inhabitants wept. Daemon's roar pierced through the chaos of battle. Your wives and children await your glorious return. The morale of the coalition surged like ignited spirits, boiling over in fervor. The ethereal light of the Lady of the Silent Count and the mournful glow of Jobert converged amidst the tumult. The resonant clash of Valyrian steel against weaponry ringing clear as a bell. Leah's arrows, like drawn blades, found their mark with every pull of the bowstring, piercing the throats of the wild men. The runes on their bronze armor stained crimson, appearing almost lifelike. Yet, the most awe-inspiring spectacle was the devastation wrought by the dragons. The lone devourer soared into the skies, its dark flames carving charred furrows across the wild men's ranks, while Dreamfire skimmed low, its pale blue flames driving the fleeing wild men toward the cliffs. The roars of the two dragons harmonized with the battle cries of the coalition, shattering the resolve of the mountain clans. They could endure hunger and cold, fight bears and wolves in the woods, but could not withstand the fire and steel descending from the heavens. The leader has fled, someone shouted. Daemon looked up to see a tall figure clad in a bearskin cloak escaping along the cliff's edge, followed by a dozen loyalists. The black three-headed dragon sigil on his right shoulder pulsed with heat, and as an idea struck him, the devourer immediately understood, its wings flapping as it pursued. When the shadow of the black dragon enveloped the fleeing group, Daemon arrived on the captured wild horse, his Blackfyre sword aimed directly at the leader's back. You were meant to die an old man in the forest. Daemon's voice was icy. Yet here you come to taint lands that do not belong to you. As the leader turned, remnants of his companion's brain matter still smeared across his face. He raised his stone axe, only to freeze in place as the devourer unleashed its inky flames. The fire did not scorch him, but melted a pool of dark residue on the rocks at his feet. When Daemon's nonchalant command to kneel whispered past the leader's ear, his knees had already crashed heavily to the ground, the stone axe slipping from his grasp and tumbling over the cliff's edge. As the last defiant wild man fell beneath Gonser's bronze giant sword, all the drawbridges of Moongate Fortress were finally lowered. Jobert Royce emerged, cradling Jane Aelin in his arms, while the 4-year-old Duke of Vale clutched a silver eagle emblem tightly, his small face devoid of tears, radiating an uncharacteristic calm for his tender age. Daemon, the prince's voice trembled, as the old earl bore 3 feathered arrows embedded in his armor, yet remained oblivious to his wounds. You have saved us all. Jane wriggled free from the earl's embrace, darting to Daemon, her toes barely grazing the ground as she reached for the Blackfyre sword at his waist. You are far superior to that, Daemon, she whispered, her eyes sparkling like twin stars, and you are also more handsome than he. Daemon smiled, bending to lift her into his arms, then gazed towards the distant remnants of the wildlings scattering in defeat. Let us discuss this matter once we have thoroughly resolved this predicament. In the ensuing 7 days, the Vale coalition swept through the undulating folds of the moonlit mountains like a keen blade, vanquishing the remaining wildlings. Daemon strategically divided the forces. Leah and Gonser pursued the clans in the western valleys, while Count Cabery hunted down the deserters along the coast. And William led the light cavalry to safeguard the fleeing villagers. At each location, the obsidian dragon flames of the Devourer and the cerulean fire of dreams preemptively dispelled any resistance, leaving only awe and submission in their wake. On the 7th day at dusk, Daemon stood atop the square tower of Moongate Castle, watching the sun gild the giant's spear in golden hues. Reports from Ravenford indicated that all the mountain clans had retreated deep into the mountains and would not dare cross the line again for at least 3 years. Jobert was hosting a banquet in the town to celebrate this hard-won victory. The melodies and laughter wafted on the breeze, mingling with the scent of pine from the hearth, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere. Jerry approached him, her Dreamfire-scaled skin shimmering faintly in the twilight. They say you are the very reincarnation of a conqueror. Daemon chuckled, brushing away the snowflakes from her hair. Aegon had 3 dragons. You and I possess but 2. But you have me, Jerry replied, her fingers tracing the bloodstains that had dried dark red on his armor, remnants of Ravenford, Rupert, and those willing to charge alongside him. In the distance, the valley echoed with the dragon's roar of the Devourer. Daemon understood that this victory was not the culmination of his journey, but rather the commencement. As he turned to descend the tower, the Blackfyre sword hummed softly within its sheath, as if responding to the rebirth of Moongate Castle and beckoning for even more distant quests. The castle lights gradually illuminated, resembling scattered stars across the mountainside. Upon this land, safeguarded by dragon fire and steel, new tales were just beginning to be inscribed. Chapter 51. The Eagle's Nest Feast. The white stone towers of Eagle's Nest Castle floated like an ethereal ice sculpture amidst the morning mist. As Daemon and his company ascended the stone steps of Long Sky Castle, the thunderous roar of the Alessa Ester waterfall resonated, its mist refracting rainbows in the sunlight, dampening the tips of everyone's hair. 7 slender white towers stood tightly interconnected, their silvered tops glimmering in the morning light, as if they might dissolve into the clouds with the slightest touch. More enchanting than legend itself, Jaehaerys gazed upward at the spire of the Virgin Tower. As the soft blue dream fire murmured behind her, the dragon scales reflecting against the white stone of the tower, resembling 2 clusters of flowing light. The knights of the keep welcomed them at the Crescent Hall, a sanctuary for weary climbers. The stone fireplace crackled with the warmth of pine, and the air was suffused with the aromas of honeyed wine and roasted chestnuts. Jaime Allen, draped in a silver fox cloak, sat on a bench in the corner, attended by a maid who tended to her lustrous dark hair. Upon seeing Daemon enter, she leapt from her seat and rushed over, exclaiming, "Daemon, you've arrived. I promised to show you the dungeons." Jobert Royce hurried to follow, a wry smile gracing the face of the old count. "Your Grace, the dungeons are hardly a place for guests." Yet Daemon chuckled and nodded. "No matter. I am curious to witness the peculiarities of Eagle's Nest." Gazing down from the precipice of the dungeons, the valley's rocks appeared as jagged teeth, 600 feet below. A cold wind whipped the mist towards them, almost threatening to sweep them away. The so-called cells were merely inclined stone shelves hewn from the cliff, the steepest barely accommodating a curled-up figure. As chains moaned mournfully in the breeze, it was said that Jaehaerys Allen was cast down from this very spot. William Royce stood beside Daemon, his voice fragmented by the wind. Her Majesty, riding Vagor, flew directly to Eagle's Nest. None could stand in her way. Daemon recalled that fateful history, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of Blackfyre. No fortress, no matter how formidable, could withstand Dragonfire. He turned his gaze towards the distant valley, where the villages beneath the clouds lay scattered like misplaced chess pieces. No mountain, however treacherous, could deter those yearning to return home. The celebration feast was held in the hall of Eagle's Nest. The blue-veined white marble walls shimmered in the glow of the firelight, while the mist from the waterfall outside the narrow arched windows danced like gossamer. At the hall's end stood the high seat of House Allen, its eagle claw carvings gripping the armrests tightly. Jaime Allen perched upon it, her small frame elevated by 3 embroidered cushions, striving to exude an air of authority. Laughter echoed among the lords of the valley. Count Caubry embraced his bright-eyed nephew and introduced him to Daemon. "This is Leon. Lady of the Void intends to pass her legacy to this lad. He wishes to learn the art of swordsmanship from your grace and seeks your mentorship." Leon promptly knelt, presenting a short sword with both hands. "I beseech your grace to allow me to serve by your side." As Daemon helped him to his feet, he was suddenly reminded of Galwin Caubry, the scoundrel who had trained alongside him but never faced him in combat. He patted the boy's shoulder. "Your sword is commendable. Do not disappoint him. Begin training with Rupert Clabe next day." Nearby, in the longbow hall, Count Hunter urged his second son forward. The lad burdened by a longbow taller than himself, his cheeks flushed. "I am decent with a bow, willing to draw for your grace." Just as Daemon nodded in acknowledgement, he caught the cold laughter of Rhea Royce. Some certainly know how to climb the social ladder, forgetting their own surname. The assembly turned towards the source of the voice, observing 2 young men clad in the sigils of the House Royce's cadet branches, their faces adorned with awkward smiles. They had just requested to join and were awaiting a response. Jobert Royce's expression darkened instantly. "Rhea?" As Leia was about to retort, she was once again silenced by Ganzer and William, who covered her mouth from either side. The bronze armor of the giant clanked with a dull sound, while the silver-armored youth repeatedly apologized to Daemon, saying, "My apologies, Your Highness. She is simply straightforward." Daemon smiled and waved his hand, yet his gaze swept over the crowd, landing on William and Ganzer. These 2, who had achieved great merit in the Battle of Moongate, had, from the very beginning, shown no inclination to join. He understood well that Ganzer's loyalty belonged to House Royce, while William might still be wavering. As the wine flowed at the banquet, the atmosphere grew ever more exuberant. The Marquis of Sunderland, inebriated, thumped the table and exclaimed, "If His Highness marries Lady Jaime, our Vale will stand united with the Targaryens." Lady Jaehaerys' cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in Jobert's embrace. The old count chuckled while scolding. "The Marquis has had too much to drink." though a flicker of subtle apprehension passed through his eyes. Daemon, holding his cup, strode to the center of the hall. The sheath of Blackfyre lightly clinking against the stone floor, the crisp sound gradually quieting the ruckus. "I appreciate your kindness," he declared, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hall. "But the most pressing matter at hand is to help the denizens of the Vale rebuild their homes." Though the mountain clans had retreated, the winds and snows of early spring in the Moonshadow Mountains were more formidable than the wildlings. He turned to Jobert. "I have instructed Lubert to assess the losses in each village. Colin, being well-versed in trade, will accompany Count Glafson to Seagull Town to procure grain. The generous Lady Janie's contributions will suffice for the Vale's inhabitants to endure this trying spring." The lords nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Daemon imbued with a newfound respect. This prince was not only a capable warrior, but also adept at logistics. In the stillness of the late night at Eagle's Nest, Daemon stood on the balcony of the Moon Tower, gazing down at the lights of Longstone Castle, which twinkled like stars along the mountain path. Giri approached, draped in his cloak, holding a small jug of warm wine. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "About this castle," Daemon replied, accepting the jug and letting his eyes wander over the 7 white towers. When Lord Arryn constructed it, he likely envisioned an everlasting defense of the Vale. Yet no wall, no matter how high, can shield against the changes of the human heart. "By the way, you seemed displeased when the Marquis was jesting?" Giri turned her head to avoid his gaze, looking instead toward the balcony of the Maiden Tower, where William stood leaning against the railing, his silver armor glinting coldly in the moonlight. She then changed the subject. "It seems William has something to say to you." Daemon had just nodded when he noticed the silver-armored youth approaching, clutching something in his hand. "Your Highness," William's voice called out, "this is a gift from Lord Jobert." He extended a large, yellowed parchment scroll adorned with various tactical analyses, annotated with the words "A Lifetime's Work" by Jobert Royce in the corner. "I know you will eventually leave the Vale." William's cheeks flushed. "These are Lord Jobert's tactical experiences, which you may find useful in the future." As Daemon unfurled the scroll, he suddenly comprehended the youth's hesitation. It was not a reluctance to follow him, but rather a struggle between the pursuit of glory and familial duty. He carefully accepted the parchment and handed it back, saying, "You need it more than I do." William looked up, his eyes sparkling. When Daemon returned to the room, Misalia was mending his cloak by the moonlight. The young maiden's platinum curls cascaded over her shoulders as her nimble fingers deftly navigated the tattered fabric. "Her Highness said she was angry, thus punishing you to sleep alone tonight," she softly remarked. "And what about you?" Her words carried an unintended ambiguity. Daemon approached the window, gazing into the mist towards the dungeon. The Greed and Dreamfire slept on the platform beneath the cliffs, the dark scales of the black dragon merging with the moonlight, while the pale blue mother dragon curled up like a melting ice block. "Go join her." Daemon's gentle tone bore an imperceptible firmness, assuring her never to worry about the words of others, for his sword and heart would remain unaltered. "Of course, you too, little May, rest early." The sound of the waterfall outside seemed to grow louder, as if accompanying this promise. The white tower of Eagle's Nest Castle stood silently in the moonlight, and Daemon knew that the feast here would eventually come to an end. His journey lay further afield. Yet tonight, the torches on the stone walls, the joyous songs within the hall, and the light in the youth's eyes made him feel that this struggle, which swept across the entire valley, was worthwhile. Chapter 52. The Bloodgate. The gray stone arch of the Bloodgate resembled a frozen lightning bolt in the morning mist. As Daemon reined in his horse, the battlements on either side of the precipice glimmered with a cold light, and the faint reflection of armor was discernible behind the arrow slits of the watchtower. When Daemon's company reached this perilous pass guarding the Moonlight Mountains, the voice of the castle knight shattered the mountain's tranquility. "Who seeks passage through the Bloodgate?" The Targaryen prince Daemon Blackfyre, alongside Princess Jaehaerys Targaryen and his followers, stepped forward, raising the scabbard of Blackfyre. The prince led the procession towards the riverlands, touring the 7 kingdoms. The sentinels atop the battlements fell silent for a moment, followed by the heavy clanking of iron chains. The stone bridge between the 2 watchtowers slowly descended. The dull thud of gray stone meeting rock echoed throughout the valley. Daemon reined in his steed once more, as the Greed's dark scales glimmered in the morning light, while Dreamfire affectionately nudged the back of Jaehaerys, who was bent down adjusting her wind-tousled skirts, her profile appearing particularly soft amidst the mist. "Knight of the Bloodgate, Lane, welcomes your Highness." A knight clad in rusted armor emerged from the city gate, his armor speckled with salt, evidently just returned from his patrol. "Lord Jobert has already sent word that you would pass through the Bloodgate today." Daemon nodded, his gaze sweeping across the rocky walls on either side. Two long parapets were embedded in the steep cliffs, the arrow slits densely packed like countless watchful eyes. The narrow mountain path barely allowed 4 riders to walk abreast, the ground smoothed by hooves. Faint traces of dark red visible. Blood from countless soldiers over centuries had soaked into the stone. According to customary inquiry, I trust you won't mind. The Blood Gate was the first wall erected by our ancestors, a barrier even the armies of Harcourt's river isles could not breach. Sir Ryan Knight, noting his focus on defense, proactively recounted that during the reconstruction by Osric Aelin V, a deliberate decision was made to elevate the stone bridge 3 zhang above the ground, implying that any would-be attackers would first need to master the art of flight. Daemon recalled the tale of Queen Visenya soaring directly to the area atop Vagr. A faint smile curving his lips. No door, no matter how fortified, could withstand the might of the airborne. Sir Ryan, taken aback for a moment, erupted in hearty laughter. Your Highness speaks true. When the dragons of House Targaryen descend, no barrier can hold. As they traversed the Bloodgate, the mountain path gradually widened. Behind them, the silhouette of the Moonshadow Mountains receded, while the plains of Riverlands unfurled ahead like a verdant tapestry. Within less than a day, the company encountered their first hopeful recruit, a youth bearing a battle axe, claiming to be the illegitimate son of a knight from Starfall. Clutching half a sack of oatcakes and expressing a desire to carve out a name alongside the prince. Let him stay. Daemon instructed Rayford to arrange a spare horse for him. Do you wield that axe? The boy's cheeks flushed. I can chop wood and hold my own in a brawl. This was merely the beginning. In the following days, their entourage swelled like a rolling snowball. A younger son from Iron brought along 3 attendants and 2 carts of arrows. Stating that his father had urged him to accompany the prince for a glimpse of the world, 2 bastards from Vale arrived, sharing a lean horse. Their armor rusted and crumbling yet tightly gripping polished spears. Even a merchant's son from Seagull Town pursued them, laden with a chest of silks and spices. Eager to serve as a supply man, hoping to catch a whiff of dragon fortune. The ranks were nearing the semblance of a small army. Rayford gasped as he tallied the numbers. Over 20 knights, and with attendants and common soldiers, they approached 200. Daemon gazed at the campfire, its glow merging with the night. As greed and dreamfire rested upon a distant slope, the dragonfire sporadically illuminating the sky. Hubert was instructing the newly joined youths in formation, while Miseria was encircled by a group of fishermen, regaling them with tales of the Crabs Claw Peninsula's battles. The illegitimate son of House Mouton, now shedding his timidity, spoke of the moment Daemon had felled a wildling chief with a single sword stroke, his eyes alight with admiration. They are not here to follow you, Jaehaerys remarked, approaching with a bowl of hot soup, with Miseria trailing behind, cradling neatly folded bandages. They are more akin to seekers of opportunity. Daemon accepted the bowl, the steam obscuring his vision. He reminisced about the day he had departed King's Landing atop Greed, accompanied only by a handful of attendants and guards. And now he found himself at the helm of a formidable force. Among these individuals were those eager to shed their illegitimate status, those wishing to earn honor for their families, and others who simply believed that following a dragon could lead them to fortune. Yet, the trust reflected in their gazes bore a striking familiarity, reminiscent of the youthful followers who once rallied to his cause. Ahead lay Saltpans. On the 5th evening, Corlys Valerion pointed toward the distant coastline and exclaimed. His seafaring experience proved invaluable as he recognized the port merely by the silhouette of the masts. Daemon gazed in the direction indicated, where the azure waves of Crab Bay shimmered with golden hues under the setting sun. A square fortress stood resolutely by the coastline, its walls low yet robust, resembling a slice of bread swollen by seawater. Several fishing vessels were anchored in the harbor, where fishermen busily tended to their nets. And the laughter of children wafted through the air, mingling with the salty scent of the sea. This was the domain of the Cox family. Layford perused the roster of lords he carried, noting that while they were landowning knights, and not particularly noble, they were reputed to possess considerable wealth, controlling the town's salt and fishing industries. As the party approached the town's entrance, a messenger clad in a crimson robe rode forth at a gallop. His steed, breathless and weary, had clearly traversed a long distance. Upon spotting Daemon's banner, the messenger dismounted swiftly and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Your Highness, the messenger from Dragonstone has awaited your arrival for 3 days. Daemon's heart stirred, and just as he intended to inquire further, a familiar dragon's roar echoed through the air. The greedy one lifted its head in alertness, while Dreamfire stirred restlessly. A scarlet shadow swooped down from the clouds, its scales glistening brilliantly in the sunset. Kalaku, Jaehaerys exclaimed. It's Daemon Targaryen. As the great dragon landed in a clearing outside the town, A familiar figure leapt from its back, clad in black leather armor, a long sword sheathed at his waist. Though his left leg bore a slight limp, he still exuded an untamed vigor. "Ah, little Daemon, I finally caught up with you," Daemon Targaryen said with a wide grin, his cane striking the ground with a crisp sound, revealing that his leg injury had yet to fully heal. "Your entourage is quite impressive, far more so than my solitary convalescence in King's Landing." Daemon dismounted, a frown creasing his brow as he scrutinized the other's leg. "Your leg is still injured. How can you ride a dragon?" The command of the Crown Prince leaves no room for dissent. Daemon Targaryen waved dismissively, then leaned in closer. His voice lowered conspiratorially. "To be frank, I was allowed to escape under the pretense of delivering messages. My father believes I am still recuperating in the tower." Jaehaerys stepped forward, her smile dimming slightly. "Great Daemon, what message has Brother Berlan entrusted to you?" Upon seeing her, Daemon instinctively recoiled, his earlier bravado diminishing significantly. "Dear Aunt, the letter is right here." He hastily extracted a scroll of parchment from his cloak, his hands trembling slightly as he presented it. Suppressing a laugh, Daemon accepted the letter. But Jaehaerys had already turned to Mychalia, saying gently, "Little May, please see if there is a clean inn in town, and arrange a room for Daemon to rest and recover." Her tone was tender, yet her gaze held the chill of ice. Ever since that incident on Silk Street, she harbored concerns that this unreliable individual might lead her little Daemon astray. Daemon Targaryen, feeling as though he had received a reprieve, eagerly followed Mychalia, casting a cheeky wink at Daemon before departing, his lips forming the silent words, "We'll talk tonight." Unrolling the parchment, Daemon beheld Berlan's robust handwriting. "To my nephew. Little Daemon, I have heard of your remarkable deeds in the Vale after Crabs Claw Peninsula, and it brings me great comfort. Otto Hightower has impeached you for privately amassing arms and interfering in local affairs, while Lynn Mambusbury has also been vociferous, claiming that your tour has been excessively extravagant and unnecessary. Yet, in King's Landing, under my watch, there is no one who can sway the Targaryen prince with mere empty words. I am aware of what you uttered at Hart's home, the descendant of Aegon the Conqueror, grandson of the old king, son of Aemon, and nephew of Balon. The phrase nephew of Balon brings me greater joy than any reward could. Were your father alive, he would undoubtedly take immense pride in you. Continue your tour, tread upon the lands of the Seven Kingdoms, and keep the voices of your vassals close to your heart. There is no need to hasten your return to King's Landing. I am not yet at a point where I require your intervention. My nephew, dear child, may you forever be victorious in battle and radiate brilliance. Yours eternally in support, Uncle Balon." The ink of those final words was heavier, as if the pen had been pressed down with intent. Daemon held the parchment, his eyes slightly misty. "What are you gazing at? So moved?" A voice came from behind. Daemon Targaryen had returned unnoticed, his cane leaning against the wall, a cup of ale procured from the inn in hand. "Did father praise me?" Daemon tucked away the letter and shot him a glare. "Praise you for riding a dragon with a lame leg? Indeed, Corlys Valerion is quite considerate. He knows my leg is not well and lands slowly for my sake." Daemon Targaryen raised his chin in pride, then began to complain. "Honestly, young Daemon, how could you be so inconsiderate? The wildlings at Crabs Claw Peninsula did not summon me, and the vast assembly of the Vale's coalition overlooked my presence. Do they think my lame leg would slow them down?" The situation was urgent, Daemon explained, and they were merely inconsequential wildlings. Before he could finish, Daemon Targaryen, leaning against the wall, suddenly trembled, staggering aside as the playful expression on his face transformed into one of tension. Daemon turned to see Lena standing in the doorway, a gentle smile gracing her lips, yet her gaze pierced like daggers aimed at Daemon Targaryen. "Dear Daemon, your leg has yet to heal. Why not rest a while longer?" Lena stepped closer, naturally linking her arm with his, her tone overly sweet. "Mysaria mentioned that the inn's bed is quite soft. Would you like me to send for more blankets?" Daemon Targaryen swallowed hard, waving his hands insistently. No, I merely came to exchange a few words with young Daemon. And then I shall depart. I shall take my leave." He nearly fled, grasping his cane. "The letter has been delivered. I must return to my chambers to rest my leg. You two carry on." Watching his awkward retreat, Daemon could no longer suppress a laugh. Lena playfully smacked his arm. "What are you laughing at? Being too close to him can only lead to trouble. Last time on Silk Street." "I am aware," Daemon replied, taking her hand, the warmth of his palm dispelling the evening chill. He had indeed come to deliver a message, and he would return to King's Landing tomorrow. Satisfied, Lena nodded, her gaze drifting to the window. The harbor of Salt Shore was aglow with lights, the shadows of fishing boats swaying upon the water like a serene flock of waterfowl. The Glutton, Dreamfire, and Caraxes lay upon the dunes outside the town, their breaths forming white mist in the night sky, intermingling with the twinkling stars. The Earl of Cox sent word from Salt Pans, inquiring whether they wished to stay at the castle. Maesalia entered, cradling a cloak, expressing concern that the town's inn was too humble for their highnesses. No need, Daemon replied, taking the cloak and draping it over Rhaenyra's shoulders. They would remain at the inn and visit the port in the morning. He recalled the words in Baelor's letter regarding King's Landing, where an uncle would bear the burden, allowing them to move forward. Rhaenyra gazed up at him, her worries fading, replaced by trust. Wherever you go, I shall follow. In the deep of night, the sounds of waves crashing against the rocks resonated clearly in Salt Pans. Daemon stood by the inn's window, watching the campfire's glow gradually diminish. With only the occasional flare of breath from the glutton, Dreamfire, and Caraxes, resembling 3 guardian stars. From the adjacent room, the snores of Daemon Targaryen echoed, revealing that this troublesome cousin had succumbed to slumber, appearing now as an innocuous child. He retrieved Baelor's letter, reading it once more by the moonlight. The phrase everlasting support felt imbued with the warmth and steadfastness of Dragonstone's sea breeze. Otto Hightower's impeachment and the grievances of Lyman Beesbury seemed trivial, akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes before such unwavering support. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Silent Isle, Daemon mused. He remembered the small isle nestled in the bay outside Salt Pans, rumored to be inhabited by a cadre of silent monks. Perhaps there, he could momentarily forget the machinations of King's Landing and focus solely on the path ahead. The stars outside began to thin, while the eastern sky lightened with dawn's first blush. Daemon understood that upon crossing Crab Bay into the Riverlands, the waters and plains awaited him, each teeming with untold stories and challenges. Yet at this moment, tranquility reigned within him, akin to the winds of the Bloodgate. Fierce as they might be through the canyons, they would soften upon reaching the plains. His company would carry this calm and strength as they pressed onward. Chapter 53. The silence of draconic tongues. The morning mist of Salt Pans had yet to dissipate, and the dock's wooden planks swelled with the tide. Daemon stood at the edge of the gangplank, observing the glutton low upon the shallows, its obsidian scales speckled with fine grains of salt, each breath releasing a plume of mist. Rhaenyra arrived with Dreamfire, the pale blue mother dragon gently nudging the food Maesalia had provided with her snout, droplets of mist clinging to her silver lashes. I say, if this wretched fog doesn't clear soon, Caraxes will doze off. Daemon Targaryen's voice drifted from a distance, laced with his customary nonchalance. Leaning upon his intricately carved cane, the bandages of his left leg faintly visible beneath his gray robe, he scratched Caraxes' chin. The red dragon narrowing its eyes contentedly, its crimson scales shimmering with dark patterns in the fog, a low rumble emanating from its throat. When Rhaenyra turned, her brow slightly furrowed, she remarked, "Did you not promise to return to King's Landing after delivering the letter?" Her voice was light, yet it fell like a stone cast into the mist. "Father instructed you to recuperate in the tower, not to join us in our mischief." Daemon Targaryen exaggeratedly hissed and leaned closer to Coric, intentionally allowing his cane to tap against the wooden planks with a resounding thud. "Aunt, your words are rather unkind. Just look at my leg," he said, lifting the hem of his robe to reveal a knee bound in linen. "To walk the path of faith. I fear I might sink into the mud, and then I would indeed trouble Coric to escort me." He paused, patting the neck of the red dragon, who obligingly raised its head and let out a long, plaintive roar towards the misty sky. "After a whole month in the dragon's lair, can't we at least bask in the sun?" Maesalia stifled a laugh, but was silenced by a glance from Jaehaerys. Daemon stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the mudflats, glistening with a dark sheen after the tide receded. A winding path meandered through the mire, a road of faith trodden by penitents, their footprints varying in depth, like a string of mute riddles. "Let him follow," Daemon said to Jaehaerys, his tone laced with concession. "Once we reach the island, let Rupert and Leon keep watch." He turned to his great-grandfather, Daemon Targaryen, his expression growing somber. "Do take care not to alarm the islanders." Immediately, Daemon Targaryen straightened his posture, thumping his chest confidently. "Fear not. I have come for atonement," he declared, but his words were cut short as Coric's tail swept him off balance, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. As the ferry slowly departed from the dock, the fog began to dissipate. The outline of Silent Isle emerged ahead, resembling a stone cloaked in moss. In the terraced fields to the west, shadowy figures labored, their brown robes blending seamlessly with the verdant ridges. Only the blades of the windmill turned slowly in the mist, emitting a soft creaking sound. "Do the islanders not speak?" Maesalia mused, leaning against the rail of the boat, observing the bowed figures weeding the fields, their motions as synchronized as puppets. Aside from the elders and overseers, They spoke but once every 7 days. Sir Harwick from Saltshore stood nearby, his blue cloak adorned with a white bird emblem billowing in the wind, rumored to even suppress confessions unless absolutely necessary. He gestured towards the eastern slopes of the island, steep and desolate, where twisted shrubs clung to the rocks, a realm even quieter, devoid of windmills. Daemon Targaryen, who had been amusing himself with Corrich, scoffed at the remark. This is not atonement, it is imprisonment. Jaehaerys shot him a warning glare, and he promptly fell silent, though he discreetly tapped a lively rhythm on the dragon's scales with the hilt of his sword. Corrich swayed his head in sync, drumming along with his claws. Upon landing on the island, the elder awaited them at the dock. The old man wore a faded brown robe, his hood obscuring most of his face, revealing only his grizzled beard and calm eyes. 2 overseers accompanied him, one with his lower face wrapped in woolen cloth, revealing only his eyes, like 2 deep pools. Your Highness, the elder's voice rasped, weathered by the sea breeze, please follow me. As they passed through the apple orchard, petals fell upon the brown robe, while the penitents kept their heads down, unperturbed. The spire of the wooden chapel emerged from the mist, the stained glass windows faintly glowing. The carvings of the Father and the Holy Mother on the door were worn by the winds of the sea, yet they remained majestic. Daemon Targaryen gazed intently at the 7-sided spire of the cathedral, poised to voice an inquiry when he was discreetly tugged by Leon Cobry at his sleeve. The youth, brandishing a sword, regarded him with a vigilant expression, akin to a young beast guarding its prey. The air within the cathedral was suffused with the scent of pine resin. The benches were rough-hewn, and the candles atop the altar of the 7 burned quietly, their wax tears accumulating thickly. The elders occupied the front row in their high-backed chairs, gesturing for everyone to feel at ease, while they themselves closed their eyes, seemingly merging with the wooden sanctum. Daemon led Jaehaerys to the eastern side, with Merceria trailing behind. The slope grew steeper, the wind carrying a briny tang that stung their faces. Jaehaerys stood upon a jutting rock, pointing towards the distant rooftops of Saltfield, faintly visible through the mist, resembling shells submerged beneath water. They said that during high tide, the path of faith would be submerged. Jaehaerys spoke softly, her gaze resting on the muddy flats, where several bubbling depressions lay. Once entrapped, one could never escape. Thus, it was called faith. Daemon clasped her hand, his fingertips brushing against her icy digits, urging her to trust in her ability to traverse onward. Upon returning to the dock, Daemon Targaryen was seen crouched on the ground, illustrating something to a hooded penitent with the scabbard of his sword, likely instructing him on the proper technique for chopping wood. Lubert, his face flushed with urgency, dared not speak, resorting instead to frantic gestures towards Daemon. Daemon Targaryen. Jaehaerys' voice turned cold. Daemon Targaryen, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped upon, abruptly rose, his scabbard clattering to the ground. I was merely assisting him in improving his efficiency. Look how slowly he chops. Caraxio emitted a low hum, nudging his head against Daemon's back, as if to plead for leniency. As the ferry departed from the shore, the elders and overseers stood at the dock, their silhouettes dwindling in the fog. Daemon leaned over the ship's railing, watching the serene island recede into the distance, and suddenly sighed. It isn't so bad, after all. Jaehaerys raised an eyebrow. Oh, at least you are not confined in a tower with no one to speak to. He scratched his head, momentarily serious. Once my leg is healed, his words trailed off, stifled by Jaehaerys' piercing gaze, prompting him to awkwardly divert the topic and amuse Caraxio instead. The fog thickened once more, blurring the outlines of Saltfield. Daemon beheld the shadowy forms of the Devourer and Dreamfire alongside the crimson of Caraxio, intertwining in the mist to create a flowing light. He understood that beyond this bay lay the marshes and plains of the Riverlands, home to the bustling city of Tully, the twin rivers of Frey, and countless untold stories. Yet, in this moment, as he listened to the sound of the wind and gazed at those beside him, he felt that this fleeting tranquility was more precious than any clamor. The shadow of the Devourer swept through the mist, drawing the winds of the serene island into the dust of the path ahead. Chapter 54. The rivers whisper on the second day after departing from the serene island. The reeds along the riverbanks gradually thinned, the gray-green waves lapping against the ferry's hull with a monotonous sound. Daemon stood at the bow, observing the Devourer, Dreamfire, and Caraxio circling low, their dark and pale blue forms casting shadows upon the water, startling flocks of waterfowl into flight. Daemon Targaryen sat at the stern of the boat, unexpectedly producing an apple, which he tossed to the ferryman of House Rutt, inquiring with a smile about the most spirited horses at the taverns of Harroway. Just ahead lay Harroway. The ferryman caught the apple and pointed to the dock ahead, where the double-headed horse banner of Count Rutt could be seen from afar. Following his gesture, Daemon indeed spotted a flag of green and brown billowing in the wind, the double-headed horse depicted upon it appearing remarkably lifelike, as if it were galloping through the waves. The stone round tower at the edge of the dock exuded an air of antiquity, while the 7 domed spires of the church glistened under the sunlight. The inn, with its faded ale banners hanging from the 2 stories, swayed in the breeze like a bird with drooping wings. The place appeared quite tranquil. Gary approached Daemon, with Mysalia trailing behind, bearing a considerable remnant of the fabric given by Sir Cox of Saltmarsh, which she was using to mend the capes worn thin by their followers during their journey. Tranquil? Daemon Targaryen had hobbled over at some point, leaning against the ship's railing, remarking, "You shall soon find out, the daughters of House Rut. I have encountered them a few times, and they are livelier than the fish of Saltmarsh." Gary's brow furrowed instantly as she reached out to pinch his arm, only to be intercepted by Daemon. "Do not take offense." He then turned to the ferryman. "What manner of man is Count Rut?" "A good man," the ferryman grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Last winter, the Count opened the granaries, saving many lives. He has a penchant for storytelling, particularly about his son, Sir Richard, the first of the Kingsguard, who is ever mentioned in conversation." As the ferry docked, Count Rut awaited them with his attendants, clad in a green-patterned robe, with a silver-hilted short sword at his waist. His smile radiated warmth akin to sunlight glistening upon a river. "Prince Daemon, Princess Gary, you have had a long journey. Come, let us retreat to the castle for a respite." The town streets were paved with cobblestones, gleaming from the rain. The surrounding houses, primarily of timber and stone, displayed earthen pots on their windowsills, adorned with wild daisies. Townsfolk in brown garments paused, gazing at the dragon-bearing entourage with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, while children chased the attendants, only to be gently pulled back by their mother's laughter. The Rut family stronghold was modest, with a stone round tower standing centrally. In the courtyard below, several magnificent horses were tethered, one of which, a brown steed, sported 2 tufts of white hair on its brow, reminiscent of the double-headed horse on the banner. "This is River King," Count Rut remarked, patting the horse's neck, "our pride, faster than the wind." The evening feast was held in the castle's great hall, where the wooden table was laden with roasted wild boar, braised river fish, and rye bread. Count Rut personally poured wine for Daemon, the amber liquid exuding a grainy aroma. "Your Highness, do taste our home-brewed ale. It rivals that of any other place." After 3 rounds of drink, Count Rut's tongue was loosened. He pointed to a tapestry adorning the wall, embroidered with a knight in a white cloak. "This is Sir Richard, the pride of House Rut, who once followed Conqueror Aegon in his conquests, and was the first of the Kingsguard." He pointed to another portrait, saying, "This is my grandfather, who once supported Prince Aegon the Uncrowned." With a sigh, he lamented, "Alas, that wretched Maegor was ruthless. Prince Aegon was defeated, and our family nearly faced ruin." Daemon listened quietly, clearly aware that the other was somewhat inebriated, and thus nodded occasionally. Rhaenys sipped her juice, yet her gaze frequently darted towards Daemon Targaryen, who was seated amidst the daughters of Lord Arryn, seemingly charming them with his words, causing the 3 maidens to bloom with laughter. One, clad in a yellow dress, even stealthily slipped a piece of honey cake into his hand. "Look at him," Grya whispered, pinching Daemon's arm, having barely settled in salt pans. "He's already stirring up trouble for us." Daemon shook his head in resignation, about to rise to intervene, when Lord Arryn raised his cup, saying, "Your Highness, I hear you plan to visit Harrenhal? That place has quite the reputation." "Oh." Daemon's interest piqued. "Ever since that old scoundrel Arryn built that dilapidated castle, there has been no peace." Lord Arryn drained his cup, continuing, "The Cargills held it for a brief period before their downfall. The Hightowers took it next, allying with Maegor, only to be completely annihilated. Then the Tarths won the tournament, but couldn't maintain their hold for long. Princess Rhaenys resided there for a time, only to be haunted by specters at night, and now the Strongs occupy it. Let us hope they fare better." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "They say that place is cursed. Whoever claims it suffers misfortune." Grya's complexion paled slightly, instinctively drawing closer to Daemon. Maegor's sister, Mysalia, also ceased her work. Worry etched across her features. Daemon Targaryen had approached at some point, chewing on a piece of honey cake. "Cursed? I believe it's merely a tale to frighten the Na'vi. When the Conqueror rode Balerion over Harrenhal, did he not encounter a curse?" He winked at Lord Arryn's daughters, adding, "If you ask me, it is those individuals who lack the capability to preserve their legacy." "Be quiet." Grya could no longer contain herself, hissing softly. Ever since that incident when Daemon Targaryen took her to Silk Street, she had found him increasingly vexing, while Daemon merely shrugged, falling silent once more, yet exchanged a conspiratorial glance with the girl in the yellow dress. The night in Harrenhal was particularly serene, with only the croaking of frogs from the river and the distant sound of the evening bells from the chapel. Daemon had just unbuckled his sword belt when the door creaked open, and Graia, leading Mysaria, entered. The girl's silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes reflecting apprehension. I am frightened, Graia murmured as she approached the bed, her voice barely above a whisper. I heard Lord Ruther speak of Harrenhal, and how the Hightower family was completely extinguished. Mysaria nodded, retreating slightly behind Graia. Daemon told us that blood seeps from the walls of Harrenhal. Daemon sighed and lifted the covers, saying, "Come in." Graia immediately crawled under the sheets, pressing close to him, while Mysaria curled up at the foot of the bed. Do you think Harrenhal is truly cursed? Graia's voice trembled. So many owners have come and gone in less than a century. Cargill, Hightower, Tarth, and even Aunt Rhaenys. Who is so formidable? Yet, she too did not escape unscathed. Daemon gently caressed her long hair, his voice steady. It is only the hearts of men and the ravages of war that bring about such fate. The house of Kiores is embroiled in internal strife. While the Holloway family is bound to Meg, and with Meg's downfall, their survival seems precarious. The Tar's family lacks the capability to defend such a grand castle. He paused momentarily, reflecting on the current momentum of the Stewin family. As long as he does not falter, they should be able to maintain their hold. Gary remained silent, yet nestled even closer into his embrace. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor, reminiscent of the blood-stained crevices said to mar the walls of Hellenberg. Sleep, Daemon whispered, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. They would need to continue their journey the following day. Gary responded with a soft hum, gradually closing her eyes, while Messilia's breathing fell into a steady rhythm. Daemon gazed at the ceiling, recalling the words of Count Rudder, contemplating the inevitable fate that awaited the Stewin family, wondering if Hellenberg truly bore a curse. The image of the foreboding fortress loomed in his mind, resembling a lurking beast under the moonlight. Perhaps there was no curse, but the game of power has always been far more damaging than any spell. He sighed softly, tightening his embrace around her. The night was still young, and the road ahead remained long. Chapter 55. The shadow of Hellenberg. The surface of God's Eye Lake shimmered like obsidian, perfectly mirroring the silhouette of Hellenberg. As Daemon's party approached the colossal fortress, dusk enveloped it in a bronze-hued glow. The 5 towers pierced the clouds, with the spire of the Pyre Tower twisting like a ghostly claw, while the bridge between the Widow's Tower and the Wailing Tower appeared as a shattered ribcage in the dim light. The 7 gods above. This place is far more terrifying than the ballads suggest. Ravard Rosbil reined in his horse, cold sweat forming in his palms. The followers behind Daemon raised their eyes, the knight's armor glinting ominously in the shadows, creating an eerie reflection against Hellenberg's weathered stone walls. The gluttonous one was the first to land in the courtyard, its dark claws crushing the gravel beneath, the dust swirling in the twilight like a living entity. Karachu followed closely, its crimson scales scraping against the remnants of the Wraith Tower, producing a brittle sound of falling debris. Dreamfire alighted gracefully beneath the arch of the Hearth Hall, its pale blue wings folding, casting the cracks on the walls in an icy glow. His Highness Prince Daemon and Princess Gary, welcome to Hellenberg. The voice of Count Balvin Stewin echoed from behind the gatehouse, breaking the suffocating silence. The Count, clad in a long robe adorned with silver and black patterns, bore a short sword encrusted with turquoise at his waist, despite his advanced age. His black hair streaked with white shone with a lustrous sheen in the candlelight, characteristic of the Stewin lineage, reminiscent of the murky waves of the Trident River. A retinue of attendants followed him, among whom several young women bore redstone hairpins in their dark tresses, evidently daughters of the Stewin family. Standing at the forefront was a robust youth with dark hair and brown eyes, his features marked by a flattened nose. It was Halwyn Stewin, the son of Leonor Stewin. His hands clenched into fists. There is no need for such formality, my lord. Daemon stepped forward, the scabbard of his Blackfyre sword thudding against the stone wall. I appreciate your patience in awaiting our arrival. Balewyn led the way, his silhouette cast in stark contrast by the shadows of the archway, dividing his face into light and dark halves. Despite its dilapidated state, Harrenberg had never shown any disrespect towards the Targaryen lineage. Please, follow me. The hearth in the Hall of Fires is ablaze. As they passed through the city gates, Daemon's fingertips grazed the fissures of the ancient walls. Within the depths of the stone cracks lay dark brown stains, said to be the blood seeping from the heart of Arryn, scorched by dragon flames. The thickness of the walls, even if not recently restored, could not compare to the Harrenberg that Daemon had witnessed in a past life, which had been rebuilt after enduring the ravages of war. The murder holes flanking the passage resembled countless voyeuristic eyes, compelling one to hold their breath involuntarily. The grandeur of the Hall of Fires was enough to astonish any visitor. 34 bronze braziers lined the walls, their flames dancing beneath the vast stone dome, casting flickering shadows upon the smooth stone floor. A long table, stretching nearly 100 meters, was adorned with silver candlesticks reflecting the glistening fat of roasted wild boar, while barrels of ale stood beside towering mounds of black bread. This hall had once accommodated 3,000 soldiers. Balewin raised his goblet, his voice echoing in the expansive chamber, recalling the time when His Majesty Maegor feasted his Iron Guard here after quelling a rebellion. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the tapestries depicting the tricolored stripes of House Stark, noting, of course, that since our house took over, we have cherished it even more for entertaining friends. Suddenly, Daemon Targaryen chuckled, his cane tapping a lively rhythm upon the ground. Friends? My lord, you possess a keen sense of humor. Who does not know that the master of Harrenburg changes more swiftly than the waters of the river flow? Jaehaerys, Haraway Tarth. Balewin's smile faltered for a moment as Harwin clenched his fists tighter. However, the daughters of House Stark found amusement in the exchange, particularly young Ella, the youngest daughter of Lucamore, who stifled a giggle. Prince Daemon, you know so much. Merely a smattering. Daemon Targaryen leaned closer to Ella and lowered his voice. I also know that the daughters of House Stark are more enchanting than the mermaids of God's Eye. Ella's cheeks flushed instantly, causing her two sisters to erupt in laughter. How can you say such things? The youthful Harwin expressed his indignation at the scene. Daemon Targaryen, however, remained unfazed, retorting, calm yourself, young Stark. Your father, Leonor Stark, is a close friend of my brother Viserys. Thus in my presence, you are but a son, and you ought to have your father speak to me. Harwin abruptly slammed his hand on the table, shattering his wooden cup against the stone floor. Utterly shameless. Harwin, Balewin admonished sharply, the muscles around his eyes twitching in anger. Show some decorum. He turned to Daemon Targaryen, his tone stiff. The boy is ill-mannered. Leonor is still crafting chains in the Learning City and cannot receive you. I ask for your understanding, your highness, but please do not insult the honor of House Stark. Daemon Targaryen appeared to disregard the warning, raising his goblet towards Ella instead. Honor, I have heard that your brother, Sir Lucamore. Enough. Balewin's voice suddenly rose, the silver goblet gripped tightly in his hand, turning pale. If your highness has come to mock House Stark, there is no need for such exertion. A profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the crackling of the fire. The smile upon Daemon Targaryen's face gradually faded as he swirled his goblet, the crimson liquid tracing vivid lines along the glass. A jest? I merely find it amusing. A Kingsguard, 3 wives, and 16 children. Sir Lucerys Valerion truly exemplifies prolific lineage. This remark fell like a boulder into boiling oil, prompting the men of House Stark to grip their sword hilts. At that moment, Arnold Valerion, the eldest son of Lucerys and currently serving as the captain of the castle guard, had drawn half of his long sword, the bronze scabbard glinting coldly in the firelight. Your highness, please retract that statement. Retract? Daemon Targaryen raised an eyebrow, his cane striking the ground with an abrasive sound. Have I erred? Is there none among you whose mother is one of those 3 wives? His gaze swept over Aella and her sisters, landing on the striking young lady who could very well carry the blood of Sir Lucerys. You seek death, Halwyn roared, drawing his sword, only to be firmly restrained by Balewin. The old count's face flushed crimson, veins bulging at his temples. Prince Daemon Targaryen, please, show some decorum. It is true that Lucerys is my brother, but he has long since paid the price for his actions. The honor of House Stark must not be sullied. At that moment, Daemon stepped forward, the hilt of his Blackfyre sword crashing heavily into the abdomen of his great-grandfather's cousin, Daemon Targaryen. Silence. His voice was as frigid as the breath of a gluttonous dragon. You are intoxicated and should retire. Daemon Targaryen grimaced in pain, about to retort when he was seized by Jarman Valerion and Misery Valerion, one on each side, half dragging him towards the hall's exit. Release me, you traitor, young demon. His voice echoed through the corridor, coward of House Stark. If you possess any courage, do not hide behind the old man. The sounds of his shouts faded, leaving only the crackling of the hearth in the hall. Balewin sighed heavily, gesturing for the servants to clear the aftermath. I apologize for the prince's behavior. I had not anticipated his drunkenness would lead to such rudeness. Daemon raised his goblet in an apology, his gaze resting on Halwyn's tense profile. My cousin's reckless disposition is well known. He speaks nonsense when inebriated. I beg your forgiveness. Jaehaerys quickly added, his leg injury has not yet healed, and his mind is muddled. Please do not take it to heart, my lord. Meseralia stood behind her, gently tugging at her sleeve, shielding her. The young lady's platinum curls shone brightly in the flames, starkly contrasting with the dark hair of House Stark. Balewyn remained silent for a moment before ultimately offering a wry smile. Very well, such is this prince's nature. He poured a drink for Daemon. Leonor, as my heir, is forging chains in the citadel. He was unable to greet you in person, so I beg your pardon, your highness. As for Halwyn, this child has always been obstinate. Much like his father. Upon mentioning Leonor, Halwyn's expression softened. Father says he must forge at least 6 chains before he can serve the realm with peace of mind. How thoughtful. Daemon nodded, recalling the intrigues within King's Landing. Upon my return, I shall personally extend my gratitude to him. The banquet continued in an atmosphere thick with awkward silence. Halwyn endeavored to engage in light conversation, discussing topics such as the fisheries of Lake Goddess Eye or the harvest from the riverlands, yet the men of House Stroud remained perpetually grave. Ella and her sisters departed early, while Arno Haverwyn excused himself to patrol, stationed with his guards outside the hall, evidently still brooding over the recent humiliation. The late-night air in Harrenburg was particularly eerie. Daemon stood on the terrace of the Tower of Burning Kings, gazing down at the nocturnal visage of Lake Goddess Eye. The waters shimmered with phosphorescence, casting distorted shadows of the 5 towers, akin to 5 slumbering behemoths. The Devourer lay in the courtyard of the stone flow, occasionally exhaling small bursts of black flame, illuminating the swarm of bats at the pinnacle of the Weeping Tower. What occupies your thoughts? Asked Gary, draping his cloak around him. With Mysalia following closely behind, cradling a freshly sewn cloak made from fabric gifted by House Root, adorned with a delicate black, 3-headed dragon motif. I ponder the curse of this castle, Daemon murmured, tracing his fingers along the charred marks on the railing. Will the likes of Corys, Haraway, and Housetals be next? Gary shivered slightly. Please, do not speak of it, it frightens me. Count Paulwyn appears to be a good man, she added. Yet, goodness may not suffice to safeguard Harrenburg. Daemon recalled the future Blood Dragon dance, the downfall of House Stroud amidst the tempest, and considered that in the Game of Thrones, perhaps the most virtuous often proved the most futile. Suddenly, Mysalia pointed towards the direction of the sacred wood. It seems there is light over there. The 3 turned their gaze to see a flickering, eerie green glow weaving through the gnarled branches of the Hart tree within the 20-acre expanse of the sacred wood. The visage of the Hart tree was grotesque, with dark red sap seeping from where its eyes should be, as if it wept silently. Perhaps the keeper of the wood is in prayer, Gary attempted to explain, her voice trembling. Yet Daemon tightened his grip on the black flame sword, recalling the words of Count Root and the legends of blood seeping through the wall's cracks. In the shadows of Harrenburg, it felt as though something ominous was concealed, peering through the stone fissures at every soul that dared tread upon its grounds. In the distance, the roar of Corrix's dragon resonated, tinged with irritation. Daemon knew that Daemon Targaryen must be lamenting his confinement. The night wind slipped through the crevices of the Tower of Burning Kings, producing a sound akin to a mournful wail. As Daemon gazed at the ghostly luminescence within the sacred wood, he suddenly felt that the curse of Harrenburg might not be mere fabrication. It loomed like a lurking beast, waiting for the opportune moment to drag all who sought to tame it into eternal darkness. Perhaps their arrival was the very key to awakening this slumbering giant. Chapter 56. Whispers of the Sacred. With the chill of the late night seeped through the stone walls, Daemon lay in bed, listening to Gary's steady breaths from the adjacent chamber, accompanied by the distant rustling of Mysalia adjusting her bedding. The Devourer yawned in the Stoneflow courtyard, the crackling of dragon fire scorching the flagstones filtering through the window, merging with the faint winds of Harrenburg to create a haunting melody. Quietly, he rose, slinging the black flame sword across his back. The farce at the banquet during the day lingered like a thorn in his heart. While Daemon Targaryen's indiscreet remarks were certainly irksome, the Stark's enigmatic demeanor provoked even deeper suspicion. Particularly, the fleeting concern that flashed in Count Baelish's eyes when he mentioned Leonor forging chains in the citadel suggested that his worries extended beyond mere paternal anxiety for his son's safety. The corridor lay desolate, illuminated only by the flickering shadows cast by the wall candles between the stone crevices. From the direction of the haunting tower came the sound of chains dragging. Perhaps it was the guards on their patrol. Yet the sluggishness of the noise hinted at something heavier scraping against the ground. Daemon tread lightly, his boots stirring up a fine dust that had settled upon the ancient stone slabs. The path leading to the Heartwood forest was concealed in the shadows behind the armory. Moonlight sliced into shards by the crumbling walls of the Weeping Tower spilled onto the moss-covered cobblestones like scattered shards of silver. The 20-acre wall loomed in the night like the ribcage of a colossal beast, its crest adorned with thorns glistening with the dew of the night, reflecting a cold luminescence beneath the moon. As he pushed open the oak door, the hinges emitted a grating creak that sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively, Daemon's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, only to relax upon hearing the gentle babbling of a brook. The air in the Heartwood forest was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingling with the bitter aroma of the fishbone tree. The brook meandering through the woods shimmered with dancing lights, fracturing the shadow of the Hart tree upon its surface. He approached the peculiar tree step by step. In the moonlight, the tree's visage became increasingly grotesque, its contorted mouth stretching into an unnatural curve, and within its hollow eye sockets, it seemed as if eerie green flames truly flickered. As Daemon reached out, his fingertips nearly grazing the bark, a sudden sound of dragging footsteps broke the stillness behind him. "Good evening, Your Highness." The voice, though soft, pierced the tranquility of the woods like an icicle. Daemon spun around sharply, the black fire blade unsheathed by half an inch, the moonlight flowing along its edge like a cold arc. A young man stood in the shadows of the tree, his black cloak stained with dirt. His left leg twisted unnaturally, each step dragging his foot in a characteristic arc. Even in the dim light, he was unmistakable. Larry Strong. Daemon slowly retracted his sword, his fingertips lingering on the hilt. "I presumed Sir Leonor's younger son would remain at the Citadel to accompany his father during the banquet. I did not anticipate that Your Highness would be aware of the lowly man's name." Larry's bowed slightly, his movements awkward due to his leg. Yet his gaze remained as sharp as that of a hawk. He dragged his left leg forward 2 steps, his cloak sweeping over the knee-high weeds. "Your Highness's late-night visit to the Heartwood forest, is it to hear the whispers of the Hart tree?" Daemon offered no reply, his eyes fixated on Larry's fathomless black orbs. The Stark family's dark hair curled atop his head, strands falling across his forehead, veiling half of his brow, but failing to conceal the predatory glint that belied his youth. This was the future's tempestuous figure, the one who would inherit Harrenhal after the demise of his father and brothers, playing a pivotal role amidst the blood-soaked chaos. "This tree has many tales to tell." Larys wandered beneath the Hart tree, extending his hand to gently caress its trunk. The dark heart of Arryn was nourished with the blood of 300 captives from the Riverlands, sacrificed to enrich the soil. In the wake of Aegon's conquest, Dragonfire reduced its ancestors to ash, yet by the following spring, new saplings emerged from the remnants of destruction. He paused, tilting his head as if to listen. "Do you not perceive this visage as one of mirth? It is said to smile at every fool who dares to seize Arryn's hold." When the Cohorus family met their demise, the tree's sap stained the brook crimson. On the night that the Harroway family faced execution at the hands of Maegor, these eyes wept viscous tears throughout the night. Daemon gazed at the dark red sap oozing from the tree's hollows, recalling the 13 bleeding scars left by his forebear, Daemon Targaryen. "You seem particularly intrigued by the misfortunes of other families." "It is not misfortune, but rather a lesson." Larys turned, his limp lending an unevenness to his stance. Yet there lingered an inexplicable air of superiority. "The Strongs have established their footing in Arryn for 3 generations, not through prayer, but by remembering every scar. Much like this tree, it bears all its hatred etched upon its face, allowing it to endure to this day." The brook babbled over smooth stones. The moonlight filtering through the leaves cast mottled shadows across Larys's face. Suddenly, he smiled, the curve of his lips curiously mirroring the tree's twisted mouth. "Do you know, Your Highness? The night before Uncle Lucamore was dispatched to the wall, he too prayed before the Hart tree." Daemon raised an eyebrow. "What is it you wish to convey?" "I wish to inform you." Larys's voice lowered almost to a whisper, barely audible above the wind, "that the Strongs are adept at gauging the tides of fortune. Just as now, I am aware of your need for capable individuals, while I seek an opportunity to demonstrate my worth." He straightened, the awkwardness of his limp contrasting with the gravity of his gaze. "I am at your service, Your Highness. Whether you require the schematics of the castle's secret passages, the clandestine thoughts of noble families from the Riverlands, or matters too delicate for the Kingsguard to know." Daemon scoffed inwardly. Truly, a cunning serpent, scenting opportunity without revealing himself, merely relying on personal conjecture and the tensions of the banquet. He harbored a deep disdain for such duplicitous characters, akin to those who incite discord between him and Daemon, lurking in the shadows to sow discord. Yet he recognized that in the forthcoming conflagration of civil strife, mere dragonfire and valor would not suffice. "Your worth is not proclaimed by mere words." Daemon turned his back, surveying the swaying shadows of trees across the brook. "The rats of King's Landing outnumber the guards. Why should I trust you to be of greater utility than they?" Larys's eyes sparkled, akin to a hunter who has finally ensnared his prey. Your Highness is astute. He dragged his limp towards an ancient oak, parting the dense underbrush. I know what you seek. Those tokens that could alter the course of the future. Fortuitously, I am acquainted with someone who may prove useful. A faint rustle emanated from the thicket, and a shadow slowly emerged. She was a woman clad in a gray-green gown. Her raven-black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, the moonlight cascading upon its tips, failing to reflect even the slightest sheen of silver. As if it absorbed all light, her visage was shrouded in shadows cast by the trees, revealing only a pair of extraordinarily bright eyes. Reminiscent of emeralds submerged in a stream, Aegon Larys was introduced in a tone tinged with a barely perceptible reverence, has resided here for a considerable time, even longer than during my father's youth. Daemon's hand instinctively pressed against the hilt of his sword. The name struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Future consort of the one-eyed Aemon, the woman rumored to perceive visions amidst flames. The forest witch who played a bizarre role in the wild dance at Lake of the Divine Eye. Was she the illegitimate daughter of Leonos? The wet nurse of Halwyn and Larys? Or perhaps the enchantress who preserved her youth with the blood of virgins? Regardless of her identity, it heralded trouble. Aegon remained silent, standing there with an air of quietude. Her gaze seemed capable of penetrating the night, piercing into the most secretive corners of one's heart. Daemon felt an inexplicable chill, not from the chill of the late hour, but from the discomfort of being completely scrutinized, akin to standing naked upon an icy expanse. Just as he was about to speak, the woman suddenly let out a soft laugh, a laugh that was delicate yet possessed a peculiar resonance, causing the leaves of the Hart tree to rustle. Welcome, Black Dragon from the future. Daemon's blood instantly froze. The Blackfyre's sword slid from its sheath, its tip aimed directly at the woman's throat, the dragon steel blade glinting with a sanguine sheen under the moonlight. The devourer seemed to sense its master's murderous intent, emitting a low growl from outside the sacred wood, shaking the branches and causing dew to plummet. The smile on Larys' face stiffened, instinctively retreating a half-step, leaving a deep mark upon the earth with her limping foot. Yet, Aegon remained in her place, her emerald-like gaze reflecting the cold light of the blade. Her lips curving into a deeper arc suddenly. The wind ceased, the sounds of the stream, the rustling leaves, and the distant roars of dragons seemingly vanished in that moment. The entire sacred wood was left with only the distorted visage of the Hart tree, alongside Aegon's seemingly mundane words echoing repeatedly in Daemon's ears. Chapter 57. Flames and Dreams. Dreams of Flames? Aegon's embrace felt like a warm cage. Just as Daemon was about to speak, he found his mouth and nose enveloped by her astonishingly ample bosom. The warmth of her soft flesh pressed against the side of his face, mingling scents of rosemary with an unfamiliar herb, creating an invisible web that constricted his breath instantaneously. The black, three-headed dragon brand upon his right shoulder erupted with searing pain, as if a fire were coursing through his veins into his limbs. Hush! Aegon's voice came from above, imbued with an unusual tremor, akin to a mother's lullaby to soothe her infant. Sleep now, Black Dragon. Behold the truth within the flames. Witness your destiny. Her fingertips gently caressed his silver hair. Her nails painted a dark crimson, glimmering like blood scabs under the moonlight. Daemon struggled, only to find his limbs suddenly weighed down, his eyelids as heavy as paper coated in honey, refusing to lift no matter how hard he tried. The growl of the gluttonous dragon erupted outside the sacred wood, a restless warning that faded into the distance, ultimately blurring into a faint buzzing in his ears. In the moment before darkness surged forth, he glimpsed Larys, robust yet limping, hiding in the shadow of the Hart tree, tracing a half-circle on the ground, seemingly caught off guard, his body trembling incessantly. The doom of Arryn. The flames in his dream initially flickered with a bronze hue. Daemon found himself atop the incomplete walls of Arryn Fortress, the stone steps beneath him still damp from the quarry. A dark-haired man's roar caused the bricks to tremble, scattering dust as if it were the infamous Blackheart Arryn, king of the Iron Islands and Riverrun, clad in triple iron armor, his battle axe dripping with the blood of slaves. Tell that bastard Aegon, Arryn Fortress is impregnable. Suddenly, white mist surged from the distant eye of God Lake, from which emerged the colossal wings of the flying mountain, Balorian, casting shadows over the land. The black scales of the Grim Reaper shimmered like molten rock in the sunlight, atop which a silver-haired man adorned with black flames exuded confidence. He was the conqueror Aegon. The Dragonfire descended. It was not gold, but an obsidian hue as dark as the night, akin to the molten lava poured forth by celestial beings. The first wave toppled the spire of the burning King's Tower, melting stones raining down upon Arryn's iron guards, sealing them within the crevices of the walls. Hurin's roar transformed into a wretched scream. He sought refuge in the highest tower, only to be pinned down by Balorion's massive claw upon the tower's summit. As Dragonfire surged through the window cracks, boiling the tyrant and his pride alike, Daemon witnessed the sigil of House Harlaw contorting and breaking in the flames, the longship, pine tree, grapevines, and raven's designs turning to ash in succession. The lands conquered by the Ironborn faded into the thick smoke, leaving only the silhouette of Oakmont Island, akin to a forgotten gravestone. The black blood must be fully consumed. The voice of Arya Rivern echoed in Daemon's ears, imbued with a sigh of satisfaction. In the dream, Daemon suddenly looked down to find his palm pressed against the scorching bricks of the fortress, the skin seared with the mark of the Harlaw sigil. The acrid scent piercing his nostrils, mingling with the bloody aroma of the red grasslands. Beneath the Eye of God, a silver dragon. The scene shifted abruptly. The waters of Eye of God Lake transformed into a shade of emerald. A young silver-haired boy rode a massive silver dragon, soaring above the lake's surface. The dragon's scales reflecting sunlight like scattered diamonds. His army formed ranks along the shore, the three-headed dragon emblem on their banners flapping in the wind, yet failing to mask the turmoil in the young commander's eyes. "We must charge straight for King's Landing," he shouted to his knights, his voice trembling like reeds in the wind. This time, Daemon stood beside a man wielding the sword Lady Silence, which he recognized all too well. Watching as the forces of Riverlands approached from the south, the silver trout banner of Tully advancing from the northern bank, like two moving walls, break through and disperse. The man's roar was swallowed by the wind, his sword, Lady Silence, emanating a foreboding blue glow. "Your Highness, it's a trap." But the boy in the sky paid no heed. He orchestrated the ascent of the silver dragon, its roar resonating with an innocent fury. At that moment, the lake's surface erupted in a colossal wave as Balerion surged forth from the depths, the shadow of the Black Death instantaneously engulfing the silver dragon. Daemon heard the brittle crack of bones, witnessing the silver dragon's left wing being torn asunder like tattered cloth, the young prince's crown rolling off its back, sending ripples of crimson through the water. It was the silver and the uncrowned Aegon. Atop the Black Death, Maegor's laughter pierced the air sharper than Dragonfire. This merciless king stood upon Balerion's neck, his black armor stained with the blood of the silver dragon. As he wielded black flames to shatter the skull of the last rebel, the splattered brains warm and viscous upon Daemon's face. The army of the uncrowned disintegrated, soldiers trampling over their fallen comrades in a desperate flight, only to be surrounded and slaughtered by the three armies. Blood dyed the southern shore of the God's Eye Lake, transforming its emerald waters into a hue of agate. Thus began the Targaryen Civil War. Arryn's hand traced across his cheek, her nails icy cold. Blood debts must be repaid in blood, mustn't they? Daemon wished to counter, yet found himself standing beside the man who held the Lady of Empty Silence. The blade of her sword stained with freshly shed blood. Was this the blood of Ser Davos Darklyn? This man. The roar of Ser Corlys Velaryon echoed in Daemon's ears. Break through. For Prince Aegon. The frenzied dance of the colossal dragon ensued. As the God's Eye Lake ignited once more, the night became the finest backdrop. Vhagar's shadow loomed larger than the castle itself, the old dragon's scales embedded with countless arrows. Yet this did not hinder its speed as it tore through the air. A one-eyed, silver-haired man glimmered with a fierce light under the moon, his iron chains binding him to the dragon's saddle, a madman, one-eyed Aemon. "Daemon, you old fool." His roar was laced with delight. "Today marks your demise." Vhagar collided from the side, crimson dragonfire lashing like a whip against Vhagar's neck. Daemon Targaryen stood upon the dragon's back, the hilt of the Dark Sister drenched in sweat. Then, Daemon beheld the grotesque scars upon Aemon's blind eye, marks he had left upon himself in his youth. Daemon Targaryen shouted, "For Rhaenyra!" He bellowed as he unfastened the saddle straps and leapt onto Vhagar's back. The two dragons grappled in the skies, their flames intertwining into a golden-red web, illuminating the God's Eye Lake as if it were daytime. As Daemon plunged the Dark Sister into Aemon's blind eye, the old dragon Vhagar emitted a deathly wail. The two dragons plummeted, the lake erupting in waves as tall as the tower of the burning king, dragging Daemon's consciousness into darkness. When Daemon opened his eyes again in the dream, he found himself kneeling in the courtyard of Harrenhal, the lifeless body of Vhagar before him, crimson dragon blood pooling upon the stone, forming a small stream. In the distance, within the weirwood grove, 13 scratches upon the Hart tree bled, resembling 13 weeping eyes. This was his fate, Daemon Blackfyre. Arryn's voice whispered sweetly in his dream, laced with temptation, "Look, how much you resemble him." the ashes of the Red Plains. The winds of the crimson grassland carried a scent of rust. Daemon stood beside his own lifeless body, observing the rain of blood crow's arrows descend like a dark cloud. The black dragon banner of his eldest son, Aegon, snapped in the wind, while the corpse of the silver-haired youth was impaled upon the ground by a spear, his violet eyes wide open, resembling two unextinguished stars. Oswell was pinned to the scorched earth by 3 spears, the broken sword still trembling in his twitching fingers. Gavin Hightower's gilded breastplate was caved in like scrap metal, and the viscera spilling from his mouth was stained with shards of Blackfyre. Bryndon's single eye shimmered atop the mountain, while the cloak of the blood crows billowed in the wind like unfurled wings. Surrender, his voice echoed across the battlefield. Imbued with false compassion, the 7 kingdoms could accommodate no more than 2 dragons. Daemon attempted to grasp the Blackfyre, sword lying on the ground, only to find his palm passing through its blade. He beheld his corpse cloaked in arrows, witnessed his second son, Aemon, seize the Blackfyre sword only to have it snatched away by the ravenous guard, and observed the blood of the crimson grassland being swept away by the westerly wind, revealing the barren yellow earth beneath. There were no dragons, no glory, only a flock of crows alighting upon the body of his eldest son, pecking at the once proud violet eyes. This is what you have experienced, is it not? The embrace of Allery tightened in his dreams, her voluptuous bosom pressing against his ribs. Yet this was not the end. Chapter 58, Scattered Rubies, the Future of the Trident. The images in Daemon's dream once again revolved, ultimately halting at the Green Fork Ferry of the Trident. This time, the sky, like the crimson grassland, bore no presence of dragons. The river at the ferry was littered with countless corpses. The waters of the Green Fork had turned a dark crimson. The banner of the Stormlands, emblazoned with the crowned stag, leaned against the riverbank, while the North's direwolf banner stood resolutely beside it, accompanied by the silver moon blue eagle of the Vale. And the silver trout banner of the Riverlands hung nearby, as if swimming in a sea of red and blue waves. Opposite them, the royal black-red dragon banner stood firm in the wind, its soldiers clad in a variety of armors, the decorations on their helmets glimmering with cold light. The second most striking was the golden rose banner of the Reach, closely aligned with the royal standard, the bloodstains on the petal emblem resembling fresh dewdrops. To the right, the sunburst lance banner of Dorne proudly fluttered, the sun emblem at its tip gleaming with a ruthless light under the sun. Daemon's gaze was drawn to the struggle at the center of the ferry. A brawny man clad in silver armor and adorned with antlered helm swung a warhammer, each strike carrying the force to cleave stone. His long black hair flew from beneath the helmet, droplets of blood falling to the ground, stirring up tiny clouds of dust. His opponent, donned in royal black armor, wore a helmet with dragon wings that swayed slightly during the fierce battle, revealing a few strands of dazzling silver hair beneath. Robert, the black armor shouted, his voice tinged with resignation. Rhaegar, another voice roared, brimming with fury. The clash of warhammer against longsword echoed deafeningly. The silver-armored man's chest was sliced open, a gaping wound deep enough to see bone, blood gushing forth, staining the stag emblem upon his breast. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he summoned all his strength to bring the warhammer crashing down upon his opponent's chest plate, resulting in a resounding clang. The man clad in royal black armor, adorned with dragon wings, was hurled backward, revealing a striking visage. With silver hair and violet eyes, Daemon's breath abruptly halted. That face belonged to a Targaryen he had never encountered, its indigo gaze imbued with an inexplicable sorrow that crystallized into astonishment at the moment of impact. The black-armored knight collapsed upon the riverbank, the dragon-etched armor dented, while the shattered rubies tumbled into the water, prompting a frenzied scramble among the soldiers, momentarily diverting their attention from the battle. The silver-armored giant also knelt, one knee touching the ground, as his warhammer slipped from his grasp, creating a small crater upon landing. He cast one last glance at the sky, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his lips, as if to declare his victory. The searing awakening transformed into excruciating pain. Daemon felt his skin smoldering, the brand upon his right shoulder resembling a searing iron, nearly piercing through flesh. Ilerwin's embrace remained fervent, her ample bosom pressing against his mouth and nose, evoking memories of suffocation upon the Red Plains. "What do you see, Black Dragon?" Her voice carried a note of satisfaction. "The past? The present? Or the future? Or perhaps something even more distant? Let go of me." Daemon suddenly broke free, the Blackfyre sword gripped firmly in his hand. Escaping Ilerwin's hold, a strand of dark red hair drifting behind him. He staggered backward, his back colliding with the Hart tree, the tree's sap dripping upon his neck. Chilling to the bone. Ilerwin stood still, her green gown stained with demon's sweat, her bosom heaving violently, yet her expression bore an uncanny smile. What did you truly see? She licked her lips, her tongue dusted with some golden powder. A more brutal conclusion? Who was that? Daemon's voice came out hoarse, the brand on his shoulder still radiating heat, compelling him to press against it. Who was the silver-armored giant? Who was that silver-haired knight? Why was there no dragon? Why did Dorne aid the crown? Where has the Lion of Lannister gone? Ilerwin straightened her gown, indicating, that was your dream, your future. I merely allowed you to glimpse them. As for me, how could I possibly know? In the distance, a gluttonous roar erupted, the pitch-black dragon flame illuminating the canopy of the sacred grove, distorting the shadow of the Hart tree. Daemon tightened his grip on the Blackfyre's sword, the reflection revealing his own visage, the brand on his shoulder glowing as red as a searing iron, the veins beneath his skin pulsating as if something were about to burst forth. Is this my future? He glared at Ilerwin, fury blazing in his violet eyes. Or is it the future I will alter? Ilerwin offered no response, merely smiling and gesturing towards the Hart tree. Following her gaze, Daemon observed the tree's eyes oozing more dark red sap, trickling down the gnarled bark. Laenor, with his limp, anxiously sketched patterns in the earth, glancing worriedly at Daemon, uncertain of what his wet nurse had revealed to the prince. Your Highness, are you unhurt? His words were abruptly interrupted by the resounding roar of the devourer. The black dragon's bellow was laced with an unprecedented restlessness, as though it sensed its master's peril. Daemon took a step back, the tip of the Blackfyre sword aimed between Jaehaerys and Rhaenys, the burning sensation in his right shoulder gradually subsiding, leaving only a numbing sting. I shall uncover the truth. His voice was as frigid as the ice of the Godeye Lake, regardless of whose destiny it may be. I shall rewrite it with my own hands. Jaehaerys laughed even more joyously, her ample bosom rising and falling beneath her green gown, akin to two flickering flames. I shall await your return, your Highness, her voice laced with enchantment. You need me to be by your side. Daemon turned and dashed out of the sacred wood, the shadow of the devourer awaiting him ahead. As he leapt onto the dragon's back, he cast a glance back at the moonlit forest, where Jaehaerys' silhouette intertwined with the shadows of the trees, resembling two conspiratorial phantoms. Meanwhile, the eye of the Hart tree continued to drip dark crimson sap, as if weeping for the impending bloodshed of the future. The surface of the Godeye Lake reflected the silhouette of Herlenberg, the shadows of its 5 towers distorting upon the waves, resembling 5 slumbering behemoths. Daemon patted the devourer's neck, and the black dragon emitted a long, resonant roar that soared into the heavens. The image of the trident river lingered in his mind, the battlefield devoid of dragons, the noblemen slaughtering one another. And that fallen silver-haired prince, who was he? A descendant of future Dallin, or a product of his own historical alterations? The brand on his right shoulder began to sear once more, yet this time, Daemon did not suppress it. He understood that Jaehaerys' flames did not deceive. Within the shadows of Herlenberg lay a future more dreadful than the frenzied dance of the blood dragon, and he must discover a means to extinguish it before the flames engulfed him. The devourer's roar cleaved through the night sky, imbued with its master's resolve. Vanishing deep into the shadows of Herlenberg, in the sacred wood, Jaehaerys gazed at the retreating figure of the black dragon, and suddenly whispered to the Hart tree, her voice as soft as a sigh, "You will return for me." Rhaenys, with his lamed leg trembling against the ground, queried, "What did you reveal to his Highness? What of the black dragon from the future?" His tone was fraught with lingering agitation. Within the eye of the Hart tree, the final drop of sap fell, spreading across the ground. The droplets on the ground, much like the visions in Daemon's dreams, resembled burning rubies. Chapter 59. The winds of thousand-faced all the night over Godeye Lake flowed like liquid ink. The shadow of the devourer sliced through the water's surface, stirring up currents that rippled the emerald lake, startling a flock of black swans into flight, their wings brushing against the water with an unusually clear sound amidst the stillness. Daemon lay upon the dragon's back, the brand on his right shoulder still a dull ache. The illusion of the trident river he had witnessed in the sacred wood etched in his mind, the battlefield without dragons, the warhammer of the silver-armored giant. And that fallen silver-haired prince. This way. Jaehaerys' voice floated up from below. Daemon looked down to see a small boat anchored in the heart of the lake. The green-gowned woman reclining against the boat's edge, moonlight cascading over her extraordinary bosom as if dusted with a layer of silver frost. The silhouette of thousand-face loomed ahead, shrouded in a dense forest, where glimmers of light flickered through the treetops, resembling countless eyes peering from the darkness. The glutton descended upon the sandy shores of the island, the crunch of crushed shells underfoot startling a flock of waterfowl. Daemon approached the water's edge, the Blackfyre sword hanging at his waist, its hilt warmer than usual. Arya had abandoned the boat, her bare feet sinking into the damp sand. The silver chain around her ankle jingling softly with each step. You are half a day later than I anticipated. I need to ensure that Guy Rouet and the others remain untroubled by discovery. Daemon's gaze swept over the forest, the outlines of the trees twisting into phantoms in the night. Is this truly the place you spoke of? Thousand Facile. Arya raised her hand, pointing into the depths of the woodland, the site where our ancestors swore allegiance with the children of the forest. The future you glimpsed that day was too burdensome for me to elucidate. Everything comes at a price. Hence I must bring you to meet the true emissary of the Oathkeeper prophet. As they traversed the dense thickets, the air grew damp and viscous, imbued with the scent of moss and decaying leaves. The earth beneath their feet was as soft as a sponge, occasionally cracking underfoot, startling the nocturnal creatures above into brief, sharp cries. Daemon observed that every fishbeam tree bore faces, some weeping, others laughing, some enraged, still others sorrowful, with features contorted like phantoms from a dream. Their eye sockets embedded with a luminous moss that flickered with an eerie green glow in the darkness. The blood and fire of the Dawn era were etched into these visages. Arya lowered her voice, as if afraid of disturbing something. Our ancestors burned too many fishbeam trees, and the children of the forest shattered the arm of Dorne with magic. The war raged for centuries until an oath was sworn here. She caressed the face of a Hart tree, her fingertips tracing the twisted corners of its mouth. Each face was a witness, bearing testament to both peace and betrayal. Daemon halted before the stoutest fishbeam tree, its face particularly grotesque, with deep-set eyes and a mouth that split to the roots of its ears, the glowing moss giving it the appearance of weeping green tears. What relevance does this have to what I have seen? He recalled the blood of the trident, the ashes of the Red Prairie, and wondered if the peace between the ancestors and the children of the forest could explain the impending civil war. Arya offered no reply, but instead whistled toward the depths of the woods. The whistle was sharp and prolonged, akin to the call of a certain bird. Moments later, the rustling of leaves approached, and a diminutive figure emerged from behind a tree, halting 10 paces away. Daemon tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Was this a child of the forest? Smaller than he had imagined, reaching only to his waist, her deep brown skin adorned with fawn-like spots, her cloak woven from leaves partially concealing her form. Her ears were large and pointed, quivering like a startled fox, but most striking were her narrow, cat-like eyes, their pupils a mesmerizing blend of gold and green, shimmering with an otherworldly sheen as they turned in the dark. Her unkempt hair was tangled with vines, small twigs, and a few wilted wildflowers, showcasing the unique browns and golds of autumn. Her name was Leaf. Arya softly introduced herself, her tone imbued with a rare emotion. As she stood as the vow keeper of this island, the spokesperson for the Green Prophet, and the sole child of the forest capable of speaking the common tongue. Leaf offered no words, merely gazing at Daemon with her feline eyes, her gaze sweeping over his silver hair and violet irises, ultimately resting upon the mark upon his right shoulder. Her nose twitched, as if detecting a certain scent, before she suddenly spoke, her voice sharp and childlike, yet conveying a depth beyond her years. The black dragon spoken of by the Green Prophet? It carries the sanguine essence of that future crimson grassland. Daemon raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? I know your blood, Leaf replied, her finger pointing toward the fish carved with faces. The trees remember everything. Your ancestors rode dragons to this place, foreseen by the Green Prophet, your lineage sweeping through the 7 kingdoms amidst the frenzy of the blood dragon. Your blood extinguished by the rain of arrows upon the red grassland. The trees remember. Arya interjected at the opportune moment. Leaf. Their Green Prophet can perceive the threads of time. What you glimpsed in the sacred wood was merely a fragment of the future. She might unveil more. Is what I saw real? Daemon pressed, his voice tightening, recalling the war of the Trident River, a world devoid of dragons, and that silver-haired, violet-eyed prince. Yet Leaf shook her head, her golden and green pupils narrowing into fine lines. The future is not a singular path. It is a multitude of rivers. What you witnessed is but one of them. It may transpire, or it may not. She turned to venture deeper into the forest. Follow me. The Green Prophet has revealed that the answers lie not in words, but in dreams. Daemon glanced at Arya, who shrugged, her ample figure casting a shadow beneath the moonlight. Trust her. The dreams of the forest child, the Green Prophet, are more honest than flames. They arrived at a clearing within the woods, where a spring lay at its center, the water of vibrant emerald hue, reflecting the vast array of stars above. Leaf stood beside the spring, removing a withered branch from her hair and casting it into the water. The branch did not sink. Instead, it began to swirl upon the surface, creating ripples that spread outward. "Lie down," she instructed Daemon, "and gaze at the water's surface." Daemon hesitated for a moment before reclining at the edge of the spring. The cold earth seeped through his clothing, reminding him of the desolate grasslands. Arryn approached him, her full figure blocking a portion of the moonlight, her hand gently pressing against his forehead, the warmth of her palm familiar. "Relax, Black Dragon. This time, it is not I who guides the dream." The ripples of the spring grew larger, the reflected stars beginning to distort and swirl, ultimately coalescing into a nebulous light. Daemon's gaze was drawn to the radiance, his eyelids growing heavy, the distant growl of a predator, the rustling of leaves, Arryn's breathing, all sounds gradually receding. In the dream, Daemon found himself standing amidst a burning wasteland on the grassland. Ashes fell like snowflakes, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. A girl with silver-golden hair stood barefoot amidst the flames, the fire licking at the hem of her dress without causing her harm. Her hair curled from the heat, singed strands clinging to her cheek, yet her violet eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, akin to two gems forged in the fire. Daemon yearned to inquire who she was, but discovered he could not utter a sound. The maiden slowly extended her arms, and from her embrace, and behind her, 3 young dragons emerged unexpectedly, one as black as pitch, another of bronze with a verdant hue, and the last, a milky white adorned with gold. The hatchlings emitted sharp cries, unleashing tiny jets of dragon fire that incinerated the surrounding ashes. The scene abruptly shattered, resembling a mirror shattered by thrown stones. Then, Daemon found himself amidst a desolate expanse of ice and snow, the biting cold enveloping him in an instant. The ice beneath his feet was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting his face, which had turned a purplish hue from the chill. In the distance, glaciers loomed like the fangs of a colossal beast. While the frigid wind whipped snowflakes against his face with a stinging intensity, he beheld an extraordinary figure standing atop an ice hill, his skin pale as moonlight, and his eyes a pure azure, resembling 2 frozen stars. The creature's skin was as cold as ice, adorned in the fur of some unknown beast, and wielding a spear of crystalline ice. He approached a rudimentary altar, upon which lay a weeping infant, the eerie being bent down, gently caressing the baby's cheek with its icy fingers. The infant's cries ceased abruptly. Its eyes slowly opened, transforming into the same brilliant blue as the enigmatic creature, its skin becoming as pale as parchment. The being straightened suddenly, turning its head, those blue eyes locking onto Daemon with chilling precision. Daemon felt his blood freeze within him. It was not the gaze of a human, devoid of anger or curiosity. It bore an ancient, unchanging coldness, as if regarding an inconsequential insect. A whisper echoed across the frozen expanse, indistinguishable from the voice of the otherworldly being or the wind. Daemon jolted upright, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking his undergarments. Elwyn's embrace was just behind him, her ample bosom pressed against his back, her warm breath caressing his nape. "What did you see?" she inquired urgently. The hem of her green gown dampened by the spring's moisture. Leaf stood by the spring, her cat-like eyes shimmering with a fiery golden green. "Did you see him? What was it?" Daemon's voice was hoarse, still trembling from the remnants of fear. That creature upon the ice, its gaze, an otherworldly being. Leaf's tone turned unusually grave, her high-pitched voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness. "The spirits from the land of eternal winter." "The legendary others?" Elwyn gasped, her full bosom rising and falling slightly. For it was said to be merely a myth of the ancients, tales spun to frighten children. "Not merely a tale," Leaf shook her head, pointing northward as if she could penetrate through 1,000 forests to glimpse the frozen desolation. "They are the vanquished of the Dawn War, banished back to the land of eternal winter. Yet they have not vanished, they await in silence." She turned to Daemon, her golden green pupils constricting. "What you have witnessed is the otherworldly being of 200 years hence." Daemon's heart sank. 200 years hence? But he has come early. Leaf's gaze fell upon the brand on his right shoulder. "Because of your arrival, the Black Dragon. Your rebirth is akin to a stone cast into the river of time, creating ripples that not only alter your future, but also awaken the slumbering one." "When will he begin to awaken?" Daemon pressed further, recalling the infant touched by the White Walkers, remembering those cerulean eyes. "Years? Decades? Perhaps even a century?" Leaf's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable strength. His awakening required a process, a chill, and offerings. One thing was certain. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Daemon before drifting toward the distant sky, as if searching for the shadow of a dragon. Once the dragons of this world became extinct, no one could thwart his premature resurrection beyond the wall. Daemon fell silent, The shadow of the blood dragon still lingered, and another, even more colossal and distant threat loomed before him. Initially, he had sought merely to avert civil war and preserve his family's bloodline. Yet now it appeared that what he truly needed to safeguard was perhaps the future of all Westeros. Olyra gently clasped his hand, her palm warm and soft. "Do you now comprehend what I witnessed about you in the flames?" Leaf had already vanished back into the woods, leaving behind a whisper carried by the wind. The seer spoke, stating that dragon fire might melt ice, provided the flames do not extinguish first upon the battlefield of fratricide. Daemon gazed upward at the night sky. The surface of God's Eye Lake reflected the outline of the Thousand Islands, resembling a leaf adrift in ink. This night had not only left him without the answers he sought, but also foretold a graver crisis. The dragon's roar from the shore echoed with restless agitation. He understood that from this night forth, the burden upon his shoulders had grown heavier. He must not only halt the blood dragon's frenzy and preserve the lineage of dragons, but also remain vigilant of the impending threat from the ice plains, which could awaken at any moment, 2 centuries hence. Olyra nestled beside him, her ample form providing a measure of warmth. "Let us return, Daemon. Harrenhal awaits your return." Daemon rose, the Blackfyre's sword glinting coldly under the moonlight. He cast one last glance at the spring-s waters, which had regained their serenity, reflecting the starry heavens as if the strange phantoms had never existed. Yet he knew those visions were all too real. The chilling gaze of the White Walkers, the violet eyes of the girl in the flames, and the blood of the trident, all fragments pointed toward an even more tumultuous future. He must hasten his steps. As the Greed Eater lifted him and Olyra into the sky, Daemon looked back, the forest of the Thousand Islands silent and enigmatic in the night. Countless faces of the fish-leaping trees flickering among the woods, as if silently recounting the oaths of the Dawn Age and foretelling the impending storm. The waters of God's Eye Lake flowed gently beneath him, emerald and warm, yet seemingly concealing innumerable cold secrets. Daemon tightened his grip on the Blackfyre's sword, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his violet eyes. Regardless of the multitude of threats that lay ahead, he would confront them all, for he was Daemon Blackfyre. The Black Dragon returned from the red grasslands. His flames would never extinguish easily. Chapter 60. The Crooked Foot. The gray donkey and the dragon. The morning mist of Harrenhal had yet to dissipate, the gravel in the courtyard crunching beneath his boots. As Daemon swung onto the gluttonous dragon's saddle, he caught sight of the Strongs standing at the castle gate, bidding farewell to Count Borwin, whose expression was grave. Harwin Strong grasped the hilt of his sword, while the figure of Larry Strong remained conspicuously absent. Surely, the cripple would not dare to show up, leaning on his cane. Daemon Targaryen scoffed beside Corlys Velaryon. He had encountered this fellow, who bore a striking resemblance to his current self, while wandering the castle yesterday. The bandage on his left leg had just been changed, the white linen remained taut, yet it did not diminish his eagerness to witness the spectacle. As his words faded, a peculiar braying echoed from within the castle. The crowd turned to investigate, and there was Larry Strong, awkwardly mounted on a gray donkey, limping his way out from the archway. The hem of his black cloak brushed against the donkey's coarse fur, his left leg unnaturally straightening with each step. With every movement, the donkey brayed, seemingly protesting against this bizarre burden. "By the gods," muttered Leford, covering his mouth as his shoulders shook violently. Next to him, Leon Cobry turned his head. The hilt of his silver sword gripped so tightly it turned pale, yet he could not suppress the muffled laughter that escaped his throat. Rupert Clayburn, usually serious, turned away, his white armor's shoulder plates quivering as he struggled to contain his mirth. Colin Saitiga paused in adjusting his navigational charts, his gaze drawn to Larry's conspicuously deformed left foot, his lips curling involuntarily into a smirk. The most uncontrollable of all was Mycerys Rivers, who thumped his thigh in raucous laughter. "Is this the new jest of Harrenhal? A strong traveling by donkey?" Jammer Viserys' single eye gleamed with amusement, and he quickly looked down, feigning an inspection of his bowstring, though the tips of his ears betrayed a faint blush. Yet Larry's appeared oblivious, guiding the donkey to the front of the procession, gently patting its ear. "Please, do not mock me. My leg is unreliable, and riding a horse would risk a fall, so I must impose upon this long-legged gentleman for a ride." He emphasized the words long-legged, his self-deprecating tone eliciting an even louder round of laughter. Daemon's gaze flickered over Larry's twisted mouth, momentarily catching a fleeting glimmer of coldness akin to a serpent's flickering tongue. However, when Larry's met his eyes, his dark orbs held only harmless jest. As he even inclined his body slightly toward Daemon, "Your Highness wouldn't mind a donkey tarnishing your entourage, would you? After all, a cripple paired with a poor steed seems fitting. Let us proceed." Daemon replied coolly, a low rumble emanating from the throat of the glutton. As if mocking this absurd scene, just as the procession was about to commence, heavy footsteps suddenly resonated from behind the castle gates. Alice Rivers emerged, carrying an intricately carved wooden box, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, accentuating the exaggerated curves beneath her gray gown, as if the morning mist had momentarily frozen in awe. The fabric of her gown clung tightly, outlining breathtaking arcs. With each step, the silver chain at her waist swayed, clinking against the box's copper lock, echoing like the heartbeat of the onlookers. The women of House Strachan instinctively recoiled, the younger ones even lowering their eyelids, unable to meet the gaze directly. Howland Strachan's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning pale. Had it not been for Count Balwin's timely cough, he might have charged forward to confront the woman's presence here. The old count squinted, his gaze flitting between Arya and Daemon, ultimately settling on the gray donkey, as if the creature could provide him with answers. The laughter from the group had long since faded. Ms. Rivers stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it, his hand suspended mid-motion as he had been striking his thigh. Rupert Clayborough turned around but forgot to mask his expression, the light catching awkwardly on his shoulder plates in the morning glow. Jamon Vicewater's single eye widened slightly, his gaze lingering on Arya before swiftly averting, feigning an inspection of his bowstring, though his ears betrayed him, turning a subtle shade of red. Unperturbed by the palpable tension surrounding her, Arya strode directly up to Rhaenys, extending the wooden box toward him for the attendant. Her voice was casual, yet carried an air of familiar authority. Rhaenys promptly dismounted from the donkey, stumbling awkwardly on the cobblestones before steadying himself to accept the box. His black cloak brushed against the donkey's legs, which, in turn, scraped its hooves against the ground in apparent derision at its master's eagerness. Then, she moved toward the dragons. The name Daemon hung in the air like a stone cast into a frozen lake, instantly disturbing the surface. Daemon Targaryen's eyes sparkled, and he hastily shifted his weight on his cane, silver-white hair brushing against the red dragon scales. A beauty calls for me? Though his left leg remained tightly bound, it did not hinder him from adopting a suave posture, even puffing out his chest. I had a feeling House Strachan harbored such figures. Before he could finish, he noticed Arya halting beside the claws of the devourer, gazing up at Daemon on the dragon's back. You ought to remain with the group, Daemon. His voice was calm as the deep waters of the god's eye, his gaze sweeping over her empty hands, or ride in the carriage. Arya smiled, the curve of her crimson lips reminiscent of the twisted corners of the Hart tree on the Isle of Faces. You need me, do you not? She stepped closer, the neckline of her gray gown slightly parted. Some matters, ignited by flames, cannot simply be discussed in the carriage. Ms. River inhaled sharply, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Gair's brows knitted tightly, a layer of frost forming in her pale purple eyes. Mysalia subtly inched closer to her side, the young girl's shoulders trembling slightly. Her skirt crumpled beyond recognition. Daemon Targaryen's cane clattered to the ground. It dawned on him that the call of Daemon had not been directed at him. He awkwardly froze on the scales of Caraxes, uncertain whether to ascend or descend, ultimately picking up his cane and exchanging knowing glances with Arya. Little Daemon, you are quite something. He deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze circling around Arya. Such a beauty, so well concealed, yet why not enlighten your dear brother first? He reminisced. Back in Silk Street, be silent. Gair's voice was as frigid as ice. Daemon Targaryen immediately fell silent, turning to Daemon with a playful wink. See, your aunt is scolding me again. Your reputation precedes you. Had it not been for your plea to her, I suspect she would have been swiftly returned to King's Landing. Daemon disregarded his jest, bending down to hoist the dazed Mysalia onto the back of the dragon. The girl's fingers were icy, trembling slightly as they grasped his sleeve. Do not be afraid, he murmured, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the faint pink scars on her wrist, remnants of her recent needlework. Alahervin observed this scene, her smile deepening. She turned to Gary, curtsying gracefully. Your Highness, may I ride with you? The splendid Dreamfire must surely be more comfortable than a carriage. Gary bit her lip in silence. A tacit consent. Yet, just as she was about to mount the dragon, Alahervin suddenly encircled her waist from behind. The girl gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson, as if touched by the morning mist. Alahervin's chest pressed against her back, the unexpected softness rendering Gary momentarily rigid, her fingers slipping on the dragon's saddle. What were you about to say? Gary intended to ask, but the warm breath that Alahervin exhaled near her ear rendered her speechless. Daemon on the back of the dragon furrowed his brow, about to voice his thoughts, when Alahervin met his gaze, her expression devoid of frivolity. Imbued instead with a tranquil understanding, as if to say, "Trust me." Suppressing his displeasure, he patted the black dragon's spine. "Let us depart." The dragon let out a low growl and took to the skies, sweeping away the last remnants of the morning fog. Corach followed closely behind, while Daemon Targaryen reclined on the dragon's back, muttering, "Bias, sheer bias. To be embraced by a beauty and not called upon." Dreamfire ascended last, the gentle breeze from its pale blue wings tousling Aegon's dark hair, which brushed against Garry's cheek. Garry turned her face away but could not resist stealing glances at Aegon, who was undeniably more voluptuous than herself. Mysaria combined could scarcely compare. She discreetly straightened her posture, only to feel childish and bit her lip in frustration. "Are we competing?" Aegon's voice, laced with mirth, wafted to Garry's ear. The girl's face reddened further, and she instinctively shifted closer to Dreamfire's neck. "No." Corach leaned in, and Daemon Targaryen's laughter carried on the wind. "Why does my little aunt blush? Are you embarrassed to be held by a beauty? Shall I take your place? Keep it up, and I shall cast you into the lake of the gods." Garry's furious shout, tinged with a hint of tears, elicited a low chuckle from Daemon on the dragon's back. Mysaria, sensing his amusement, looked up with a gaze filled with confusion. Daemon glanced down at her, suddenly recalling that since his departure, Daemon Targaryen had not been released from his seclusion in the attic. He wondered if our roguish prince would be startled by the ransom for the maiden that Garry had hung upon his ledger upon returning to Silk Street. At this thought, he could not help but laugh aloud. "What brings you joy?" Garry turned her head, and Aegon also looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Daemon shook his head, remaining silent. Yet, Garry suddenly noted that Aegon's gaze upon her carried no mockery, only a faint compassion, as if beholding a fragile treasure. A sudden jolt coursed through her, as she felt Arryn's hand tighten around her waist. The grip, rather than affectionate, served as a foreboding reminder of her uncertain future. She turned her gaze towards Daemon, perched atop the greedy one, who appeared engrossed in conversation with Mysaria. The young maiden's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. A flicker of irritation dissipated within Garry, her eyes narrowing instead at the boisterous Daemon Targaryen, attributing her turmoil to this charming rogue's influence over her own little demon. As the morning mist lifted, the azure waves of the God's Eye Lake unfurled beneath, resembling a colossal emerald. Shadows of 3 dragons danced upon the water's surface, pursuing one another in a playful chase. The banter of Daemon Targaryen, Garry's admonitions, Arryn's murmurs, and Mysaria's soft laughter intermingled in the breeze, creating a cacophony of sound. Only Daemon noticed the gray donkey ridden by Larys, led by a servant at the tail end of the procession. The dark cloak billowing in the wind mirrored the subtle smile that lingered in the shadows at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, Arryn's knuckles gently drummed against Garry's side, counting in a manner that seemed to convey a clandestine message. The bustling town of Brenthall lay still in the distance. Yet the shadow of Harrenhal quietly entwined itself deeper into the riverlands with this procession. Chapter 61. The mist of the riverlands, the zephyrs of noble hearts carried the scent of aged decay, as 31 fishbeam stumps formed a circle atop the hill, their truncated rings resembling frozen ripples, the hollowed hearts long rotted, yet defiantly reaching skyward. Morning mist danced among the stumps, blurring the banners of the distant hills into indistinct hues. The golden shield trampled by the red horse belonged to House Bracken, while the black crow encircling the dead fishbeam marked House Blackwood, alongside the pluffman of House Derry and the 6 brown oaks of House Smallwood, with the pink and white silks of House Piper fluttering like a maiden's dance. The crests of nearly half the lords of the Riverlands crowded beneath this high hill. The clinking of armor, the whinnying of war horses, and the shouts of command mingled into a tumultuous broth. By the 7, Mary's Riverwind reined in his horse, pointing below. Had Bracken and Blackwood engaged in battle once more? This time, they had summoned such an entourage. As the illegitimate son of House Mouton, he understood the enmity between the 2 houses far better than others. Daemon remained silent, seated upon the greedy one, his gaze sweeping over the circle of stumps. The dark veins at their edges resembled congealed blood, evoking memories of his elder brother Aegon, whose blood had soaked the red earth of the Bloodlands beneath a rain of arrows, coalescing into a small stream at his feet, intertwining with the faint traces of blood visible down the hill. Since that fateful night in the Godswood, he had been haunted by spectral visions of the past. "Look, even the messenger from House Tully has been sent back," exclaimed Leford, his voice tinged with astonishment. He pointed to a knight adorned in silver trout, who was awkwardly turning his horse, the furious roars of Bracken knights echoing behind him. "Tell that old codger, Glover, that he need not concern himself with the affairs of Stonehenge." Arryn, seated behind Garry, gently tapped the young maiden's side, as if counting something. for thousands of years. She began, her voice carried away by the wind. From the age of heroes until now, our swords have never truly returned to their sheaths. Larys rode at the rear of the procession upon his gray donkey, the dark cloak sweeping over the dew-kissed wild grass. He had just been trying to glean the truth from the excited chatter of the nearby farmers, now tilting his head to observe the pushing crowd below, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. The Breckons claimed that the Blythewoods had stolen their rye, while the Blythewoods accused the Breckons of poisoning the water source in Crowtree. Indeed, he drawled, striking the belly of the donkey lightly with his crutch. It seemed merely an excuse to vent nearly 50 years of pent-up frustration. Daemon Targaryen leaned on his cane, shifting slightly on Corlys Valerion's back, the bandage on his left leg particularly conspicuous. Little demon, he looked at the demon beside him, his eyes alight with mischief. Why don't we go down and see? Perhaps we could earn a favor from the Tullus. Demon ignored him. Memories surged like an uncontrollable tide, flowing forth from the noble Hart, the night before the rebellion. The fire pit crackling. Sir Quentyn Ball's red hair blazed in the firelight, as he clapped Demon on the shoulder, the hilt of his steel sword digging painfully into him. You are of the blood of 2 true dragons. Why should you bow to the son of Daeron and that Dornish wench? The coachman's spittle splattered on his face. Look at Aegon. His mother is of House Brecken, yet she dares to contest. Behind him, Aegon Valerion stood in the shadows, his black hair falling over his forehead, concealing his eyes, which mirrored Daemon's purple gaze. On his shield, the red horse of House Brecken bore the dragon wings of House Blackfyre, exhaling flames. Brother, the voice of cold iron was like ice tempered. That Brynden fellow is watching you. He is a half-blood crow of House Blythewood, filled with schemes like his kin. At that time, Daemon wielded the Blackfyre sword, its blade glinting coldly in the firelight. He gazed at the arrows of the crow's teeth guard, each etched with a tiny crow insignia, identical to the black crow on the Blythewood banner below the hill. Lost in thought again, Aeliana Valerion's voice pierced through the memory. Daemon returned to the present, noticing her gazing down, her gray dress fluttering in the wind. What did you see? I witnessed blood from the past, Daemon murmured, pointing toward the burly knight at the forefront of the Brecken line, who wielded a great sword, his red hair dancing in the wind, reminiscent of Quentyn Ball, who had once felled Lord Lethford outside Lannisport. The Breckons always preferred to let their steeds and swords do the talking. And what of House Blythewood? Jaehaerys inquired curiously. She glimpsed several knights in black cloaks encircling a heart tree in the Blythewood ranks, shadows flickering upon them like a murder of crows. They favor arrows. Daemon's gaze fell upon the archers behind the Blythewood lines. Their bows were crafted from fishbeam wood, the grain evoking memories of blood on the red plains. Those same bows had pierced his throat and Aegon's heart upon the Weeping Ridge. Larys approached on a gray donkey, dragging his leg along the ground with a soft sound. Your Highness, look at the Blythewood banner. It's wrapped around a dead fishbeam. For they believe the heart tree of Crowtree has been poisoned by House Brecken. He smiled, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his dark eyes. Thus, you see, today's farce remains utterly absurd. Daemon tightened his grip on the hilt of the Blackfyre sword, its blade shimmering with a dim light upon the dragon's saddle, seemingly echoing the rhythm of his heartbeat. Let the battle commence. Came the thunderous roar from below, reverberating through the air. The onlookers gazed downward to witness the Brecken family's red stallion banner surging forward, as a mighty knight cleaved through a shield of House Blythewood with his great sword. Instantly, the archers of House Blythewood loosed their arrows, the shafts sweeping across the sky like a dark cloud, embedding themselves in the ranks of House Brecken. The silver trout of House Tully attempted to maneuver between the factions, only to be simultaneously repelled by both sides, the knight's furious roars scattering the morning mist of noble intentions. What a commotion! Daemon Targaryen chuckled, tapping his cane lightly against the scales of Corlys Valerion. Come now, little demon, shall we not join the fray? I wager that the moment Corlys breathes fire, they will all kneel and proclaim him your grace. Rhaenyra frowned. Daemon Targaryen, this is a matter of the Riverlands, without father's command. We ought not to interfere. She clearly recalled the day Daemon had cautioned against Otto's allegations of meddling in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. Interference? Alice Rivers chuckled softly, tightening her embrace around Rhaenyra. Princess, Brecken and Blythewood have been at odds for millennia. The treaty set forth by your father has quelled their enmity for scarcely 50 years. Her voice sank to a whisper, akin to the wind murmuring among the tree stumps. This is not interference, it is destiny. Daemon's gaze swept downward, observing the intertwining banners of Brecken's red stallion and Blythewood's crow, stirring memories within him once more. On the Scarlet Plains, Aegon Rivers led his forces charging forth like a red stallion, dragon wings fluttering upon shields. The Raven's Tooth Guard of Brynden Rivers lay in wait behind the Weeping Ridge, their longbows taut and ready. He found himself in the midst of the charge, the Blackfyre sword cleaving through countless spears, yet unable to evade the arrow from Brynden's perch, its shaft etched with the diminutive crow emblem. Then came the deluge of arrows, and his consciousness surged back. Demon? Rhaenyra's voice pulled him from his reverie, her violet eyes filled with concern. You look unwell. Daemon inhaled deeply, the scent of decaying wood mingling with the metallic tang of blood, sharpening his senses. He glanced at Larys, who was bent low, stroking the ears of a donkey, seemingly indifferent to the carnage below, though the knuckles of his hand resting on the saddle were white with tension. His gaze shifted to Alice Rivers, her dark hair billowing in the wind, obscuring half her face, revealing only her luminous eyes fixed upon the circle of fish-laden stumps. Order them, Your Grace. Larys suddenly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes devoid of jest, replaced by an urgent seriousness. If we wait any longer, it will no longer be mediation, but rather a matter of collecting the dead. Daemon Targaryen's eyes gleamed. Did you hear that? Even this cripple possesses more resolve than you. Little demon, let the glutton stretch his legs. Silence. Daemon interrupted, his voice as cold as the morning frost of noble intentions. He gently tapped the neck of the glutton, eliciting a deep, resonant growl from the black dragon, momentarily halting the cacophony of battle below. Guy Rouet and Daemon turned their gaze towards the maiden upon Dreamfire, summoning the messenger of House Tully. Guy Rouet hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Dreamfire swooped down, the soft blue dragon wings stirring a gust of wind that enveloped the beleaguered knight. Daemon's eyes scanned the tumultuous battlefield, sweeping over the silent stumps of Fishbeam Wood, ultimately resting upon the banners of Brecon and Blywood. The shadows of the red horse and the black raven entwined, casting distorted shapes in the morning light, reminiscent of the shadows of the Yige River and the Blinden River upon the crimson plains. Tell them, Daemon's voice resonated through the dragon's roar across the high hill. Either lay down your swords and return home to await my mediation with Duke Tully, or, he paused, as the glutton abruptly raised its head, its dark eyes reflecting the terror below, let this noble heart be reduced to ashes in a sea of fire. Suddenly, the wind ceased. The sounds of battle, the shouts, and the clattering of hooves vanished. Only the circle of Fishbeam stumps stood silently in the stillness, as though bearing witness to yet another bloody affair destined to be etched into the annals of time. The black, three-headed dragon sigil upon Daemon's right shoulder burned intensely, slowly transmitting its heat to the hand gripping the Blackfyre sword. He understood that this was the first time in his life he had taken on the role of mediator, yet it would not be the last. He aimed not only to halt the blood dragon's frenzied dance, but also to restrain this sword, which had been inherited for millennia, in preparation for an even greater crisis, despite the hilt's searing heat causing his palm to ache. The fog of noble intent finally dissipated amidst the dragon's roar, while the entwined banners and shadows had only just begun their new entanglement. Chapter 62. The absurd reason. The winds of noble intent carried the unique dampness of the Three Rivers region, sweeping across the meadow adorned with golden gorse. The shadow of the glutton loomed over the high hill, its immense claws crushing clusters of wildflowers, while dragon breath scorched the air, singeing the grass to a charred black. Caraxhiu and Dreamfire flanked either side, the red dragon's scales glistening with a sanguine sheen under the sun, while the blue dragon's wing membranes reflected the pale gray of the sky. The intimidating presence of the three-headed dragon cast an invisible net over the battlefield, rendering the once boisterous clamor of war into an instant silence. The burly man of House Brecon froze mid-swing with his great sword, while the knight of House Blywood found his blade mere inches from his foe's throat, thwarted by the opponent's long sword. The roars of both factions caught in their throats. They watched helplessly as their comrades discarded their weapons and scrambled away. The soil of the Riverland, mingled with blood, seeped deep hues around their warhorses' hoofs, yet none dared to move further. Quite the dampener, Daemon Targaryen remarked, leaning on his staff beside Caraxhiu, his expression one of discontent as the fervor dissipated. Ignoring the complaint, Daemon dismounted from the glutton's saddle. The Blackfyre sword carved a shimmering arc in the sunlight, the scabbard clinking against his belt with a crisp sound. Approaching Leon Cobry, he patted the horse's neck. I'll borrow your steed. Leon hastily dismounted, the armor's shoulder plates clinking softly at his movement. Your Highness, please. Daemon stepped into the stirrup, vaulting onto the saddle, the Blackfyre sword unsheathing with a swift motion, its blade reflecting light so brightly it was blinding. He clasped his legs tightly against the horse's belly, and the steed surged down the gentle slope of the hill. The sound of its hooves striking the grass merging with the roar of the gluttonous beast, akin to the clarion call of a charge. "Stand aside." The command echoed just as the Blackfyre sword cleaved through the air like a bolt of lightning. The massive sword of the Brecon giant and the long blade of the Blythewood knight were about to clash once more. Yet this sudden strike intervened with a force that separated them. The resounding clash of metal sent vibrations through their arms, causing the warhorses to rear back, digging deep hoofprints into the mud. With a furious roar, the Brecon giant swung his sword again, the wind generated by the blade causing Daemon's hair to flutter. Daemon's gaze turned icy. He angled the Blackfyre sword, striking the spine of the giant's blade with precision, inflicting a sharp pain upon the giant's hands, which caused the massive sword to fly from his grip and embed itself in the grass some distance away, the hilt still vibrating ominously. "Dare to move?" Daemon pressed the tip of his sword against the giant's throat, the chill in his violet eyes colder than the breath of the gluttonous creature. "Is this the noble heart that compels you to slay one another under the laws of the Iron Throne and the Riverlands?" As the Blythewood knight prepared to advance, Daemon twisted his wrist, directing the blade's brilliance toward the knight's sword. The knight hastily withdrew his weapon but was caught off guard by the wind from Daemon's strike, causing his sword to veer off course and the adornments on his saddle to clatter to the ground. Observing this, the Brecon and Blythewood clansmen hastily drew their weapons, intent on encircling them. At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar resonated from the hilltop. Corrix raised his head abruptly, his crimson dragon eyes sweeping over the crowd, dragon fire coalescing between his teeth, casting a red glow upon the surrounding grass. "Ah, my turn has come." Daemon Targaryen's voice pierced through the dragon's roar, sharp and jarring. Ignoring his lamed leg, he stumbled down from Corrix, seizing the lance of Corlys Targaryen beside him. "I shall borrow your horse and sword." Before Corlys could comprehend, he found the reckless prince already mounted upon his steed, one hand gripping the lance while the other unsheathed the dark sister from his waist, his silver hair billowing in the wind. "Brothers, charge forth. Young Daemon awaits us." "Wait for me, Daemon." With a kick to the horse's belly, the steed leapt forward, following the descent of the hill. Others quickly mounted and surged forward as well. Daemon Targaryen's lance pointed toward the flank of the Blythewood knight, while Dark Sister traced a dark arc in the sunlight, resembling a clawing, red-winged bat. Upon the hilltop, Rhaenyra could not suppress her gasp. Mysaria nervously twisted the hem of her gown, her eyes fixated on the figure charging at the forefront. Alysanne leaned against an oak tree, her green dress clinging to her form in the breeze, a faint smile gracing her lips. Larys rode a gray donkey, the hem of his black cloak sweeping over the grass, a glint of scheming flashing in his single eye, quickly replaced by amusement at the spectacle. The finest steeds of Leon Cobury and Corlys Targaryen exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. Those two princes, indeed. Leon shook his head, drawing his silver sword. "Come, let us not frighten the people of the Riverlands." As Corlys mounted a nag, his long sword twirled elegantly in his grasp. "Indeed, one cannot underestimate the bond of brotherhood. Our charge bears the same vigor," he mused. "Yet, who could possibly fathom that our esteemed Prince Daemon is but a descendant of another Daemon from a century hence?" As both riders urged their steeds down the high hill, they witnessed Daemon Targaryen deftly disarm a shield from House Bracken with a single thrust. Meanwhile, the Dark Sister nearly faltered, almost striking her own mount due to her unsteady limbs. Daemon's Blackfyre sword cut through the fray as if in a realm unchallenged. Where the blade passed, weapons fell to the ground, mingling cries of agony with pleas for mercy, yet not a single drop of blood stained his sword, which only rendered his adversaries unconscious with the hilt. "Ah, young Daemon, quite the technique you possess." Daemon Targaryen imitated his style, aiming the haft of his spear at an approaching squire, only to misjudge the force, resulting in the shaft snapping in two. Momentarily taken aback, he discarded the broken weapon, wielding the Dark Sister with one hand, awkwardly maneuvering his mount through the throng, instilling a fear that deterred anyone from approaching. In but a brief span, the forces of Bracken and Blackwood were subdued. The leaders of both houses found their hands bound behind their backs at the hitching post, while their kin crouched upon the ground, weapons amassed in small heaps. Daemon sheathed his sword and turned, only to observe Daemon Targaryen unceremoniously dismount, or rather, tumble from his horse. As he landed, his left leg twisted, eliciting a pained exclamation, and he grimaced, resembling a cat that had just experienced a tail mishap. Suppressing a laugh, Daemon called out to his squire, "Assist the prince." He then approached the envoy from House Tully, a smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. The Tully envoy, upon seeing Daemon approach, hastily bowed and greeted, "Your Highness." The surrounding nobility from the Riverlands followed suit, their eyes filled with reverence for the recent display of valor, an amalgamation of dragon-like intimidation and princely prowess, executed with finesse yet sparing lives, all while he retained an air of amiability. "Pray tell," Daemon inquired, casting his gaze upon the bound leaders, "what noble cause has incited such conflict?" The Tully envoy was about to respond when a contingent of knights, bearing the emblem of the Pink Maiden, emerged from the crowd. At their forefront stood a robust man with a flushed visage, who awkwardly bowed, his face alight with embarrassment. "Your Highness, this matter pertains to my house, House Black." He paused, elaborating. "Sir Henrik of House Bracken and Sir Torrhen of House Blackwood both sought the hand of our Count's daughter in marriage at the Pink City. The Count's second daughter favored Sir Torrhen, yet the Count, favoring proximity and his younger daughter, intended for Torrhen to wed the extroverted eldest, while Henrik would marry the more reserved second daughter. Unbeknownst to the Count, he had not clarified the candidates well, and on the day of the betrothal, the two houses fortuitously crossed paths. The second daughter discreetly revealed the truth to Sir Torrhen, who mistakenly believed that Sir Henrik had bribed the Count, leading to an altercation as both sides rallied their supporters here. "Ah, so for such a trivial matter, Daemon Targaryen requires swords drawn?" Daemon remarked, still leaning on his squire, the Dark Sister still firmly in hand. Sir Henrik's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "The Blackwood family worships the old gods and is unworthy of the second daughter of House Paber. She must have been bewitched by him." Sir Torrhen cast a cold glance his way, retorting, "Better than your Bracken family, who dare to defy their own lord." "What did you say?" Henrik struggled to lunge forward but was tightly bound by ropes. Rhaenys, meanwhile, hid behind his black donkey, covering his face. Just moments ago, he had felt confident in understanding the truth from the villagers, but now he experienced firsthand the destructive power of rumors. There was no poison or vendetta. It was all for a woman. Daemon raised his hand to halt the quarrel between the Bracken and Blackwood knights, his gaze shifting to the envoy from Tully. "Where is Count Paber?" The envoy replied, "He awaits news in Rosewater City." He intended to intervene, but was blocked by the people of both houses. Daemon nodded thoughtfully and addressed the two bound men. "Since this is about a marriage, let us clear things up in Rosewater City." He turned to Leon and Cole, instructing them to untie the captives and keep a close watch as they made their way to the city. Leon and Cole responded in unison, directing their attendants to release the ropes. Daemon Targaryen leaned on his cane and approached Daemon, lowering his voice. "Say, young Daemon, do you think the second daughter of House Paber is beautiful? What a stir she has caused. How does she compare to Aery?" Daemon ignored him and mounted his horse. From the hilltop, Jaehaerys observed the conflict subsiding and urged Dreamfire to descend. Mazalia hurried to assist her down. Arya Wynn and Larys followed suit, with Larys's gray donkey sniffing around the crowd, eliciting laughter from several attendants. To Rosewater City, Daemon commanded as he turned his horse, the black sword glinting in the sunlight, sending a clear message to Count Paber about how his two sons-in-law would embarrass themselves in the face of nobility. The glutton let out a low roar and soared into the air, followed closely by Corrux and Dreamfire, their massive shadows casting over the fields, enveloping the forces of Bracken and Blackwood. Daemon Targaryen was assisted onto a sturdy steed, still murmuring, "Honestly, I find Arya more attractive." Daemon shot him a glare, but couldn't help but smile. Leon and Cole glanced over, both eager to reclaim their warhorses. Cole wished to inquire about his lance, but seeing the demeanor of the two princes, they could only seek comfort from each other, embraced by the observant Rupert. The wind swept across the noble fields, carrying the scent of gorse, while the distant Three Rivers region shimmered green under the sun. From the direction of Acorn Hall, the faint sound of bells could be heard. A mist lingered over Rosewater City as Daemon urged his horse forward, the dragon's sigil on his right shoulder and the hilt of his black sword warming slightly, as if resonating with his heart. Chapter 63. The naming day of Acorn Hall. The smoke outside the noble Hart had yet to dissipate, as Daemon's retinue, accompanied by the forces of Bracken and Blackwood, slowly made their way along the muddy paths between the rivers. The direction of the Rose City lies shrouded in a veil of mist, and at the crossroads ahead, a young knight clad in a yellow cloak, the leader of the Smallwood family from Acorn Hall, waits with his steed. The 6 brown acorn emblems on his cloak stand out vividly in the morning light. "Your Highness, Princess Daemon and Princess Rhaenys," he addresses them. Dismounting gracefully, he kneels in reverence, his voice imbued with just the right amount of fervor. "I am Edmund Smallwood, the heir of Acorn Hall. Today marks my son Joss's first naming day, and we are hosting guests at home. I kindly request your Highness and the princess to rest with us, and we shall proceed to Rose City on the morrow without delay. Daemon reins in his horse, his gaze sweeping over the nearby castle encircled by stone walls. The oak doors stand ajar, revealing the bustling figures within, while the acorn emblem on the yellow banner flutters in the breeze. The Smallwood family? He suddenly recalls the renowned hand of the king from history, famed for his bravery, yet ultimately a failure as the hand of King Jaehaerys I. His name, Miss Smallwood, is recorded as a cautionary tale for posterity. The lineage of the Earl Miss? A glimmer of surprise flickers in Edmund's eyes before he bows and replies, "Indeed, he is my ancestor. My father often speaks of how my ancestor admired the dragon's fire and justice of His Majesty Jaehaerys during his tenure as hand." He steps aside respectfully, his tone increasingly deferential. Lord Vance of Harrenhal and Lord Torrhen of the Greyjoys, along with representatives from House Gobrick, are already awaiting in the hall, all esteemed figures of the Riverlands. Gwenera gently pats the neck of Dreamfire, the light blue dragon, which emits a low rumble of agreement. Daemon casts a glance at the tense figures of Sir Henrik of House Bracken and Sir Torrhen of House Blaywood, their banners taut with anticipation, and nods in acquiescence. If so, I shall not impose further. The stone walls of Acorn Hall bear traces of rain, and the oak doors are engraved with the family motto, "From these beginnings." Passing through the entrance, the courtyard is alive with a cacophony of voices. Green-striped white-robed clerics offer blessings for the naming day, while children chase after round wooden balls shaped like acorns, the air rich with the aromas of roasted wild boar and ale. The current Earl of Acorn Hall, Barrington, son of Miss Smallwood, approaches. Faint scars mark his face, said to be inherited from his father's valor. He weaves through the guests, his hearty laughter radiating warmth, embodying a smoother charm than his father's steadfastness. "Your presence graces our humble abode," he exclaims joyously. The Earl's laughter rings out as he guides the guests through the corridors. His father often remarked that had it not been for the later support and leniency of King Jaehaerys, the Smallwood family would have long since fallen into ruin under the harsh punishments of Queen Maegor during the trial of the gods. The tale of Miss Smallwood is well known throughout the Riverlands. He once accompanied Earl Ellen Stark in the pursuit of the outlaw known as Red Arryn, defeating the lumberjack Wood in single combat during the Battle of Stonebridge, and stood alongside the uncrowned Aegon in defiance of Maegor Targaryen during the trial of the gods. The knight, renowned for his courage and loyalty, later served as hand of the king to Jaehaerys I, though his tenure is deemed less than successful, marking him in history as a cautionary tale. Nevertheless, the scars etched upon his visage from fierce battles remain a testament to his valor, with his portrait still gracing the Great Hall as a symbol of the strength of House Stormwood. In the banquet hall, a long table adorned with a tawny and brown tablecloth harmonizes beautifully with the Stormwood family crest. The Earl of Vance from Allen City raises his goblet, the green dragon of the quartered emblem shimmering under the flickering candlelight. Meanwhile, the Lord of Vance from Travel Rest engages in conversation with a representative from House Gobrick at the end of the table. Sir Clayton Gobrick, seated at the table's far end, wears a cloak emblazoned with striking blue waves upon a golden background, a constant reminder of his status as a loyal vassal of Lord Tully from Riverflow City. The Gobrick and Stormwood estates are neighboring, and their long-standing geographical ties have fostered a close relationship. While the Tully family, as lords of the Riverlands, may not possess the extensive territories or formidable armies of the Vance family, they remain a crucial presence in balancing the various powers at play. Sir Clayton occasionally glances toward the direction of Brecon and Blywood, his gaze scrutinizing. After all, Daemon's purpose for this visit is to mediate the disputes between the two families in Pink City, and it is evident that Riverflow City wishes to prevent the conflict between its two major lords from spiraling out of control. This is Lord Amistad Vance of Allen City, Count Barrington introduces, and that is Lord Robert Vance, the pride of Travel Rest. Sir Clayton Gobrick, as a trusted aide to Lord Tully of Riverflow, is also acknowledged. Daemon nods in greeting, his eyes briefly lingering on the crests of the two Vance families. Historically, these two branches of Vance had split over the struggle for dominance in the Riverlands, yet here they sit peacefully together, drinking in harmony. Indeed, a curious sight. The representatives from Brecon and Blywood are seated in a corner. Though Henrik and Torrhen exchange no words, they have both tempered their hostility. After several rounds of drink, Count Barrington cautiously approaches with a swaddled infant, whose big, dark eyes survey the surroundings. This is Jossis. He hands the child to Daemon and Gare, his tone imbued with hope, believing that if blessed by the prince and princess, the child would live a long and prosperous life. Gare gently touches the baby's cheek, as a soft murmur of the Dreamfire outside seems to echo in agreement. Daemon's thoughts drift to his long-lost son from a past life, stirring something within him. And he removes a dragon crystal pendant from his waist, a protective charm gifted by Jaehaerys, wishing for the child to take root like an acorn upon falling. His voice, though low, resonates clearly in the ears of all present. The Count, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly instructs the wet nurse to keep the pendant safe. Leyford, Rupert, and others raise their goblets in unison, with Mistriv singing a toast to the Riverlands. Even Henrik and Torrin, mindful of the occasion, lift their cups in acknowledgement. After several more rounds, Daemon does not disappoint. He approaches the ladies of House Vance, sharing a few jests that elicit radiant smiles from the maidens, their laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the hall. The Earl of Vance from Allen City shakes his head in resignation, yet refrains from intervening. On such a day, no one wishes to provoke the Prince of Dragonblood. In the city of Riverrun, Lord Vance exchanged a knowing glance with Sir Clayton, as if to convey that the temperament of the Targaryens had indeed remained unchanged. The wayward prince was still as he always was. Earl Barrington chuckled softly, devoid of any dissatisfaction, for the blood of Targaryen was undeniably imbued with fire. In the dimly lit Acorn Hall, the candles flickered weakly. Earl Barrington perused the diary of his late father, Mace, the yellowed pages chronicling the confusion experienced during his tenure as Hand of the King, that mere martial valor could scarcely untangle the threads of courtly intrigue. He recalled his father's final words: "The roots of House Smallwood lay in the Riverlands, and when the winds blew, one must remain steadfast while also possessing the wisdom to bend." Outside, the camps of Bracken and Blackwood were separated by a distance. The glow of the campfires dancing in the darkness, devoid of the tension that characterized daylight. By the following morning, Earl Barrington finally consented to let the prince and princess's entourage depart for Pink City. As Daemon's retinue prepared to set forth, Earl Barrington insisted on gifting a card of acorn wine. The arbitration in Pink City would undoubtedly be arduous. He affectionately patted Daemon on the shoulder, asserting that this wine would not only warm the body but also embolden the spirit. Daemon cast a glance back at Acorn Hall, where the yellow banners fluttered in the morning breeze. The procession slowly departed from Acorn Hall, the stone walls and oak gates receding into the distance. The forces of Bracken and Blackwood maintained their distance, yet the palpable tension in the air had noticeably eased. Daemon turned back to gaze deeply at the yellow banner billowing in the morning wind, perhaps recognizing that Earl Barrington's intention was to utilize this naming day celebration to alleviate the conflict brewing near his domain, offering both factions a semblance of dignity and a moment to catch their breath, creating a buffer for the disputes within the Riverlands. In the direction of Pink City, the mist gradually dissipated. The tale of Acorn Hall might, in time, resemble the fallen acorns, sprouting new branches on some future day. After all, the ancestral motto of House Smallwood had long foretold, from these beginnings, all things possess new possibilities. Chapter 64. The wayward prince's broken sword. The stone walls of Pink City glowed with a soft rose hue under the setting sun. The waters of the Red Fork River meandering around the castle, shimmering like scattered gold. When Daemon's party arrived, Count Paper stood at the city gates, rubbing his hands together, flanked by attendants bearing silver goblets. Yet none dared to speak first, for no one knew how this Targaryen prince would address the turmoil instigated by his own lady. "My lord," Daemon dismounted, the scabbard of Blackfyre clinking against the red sandstone ground. "Pray tell, what is the matter?" Count Paper sighed, his flushed face contorting with worry. "Your Highness, it pertains to the matrimonial affairs of my daughters. Both Ser Torrin and Ser Henrik have come to seek their hands, and I, considering both families to be esteemed houses of the Riverlands, sought to avoid offending either side. I propose that the eldest wed Torrin and the younger marry Henrik. Yet you wish to secure dowries from both while attempting to play both sides." The voice of Daemon Targaryen echoed from behind, supported by Cole, his limping steps producing a faint sound against the cobblestones. "Old chap, thank goodness you have two daughters. Otherwise, who knows, you might have to split one in half." The face of Lord Peber instantly flushed crimson, and just as he was about to defend himself, delicate footsteps suddenly resonated from the inner courtyard. Two young women hastily emerged. The second daughter donned a light green dress, her long braid cascading in front of her, her large, bright eyes resembling the sparkling waters of the Red Fork. While the elder sister wore a dark red gown, her long hair loosely gathered, her expression imbued with a calm concern. Daemon Targaryen promptly curtailed his biting remarks, for the young lady embodied the mature and intellectual visage he currently favored. "Father." The second daughter rushed forward to steady Lord Peber, her voice quivering with emotion. "Are you all right? It's all my fault." The elder sister also stepped forward to adjust her father's attire, her gaze serene as it swept over Daemon and Daemon Targaryen. She gracefully curtsied, saying, "Greetings to both princes, and to you, my lady." Her voice was gentle yet firm, akin to the still waters deep within the Red Fork. Daemon Targaryen had intended to jest further, but upon seeing the elder sister's demeanor, he suddenly fell silent, the tips of his silver hair subtly tinged with pink. The second daughter, having ensured her father's comfort, cast a worried glance towards Sir Torrhen, who had been led aside by attendants, her clear eyes brimming with compassion. Observing his daughter's distress, Lord Peber finally sighed. "Very well. If my youngest has set her heart on Sir Torrhen, then so be it." "No way." Sir Henrik suddenly broke free from the attendants, his fiery red hair and beard bristling like an enraged bull. "She must have been ensnared by some witchcraft from the Crow family. Lord Peber, I refuse to accept this." Turning to Torrhen, he brandished his great sword. "Dare you engage in a contest? The victor shall marry the second daughter. The one who triumphs shall be the one to bestow her happiness." Sir Torrhen glanced at the second daughter and then at Daemon and Lord Peber. Noticing the lord's wavering resolve, he tightened his grip on his sword. "I accept." The next day, the tournament took place in the outer courtyard of Pink City, the red sandstone ground meticulously cleaned, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Daemon and Jaehaerys sat upon a makeshift platform, while Maezalia sat beside Jaehaerys, clutching a half-embroidered handkerchief. Arya was stationed in a corner, her green dress contrasting beautifully against the red walls, like a flower blooming from a crevice in the stone. Larys, with his gray donkey, watched the crowd with keen interest, occasionally nudging those nearby with his limp leg and offering commentary. The first event was a mounted joust. Henrik wielded his great sword with ferocious vigor, each strike imbued with the force capable of splitting mountains, forcing Torrhen to retreat repeatedly. Torrhen's long sword was as nimble as a serpent, constantly parrying and dodging, yet ultimately unable to withstand the brute strength of his opponent. With a resounding clang, Torrhen's sword was sent flying, and Henrik let out a triumphant roar. The second daughter's face paled instantly, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her dress. The second event was an archery contest, with the wind favoring Torrhen. From 50 paces, he struck the bullseye with all 3 arrows, the final shot even piercing the tail of the preceding arrow. Henrik missed 2 arrows in frustration, discarding his bow upon the ground, his red beard trembling like a fiery blaze. The second lady quietly breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her lips. The third round of the jousting tournament was particularly fierce. The 2 knights clashed 7 times, shattering 6 lances, while their steeds were left panting and frothing at the mouth. On the 8th charge, Henrik suddenly lowered the tip of his lance, striking accurately against Torrhen's breastplate, causing Torrhen to tumble from his mount and crash heavily to the ground. "Torrhen!" The second lady screamed, rushing into the arena, disregarding decorum as she flung herself beside Torrhen, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. "Are you all right? Is anything wrong?" Torrhen, gritting his teeth against the pain, raised his hand to wipe her tears away. "I am fine." Henrik, seated atop his steed, observed this scene, his hand holding the lance slowly descending. He had triumphed in the tournament, yet lost the heart he yearned to protect. Witnessing the woman he adored embrace his rival, tears streamed down his rugged cheeks, mingling with sweat and falling onto the red sandstone below. "I have lost," he murmured, turning his horse around. "I shall not marry." With that, he galloped out of the tournament grounds, leaving the Brecken clan momentarily stunned before they hastily followed in pursuit. On the following day, Henrik departed from the city of Rosy Pink with his entourage. To his surprise, the eldest daughter of Count Pabe had chosen to accompany him, riding alongside him with a serene smile, occasionally exchanging words with Henrik. After the tournament, she had approached him, expressing her willingness to marry him, reasoning that rather than wed a man who did not love her, it would be better to bring a satisfactory conclusion to their misaligned fates. The most despondent individual in Rosy Pink was Daemon Targaryen. The previous night, when he sought out the eldest daughter, she was gazing at the flowing waters of the Red Cross River from the city walls. As he approached, she turned to face him, her smile tinged with regret. "Your Highness, I am aware of your affections. I too admire your striking, noble demeanor." She paused, her tone gentle yet resolute. "However, I have heard that you entered into a marriage of bronze and fire with Lady Rhea of the Royces last year. You cannot defy the wishes of your kingly grandfather, queenly grandmother, or your princely father, just as I cannot disregard my father's wishes. Though the Pape family is small, we also possess our own honor and disgrace. Alas, fate has played a cruel trick, bringing us together at an inopportune time." Daemon Targaryen opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat constricted. Memories of Rhea's perpetually tense expression flooded his mind, along with her voice, which was as cold as ice, juxtaposed against the composed demeanor of the learned eldest daughter before him. His heart felt swollen and heavy, akin to the waterlogged banks of the Red Cross River, filled with both bitterness and longing. On the day of his departure to the city of rushing waters, the winds of rosy pink carried moisture that stung his eyes. Daemon returned the warhorse of Calisadiga, patting the other's shoulder. Upon reaching the city of rushing waters, I shall have the blacksmith forge you a new lance, 10 times better than this one. Colas smiled in response, though he did not miss the glimmer of melancholy in Daemon's gaze. With a cane in hand, Daemon clumsily mounted the back of his dragon, Corix. The red dragon flicked its tail in annoyance, as if urging him to hasten. Once he settled himself, he cast a glance at the dark sister at his waist before lifting his gaze towards the direction of Pink City, where the figure of the young lady had long since vanished from the city gate. "Let us proceed," he murmured, his voice as soft as the whispering wind. Colax soared into the air, accompanied by the Devourer and Dreamfire, heading towards the city of Rushflow. Daemon, mounted on the back of the Devourer, turned to glance at the figure of Colax, whose usually boisterous great-grandfather now sat motionless, back turned to them, his silvery hair billowing in the breeze. His crippled leg draped over the edge of the dragon's saddle, resembling a forgotten statue. Gurue let out a gentle sigh. He seems truly sorrowful. Maishalia nodded, her small hand tightly clutching Gurue's sleeve. Yalihuan observed the shadow of Colax with a complex smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. The winds of the riverland stirred in waves, brushing over the surface of the Red Cross River, sweeping across the verdant fields of Noble Hart, and journeying towards the distant Rushflow city. Yet, regardless of how the winds blew, they seemed unable to disperse the gloom that lingered within the heart of the 17-year-old boy seated upon Colax's back. Daemon understood that some wounds could not be soothed by Dragonfire nor faded with the passage of time. Just as the stone walls of Pink City eternally bore a rosy hue, certain regrets might remain forever etched in place, gently piercing the boy's heart on every blustery day. Chapter 65. The Trout of Rushflow City. The silhouette of Pink City gradually diminished at the stern of the vessel, as the waters of the Red Cross River flowed like a wide expanse of blue silk, carrying Daemon's fleet slowly eastward. The river indeed meandered as rumored, and within the ripples created by the oars, the muddy riverbed was visible beneath, occasionally interrupted by reeds brushing past the ship, startling flocks of waterfowl. "That is Red Deer Island." Larys pointed to a lush sandbank on the left ahead while feeding his gray donkey. The red deer on the island were nibbling on the grass, and it was said that the ancestors of the Trout family had once laid an ambush there, luring the golden lion of the Lannisters, then still the king of Cayenne, into shallow waters. Daemon leaned against the ship's railing, observing that the terrain on the west bank of the Red Cross River was noticeably higher than that on the east, with the banner of the Brecken family faintly visible atop the distant hills. As they drifted downstream, the river widened gradually, but the current slowed considerably, creating ripples that shimmered like crumpled silver foil. Ahead lay the Actor's Shallows. "My father used to say," Ms. Riverwind suddenly spoke, pointing towards an expansive stretch of water, "that there were often troops performing here before it became a ferry terminal." As the fleet passed through Actor's Shallows, they could see merchant ships docked along the shore, fishermen unloading freshly caught trout, their shouts carried away by the wind. Daemon couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the Tully family's crest. The trout in this river seemed like their family's living emblem. As dusk approached, the outline of Rushflow City finally emerged at the confluence of the rivers. The two rivers embraced here, the tumultuous currents of the Tungsure River clashing against the gentle flow of the Red Cross River, creating white frothy waves. While Rushflow City stood like a wedge, firmly nestled between the two rivers. The castle, in the shape of a triangle, rises majestically from the water, its sandstone walls glowing with a warm red hue under the setting sun. Although the western moat remains unfilled, one can vividly imagine the imposing flood that would fill it to capacity. "Is that the waterwheel tower?" Gare pointed towards a corner of the castle, where the ivy clinging to the tower swayed gently in the breeze, while the enormous waterwheel turned slowly with the flow of the Tungsure River. "Just as my mother had once described it to me, like a giant's toy." As the fleet approached the water gate, Daemon finally discerned the heavy steel drawbridge, its lower section encrusted with reddish-brown rust, clearly a result of years submerged in water. Several boatmen were untying ropes secured to iron rings, preparing to guide the flotilla through the archway. "His Highness, Prince Daemon." "Her Highness, Princess Gare." A resounding voice echoed from the waterside staircase. Duke Glaffer Tully stood at the top of the steps, adorned in a red and blue striped satin cloak, with a silver-embroidered trout leaping across his chest. A gaggle of children trailed behind him, the eldest already exhibiting the features of youth, while the youngest were cradled in the arms of maidservants, lined up like a string of candied hawthorns. Welcome to the city of rushing waters. Blackfyre exclaimed, arms wide open, his smile bright. I am grateful, Your Highness, for your assistance in mediating the dispute between House Brecon and House Blywood. The Tully family, both young and old, have eagerly awaited your arrival. As Daemon ascended the steps, a little girl with red hair styled in pigtails dashed towards him. He recognized her. She had accompanied the Duke to King's Landing during the tournament held for Rhaenyra's birth. At just 7 years old, she had bravely ridden a pony on her own. She held aloft a wooden carving of a trout. Your Highness, this is for you. Behind her trailed a sturdy boy, gripping a piece of reed, likely attempting to play a tune, but only producing a buzzing sound. This is my youngest daughter, Leia. You should remember her from last year's tournament in King's Landing. Blackfyre introduced with a smile. And that is my brother's youngest son, Edmure. There are more behind, but I want to introduce them all, lest Your Highness gets confused. Upon entering the castle, Daemon took special note of the artificial moat. The gears of the water gate gleamed under the sunlight, clearly well maintained. The crenellations and arrow slits on the sandstone walls were artfully arranged, and the shadow of the tower perfectly enveloped the mudflats across the riverbank, explaining how it could withstand an assault from the kingdom of Cairn. The great hall of rushing waters was simpler than he had imagined, yet it emanated a profound sense of history. The triangular structure of the main fortress rendered the space particularly compact, with the Tully family's elevated position set at the northern end of the hall. Above, a copper bell hung in a room, said to summon servants at a duke's command. Duke Blackfyre invited everyone to take their seats, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the sound of children's laughter. Apologies, the duke chuckled, waving his hand, his eyes filled with a mix of exasperation and affection. It is rather lively at home. The hall was already set for a feast, with a long table stretching from the head of the table to the entrance, laden with roasted wild boar, stewed trout, and honey-glazed apples. The relatives of House Tully sat closely together, ranging from elderly gray-haired men to toddlers just learning to walk, their laughter and conversation bubbling like a pot of boiling broth. Do try this. Glaive beckoned a maid to present a bowl of fish soup to Daemon. The creamy broth was adorned with vibrant green herbs and trout from the Red Fork, simmered in the pure waters of the Tincture River, a signature dish of the bustling city. Daemon savored a sip, the exquisite flavor blossoming on his palate. Seizing the moment, Glaive recounted the family's history, from the establishment of the castle by Isle Tully to their steadfastness during the Undul invasion, his tone brimming with pride. Our Tully family harbors no grand ambitions. Safeguarding these 2 rivers and our kin is sufficient. He gestured towards the family crest on the wall. Family, duty, honor. These 6 words embody our essence. Outside the window, the setting sun cast a golden-red hue upon the surface of the Red Fork, transforming the waters into a shimmering tapestry. The water wheel continued its ceaseless rotation, its rhythmic sound melding into the timeless heartbeat of the city. At the table, Lena, accompanied by several children, rushed to Daemon, clamoring for tales of the gluttonous. Daemon delightedly indulged in their antics, laughing as he animatedly depicted the visage of the black dragon, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the children. Nearby, Jaehaerys and Marisalia watched the lively scene unfold, their faces brightening with smiles. Daemon Targaryen, typically brimming with vibrant energy, now wore an uncommon serenity. Having refrained from engaging the ladies of the household since his arrival from Saltpans, accompanying Daemon's retinue, the 17-year-old, once characterized by his handsome and audacious demeanor, now bore a rare trace of melancholy. For the first time since venturing into matters of the heart, he questioned his allure. In this moment, he exuded an air of pensive charm. His silver hair and violet eyes complemented his striking features, yet the underlying sadness seemed to enhance rather than diminish his appeal, captivating the attention of the Tully family's red-haired daughters, despite the fact that the prince, surrounded by children, appeared even more striking. The princess by his side and her suite made with platinum curls were fixated upon him with unwavering gazes. Moreover, there was a woman in black hair and green eyes not far from the prince. Her gaze was not intimidating, but her voluptuous figure inadvertently sparked comparisons among the red-haired maidens. Your Highness, if you do not mind, please consider extending your stay in the bustling city, Glaive proposed, raising his glass. Let the children learn from you, and allow me to extend my hospitality. Daemon, observing the darkening sky outside and listening to the distant creaking of the water wheel, suddenly felt that there was no urgency in this pilgrimage. Since it was a tour of the 7 kingdoms, why rush each day? A few extra days for the party to relax would not be amiss. He lifted his glass and clinked it with Glaive's. Very well. Then, I shall impose upon you, my Lord Duke. As evening enveloped the city, the water wheel tirelessly continued its rotation, channeling the waters of the Tincture River through the sluice. The lights of the castle twinkled like scattered stars, echoing the fishing lights upon the Red Fork. Daemon stood upon the east-facing balcony of the keep, gazing at the shimmering confluence of the two rivers. Today, as he returned to this spot, he suddenly comprehended why the Tully family had flourished here for a millennium. It was not merely the flowing water, but the very blood and legacy of the family that sustained their presence. Tomorrow, perhaps I shall venture to behold that windowless dungeon, or wander along the water's edge, feeling the smooth stones worn by the passage of time. After all, the roads of the Seven Kingdoms are still long. It would not be amiss to pause occasionally and listen to the gentle murmur of the river,